Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. With a swoosh of light, a grasshopper the size of a fist appeared in front of everyone. Lord Kai. Gregory called out. When you catch bubbles later, Gregory will interfere with you with his hammer. His hammer can't hit you. You have to keep overcoming the limits of your body under difficult conditions so that you can grow your strength faster. Northkai intended to train not only Maiyang's speed but also his reflexes. Maiyang nodded his head. His body clumsily pounced towards Bubbles, while Gregory also flew in the air like lightning, knocking down a hammer at Maiyang's head from time to time. Crack! The hammer hit the head. Maiyang fell to the ground at once. Giggle. Mixia brought a recliner from Kai's room, then put on sunglasses. She crossed her legs and watched with a queenly air. When she was happy, she'd snap her fingers and float up a drink to sip. All the things of the Kai's planet were good for the soul body. It was just that the way she was looking at the joke made Maiyang angry. Chapter 181 The training was ageless. In the blink of an eye, Maiyang had already spent 3 months in the North Kai's planet. Under North Kai's force, Maiyang's every movement was incomparably difficult. Finally, after he managed to capture Bubbles, North Kai stopped his training on speed and movement. North Kai said, You should now be able to overcome 20 times the Earth's gravity easily and have met my requirements in terms of strength. Honestly, you are already powerful now. There is not much more I can teach you in terms of martial arts. Since there's nothing to teach you in terms of strength and technique, I'll teach you something special." At this point, North Kai's voice rose, and his face showed a proud look. "What does North Kai's intend to teach me?" Ma Yang pretended to be confused, when in fact, he had been looking forward to it for a long time. North Kai's proudly said, "The technique called Keio-ken. This is a technique developed by me after countless years of observing the martial arts of the lower realms and spending my life's work on researching it." This was it. Keio-ken. Ma Yang's eyes lit up. Actually, compared to the Keio-ken, what he wanted to learn most instead was the spirit bomb. Because he was now able to mobilize the entire space's power in the acceleration space, once combined with the spirit bomb, it would be perfect for blasting through the third limit. However, Keio-ken wasn't bad. Although it was a bit more severe on his body, the doubling power level feature would also be a great help for his future breakthroughs. North Kai's held his head high and looked very proud of himself. Keio-ken is a move that forces the body to increase its power level. An ordinary Keio-ken can increase the power level of 1.5, twice as Keio-ken can increase the power level 2 times, triple Keio-ken can increase the power level 3 times. Theoretically, as long as the body can withstand it, it can continuously increase its power. But there is one thing that must be remembered. North Kai's solemnly cautioned, the use of Keio-ken must be within the limits of your ability. If it is beyond your body's capacity, Keio-ken can cause great damage to your body. So, to be safe, it's best not to use more than twice as much Keio-ken. In fact, North Kai's was guessing about the high multiplier of the Keio-ken. Because so far, there was simply no human who could withstand power level beyond the triple range. Savagely boosting power level was the same thing as Super Saiyan transformation. The difference was that Super Saiyan started with 50 times power level, while Keio-ken would directly crush the flesh down if it tried to reach 50 times. Ma Yang listened attentively to North Kai's bragging about his best technique there. He knew that Keio-ken was actually not as magical as North Kai's imagined. Due to North Kai's strength limitations, most of the conclusions that followed were inferences. Ma Yang was not a Saiyan, he did not have the luxury of greatly multiplying his power level. In his consciousness, abilities like the Keio-ken, where the power level was borrowed in various ways, were not like his power level. Whether there were side effects or not was unknown, and Ma Yang always felt ungrounded. Just as the old Kai had said, blindly pursuing the multiplication of power level would lead someone to fall into an evil path. With Keio-ken, twice the amount was enough. When the situation was critical, whether or not to make an exception was another matter. However, it was important not to place too much hope in Keio-ken. Of course, for Ma Yang, as long as it could help him blast through his future limits, he was willing to learn either the Keio-ken or Spirit Bomb. However, the essence of power still had to rely on himself, and he could not form a dependency on them. "Please teach me the Keio-ken technique. Get ready to learn my great fighting technique. The trip will be worth it if you can learn Keio-ken." North Kai's hummed and laughed. His obese body trembled violently. He then explained to Ma Yang the training technique of Keio-ken. Ma Yang listened attentively. North Kai's Keio-ken was a technique that he had created through countless years of observing the lower realms martial arts and then developed it through his research. It was actually an upgraded version of the power-up, used to increase the power level. After all, North Kai was a martial arts master who had experienced countless years. After his exploration, Keio-ken substantially overcame the hazards caused by exploding ki by a large margin. Keio-ken within twice as much was safer, the energy efficiency was far higher than exploding ki. Afterward, in his training, with the more in-depth study of Keio-ken, Ma Yang felt more profoundness of the Keio-ken, many parts of it had opened his eyes, and there was much to learn from it. North Kai's didn't have any worries about Mixia's existence when Ma Yang was learning Keio-ken. It should be said that the North Kai actually wanted more people to learn his Keio-ken. 2 months later, Ma Yang had fully absorbed the principles of Keio-ken. In fact, if he were only performing Keio-ken, he would have already learned it. However, studying the principles within it took him a great deal of time. Twice, Keio-ken. With a loud shout, a bright white light erupted from Ma Yang's body. Within the bright white light was a hint of dark red light. It was the effect that came from casting Keio-ken. After this training period above the Kai's planet, Ma Yang's power level had approached the 10,000 marks. So, when he performed twice Keio-ken, his power level whooshed upwards, reaching a level close to 20,000. North Kai sat on the recliner, leisurely watching Ma Yang practice. When he saw Ma Yang display twice Keio-ken, North Kai nodded inwardly. This guy's qualifications are so good. It's completely impossible to tell that he's a human from a low-level planet. Such a person, perhaps with a little training, could become a strong person in the universe. TSK, with 20,000 power level, he can already walk across the north area. There weren't many races in the universe that had reached 10,000 power levels. Even the king of Saiyan race, who was so powerful, could live very freely as long as he didn't mess with those universe overlords. Mixia fluttered her turquoise eyes at this time, looking at Maiyang with a look of horror in her eyes. She shouted loudly, Kaioken is so powerful. I will have to learn this technique in the future. It's awesome, isn't it? North Kai turned his head proudly. Actually, my best technique isn't even the Kaioken. It's just that this technique is too demanding, and no one can learn it. Huh? Mixia nodded, serenely approaching North Kai. Lord Chi, what is your other best technique? Can you teach me? You've taught my senior brother Kaioken, but you haven't taught me anything yet? North Kai looked at Mixia and shook his head. Don't think that I can't see what's in your heart. My other best technique is called the Spirit Bomb. It requires a pure heart to learn. Your mind is now full of filth, so you can't learn it. It's already a blessing for you to be able to see Kaioken. With that said, he also gave Mixia an expression that said, you should be content. Mixia's face reddened. North Kai actually said that her mind was now filled with filth. It was too damned. She glared fiercely at North Kai. Instead of teaching her, he said that her soul was filthy. It wasn't her wish to be infected by the demon's key. Sitting down on her butt in exasperation, Mixia beckoned a glass of drink and took a hard sip. How can there be people with pure hearts in this world? North Kai smiled proudly. The Spirit Bomb was the most prideful of his life's work. It was hidden as a pathway to a higher dimensional level. Its training was so demanding that the entire North area couldn't find anyone qualified to learn it. Even Maiyang might not be qualified to learn it. However, when it came to the North area that he commanded, North Kai was not in a good mood. The North area was said to be under his jurisdiction, but it was just a scattered mess in reality. Most of the territory had always been dominated by both fathers and sons, King Cold and Cooler. It was said that recently, there seemed to be another guy named Frieza, who was also a villain. However, sadly, North Kai had no slightest way of dealing with the three of them. Chapter 182. The sun and moon were reversed, and a white light passed. Although there was no such thing as day and night on the Kai's planet, another month passed quickly. This was the 6th month of Maiyang's training on the Kai's planet. After learning the Kaioken, this time, Maiyang had been exercising his proficiency. Maiyang, exert your full strength for me to see. Today, North Kai moved over a chair, and both Bubbles and Gregory were watching. Maiyang was practicing at the side. When he heard North Kai's shout, he stopped his practice and said, okay. Then he quietly adjusted his state of mind. The surrounding was silent. Maiyang suddenly opened his eyes, his dark pupils suddenly flashed with a hint of electricity, and he burst out, Kaioken. As soon as the words fell, an intense storm spread out with Maiyang as the center. The dark red light mixed in with the white flames, causing his hair to rise slightly. North Kai and Messiah bore the storm's brunt, feeling the powerful momentum emanating from Maiyang's body. Right at this moment, Maiyang raised his ki once again. Twice, Kaioken. The dark red color was even more pronounced, as the energy was raised to twice the body's power level. At this time, Maiyang's normal power level had reached 12,500. With the addition of Kaioken twice, the power level was approaching 25,000. Triple, Kaioken. 37,500 power levels. The power level increased again. This was Maiyang's limit. Normally, people shouldn't continuously use more than twice the increase of Kaioken. The tremendous pressure would cause the user's body to collapse. However, on Kai's planet, the divine ki compensated for the damage to the user's body, causing the user to exceed the terrifying power. It was just right for an experiment. At this moment, Maiyang was like transforming into a small typhoon eye. A round of cold storm spread out, and the tender green grass on the ground fell towards the surroundings under the powerful ki's effect. The smaller stones were gradually suspended from the Kai's planet, and the entire Kai's planet began to shake slightly. Feeling the ki emanating from Maiyang, North Kai, and Mixia were both stunned. Mixia was a soul body and had no real feelings. However, when North Kai faced the frontal ki storm from Maiyang, his body was covered in terror. He protected his forehead with his hand to block the whirlwind that was whistling everywhere and shouted, enough, enough. Stop quickly. I already know your strength. Phew. Maiyang collected his ki, and the intense soreness hit his body. Lord Chi, how is it? Maiyang's face was a little pale. North Kai nodded gravely. It's already very terrifying. You already have a place in the north area. As long as you don't mess with those powerful monsters, you can already make your way anywhere. But you have to remember that when you're in the outside world, you must never use more than twice the strength of the Kaioken continuously. Otherwise, your body will not be able to withstand the collapse. I know. Maiyang nodded seriously. He was still relying on his own strength outside. Although Kaioken was powerful as a temporary outburst of power, which could usually be used in response to an emergency, he couldn't rely on it excessively. Maiyang didn't know exactly how much energy was the applicable limit of the Kaioken. However, with the improvement of his power level, he wanted to think that the Kaioken energy was high to a certain degree. There would always be a day when it couldn't be raised again. Always relying on the increase of Kaioken wasn't the way to go either. It would only weaken the emphasis on the ontology. For example, Son Goku and others in the original story, after developing the Super Saiyan form, they began to pursue even more powerful body transformation, with 50 times, 100 times, and 400 times. The increase in the base form power level was somewhat neglected as they sped down this crazy path. It was no wonder the subsequent Super Saiyan transformation was denounced as evil by the old Kai. Crossing a step and getting a substantial increase was genius, but pursuing an increase in strength all the time was wrong. The hardships involved in advancing from an ordinary Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, where the growth was increased from 50 times to 100 times, were obvious. However, from a different perspective, raising the ontological power level from 3 million to 6 million might be a little easier instead. Unless Son Goku's base form power level had reached a point where it couldn't be increased any further, or the power level after body transformation had reached the upper limit of what the world could hold, making the increase in the transformation compressed. It wouldn't be a matter of direction and philosophy then. To get back to the point, North Kai was quite impressed with Maiyang's performance. Although there was still some dark side in his heart, there were no perfect people in the world, and it was impossible to be 100% open and honest. It's just a pity that none of you can learn my spirit bomb. North Kai shook his head somewhat regretfully. During this period, North Kai had also experimentally told Maiyang the principle of the spirit bomb. Unfortunately, Maiyang was not able to connect with all things to gather the key. So he could only say that the spirit bomb was not meant for him. Although he hadn't learned the spirit bomb's training techniques were firmly in his mind. He would test it again after returning to acceleration space, where it was his own place, and everything was up to him. The principle of releasing spirit bomb, coupled with his control of the acceleration space, might develop a technique that was not inferior to spirit bomb. Spirit bomb was powerful, but it wasn't as powerful as Kaioken in terms of practicality. It took too long to store up ki, longer than the time it took to store up ki for moves such as Super Kamehameha or Special Beam Cannon. In a real battle, it needed someone alongside it to work. For example, when it came down to the enemy who required spirit bomb to deal with, how could there be any time left for storing up ki? At least Maiyang felt that if he were in that place and saw someone storing up ki to prepare to release spirit bomb, he would shake off the tangled enemy and finish off the person storing up ki first. The actual battle wouldn't be as good as expected. Upon seeing North Kai shook his head as if he was sorry that his spirit bomb was dusty, Maiyang smiled. I believe there will always be someone suitable to learn your spirit bomb. North Kai waved his hand and didn't take it to heart, maybe. Then he said, it's been 6 months since you guys came to me. I've taught you all that I know, and the rest of your training is up to you to find out. There is one thing I want to remind you. There are countless masters in the universe. Besides the North area, there are still super high-strength monsters in other parts of the galaxy. Even the entire galaxy is just a drop in the ocean of the universe, so don't be complacent. Don't worry, North K, we know that, Maiyang replied seriously. He was the most aware of the pattern of the Dragon Ball world. His current power level of 12,500 was relatively high. However, there was nothing to be proud of in front of a true god, and the opponent could exterminate him by blowing his breath. Just remember, I didn't teach you the fighting technique to make you do evil. Especially Mixia, your soul contains demonic ki. You have to wait until your soul mutation is over and quickly reincarnate. Don't let yourself fall and become the demon. North Kai repeatedly advised. His most significant concern was Mixia. Her soul was too uncertain. It was a good thing that planet Namek Sprunga had magical powers that kept her consciousness from being disturbed by the demons. Humphrey. Mixia pouted her lips and grunted twice. Maiyang was now ready to leave, and he said, North K, thank you for your guidance during this time. We will keep your teachings in mind, and we will definitely surprise you when we next meet. After hearing, Maiyang said that, North Kai shook his head and smiled. Then, I'd like to see how you guys will surprise me. Next, Maiyang and Mixia flew up in the air and waved goodbye to North Kai. North K, we're leaving. Take care, and we'll visit you again in the future. Bubbles, Gregory, goodbye. Looking back at the pocket-sized Kai's planet, Maayang and Mixia leaped up and jumped onto the snake road tail. With a whirlwind behind them, they flew off towards the other world. As he watched their backs gradually disappear, North Kai seemed to see a future strong man rising, and his mood suddenly became happy. Chapter 183 The Snake Road's ethereal and clear space was filled with auspicious clouds and surrounded by divine ki. The long snake road meandered and hovered above the golden clouds, like a long dragon with no visible beginning or end. On the way back, the snake road pressure was far less intense than when he came. Maayang's movements were light and swift like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he ran 10,000 kilometers away. Mixia floated beside Maayang. As she gradually moved away from the Kai's planet, her body became unreal once again. Senior brother, where are you planning to go now? Maayang maintained his swift flight as he flew and said, there is a mystical planet in the universe called Planet Yardrat. There are many magical mysteries in it, so I plan to go there to see them. Planet Yardrat. Mixia silently recited the name over and asked, do you know the location of this planet? Maayang replied, I've already consulted this with Kai when I was training with him. Planet Yardrat is located on the east side of the north area. It takes about 4 months to travel from the Earth. 4 months. Mixia stomped her tongue, that's really far away. It only takes a month to get to the planet Namek. Maayang said, it's actually not bad. The north area is so wide that there are planets that take 2 or 3 years to travel one way. In the original story, Vegeta and Nappa were on a mission at the north area's edge. It took them a full year to come to Earth. Of course, this was due to the speed of the spaceship. It was also the same for planet Namek. It took Bulma and the others a month to travel in an armored spaceship and only 6 days for the modified spherical spaceship. However, no matter how fast the spaceship was, the time spent on the journey would always be no less, which caused many inconveniences. That was why Maayang wanted to go to the planet Yardrat and learn the instant transmission. This skill was comparable to one of the best in the Dragon Ball original story. So, as a traveler, he couldn't miss it no matter what. Maayang was talking to Mixia while flying quickly to the other world. With the sacred ki in the air gradually becoming less, they had entered the other world from Kai space. From here on, they would be affected by the chaotic ki from hell again. Maayang stopped, his body floating above the snake road. He then opened the acceleration space. With a fluctuation in the space, the two of them had appeared in the acceleration space. Mixia, you stay here first. After settling Mixia in the acceleration space, Maayang's eyes casually glanced around and subconsciously looked up. He saw that the sky 80 kilometers away from the ground had already gathered thin clouds and mist. According to the term Earth's atmosphere, it was already in the ionosphere. There was a slight smile on his face, and Maayang no longer had much pressure on the constantly forming clouds. Upon looking at the cloud state, there was still a considerable amount of time before it was formed and pressed down. For him, who had mastered the Kaioken, the third limit was no longer a problem, he was confident. What surprised Maayang instead was the ki that pervaded the acceleration space. When he was in Kai's planet, he hadn't missed pouring in Kai's planet's divine ki. Under the influence of this divine ki, the acceleration space transformation seemed to accelerate quite a bit. The air became fresher, and clusters of bright green grasses grew on the originally bare ground. It looked even more vibrant than before. This seemed to be an excellent start to the year. After being intimate with Mixia for a while, Maayang said goodbye to her. He then left the acceleration space and continued to fly on the snake road. Wow! With over 12,000 power level in full force, Maayang's speed increased to an astonishing level. Only a white flash of light quickly swept across the void, while the golden clouds on either side automatically cracked a path. The frenzied tail currents followed closely behind, creating a violent storm. Soon, a blurred building appeared in front of the ground line. The golden clouds pressed down on the ground, and a snake's head with a bloody mouth open appeared. Upon seeing the entrance to the snake road, Maayang drummed his speed up another notch. Tap. Both his feet stepped on the entrance of the snake road. Maayang then turned around and flew towards the building where King Yemma's office was located. At the King Yemma Palace entrance, the kid with horns on his head was still maintaining the Soul Procession's order. When he saw Maayang coming, the witty kid wiped his eyes. His face changed, and immediately acted politely, leading Maayang into King Yemma Palace. Lord, please follow me in. Lord Yemma is in his office, please wait for a moment. Well, thanks. Maayang said politely. In the palace, King Yemma was holding books to judge the souls below. When he saw the kid leading Maayang in, he was surprised and asked, "Oh my, you're back from Kai's planet so soon?" "Yes, King Yemma. Please send me back to Earth." Maayang smiled and nodded. King Yemma responded, quickly picked up the seal, and stamped it on the book. He then contacted an in a way reserved for gods. It wasn't long before Anan, dressed in a godly outfit, appeared in King Yemma's palace. This time, Anan didn't come alone. She also brought Sun Gohan with her. "Yo, Gohan, long time no see." Raising his hand and smiling, he greeted Sun Gohan. After not seeing him for a while, Sun Gohan's skills had improved again. His power level had reached 900, similar to the Saiyan Saga's Z-Fighter during the Saiyan invasion. It seemed that he had been working hard to train. Sun Gohan was also thrilled to see his old friend. After chatting with Ma Yang for a while, he respectfully said to King Yemma, "Lord Yemma, please allow me to challenge the Snake Road." King Yemma waved his hand. "Go ahead and go. However, it would be best if you remembered the rules. You can only see Kai if you pass the Snake Road test." Sun Gohan then glanced at Anan beside him. He said, "Would Anan like to practice at Kai's place? You've been stuck above the third-level dimension for tens of thousands of years. It's time for a breakthrough." With a slight frown on her fair brow, Anan thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll try to see if I can make a breakthrough." Next, King Yemma signed 2 more licenses with a big wave of his hand. Before that, Anan still had to send Ma Yang back to Earth. On the way back, Ma Yang told Sun Gohan about North Kai's interests, hoping that it would help him. "By the way, Gohan, didn't I leave a spaceship in the Mount 5 Elements? That spaceship will be given to you. After you finish your training at Kai's planet, I suggest that you go to planet Namek. The Grand Elder there has an ability that will help you improve your strength." Anan knows the coordinates. Ma Yang estimated that after Sun Gohan finished his training from Kai's planet, his strength could rise several times. After that, he could go to planet Namek to practice. It shouldn't be a problem for his strength to surpass Krillin, who was more robust than Sun Gohan when he was in planet Namek. Reasonably, Sun Gohan, at this period, was not less talented than Krillin. Of course, Ma Yang knew that it was physically exhausting for the Grand Elder of planet Namek to perform his abilities under aging conditions. So he suggested that Sun Gohan took some extra senzu bins with him when he went to compensate. "Thank you. I will seriously consider your suggestion." Sun Gohan thought about it and said gratefully. Ma Yang nodded lightly. He then returned to the Mount 5 Elements, escorted by the divine power of Anan. The scene before him changed in a whirl. When he came back to his senses, Ma Yang was already in the Mount 5 Elements. Anan had left a parting body to manage the furnace of 8 divisions fire as she turned around and gone back to the other world. "It's really inconvenient not having instant transmission. I need help everywhere." Ma Yang shook his head. Once again, lamenting the importance of instant transmission, thinking that it would be better to go to planet Yardra to learn instant transmission quickly. After leaving the Mount 5 Elements, Ma Yang did not return to the Great Azure Mountain but went straight to Karin Tower. Before the demon invasion, Ma Yang had handed over all the ingredients to refine the elixir of immortality to Karin. Karin had promised a year, but he didn't know how the refining was going until now. So, he decided to check it out. Chapter 184. Right now, on the Karin Tower, Karin was busy instructing a few martial arts practitioners in their training. The martial atmosphere on Earth was now very different compared to the past. The consequent change was that the number of martial arts practitioners who came to the sacred land of Karin to challenge Karin Tower became more frequent. While not all of them were able to climb to the top of the tower, a few succeeded in their challenges with amazing talent. This was why Karin had another job to do. Not all of them believed that Karin Tower had to be climbed with strength. In the eyes of some stubborn people, as long as it was a tower-type building, how could they fail to reach the top? It was nothing more than the altitude of the flight. Therefore, the disbelievers called in Central City's scientific and technical personnel to test the tower with a special aircraft. However, the final proof concluded that it was true that people could never reach the top of the tower if not by their strength. Such a proof invariably added to the mystery of Karin Tower. With a longing for immortal Karin, there was an even greater stream of people challenging the tower. Upon looking at that soaring tower, that height was less than a few dozen kilometers. The general public was stunned. At first, they didn't believe that anyone could climb to the top of the tower without relying on external forces. It wasn't until some ancient school disciples came forward and were the first to climb the Karin Tower and received guidance from immortal Karin, then everyone truly believed. Now climbing the Karin Tower was almost becoming a measure of a martial arts practitioner's strength. Simultaneously, the human power level measurement index tester that the Central City had commissioned Dr. Omori and others to develop had finally come to fruition. The Universal Human Power Level Measurement Index tester was developed using Ma Yang Scouter as a reference. The approximate values were able to correspond to the detector. However, considering the weak strength of the Earthlings, 2 different measurement standards were set to take care of most people's faces. The unit of measurement for ordinary people and beginner martial arts practitioners as J while the unit of measurement for martial arts practitioners entering the martial arts category was D. The relationship between these two units was a 100-fold base, with 1D equaling 100 joules. The power level index of the general public was generally below 5D. It was broken down between 1 joule and 500 joules, which made the numbers look much better. Imagine two martial arts practitioners meeting in the future and each taking out a tester. 320J. Look at yourself, 350J. Fortunately, everyone was a master. However, they didn't know that D was actually the most basic unit of power level in the universe. With the professionalization of martial art practitioners, moreover, the central city had set the standard. Only practitioners with an energy index of over 2000 J, or 20 power level, were eligible to be called martial art practitioners. Those with over 100 power level were eligible to be called martial art masters. At different levels, they could receive monthly allowances of varying amounts from government departments. Every 5 years, along with the World Martial Arts Tournament, was the moment when a martial arts practitioner was certified as a martial arts master. There was still relatively few martial arts practitioner nowadays. However, with the spread of martial arts by the major schools, especially with the spread of the kami school training techniques, the number of martial arts practitioners would increase. When Ma Yang entered Karin Tower, Immortal Karin was still instructing the martial arts practitioner on their training. When Ma Yang took a look, he found that there were a total of 5 people on the tower. All of them had been successfully challenged up recently. People like Wu Ting, Liz, Arlo, and Gillo had all now ascended the lookout to receive more advanced training. Looks like the martial arts are going well. Ma Yang quietly appeared in front of several practitioners. God of the martial arts. Mr. Ma Yang. We don't even know when Mr. Ma Yang appeared. These few martial arts practitioners saw clearly that the visitor was actually Ma Yang. One by one, they all got excited. Some of them had participated in the first 2 World Martial Arts Tournament, all of them could recognize Ma Yang. The other few who didn't know Ma Yang reacted when someone else called out Ma Yang's name. It could be said that now on Earth, the person with the highest prestige was Ma Yang. Somewhat like Satan after the Cell Games in the original story. The difference was that Ma Yang's appearance wasn't as widely known as Satan's. Central City didn't dare to reveal Ma Yang's face without his consent to avoid disturbing Ma Yang's peaceful life. Even those public martial arts videos had been blurred in terms of appearance. Due to the brutal destruction during the demon invasion that far exceeded the Cell Games' extent, those scenes were even introduced into the textbooks. Everyone has resurrected thanks to Ma Yang, hence the people's worship of Ma Yang was devout and heartfelt. You guys go on with your training. Ma Yang waved his hand towards them. Yes. The 5 martial arts practitioners immediately seemed as if they had been hit by chicken blood, shouting in excitement. Ma Yang smiled and walked towards Karin. Karin, how are those elixir of immortality that I want? Karin stroked his beard and led Ma Yang to a refining furnace on the first floor of Karin Tower. Look at it. The fire is still a little short, it will take more than half a year until it becomes a pill. However, this time the refining is better than expected, maybe a few more pills can be produced. Ma Yang squatted in front of the refining furnace for a while to take a closer look. However, he couldn't understand it anyway. Please, keep up the hard work. No problem. Karin narrowed his eyes. How are the results of your training this time, Ma Yang? Karin knew that Ma Yang was going to Kai's planet to practice. For level 2, god like him, level 5, god, like K, was already a top-ranked high-level god. Speaking of his training results, Ma Yang could not help but smile. The results are good. My strength has increased several times. Sigh, how many times? Karin sucked in a breath of cold air at the news. He had previously known that Ma Yang's power level was close to 4,000, how much stronger would it be if raised several times? Awesome, I can't even imagine your strength anymore. Karin shook its head. When he first met Ma Yang, he only thought that Ma Yang was a martial arts practitioner with some potential. He didn't expect Ma Yang was so powerful now. Karin didn't ask about the details, as he knew that the data measured by the scouter could only make rough judgments. He already knew that Ma Yang was strong enough. Real battles couldn't rely on data. What really determined victory or defeat in a match were situational judgment, attack speed, attack power, resistance ability, and recovery ability. After bidding farewell to Karin, Ma Yang's body appeared in a plane 300 kilometers away in a flash. Now there were no more open spaces to be found around the sacred land of Karin. They were all occupied by challengers from all over the world. Central City had even set up a pre-testing field underneath the Karin Tower. Only those who passed the pre-test were qualified to challenge the Karin Tower to avoid overcrowding and unnecessary accidents. On a green grassy flatland, Ma Yang summoned his majestic gravity spaceship. Its pitch-black body was shimmering under the reflection of the sunlight as soon as it appeared. Target, Planet Yardrat, estimated flight time, 4 months. The central master brain accepted Maiyang's commands and automatically calculating the flight path. This time Maiyang made his choice beforehand, avoiding some sensitive and unsuitable star fields to pass through. Phew. The gravity spaceship soared into the air, quickly entering its flight path. A blinding dazzle of light rose on the surface of the ship. The gravity spaceship entered into super light speed flight mode. There was a blurred, bright light flash past, and the spaceship had already disappeared into the boundless sea of stars. Based on the North Kai's coordinates, Maiyang knew that planet Yardrat was located in the region to the north area's east side. The Earth was in the southern part of the north area. To travel to planet Yardrat from the Earth, it would take a long time. The estimated time was about 4 months. So, to make the most of this time, Maiyang spent most of the time training in the gravity chamber. In the middle of the boundless universe, the stars were shining and sparkling. In the black night sky, the stars were like jewels with dazzling brilliance, adorning the black night sky. 4 months later, the solar system where planet Yardrat was located. A white light crossed the interstellar and flew silently towards a pale red planet. Whirring and roaring, the atmosphere rubbed against the spaceship with a piercing sound. The black spaceship's surface became somewhat reddish due to the heat. Bang! The spaceship landed on a dry riverbed. A sturdy support stretched out from around the spaceship, firmly planted into the strata. When the dust and sand that filled the surroundings dissipated, the spaceship's hatch opened, and a handsome young man stepped out of the ship. This is planet Yardrat. Feeling the gravity of the planet Yardrat and breathing the air above the planet, Maiyang nodded. He then put away the gravity spaceship and searched for signs of the Yardration. Chapter 185 Planet Yardrat was a mysterious planet in the north area. It didn't show mountains or waters, and only a few people knew its existence in the universe. However, there was no doubt that planet Yardrat was a powerful planet. The planet of strength. The Yardration living on it were a peace-loving race. They were hospitable and hated fighting. However, they had created countless magical mysteries that fascinate people. To outsiders, as long as they didn't show hostility, the Yardration wouldn't particularly target them. This might be because the secret technique gave them enough confidence. In the original story, Son Goku got into the planet Yardrat on the eve of the planet Namek's destruction by catching a ride on the Jinyu Force's spaceship. He then lived in planet Yardrat for a year without any problems. Maiyang had been coveting this ability of instant transmission for a long time. The primary goal of this visit to planet Yardrat was for it. Of course, it would be best if he could learn other secret techniques. The spirit emitted, Maiyang calmed down to feel the scent above the planet Yardrat. At that moment, a cluster of powerful ki in the southwest attracted his attention. If calculated according to the universal power level of the universe, it was about 9,000 power level. Furthermore, around that powerful ki, hundreds of different weak and robust ki scattered around it. Awesome, the strength of the Yardration can't be underestimated. When he opened his eyes, Maiyang's face showed surprise. The demonstrated power level alone was close to 10,000. If the secret technique was included, the Yardration was a mighty race in the universe. Perhaps only a few other planets could compare to this heritage. Let's check out that place first and show as much goodwill as possible. Thinking this in his heart, Maiyang cast the dancing sky art and flew towards the southwest. Upon leaving the dry riverbed, the air began to turn moist, blowing on the face with a cold, silky feeling. Maiyang's speed was breakneck. Soon, he arrived at the place where the Yardration had gathered. It was a patch of rolling hills covered with shrubs. The houses of the Yardration were built on top of the slightly rising hills, with a strange shape, full of Inca culture. It was somewhat like the Mayan architectural style of Maiyang's former life. Guest from afar, may I ask what is so special about you coming to planet Yardrat? A melodious voice suddenly sounded in his ears. It sounded dulled and heavy. In a flash, a pink-skinned Yardration appeared beside him. When did you get here? Maiyang's heart was shocked, and a slight chill arose behind him. It was completely unknown how the Yardration was approaching. To approach him unnoticed and without him being aware of it, the Yardration's ability was bizarre. Fortunately, the Yardration was not malicious. Otherwise, Maiyang wouldn't even have time to react if they carried out a sneak attack. The mysterious Yardration really couldn't be underestimated. If someone were to say the two most impenetrable races in the galaxy were the Yardration and the Metamaran. These two races had high power levels, not to mention that they were also proficient in all kinds of magical secret techniques and martial arts. When someone encountered such opponents, even if that person's power levels were far higher than them, that person would still capsize in the gutter if he or she were not careful. At this point, Maiyang labeled the Yardration in his heart as not to be provoked. Immediately, he politely said, I am Maiyang. I have heard that magical secret techniques exist above the planet Yardrat. I have come all the way here to learn the secret technique. Oh, you want to learn the secret technique? The Yardratian smiled. He then narrowed his eyes and urged, your heartbeat and temper tell me you're not lying. We, Yardratians, are a peace-loving race, and since you don't mean any harm, please follow me. That Yardratian simply looked at Miang as if he had judged Miang's goodness and invited Miang into their tribe. Miang was startled, then reacted immediately. He was not surprised and recoiled at the Yardratian's ability. They could insight everything about the other through details. This ability was too terrifying. Seeing that the Yardratian had gone far away, Miang was busy following up. Now, he finally had time to take a good look at the other man, who looked to be very old. His pink forehead was covered with a round of wrinkles, large, protruding bags under his eyes, and two pointed ears. He was wearing the costume that the Son Goku had worn when he returned from the planet Yardrat. It seemed that he was a very important man in Yardratian's community. Miang just wanted to sense the strength of the Yardratian with his ki but was horrified to discover that the Yardratians had no ki response at all. No need to probe. I've converged all the ki on my body. No, I should say that all my ki has disappeared. The Yardratian walking in front smiled back. Miang scratched his head, awkwardly, I'm sorry, I was reckless. The Yardratian smiled, it doesn't matter. Most races in the universe will only rely on Scouter. There are not many that can use ki sensing like you, which means that your home planet race is also a race that is truly quiet and possesses extraordinary intelligence. With a special glance at Miang, he said and continued, for such a race, we are willing to exchange. Miang was somewhat embarrassed by the Yardratian's words. Of course, Earthlings were certainly an intelligent race, but to say that the reason for developing ki detection was because Earthlings were inherently weak, which caused them to have to study every trace of ki thoroughly. This was not the case with the Yardratian, who had an extremely high power level but had also quietly worked out a way to make their ki disappear. Does your ki disappears because of the use of a secret technique? Miang asked tentatively. The Yardratian didn't hide anything and very generously said, yes, this is our Yardratian secret technique, ki concealment. It will not reveal a trace of ki. That was the same as the high-level god. The true high-level god, such as the Supreme K, god of destruction, and the angel, had no ki on them. Against them, the ki sensing that was taught became utterly ineffective. When confronted with such an enemy, he was really blind. All past combat experience was useless. It was like the average aliens losing their scouter. Even worse than that, after all, the aliens relied on the scouter, but it wasn't like they didn't react to ki intensity at all. The secret technique of the planet Yardrat is truly magical. Miang held his breath for a long time, really not knowing what words to use to describe it. If planet Yardrat had more people learning this secret technique, then his previous detection of planet Yardrat would have been inaccurate. At the very least, a few true masters were left out. Haha, this was all summed up a little bit by the ancestors from the era of slash and burn, hunting pots. The Yardratian laughed and walked ahead, we've arrived. Coming back to consciousness, the Yardratian had brought Miang to the front of an ancient pyramid building. It was a square-stepped pyramid with intricate and varied graphic symbols floating on every stone of the tower, seemingly reflecting the particular culture. Elder rank. When a person guarding the pyramid's entrance saw the Yardratian beside Miang, his face immediately showed reverence and very politely addressed the other man. Sita, I want to bring this guest into the secret technique stone chamber. The Yardratian, named Drank, said to the guards guarding the door. Please come in, both of you. Sita made room for the two to enter. Miang looked at the old man beside him in amazement. It turned out that this Yardratian, who had brought him here, was actually an elder of a community. What was even more surprising to Miang was that this gate guard named Sita was the master whose power level he had sensed earlier was around 9,000. Even he had to be revered by Elder Drank in front of him, so it could be imagined how high this elder's status was. It seemed that there were even more masters on planet Yardrat than he had imagined. Entering through the granite stone door, Miang followed Elder Drank into a spacious tunnel. Miang walked behind, from time to time, observing the patterns on both sides. Just like the stone walls outside, the walls on both sides were carved with lifelike totem symbols. Because it was too long ago, the texture on the surface of the tunnel had become mottled. Soon, they walked through the long tunnel and entered an open area. Inside were many stone walls with various complex patterns carved on them. This stone tower was built by the planet Yardrat ancestor with endless effort. There are many such stone walls inside. On them are floating inscribed many secret techniques of our planet Yardrat. You can choose one of them to learn, but not more than 2 at most. You are not a Yardratian and cannot withstand the spiritual shock from above. If you learn too many, you will instead collapse because you cannot withstand the shock. Planet Yardrat Elder Drake gave cautions. You're not afraid that I will learn it and spread your secret technique abroad? Maang was surprised at the Yardration's generosity. If it were himself, he would not have wanted to be so generous. Elder Drake smiled and shook his head. Even if you learn it, you can't spread it out. The secret technique here needs a spiritual inheritance to learn it. It can't be comprehended anywhere else but here. Whether or not the secret technique's news would attract people's prying eyes with malicious intentions after it was spread out, Elder Drake was not worried. Not to mention that the Yardration were uncontroversial with the world, but in terms of powerful people, they did not lack at all. Even if Frieza himself came, they weren't afraid. Chapter 186. Next, you will be here to enlighten the secret techniques. Remember to choose two at most, or your soul won't be able to bear it. Elder Drake admonished again. His attitude was very friendly, so friendly that it was flattering to Maang. I understand. Thank you for Elder's warning. Maang looked around at a towering stone wall and asked, Elder Drake, do you have any secret techniques to increase your soul power here? The training of the soul is a taboo. Elder Drake frowned. Generally speaking, soul strength was related to spirituality. More importantly, the secret techniques in the universe related to soul training had always been taboo to the dimensional level. Maang saw Elder Drake's attitude and had to tell him about Mixia's situation. Elder Drake thought about it after hearing it and shook his head. We have a secret technique here called Divine Divided Soul Tempering, but it requires a powerful spirit to practice it. If your wife hadn't died, she could have been able to practice it, but now it's too late. After hearing this, Maang was silent and didn't speak. The secret techniques of the planet Yardrat could only be practiced in this stone room. All secret techniques could only be intended but not transmitted, so they wouldn't gain any knowledge if they went out. It simply couldn't be taught to a second person. As for why Cell and Majin Buu were able to learn it, Maang could only say that their comprehension and chance were too good. For Cell, it was because they had survived from the self-bombing and had seen the nature of instant transmission in a near-death situation. Therefore, by becoming a super-perfect Cell prompted by the science genes, he learned instant transmission at the same time. As for Majin Buu, despite his usual silly appearance, he was a genius who could learn anything with a glance. Of course, this was only about Majin Buu's talent in learning martial arts. His foolishness didn't seem to be an act. Perhaps he was really foolish in his bones. At this time, Elder Drake didn't disturb him and walked out of the stone chamber with his hands behind his back. In the empty stone room, there was soon only one person left, Maang. The Yardration was really odd. They obviously had great strength and countless magical secret techniques, but he was content to live on the tiny planet Yardrat and never showed their power outside. Such a racial character was uncommon. Maang did not expect that there was such a clean race in the universe. Shaking his head and not thinking about it, Maang gathered around the glowing green patterns and watched. A scene of wondrous inexplicable scenes immediately appeared in his mind. These scenes were the training method of the planet Yardrat's secret technique. The secret technique of the planet Yardrat was actually hidden within the texture of these patterns. Find the tablet that records instant transmission first. As his eyes wandered over the stone carvings, a dazzling array of secret techniques surfaced in his mind. Each one of them extremely magical. Maang wanted to learn every single one of them, however, just as Elder Drake had said, his spiritual power could only allow him to learn two at most. Maang followed a slab of stone. He walked around the stone chamber and finally found the instant transmission training technique on a slab in the stone room corner. The first secret technique is determined to be instant transmission. After that, I can look for any more suitable ones. After choosing instant transmission, Maang looked around again. 1,000 strange secret techniques were floating under planet Yardrat. There were simple techniques suitable for use in life and powerful secret techniques ideal for battle. When it counted, there were as many as 500 different kinds of secret techniques. Still, most of them were of the auxiliary type. Huh? A peculiar pattern on a stone slab attracted his attention. Penetrating his spirit into it, it was as if he felt countless strange ripples floating on his retina. Upon closer inspection, another strong shockwave swept over him. When the effect of this secret technique was known, the corner of Maang's mouth curled into a smile. Vacuum inner breath. It was amazing how people could survive in a vacuum. When he knew the effect of this secret technique, Maang knew that he didn't need to consider it. This was the second secret technique he chose. The vacuum inner breath didn't mean that the flesh could survive in the vacuum for a long time. It relied on the body's ki inner breath to greatly adapt to the vacuum environment. Once the ki was depleted, it would also face the danger of death. However, for Maang, who couldn't move around in the vacuum of the universe, this effect couldn't be more appropriate. Instant transmission, vacuum inner breath. With these two secret techniques, the universe is big enough for me to come and go as I please. Yang expressed his satisfaction. The next step was learning time. The secret techniques of Planet Yardrat were challenging to practice. Even Son Goku had spent more than half a year to learn an instant transmission. Yang was going to use the next few years to learn these two secret techniques. But before that, let's open up the acceleration space a bit. Yang opened a gap in the acceleration space passage and awakened the Mixia inside. Such a small gap also consumed much less of his spiritual energy than opening it fully. Mixia, through this little gap, can you see the outside view? Because the acceleration space was filled with the divine key that Yang stole from North Kai's planet, just like a small Kai space, Mixia wouldn't be affected by the rules of the world of the living, and her body wouldn't disappear even if a little channel were opened. I can see it. The clear and pleasant voice sounded. Mixia saw the scene in the stone chamber through that small passage. To harmonize the acceleration space with the outside scene, Yang adjusted the acceleration space's time flow rate so that it was 1-to-1, making it perfectly synchronized. Senior brother, is this Planet Yardrat? Yes. Now, I'm going to find you the Divine Divided Soul Tempering secret technique. According to the elders of Planet Yardrat, this secret technique helps increase soul power. Wow, then hurry up and find it for me. Mixia's two eyes looked out through the small passage, clearly unable to wait. Yang nodded and searched for her, asking, besides Divine Divided Soul Tempering, what else do you want to learn? Do you want to learn the vacuum inner breath that I chose as well? It will help you after your reincarnation. Yes. Although she didn't know what kind of secret technique vacuum inner breath was, she still agreed out of her trust in Yang. After choosing a secret technique for Mixia and fixing a special channel for her, Yang could finally put his mind at ease of practice. The first thing he learned was instant transmission. This secret technique was very complicated, it might take him a year to comprehend. However, when he started to learn in front of the stone slab, a strong shock entered his eyes. A severe stinging pain acted on his nerves, making his spirit depressed. He then knew that he had underestimated the Mendel requirements of the Planet Yardrat secret technique. No wonder Elder Drink had repeatedly instructed him to choose only 2 secret techniques at most. These secret techniques really demanded too much mental strength. Instant transmission is not only a secret technique, it also requires a high level of ki. Yang repeatedly chewed on the information that came to him from the slate and found that the rapid movement of Planet Yardrat was a clever use of the wonderful sensing between ki. With the help of reversing the space to achieve rapid movement, the transfer of the planet on a large scale and the grasp of ki would require extremely precise manipulation. With poor perception, one could not find the location of the target. If the perception ability was strong enough, but the operation ability was not good, it would be easy to have an accident. If there were a deviation and the instantaneous transfer to the planet near the target or among the universe stars, it would be tragic. In fact, Yang wanted to learn the most was the instant transmission mastered by Kibito, who was next to East Supreme K, which didn't require key positioning. However, that wasn't something that a mortal could learn. Kibito's instant transmission was a talent of the gods, and only the Supreme Kai apprentice and Supreme Kai could master it. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, couldn't. So Yang could only look and wonder. Then again, instant transmission on the Planet Yardrat was difficult. At least it was less demanding on the practitioner. The more complex something was, the more valuable it seemed. Yang then calmly combed through the information on the slate, understanding it a little bit according to the information transmitted on the slate. Chapter 187 The secret technique of Planet Yardrat required a high level of spiritual energy. The single instant transmission alone incorporated many profound and complex concepts. The fundamental introduction took Yang 5 whole months to learn. After 5 months, Yang had basically learned how to perform instant transmission, but there was still a long way to go before he could truly master it. The exquisite stone slab patterns were glowing with a fluorescent luster in the bright and empty stone chamber. Yang was bending his legs, clasping his hands, and meditating hard. His body was constantly emitting spatial folds around him. Yang's body suddenly disappeared from the spot with a swoosh and appeared a few meters away again. The basic essentials of instant transmission had been comprehended, the next step was to integrate it. Yang's body floated up and saw the inside of the acceleration space through a small passage. At this time, Mixia's face was bitter. Her 2 eyes were staring at the stone slab depicting divine divided soul tempering. After several months, Mixia hadn't learned the secret technique yet, so she could only persist stubbornly. How is it? Have you gained any insights yet? Yang came to Mixia's side. Mixia had a bitter face and said, no. There are too many things involved in divine divided soul tempering, I'm afraid it will take me years to learn. Yang nodded his head knowingly and said comfortingly, it doesn't matter. We have plenty of time. Soul training is already a taboo. It was only through their wisdom that the Yardration were able to study this magical secret technique. I can definitely learn it. Mixia's bright, starry eyes looked to the stone slab at the back of the tunnel, but her tone was substantial. Take your time, I believe you can do it. Yang smiled and didn't disturb her. Of course, it was best for Mixia to have such a firm mind. Once the divine divided soul tempering training was completed, it would be good for her soul. The secret techniques of Planet Yardrat were terrific, but they were very tedious to learn and involved all kinds of fields. The simplest secret technique might involve humanities, spirituality, consciousness composition, chaos algorithms, and other complicated things. For example, the instant transmission he was currently learning was linked to spatial structure, transmission technique, keying craze, etc. When the instant transmission secret technique was activated, auxiliary energy would spread his perception to the entire planet and even the universe beyond the planet. Otherwise, a person who relied on his spiritual energy alone would engage in exhaustion and couldn't perceive the key on top of other planets. The planet Yardrat ancestor, who had created these great techniques, should be admired for this. After accompanying Mixia in the acceleration space for a while, he suddenly felt a tingling pain at his nerve. Yang's brow wrinkled, his spirit slightly depressed. He knew that this is what happened when the opening time of the acceleration space reached its limit. He mused in his heart to leave the acceleration space, then closed the small passage beside him, and the entire time inside the acceleration space fell into a freeze. Spiritual recovery would take a long time. This was not a suitable time for practicing the secret technique, so Yang walked around inside the stone chamber by himself. His eyes scanned the sculptural art of the Yardration. Not to mention, the sculptures that were filled with Inca culture still looked very sensual. After watching patiently for a while, Yang walked out of the stone chamber where the secret technique was displayed. At the pyramid entrance, the Yardration, Sita, was faithfully guarding the community's heavy ground. Mr. Yang, how was today's practice? Standing at the door, Sita was already very familiar with Yang. Even without Elder Drank's orders, Yang's strength had already gained the respect of the Yardration in front of him. It's not bad. I gained a little, but it's too hard to become proficient. Those patterns are dazzling to my eyes. Yang shook his head and lamented. The introduction to instant transmission alone had taken him 5 months. It was still unknown how long it would take him to integrate it and perform it as he wished. Sita smiled, getting started is indeed difficult. We, Yardration, learn from a young age, and we can't comprehend many in our lifetime. Sita's words were filled with pride at the magical secret techniques created by his ancestors. By the way, Mr. Yang, I've always wanted to ask, looking at your appearance, you should be a Saiyan, right? Saiyan? Yang was startled and smiled. No, you're wrong. I'm an Earthling from the Azure planet, not a Saiyan. Is that right? I heard that the Saiyan of planet Sala are the ones who look like you with yellow skin, black hair, black eyes. Are there other races in the universe that look exactly like Saiyans? Sita was a little confused. Yang said, indeed, I'm not a Saiyan, I just look similar. Sita said, unbelievable. Sita just lamented at the sight of Yang's appearance. After that, he didn't discuss this topic anymore. There were too many races in the universe to be counted, but it was rare that they looked so similar. In fact, Yang was also wondering if Earthlings and Saiyans were related somehow because there were so many similarities between the two races, mostly since there was surprisingly no reproductive isolation between the two. It was almost as if they were explicitly saying that an intimate relationship existed. Mr. Sita, where is planet Sala you were talking about? Don't the Saiyans live on planet Vegeta? Oh yes, the Saiyans live on Vegeta now. However, according to information passed down from our ancestors, there were Saiyans on the ancient planet Sala and were very close to us, Yardration. Legend has it that my ancestors seem to have sealed something for them. Unfortunately, because it was so far back in time, a lot of information has been lost. Sita recalled the memory in his mind, hinting at the record of the planet Sala. You're talking about the planet Sala, aren't you? Yang's eyebrows were raised. He had never heard of planet Sala, but it was possible if the information was omitted, and planet Sala was mistaken for planet Sala. Whether it was Universe 6 or Universe 7, the Saiyans' original living planet was planet Sala. However, planet Sala was in good shape in Universe 6, while planet Sala in Universe 7 had been destroyed long ago. Planet Vegeta was only found by the Saiyans later. Planet Sala, maybe. It's too old, anyway. Sita shook his head, not quite sure. The interaction between the Saiyans and the Yardration was ancient. It was heard that the Saiyans didn't have an excellent reputation in the North area now. The relationship that was even more untenable. Next, Yang and Sita chatted wordlessly. Yang was asking some tips on secret technique training from Sita's mouth. After enjoying the lush and beautiful scenery for a while, when his spirit was somewhat restored, Maayang moved away from the pyramid to get some game in the grove. He then entered the secret stone chamber again, where he comprehended the practice of instant transmission. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year passed. After a whole year of training, Maayang was finally able to expertly use instant transmission. As long as he could sense ki, he could instantly move over as long as he was calm. In the stone chamber, Maayang placed his finger on his eyebrow and began to focus his attention. The increased detection ability spread out in an instant. Under the state of the secret technique, the situation of the entire planet Yardrat and even several surrounding galaxies surfaced in his consciousness. Having chosen certain ki, Maayang's swoosh instantly disappeared. As his body moved, a slight spatial ripple was created in the void. In the next second, Maayang's figure appeared 1,000 kilometers away in the plateau's snowy mountains. There, a young Yardratian was sitting quietly in the great snow mountain for training. Maayang's sudden appearance startled him. "Who are you, and why did you come to my place?" The young Yardratian was alert and had condensed a ball of azure ki in his hand. Maayang even waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand. I am an earthling practicing in planet Yardrat. Elder Drink allowed me to practice in the secret stone chamber. I appeared here because I'm experimenting with instant transmission." Although Maayang's strength was far above that of planet Yardrat in front of him, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. Chapter 188. As expected, as soon as the Yardratian in front of him heard that Maayang was the one that Elder Drink had allowed to stay on planet Yadart, he then carefully recalled the way Maayang had just appeared. That spatial fluctuation was indeed the mark of instant transmission. The young Yardratian's expression softened slightly. "Strange guest, don't casually appear in front of others with instant transmission in the future, it's easy to cause misunderstanding." After the young Yardratian said that, he ignored Maayang and continued to sit down quietly. Looking at the Yardratian, who was braving the snowstorm to practice, the corner of Maayang's mouth twitched. Was this guy an ascetic monk? Looking at the ki on the Yardratian's body, it was around 4,000 power levels. The ki was indeed strong already. Leaving his mouth open, Maayang indicated that he couldn't communicate with such a person. So he raised his finger to his eyebrow, looking for Sita's scent. Phew. Instant transmission started again. In the blink of an eye, Maayang appeared beside Sita. After a few experiments, Maayang was convinced that he had completely mastered the technique of instant transmission. However, it was still a bit difficult to return to Earth instantly. It was because the ki of earthing was too weak. The strongest one was Mr. Popo, and others were less than 1,000 power levels, with the distance between countless star fields. Even if instant transmission could enhance the ki when initiated, he would not find the location due to the target's ki being too weak. However, instant transmission also had an advantage. The places that had been visited before would be convenient the second time. The requirements for ki became very lenient. "Congratulations, you've learned the instant transmission." A dun figure appeared beside Maayang, as Sita's body flashed. "Ha ha ha, it took a whole year, but at least it wasn't in vain." Maayang's cheerful laughter rang out. With the instant transmission, he had at least one more card besides the acceleration space. "Well, it saved even more time on the rush. Learning to move instantly in 1 year, I'm honestly surprised by your comprehension. Even if I started learning the theory at an early age, it took me over 2 years to refine my first secret technique in the first place." Compared to Maayang's learning ability, Sita felt that he had spent too much time in the beginning. Maayang smiled at this. After learning instant transmission, his heart was filled with fire. Now, he couldn't wait to learn the second secret technique. After exchanging a few words with Sita, Maayang returned to the secret technique stone chamber in a flash. Vacuum inner breath. A secret technique that allows the body to survive for a long time in the cosmic vacuum environment. The vacuum environment of the universe was a significant shackle restricting the survival of Earthlings. In the final analysis, Earthlings were still the most ordinary mortals, just like Saiyans. They were born unable to survive in a vacuum environment without oxygen, which was different from the Frieza clan. This showed that life in the universe was indeed different. However, although the vacuum inner breath could allow a life form to survive in a vacuum environment for a long time, its essence did not change. It relied on the life form's own internal energy, which acted as the basis for maintaining life activities. It was considered the maximum use of resources. This was different from directly changing the bloodline. Changing a life's original bloodline to obtain race innate, such as Super Saiyan transformation, was a very harsh requirement. Even if a person used the Dragon Balls to make a wish, it could not be achieved. Just like an ordinary person wishing to obtain the strength or constitution of the Majin Buu, which was obviously beyond the scope of the Shenron's ability. In other words, it was forbidden in terms of authority, and Shinran could not grant such a wish. Of course, before all of this is said, the Super Dragon Balls should be ruled out, as that was clearly outside the specs. A wish of the Super Dragon Balls was as good as the birth of a brand new life. In the stone chamber, Aizen was carefully observing the training technique of vacuum inner breath, which made him dizzy again. The vacuum breath was far more profound than instant transmission. The discipline derived from it involved knowledge of life movement, vacuum zero, key movement, etc. Well, it was time to study hard again. Glancing at Mixia in the acceleration space, this little woman seemed to be at ease with her old spirit now. The divine divided soul tempering seemed to have been introduced. A third bright light appeared in the soul, which was sandwiched between turquoise and black and purple, like a spark, burning brighter. Humphrey, keep working hard. When he learns the vacuum inner breath, with instant transmission and acceleration space, the universe would be so big that he would be free. In his mind, Aizen began to gather his thoughts. He looked at the stone wall patterns, trying to figure out the profound meaning of the texture. As Aizen entered into a more in-depth study, the cells in his body began to enter a point where they almost stopped consuming. The days and months passed by like a white steed. Time was like fine sand in an hourglass, passing little by little in his training. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years had passed. During these 4 years, Aizen had mastered the technique of vacuum inner breath proficiently. In fact, in the second year, he had already risen his secret techniques. The following 2 years were actually waiting for Mixia to practice. Under the acceleration space's rapid pace, Mixia's brain finally opened up a bit. After learning the vacuum inner breath, Mixia wondered if it was because she didn't have a body. The obstacles she encountered weren't as many as Aizen. While accompanying Mixia in her training, Aizen researched how to improve the skills he had learned. Thanks to the inspiration of vacuum inner breath, Aizen seemed to have found a low consumption path. He then transplanted this idea to the Kaioken, where he tried to improve the burden of the Kaioken so that it could become a more suitable style for Earthlings to practice. The basic framework was there, but it would take a long time to really pioneer it. In the past few years, in addition to scientific research to try to create his fighting technique, Aizen's physical training did not lag. In the gravity spaceship inside the acceleration space, he had withstood 45 times the gravity. His power level had soared to 42,000, which was already a remarkable achievement. Senior brother, I've already practiced both secret techniques. Should I leave here? Mixia stuck to Aizen's side. However, as she learned divine divided soul tempering, combined with the spiritual key in the acceleration space, Mixia could condense a body with a spirit's characteristics. Of course, her soul was still the same, just another body. The only regret was that this body could not leave the acceleration space. The state of Mixia's soul had stabilized a lot over the past few years, but it was still far from completing the soul mutation. Hearing Mixia's question, a smile appeared on the corner of Aizen's lips. Yeah, it's been 5 years since we came to planet Yardrat. It's time for us to leave. Counting his age, Aizen was 30 years old this year. What an age. However, he still only had 400 years left to live. How come the longer he lived, the longer the lifespan got? It turned out that after the second limit was broken, Aizen's lifespan had once again increased by a large amount. After making up his mind that he planned to leave, Aizen calmed down as well. Stepping out of the acceleration space, he began to use instant transmission to detect the key of the surrounding galaxy. Soon, Aizen detected relatively strong key, estimated at over 10,000 power levels. However, this kind of power level, even if Aizen didn't use his Kaioken, he could easily crush it by relying on his normal 42,000 power level. Swoosh! A blur of light and shadow passed by, and the empty stone chamber became empty. Meanwhile, inside an ancient temple, Planet Yardrat's elder drank suddenly opened his eyes. His flat, unruffled eyes swept over the location of the secret pyramid before falling back into contemplation. Could it be him that I foretold? I'm not sure. Ugh, the existence of forbidden space-time is too profound. It's far beyond my reach. I hope the legacy of Planet Beiyaduoda will continue. Chapter 189 The vast and profound universe was endless and silent. The infinite darkness penetrating with a deep, dark red color enveloped the entire space as if a terrifying giant beast opened its blood bowl mouth and greedily swallowed all the starlight around it. In the star field of the north area to the east, a glimmer of light quickly flashed. A brand new disk spaceship was rapidly traversing through space. This was the Hongshan Star Territory. It was originally the King Cold Territory, but his youngest son, Frieza, had recently been divided and administered. This place was only half a month away from the planet Yardrat. In the brand new disk spaceship, a purple-skinned alien with 2 black horns on his head sat on top of a wide chair. He was a tall man, about 2 meters tall, with an explosive body full of flesh. Below him, various oddly shaped aliens sat precariously, staring meticulously at the monitors that kept the spaceship afloat. Captain Jinyu, in a few moments, we'll be on the Planetaman. The man we're looking for is the ruler of the Planetaman. A red-skinned, white-haired alien next to the purple alien said. Jinyu stroked his chin in amusement. Jice, do you think that alien Gildo will agree to join us? Jice said coldly, he will definitely agree. Our Jinyu force is a team formed to serve King Frieza. It's an honor for those aliens to join us. Jice spoke with an icy voice. As the Special Forces team formed by the Frieza Force, every member had to be carefully selected. Those who weren't strong were not qualified to join. At this time, Jinyu Force had already recruited 4 members, namely Captain Jinyu, Member Jice, Gauzen, and Uchiha. Other than the captain, the other 3 members each possessed no less than 30,000 power levels. It could be said that Jinyu Force, once completed, would be a powerful combat team rarely found in the North area. The purpose of their trip was to travel to Planetaman and examine an alien named Gildo. Gildo was the ruler of the Planetaman and was said to have superpowers that allowed him to control time and space. It was a mystical ability that made him invincible. Although his power level wasn't very high, he was firmly dominating a large planet. Oh, that would be best. If he refuses to serve King Frieza like the previous ones, then even if he's strong, I can only endure the pain of killing him. Captain Jinyu said, shaking his head with great regret. That's because they don't know what they're doing. Their deaths are not worth it. The person who spoke was a lizard man named Gauzen, possessing a formidable defensive ability. I hope that Gildo knows better. Otherwise, we make a wasteful trip again. The 4th member of the team, Uchiha, sat on a chair and crossed his legs at ease. But we need to look into it, not just anyone can join us, Jice said bluntly. At this point, a few of them laughed with evil intent. Well, let's get the men below moving at full speed. King Frieza was hoping for Jinyu Force to be formed sooner. With a large wave of his hand, Jinyu ordered the aliens at the spaceship controls to work faster. King Frieza had given them little time to form a team, they had to grow their personnel as quickly as possible. A team of 5 was the minimum required. When the aliens beneath received the command, their faces all aflame. Then, they executed the controls with trepidation. In a brief period, the disk spaceship engines were raised to their maximum power. Their speed increased steeply, and a dazzling white light flew through the universe. Near the eastern part of North area, Planetaman. Pale green was the predominant color here. The entire planet was covered in green vegetation. Almost all of it was swampy land, the air was hot and humid, filled with fern-like plants. The curly plants were curled up in clumps, and when they matured, they emitted a single spore. The native inhabitants of Planetaman looked like squid with long mouth parts. At this time, a short, fat alien man with 4 eyes sat unhappily in a palace, making a show of himself to the native inhabitants below. Go get me something tasty and see what all this is, it's awful. Gildo looked down with a pale face at the shivering native below. Shaking a bit, he smashed the bottle in his hand and poured the liquid inside out all over the floor. Lord Gildo, we really don't have anything better here. Don't you dare talk back? Gildo opened his eyes wide. There was a flash of lightning as the head of the squid aborigine in front of him fell to the ground, inky blood splattering everywhere. One of you, hurry up and get me something to eat, or I'll kill you, do you hear me? After Gildo finished killing people, he shouted arrogantly to the remaining people. Yes, yes, yes. The remaining people trembled and responded, not daring to show disobedience in front of Gildo. Everyone felt extremely unfortunate that their planet had produced such a desperate king. Oh my, this 4-eyed guy seems a bit familiar. At this time, a frivolous voice suddenly sounded in the palace, and an upright figure appeared. This person who appeared on Planetaman was the same Maiyang who had left the planet Yardrat before. He sought powerful ki and moved instantly, actually coming to the planet ruled by Gildo. At this time, Maiyang looked at Gildo, with banter flashing in his eyes. Gildo's eyes widened, and he stood up. Who are you? Your name is Gildo with over 10,000 power levels. Your strength is quite fitting. It seems you are the one I imagined. Without replying to Gildo's words, Maiyang used his ki to sense and roughly determine Gildo's strength. If what was expected was right, the short and fat green alien in front of him was one of the Jinyu Force members, specializing in space and time superpower. However, judging from the situation, it seemed that the opponent hadn't joined the Jinyu Force yet. He was quite lucky. Although he casually used the instant transmission, he met a big man from the original story. Bastard, how dare you ignore this lord? Gildo's face darkened, and the large eyes on either side of him opened. So what if I ignore you? Maiyang looked at Gildo coldly. His dark eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of killing intent. For this alien, who would join Jinyu Force in the future. Ma Yang wanted to eradicate it beforehand. You're really looking for death? Guldo jumped down from the top of the tall chair. His short and chubby body almost about to fall over, and at that moment, Guldo shouted excitedly. Time freeze. Simultaneously, the four eyes on the head fiercely stared at Ma Yang, and time was suspended within a 1,000-meter radius. Everything was at a standstill. The noisy atmosphere of the palace disappeared with a sudden rush. A panicked expression of the squid-like aborigine below was etched on his face. In front of him, Ma Yang's figure was frozen in space. Ha. As long as he held his breath, the time around him became standstill. I'm free, inside my time domain, no one can defeat me. I'll kill you now. Guldo thought excitedly. His obese body was running in small steps and dripping to reach Ma Yang. A sharp key spear condensed in his hand. Bzzz. The key spear in his hand swung out to pierce through the figure in front of him, but the spear quickly pierced through. It was as if it was stabbing through the air, without a single bit of feeling to the flesh. It was actually just an afterimage. Where was he? Guldo suddenly sensed that something was wrong and began to panic. Did it mean that his powers had failed? How did that happen? Where did that man run off? The real body was here just now, but how did he run away into the unseen? Guldo timidly took a few steps back, his face turning a bit ugly. Phew. Guldo held his breath to the limit and couldn't help but gasp. At that moment, the superpower of time freeze was gone, and everything was back to normal. The virtual shadow of Ma Yang staying in place disappeared, and in another place, Ma Yang's figure appeared. That slight incongruity caused Ma Yang to frown. Just now, Guldo was using the time freeze. Right? Chapter 190 Time freeze was the most unguardable move. Unless a person was equally proficient in time ability or a strong person whose strength far exceeded the caster by many times over, they would not be able to react under the condition of time freeze. It was good that Ma Yang had just alertly used instant transmission, leaving Guldo unable to find him. At this time, a killing intent suddenly burst out from Ma Yang's eyes. Such a character was enough to threaten him. It was better to kill Guldo before it was too late. Upon thinking of this, Ma Yang no longer hesitated. His body quickly flashed, and instantly countless unseen afterimages appeared in the vast palace. Guldo had never encountered such a scene before. He had just frozen time once again, and there were actually more than 200 dense shadows in front of his eyes. Which one of them was the real body? By the time he finished running one by one to find the real body, his breath would no longer be able to be held back. At this moment, tearful sweat beads appeared on Guldo's forehead. Without exterminating a few virtual shadows, Guldo was exhausted and panting. Honestly, Guldo's power level wasn't weak, but all of his abilities were used on superpowers. In terms of his body's strength itself, Guldo could be said to be at the bottom of all the Jinyu Force members. Now that this happened, he was suddenly dumbfounded. This situation was like the original story, where Vegeta used fast power to break Guldo's superpowers. At this point, Ma Yang was using the same technique, only with the effect of instant transmission added to it. How? Guldo gasped sharply. It seems like you've almost exhausted your ki. Honestly, it's too dangerous to keep you. Ma Yang's icy voice came out, but the figure never showed up. How is it possible that I couldn't find you? Guldo screamed. That's the biggest flaw in your superpower. Go to hell. Ma Yang still hadn't shown himself, but from the corners of the palace flew countless ki rays that shone brightly. Time freeze. Guido stared in panic. His four eyeballs bursting with glittering flashes, and time was once again stilled. A single blinding ray intertwined, forming a dense net of ki rays. That was close. If this attack struck him, it would peel him off and leave him dry. Guldo wiped a cold sweat and carefully crawled between the ki rays. Boom. Boom. The time freeze relieved once again, and the entire palace resounded with a loud bang. That ki stirred up and annihilated the whole palace. A huge mushroom cloud was rising in place. Over 1,000 meters away, Guldo's short, fat body was revealed. His forehead was oozing with sweat. So close, it was so close. Who the hell is that guy? The opponent was too powerful, he'd better leave early. However, as soon as he turned around, Guldo's expression froze. A cold, frosty face came into his eyes. He opened his mouth just to launch his superpower, but Ma Yang's actions were even faster than his. Time freeze. Kaioken. At the moment Guldo launched time freeze, Ma Yang raised the ki in his body. The base multiplier Kaioken was cast out, and his entire body died in a dark red glow. Wow! The original power level of 42,000 suddenly climbed to 63,000. The nearly six-fold gap in power level caused him to break free of Guldo's supernatural restraints. A dizzying backlash made Guldo lightheaded. Before he could regain consciousness, Maiyang took a stride, arriving close to Guldo's heel. Phew. Boom. A hand blade sliced through the void, and the head flew up in the air as Guldo's mouth opened in horror. Tack. Like the sound of a watermelon hitting the ground, Guldo's head spun around several times in the air and landed on the floor. His four eyes still penetrating with disbelief. Damn, I can't believe my powers can't hold you, Guldo screamed. You have over 10,000 power levels, but you don't know how to use them because you rely too much on your superpowers. Maiyang was generous enough not to dodge at this point. However, one finger pointed at Guldo, and brilliant, eye-catching ki glowed at his fingertips. I am not pleased. Guldo opened his mouth. Boom. Guldo's head was pierced by the ki rays, boarding as if a watermelon had burst. Viscous liquid splattered all over the ground. Silently looking at Guldo's head that shattered into pulp and half of his body without his head, Maiyang's eyebrows locked. He lamented that the abilities of life in the universe were really bizarre. This Guldo, if he didn't rely too much on his supernatural to keep up with his power, with this magical talent of his, he could definitely become a prominent figure. However, it was too late now. In the original story, Vegeta was able to take advantage of the opportunity to kill him, let alone face him a few decades earlier. Ah, chew. Maiyang sneezed. The humid environment of this planet made him feel uncomfortable. It was better to leave early. As he thought of this, Maiyang was disengaged. He closed his eyes and was about to plan to use instant transmission. However, several powerful and cold ki came from space at this moment and was approaching Planet Iman continuously at a breakneck speed. Maiyang's face became heavy. Judging from those four powerful ki strands, each of them had a power level no less than Maiyang's normality. Beep. 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 The scouter is Maiyang's arms pulsed wildly. 41,000. 43,000. 39,000. Boom. The 3 data kept showing up. However, when the fourth power level was detected, the scouter couldn't withstand the upper limit and burst into flames with a bang. It should be known that the scouter in Maiyang's hands came from the Melia Kojo from Planet 2 Command. The detection limit was over 65,000 power levels. If such a scouter burned up, it meant that one of those powerful beings approaching Planet Demon had a power level of over 65,000. Interesting. Was it the Jinyu Force? Because he had just met Guldo, the first thing that flashed up in Maiyang's mind was the Jinyu Force's name. Now that there were still more than 36 years from the start of the original story and 48 years from the Namek Saga, it was normal for Jinyu Force members' strength to be close to the detection result. In his estimation, even Captain Jinyu was not at his peak 120,000 power level right now. With the use of the Kaioken, Maiyang was fully capable of fighting him. Then let's see what kind of strength the North Area's top Special Forces team had. Maiyang grinned. A cold light flashed in his eyes as deep as a black hole. His heart yearned to see a high-intensity battle. However, Captain Jinyu's superpower of changing bodies was overwhelming, so it was better for him to make some preparations as early as possible. Therefore, Maiyang opened the acceleration space, fixing a small spatial channel as he had done on planet Yardrat. Mixia, I'm going to face a strong enemy later. Take a good look at your husband's heroic appearance. Maiyang sent a message to Mixia in the acceleration space. I like the show. Mixia wrinkled her nose. Her soul floating in the air, and her spirit billet made its way to the passage entrance, observing the scene outside through a level of space. Cheer up. Mixia parted and waved her arms. Maiyang stroked his chin and said to Mixia's spirit billet, there will be a purple-skinned alien who will have a superpower of replacing his body, so you watch out for me. Mixia's soul couldn't be counted on because she was still unstable. However, Mixia's spirit billet was differentiated from the divine divided soul tempering of planet Yardrat, combined with the spiritual key of accelerated space condensed out. Sometimes, it could help Maiyang. Humphrey. Mixia's spirit billet nodded repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Maiyang smiled and gazed sternly at the sky. Soon, a brown disc-shaped spaceship appeared overhead. With a rumbling sound, the spaceship slowly descended. A fierce whirlwind blew up, blowing the ferns around it to the east and west. Seeing the distinctly styled disc spaceship, Maiyang fixed his mind and said, it is a spaceship of the Frieza forces. It seems to be the Jinyu Force. Boom. After the spaceship came to a halt, with the violent ki coming over, 4 upright figures appeared in front of Maiyang. The one at the forefront was Captain Jinyu, with purple skin and black horns on his head. His lavender-strapping body was like a small mountain, with a heavy sense of oppression all over his body. The 2 black horns on his head reflected bright light under the sunlight. On either side of him, 3 equally upright figures followed, with similarly good power level. However, after seeing the faces of the 4 people clearly, Maiyang frowned slightly. Other than Captain Jinyu and the red-skinned, white, long-haired alien next to him who seemed to be called Jice, the other two people he had no memory of. Those two didn't appear in the original story. Are they the early members of the Jianyu Force? Miang guessed. As the most elite special force unit under the Frieza, the Jianyu Force had carried out a high-intensity difficult mission. Personnel turnover could occur. Just like the previous Guldo, wasn't he killed in advance? Chapter 191 Captain, is this guy, Guldo, the one we're looking for? The lizard Gauzen stood beside Jianyu and scanned Miang with a puzzled gaze. As far as he understood, Guldo shouldn't look like this. However, it seemed like the one in front of him was also very strong. No, Guldo is an alien with 4 eyes. Jice was the first to shake his head in reply. At that moment, Jianyu pointed at the half-corpse on the ground and said, the Guldo we're looking for should be this one on the ground. This one on the ground? Several men sighted toward the ground. He's dead. Gauzen and Duasi looked at the headless corpse on the ground in amazement. They and the others had come all the way here to recruit talents, but they never expected that he would have been killed by someone else before they even met. Such a person didn't seem qualified to join the Jianyu Force either. Guldo is proficient in time and space abilities, yet someone could kill him. Jice frowned, somewhat incredulous. He looked at Miang with eyes filled with scruples. Did you kill him? Miang's gaze was calm as he looked at the few people from the Jianyu Force with an unapologetic attitude. Ha ha, interesting. It seems that you are also good at fighting. Since Guldo is already dead, it means that there is no recruitment value. Rather, are you interested in joining our Jianyu Force? Captain Jianyu laughed maniacally. The 2 black horns on top of his head were reflecting light. Are you trying to get me to join you? Miang shook his head and refused outright. No way. Kid, you probably don't know about our Jianyu Force. However, it doesn't matter, I'll tell you about it. Jianyu didn't get angry and was very patient in introducing the history of the Jianyu Force. For someone to join their team, they always had to clearly explain the history of themselves and the rest of the team. At this time, the Jianyu Force had yet to take shape, that was why Captain Jianyu was seeking talent. Our Jianyu Force is a special battle force that serves King Frieza. Frieza is the youngest son of King Cold and the younger brother of Lord Cooler. He is destined to become a great figure of Emperor Frieza in the future. Being able to serve King Frieza is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although Frieza had taken over a large portion of King Cold's territory, because Frieza had started out late, he wasn't as famous as his father, King Cold, and his brother, Lord Cooler. How is it? Do you want to join? Jianyu patiently asked the question again. Miang looked at Jianyu and the others as if they were clowns. His cold attitude already said it all. Jianyu's face went cold and said, haha, it seems that you don't look up to us. Captain, let me teach him a lesson. There was a fierce gleam in the lizard man, Gauzen's eyes. Humphrey, Gauzen, let me do it. Uasi stopped Gauzen and stepped up himself. He pressed the scouter in his ear. Let's see how much power level you have that you dare to be arrogant in front of our Jianyu Force. Tick. The scouter flickered, and the data were settling on a value. 1368. TSK, such a low power level, what rubbish. Uasi peered disdainfully, scowling at Miang. Such a pitiful power level, he would be able to exterminate the opponent by blowing his ki. It seemed that there was someone else who killed Guldo. This kid mostly just happened to pass by near Guldo's corpse. Jianyu listened to Uasi's assertion, vaguely felt something was wrong. However, he couldn't say what was wrong and shook his head. Be careful. I heard that some races in the universe could hide their power level on their bodies, and the results detected by Scouter may not be reliable. Captain, how can there be such people in the universe? Uasi said back with a big grin. His big body barred in front of Miang, the 2-meter-tall hunk stood there, and a compelling momentum was crushing over. Oh. Miang laughed lightly and also took a step forward. Idly and generously, when he was only 5 or 6 meters away from the opponent, suddenly, his body flickered, and Uasi lost Miang's figure in his vision. Hey, where's the man? Uasi looked around in confusion. I'm right in front of you. A voice rang out, and Miang appeared half a meter away from Uasi. When? Captain Jianyu looked surprised. His face turned pale, and shouted, No, Uasi, get out of the way. Something is wrong with that man. What? Uasi screamed. It's already too late. A coldness flashed in his dark eyes, and Miang smiled coldly. His whole body's strength suddenly raised as a dim red light flashed, and danger erupted. Twice Kaioken. In an instant, Miang's power level had increased to 84,000. He bent over and waved his arms. Punch. A steel hard iron fist swung out. The movement was crisp and clean, but it contained the power of the extinguishing heaven destroying earth. The blow was heavy enough to destroy the planet easily. Bing, there was a muffled sound, and Duaasi bowed his body. His eyes were protruding, a mouthful of bitter water gushing up from his abdomen. At this moment, Maayang flashed again. His body moved closer, and pressed his hands on Uaasi's chest. A deep blue wave of ki fired out, and a poof pierced through Uaasi's chest, shattering his heart. Uaasi looked at the Maayang in astonishment. A look of disbelief appearing on his pale face. No. Most of the universe's races didn't have the Majin-Buu's abnormal recovery ability, and a broken heart meant death. Soon, oxygen deprivation signals flooded the brain, and Duaasi fell to the ground with a white face and blood popping out of his eyes. One of the Jinyu force, Uaasi, was dead. Uaasi has been killed. Jais looked startled. Impossible. Uaasi has 43,000 power levels, how could he be killed so easily? Gauzen didn't react. It had happened so suddenly he hadn't seen what was happening. Uaasi's power level was still above him, yet he was killed so easily by the opponent. Could it be that the black-haired guy in front of him was a fearsome master comparable to Captain Jinyu? At this moment, Gauzen was scared and quickly flashed to Captain Jinyu's side. Captain, he killed Duaasi. Gauzen shouted worriedly. I can see it. Jinyu looked frosty. His eyes were shifting, and his heart scrupulous. Simultaneously, a fascinating emotion lingered. The body of the man before him seemed very excellent. A greedy look flashed, and Captain Jinyu's purple veins moved up. Humphrey, you actually killed my teammate. That's a felony. By the looks of you, are you a Saiyan from planet Vegeta? I've heard that the Saiyans are famous fighting people. However, as alien mercenaries, do you guys want to go against King Frieza? The Saiyans were famous alien mercenaries in the North area, taking on large and small missions. It was said that there had been a few short-lived collaborations with the Frieza forces. It was noted that Saiyans could transform into giant apes when fighting to improve their power level, but the one in front of him hadn't transformed just now. Another guy who thought of him as a Saiyan. Maayang gazed at Jinyu. I'm not a Saiyan. Even if you're not Saiyan, it's okay. Saiyans are famous, but they aren't as strong as you. Captain Jinyu craned his neck, making a clicking sound. He then said to the side, Jais, Gauzen, you two get out of the way. This guy is not something you can deal with. Okay. Understood, Captain. Seeing that Captain Jinyu was ready to take action himself, the two knew that this battle was not something they could interfere with. The previous death of Uaasi had already left a shadow on their hearts. Now that Captain Jinyu was asking them to get out of the way, they were begging for it. Watch this. Later, the captain will kill him and avenge the death of Uaasi. Jais and Gauzen thought with glee in their hearts. Kid, no matter who you are, you will pay for your foolish actions today. Captain Jinyu's face was cold, and his body was covered in a blood-red murderous aura. These intense murderous auras were left over from the slaughter of other planets by Jinyu. To tell you the truth, the captain's power level is a terrifying 94,000. Unfortunately, there was no look of shock on Maayang's face, and Jinyu shut his mouth in disinterest. Chapter 192 Mixia, when we fight later, listen to my instructions. Please help me to imprison this purple alien. Please don't force it, 1 second will be enough. Release your powers immediately after the imprisonment, okay? When the battle was about to begin, Maayang quietly communicated with Mixia in the acceleration space, whispering instructions. However, fearing that Mixia's superpower would backfire, Maayang only asked her to perform her superpower for 1 second and immediately release it after 1 second regardless of the outcome. That 1 second was enough time for him to do many things. Don't worry, leave it to me. Mixia's divine spirit billet patted her chest and assured Maayang. She had been watching the scene outside through the tunnel. Captain Jinyu's team was stronger than she could have imagined, making her pair of jewel-like crystal pupils shining with excitement. Let's do it. Twice, Kaioken. Maayang shouted. A dark red light shining up caught in his white chi flame. At this moment, Maayang cast twice Kaioken, and his power level turned into a raging flame of chi. Beep. 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 The scouter in the ears of Captain Jinyu, Jais, and the others were beating rapidly. However, the energy limit that this old scouter could detect was extremely limited. Soon, there were bang, bang explosions and burn out. Huh? Captain Jinyu's brow furrowed. The scouter burned out. Jais and Gauzen watched from afar, their faces becoming complicated when Maayang doubled his Kaioken. That guy's power level makes me feel uneasy. Although most of the universe's races were unable to sense ki, they could still roughly tell the ki's strength. The power level that Maayang displayed was already far above them. No wonder he easily killed Duaasi. What a terrifying fellow. Jais watched nervously. Now, he just hoped that Captain Jinyu could kill the other man. What kind of transformation ability is this? There's actually such a powerful existence in the universe. Captain Jinyu looked on in amazement. His eyes moved, and he was a bit scrupulous. Uaasi, just now, was killed by this move. Now, we are ready to fight. Maayang whistled and challenged Jinyu. Under the burden of twice Kaioken, his muscles tensed, and his blood was almost boiling. He was eager to experience an alien-level battle. Ungrateful bastard. Captain Jinyu licked his lips, emitting a compelling coldness all over his body, and coldly looked towards where Maayang was. Humphrey. Maayang smiled coldly. His body took a slight step forward. In a flash, he came in front of Captain Jinyu, then flashed. A fist strength reversed out from his waist. Captain Jinyu watched indifferently. His power level was higher than Maayang, so he could clearly see his opponent's movements and immediately made a return attack. However, at that moment, the attack failed, and just as Captain Jinyu was surprised, countless realistic afterimages appeared in front of his eyes. More than 200 afterimage fist visions stood in front of Captain Jinyu. Humphrey, this was just a simple trick. Captain Jinyu smiled coldly. As he wiped his palm, his body exploded with tremendous power. In a moment, this power crushed over, the void rustled, and Maayang's afterimage was destroyed. Found you. With a smirk on his lips, Captain Jinyu clenched his fist and slammed it. Bang. Facing Jinyu's attack, Maayang rested his arms in front of his chest for defense. The terrifying power hit between his arms, a sore feeling made him grimace, and his body could not help but fly out. A trace of whirlwind grazed the ground, immediately as if an underground power burst, shoveling out a deep ravine. With a swoosh, Captain Jinyu took a big step forward. His purple figure was like a glimpse of a giant wall stopping Maayang's followers. What a fast speed! This was the first thought that flashed through Maayang's mind. Pom. 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 Maayang and Captain Jinyu transformed into two rays of light that quickly traveled above the skies of Planetaman. The two flashes of light were seen to intersect and collide constantly, each collision sounding deafening loud noises and exploding into earth-destroying key shock waves. Hey, why is that man so powerful? The captain couldn't even take him down. Gauzen wiped his eyes, unable to believe it. Don't worry, there's no problem. The captain can definitely kill him. Jai's lips moved, but his mind wasn't so sure. What was the matter? Obviously, the captain was stronger and could be said to have the advantage of defeating the opponent in terms of power level. However, why was the actual fight so difficult to distinguish? Yes, there must be no problem. They must kill their opponent, or else they would be in trouble. Bang! Maayang's attack struck Jinyu's body. Captain Jinyu had a cold face, and a fist swung out towards Maayang. Boom! The two fists collided in the void, scattering a circular band of impact along the impact surface. The sharp fists spread out, tearing a huge opening in the earth with a bang. Jais and Gauzen were so horrified that they jumped aside. When they looked back at the deep gaping hole, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat on their foreheads. That was close. How awful. A battle of this caliber, even the stirring peripheral fluctuations brought danger to their lives. In the air, Maayang and Captain Jinyu were openly fighting and entangled with each other. Maayang's technique was very subtle, but Captain Jinyu's power level was still above him. Ha ha ha. Maayang laughed loudly. A wipe of blood spilling out of the corner of his mouth. After wiping off the fresh blood, his body immediately turned into a ray of light, swiftly rushing and attacked again towards Jinyu. Bombardment. With a face of birds of prey, Captain Jinyu opened his arms wide and whirled arrogantly. A ball of crimson ki hurled out. It exploded as it approached its target, fracturing into thousands of sharp and tiny ki beads. Upon seeing the countless ki beads coming towards him, Maayang's fingers flashed twice, constructing an azure shield in the void. With a crackling sound, the ki beads hit the shield, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. However, Maayang's power wasn't as strong as Captain Jinyu's, and the shield eventually cracked under the impact. In a crisis, with nothing else to do, Maayang paled. He waved his arm and threw a large amount of ki out of desperation. Triple Kaioken. Maayang clenched his fist and reared his head with a long whistle. For a moment, the dark red light overtook the white flames on his body. Veins surged on his forehead, and every muscle was under tremendous pressure. North Kai had warned a long time ago that he could not continuously use more than twice the number of Kaioken. Otherwise, his body would not be able to withstand a collapse. Maayang wasn't a Saiyan, and this wasn't Kai's planet, so the pressure that Maayang faced caused his expression to distort. But the effect of the triple Kaioken was self-evident. With the triple ki, Maayang's power level had soared to 128,000. This figure had far exceeded Captain Jinyu's power level. Even if he couldn't display his full attack power because of the huge burden on his body, it wasn't something Captain Jinyu could deal with. So, in the aura field full of unease and nonsense, Maiyang's figure cut through space and suddenly appeared in front of Jinyu's. Under Jinyu's horrified gaze, Maiyang grabbed one of Jinyu's arms and folded it with such force that the bones broke with a crisp sound. With a crack, Captain Jinyu's entire arm was deformed and drooped down to the ground. Captain Jinyu's mouth let out a miserable roar, his eyes gazing angrily at Maiyang. It was at this time that Maiyang's eyebrows furrowed deeply. The burden of the triple Kaioken caused him severe pain all over his body, and his internal organs seemed to have been severely traumatized. Reluctantly, Maiyang sighed and readjusted his Kaioken to twice as much. This time, the two became evenly matched again. Maiyang suffered serious damage to his body due to the triple Kaioken. On the other, Captain Jinyu was not much better, with purple blood on his lips. Damn, you actually managed to hurt me. You also have that superpower that can suddenly increase your power level. The expression on Jinyu's face kept changing. Although the man in front of him didn't look like he had much power level, he actually had such a terrifying power level after exercising his superpower. At that moment, Jinyu actually had the danger of facing death. A body like this was just worth having. Jinyu Force suddenly revealed a wry smile. It was long and wildly whistling, with a bright red light flashing in his eyes. Captain Jinyu's superpower was to swap bodies, and he had already looked at Maiyang's body. Mixia, this is the time. Seeing the expression on Captain Jinyu's face, Maiyang's heart trembled, and decided to let Mixia take action. Do you have any helpers at this time? I'll take your body. Captain Jinyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The perfect body of his dreams was about to be obtained. Exchange. As soon as the words fell, a bright light shone. Then the transparent spirit body emerged from the strapping body and flew towards Maiyang's body. In the acceleration space, Mixia's spiritual body was already prepared for everything. Upon receiving Maiyang's command, it immediately stared at the turquoise starry eyes with a fierce face and two hands stretched out through the space channel. Gravity crushing. Domain imprisonment. The dual superpowers came out together, targeting both Captain Jinyu and his spiritual body. What's going on? Why can't I move my body? Captain Jinyu's spiritual body was hindered, imprisoned in the air. Simultaneously, huge pressure was exerted on his body and spirit, causing him to feel like a mountain was pressing him. At this moment, Maiyang knew that this was a golden opportunity. Mixia's superpower would only be used for 1 second, but this time was enough for him to do many things. So, dragging his heavily injured body, Maiyang's iron fist instantly fell on Jinyu's body like a machine gun, knocking him unconscious. Unfortunately, Jinyu's body was too strong, and Maiyang's attack couldn't kill him. Immediately, Maiyang disengaged from the battlefield and used instant transmission to move to another place. Jice and Gauzen foolishly watched the intense battle in the sky. Before they could return to their senses, Maiyang's body suddenly appeared in front of them. This is not good. There's a danger. A strong sense of crisis stirred their nerves. When they saw the opponent's cold face appear in front of them, cold chills violently arose at their spines. Go to hell. Maiyang's voice was cold and ruthless. In his hands, he condensed a ball of radiant ki, with the addition of twice Kaioken. Maiyang's movements were so fast that Jice and Gauzen were far from being able to be dodged. Hurry up and flee. This guy is too dangerous. Boom. The dark blue ki ball directly hit Gauzen's skull. It was as if a watermelon had exploded, splattering white and red liquid all over the floor. The second member of the Jinyu force, Gauzen, with a power level of 41,000, died at the hands of Maiyang after Uchiha. It was clean and straightforward, an immediate spike. The difference in strength more than doubled, coupled with the swift speed and high skill, Gauzen was no match at all. Then there was one left. Maiyang held on to twice the state of Kaioken. He turned his dark eyes to scan Jice, the cold sight making Jice shudder. No. You evil. I am a member of the Jinyu force, you will not kill me. His red face lost its color, and Jice's body trembled and couldn't move backward. Humphrey. Muang looked at him flatly and uneventfully and was about to do it. At that moment, Captain Jinyu's purple figure appeared between Maiyang and Jice. The veins on Jinyu's forehead popped out in anger. Bastard. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Captain. As if Jice had seen a savior, he shouted in excitement. The moment Jinyu appeared, Maiyang knew that he had lost the perfect opportunity to kill Jice. Although Jinyu looked like a mess, in reality, except for one arm that was severely injured, there were no severe injuries to any other part of his body. With a long sigh, Maiyang knew it had to end here today. Communicating with Mixia in the acceleration space and seeing that she wasn't harmed in any way, he calmed his mind and spun around to close the acceleration space channel, then placed his finger on his eyebrow. Jinyu Force, this time you've lost 2 people. Next time you won't be so lucky. After saying that, the instant transmission was immediately activated, and Ma Yang's body disappeared in front of Jinyu and Jice completely. Jinyu looked gloomily at the empty void. Captain, that guy has disappeared. As if he had regained his life, Jice was already drenched in a cold sweat. Jinyu gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. Don't let me see him again." To think that he had lost 2 of his generals on planet Demon, how would he explain this to King Frieza? Including the potential team member, Gildo, the opponent had killed a total of 3 of them. The face of a man, skin of a tree, this folding at planet Demon was more than just a shame for the Jinyu Force. The chill on Jinyu's face became even more incredible as he thought of the negative impact this incident might have on King Frieza. As the youngest son of King Cold, King Frieza had just taken over a large portion of King Cold's territory. It was exactly what he needed to show his majesty and compete with his big brother, Cooler. If today's events spread, it would be a very unfavorable blow to King Frieza. Upon thinking of King Frieza's anger after learning about this, Jinyu couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 193 Captain Jinyu gloomily stopped for a long time. Looking at the humid and depressive environment around him, he suddenly threw a key ball-like event. Suddenly the sky broke, and the ground cracked. An extra opening was made in the crustal plate of planet Demon, spewing out lava in the mantle. In the universe, 10,000 power level was a watershed. Even a large-scale attack below 10,000 power level would only exterminate the species on the planet at most. It was not that easy to destroy the entire planet. However, the attacks of a strong person with 10,000 power levels or more could easily change the planet's plate structure, causing irreversible damage. Even more so, like Frieza's stream, the power of a single wave of the hand could wipe out the entire planet from the universe. At this time, Captain Jinyu was full of anger, and planet Demon suddenly fell into an apocalypse. The geological structure of hundreds of millions of years had violently changed. Let's go. Let's hurry up and build up the Jinyu Force before this thing affects King Frieza. Captain Jinyu said with a cold expression. A wave of monstrous anger buried beneath his icy voice. Understood, Captain. Jice paled and responded in a loud voice. As an alien who had managed to stay alive during Ma Yang's attack, Jice was now craving a strong partner. Next, Jinyu and Jice both boarded the disc-shaped spaceship. They ordered the Alliance inside to take the spaceship to its next destination. The members that were lost this time on planet Demon were to be replaced in the shortest possible time. The disc spaceship left planet Demon at high speed with a swoosh and disappeared into the slow universe. And what they left behind was an apocalyptic scene. The damp continent rose with searing steam from the lava's heat that spread across the entire continent. It wasn't long before a blood-red color replaced the pale green planet. Hot streams of lava blasted out from beneath the ground's crust. These streams fell from the sky into a rain of lava that flooded the ground and then continued to flow back into the mantle along with the low points of the plates. For the next 5 months, Captain Jinyu and Jice traveled from planet to planet. According to the powerful information network, he was able to recruit several universe warriors. These universe warriors were all vicious people who were making a fortune on one side or the other. Their power level was all over 30,000, except for a few cosmic people who were unwilling to work for Frieza and were killed by Jinyu mercilessly, leaving only 3 of them behind in the end. They were, Berter, who claimed to be the fastest in the universe, had 37,000 power levels. The ferociously violent red-haired warrior, Rikum, with 42,000 power level. The demoness Natani with bizarre superpowers and 46,000 power levels. Among them, Berter and Rikum were the original members who joined the Jinyu Force. The demoness Natani was the demon queen of Dark Planet and the only female in Jinyu Force. With the group of 5 assembled, Jinyu was finally relieved to deliver to King Frieza. North Area, Southern Region. Frieza First Star Territory, Headquarters Planet. It was a distinctly high-tech planet. As the heart of Frieza Force, the most powerful legion under Frieza's command was stationed here. An air fortress in the sky swirls around the headquarters planet like a fortress, monitoring every spaceship that lands on the planet. It hadn't been more than a few years since Frieza had taken over this sector of the planet. Everything here had been built for him by his father, King Cold. As King Cold's youngest son, the young Frieza enjoyed all the care his father gave him. Inside the modern and fully modernized palace, Frieza was leisurely sitting on a hall with a raised glass. Opposite him, on top of the tall throne, a big-statured cosmic man with 2 curved horns lay down dashingly on a throne. With his chin propped up, sipping red wine, looking leisurely and comfortable, the strapping figure that was close to 3 meters tall. It made his entire appearance look oppressive. He was the overbearing figure of the North area, King Cold. Father, do you see this territory of mine? Soon, I will make all life on it feel the taste of fear. Frieza pursed his lips and raised his glass. His blood-red eyes were glowing with ferocity. Now, much younger than he will be in the future, Frieza, who has taken over a large portion of King Cold's territory, wants to make something of himself soon. All of it was to impress his father and to make his brother, cooler, afraid to underestimate him. King Cold laughed. Yes, as a member of the Universe Overlord, you should show such dominance. If you go along with it, you will die with it. This entire universe is just a plaything for our family. Your brother, Cooler, rules the North area northern part. I'm giving you a large southern territory to take care of. Don't compare yourself to Cooler. Rest assured, father, I will not be inferior to my brother. Frieza's eyes narrowed. He immediately showed his determination to his father. King Cold nodded with a smile. His eyes were becoming deeper as he watched his younger son's spirited appearance. King Cold had ruled the North area for an unknown number of years. He has developed his lonely and domineering character after years of emperor career. However, with the rise of his eldest son, Cooler, King Cold felt a hidden threat. In contrast, the younger Frieza was very obedient to him, so he was happy to strengthen Frieza against Cooler. But there is something I want to remind you. Although you are the most talented of our clan and father believes that you will surpass all of us in the future, there are two people you should never mess with. They are strong people that none of our clan can face. King Cold's face suddenly changed, and said to Frieza very solemnly. Frieza was surprised and asked in confusion, Father, are there people in this world that we can't mess with? King Crude said solemnly, one of them is called the Majinbo, and the other is called the God of Destruction Beerus. Both of them are famous and ferocious people in ancient times, especially that God of Destruction Beerus, who is rumored to be able to destroy the entire universe with ease. Our ancestors once offended him, resulting in a significant loss of strength. The number of clansmen is only a mere single digit. There's such a terrifying person. Frieza stared at him. He was taken aback. King Cold nodded thoughtfully. I heard that the God of Destruction, Beerus, has an infinite lifespan and has survived from the ancient past until now. Although he doesn't hang out in the universe much, there is still occasional news of his appearance in some places. So, you should be careful and never provoke the other side. As for that Majinbo, although he was no less terrifying than the God of Destruction, Beerus, but like Beerus, he hasn't appeared for a long time. I've heard that he's been sealed away, so you'll just have to know the name. Frieza, who always listened to King Cold's words, nodded his head with a hum. However, he was surprised that the God of Destruction, Beerus, had survived for so long. Was there really someone in the universe who could live for so long? At that moment, an alien in a universal cosmic battle armor rushed into the palace and knelt to report. King Cold, King Frieza, we have just received word that Captain Jinyu has returned with his Jinyu force and is now waiting outside the Great Hall. Chapter 194. Does the Jinyu force has been formed? When he heard his subordinates report the news of the Jinyu force's return, a trace of joy flashed across Frieza's face. Because from today onwards, he also had his special force team. Compared to his father's strongest squadron and Cooler's armored squadron, Frieza didn't have a strong special force team because he had just taken over the universe. This caused a situation where the high-end battle force was overstretched. The rebellion on many planets could not be effectively suppressed. Frieza was looking forward to having a robust special force team for a long time since this was a sign of his true self-reliance. The reporting alien replied cautiously, yes, my subordinates saw a total of 5 members of the Jinyu force. Son, show your father that you have formed a team. King Cold's eyes glinted brightly. He then whirled around and looked like he was full of care. Yes, let them in quickly. A smile appeared on Frieza's face, and commanded the alien in front of him to bring in the Jinyu force. Yes. The alien in battle armor took the order and carefully exited the main hall. Shortly afterward, Captain Jinyu led the other 4 members of the Jinyu force into the main hall. He knelt on one knee respectfully to pay their respects to King Frieza and King Cold. These subordinates greet King Frieza and King Cold. Meet the 2 King. Jais and the other members of the Jinyu force carefully faced Frieza and King Cold. King Cold nodded indifferently, sitting on top of his throne without getting up. Frieza looked at Jinyu, Jais, and the other 3 members. However, when he couldn't find the original member, Gauzen and Duasi, he asked confusedly, Captain Jinyu, I remember there were 2 other members of your team, right? Captain Jinyu said with a shameful face at this point, King Frieza, it was this subordinate who was negligent in his duty. We encountered a powerful opponent on our way to form the Jinyu force, and Gauzen and Duasi have been killed. If it wasn't for this subordinate's timely reaction, I'm afraid that even I and Jice wouldn't be able to return. Frieza was very surprised to hear that. Even King Cold looked over at him sideways. One had to know that Captain Shiny Oo's power level was a terrifying 94,000. Although he was not as strong as the members of King Cold's strongest squadron and cooler armored squadron, he was also a mighty master in the entire north area. Now, it was surprising to hear that he had encountered a strong enemy and had nearly fallen to pieces. What kind of opponent did you actually encounter? Frieza asked curiously. It was a man with black hair and black eyes. The opponent could hide his power level. Of course, in that case, I could still fight him. However, the opponent's fighting technique was bizarre and unpredictable, and he could suddenly increase his power level. I severely injured an arm before I was able to fight him off. Captain Shiny Oo understated the course of the battle, withholding many details about what was going on. For example, the deaths of Gauzen and Duasi were actually caused by his negligence and not paying attention to the opponent at first. However, this obviously couldn't be said explicitly and in his words. In his words, Gauzen and Duasi became good fighters who fought bravely but were unfortunately killed. He deeply blames himself for the death of his subordinates. Jice added, the situation was just like the captain said. We didn't even have time to react. Gauzen and Duasi died tragically at the opponent's hands. Even Guldo, who we had originally planned to recruit, died at the hands of that man. Oh, that's interesting. Frieza laughed lightly after hearing that. However, everyone knew what kind of anger and killing intent was hidden behind Frieza's laughter. The temperature of the entire room suddenly dropped to the freezing point. The other members of the Jinyu force, Birder, Rikum, and Natani, all facing Frieza for the first time, were now overwhelmed by his power, and a cold sweat broke out on their bodies. Don't be angry, Frieza. From what Jinyu told us, that man probably has the power of the strongest squadron and armored squadron members. The presence of such a master in the north area should have caught our attention instead. King Cold gently put down his wine glass and walked up to Frieza. His burly stature immediately brought a great sense of oppression. Frieza snorted coldly to Jinyu and the others, all of you, get up. Explain things more carefully again. As ordered. Captain Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully looked at Frieza and King Cold and recounted the events that happened on Planet Demon. King Cold listened to Jinyu's explanation and fell into thought, black hair, black eyes, and able to suddenly burst the power level. Is he a Super Saiyan? But no, that's not the color of Super Saiyan's hair. Frieza said, Father, is the Super Saiyan you're talking about the one that is legendary in our races? Yes. Saiyans. Frieza suddenly raised her head. They are a fighting race living above planet Vegeta. They seem to be cosmic mercenaries and have also worked with the forces under me a few times. Jinyu said, according to the information that this subordinate has, the Saiyans have no more than 10,000 power level at best, not as powerful as the one I met this time. Moreover, Saiyans don't hide their power level at all. The way they increase their power level is to transform into a giant ape. I believe that person is not a Saiyan, he just looks similar. Well. Frieza nodded indifferently. The weak and small race with only 10,000 power levels, who also called themselves a fighting race, seemed to be just arrogant. Although it was a fact that the Saiyans were aggressive in fighting, the legend of the so-called Super Saiyans was mostly just nonsense. King Cold said, that Saiyans should still be taken seriously. Planet Vegeta is still not the sphere of influence of our clan. However, since it is a fighting nation, it has value to use. 10,000 power level is not weak, so rather than letting them wander away, it is better to subdue them completely. Father is right. I was planning to set foot on planet Vegeta later. However, now that something like this has happened, conquering them sooner would save a lot of trouble. Frieza had heard his subordinates report on the situation on planet Vegeta earlier and had wanted to take measures later. However, now he couldn't lose face in front of King Cold. Whether or not Captain Jinyu's affair had anything to do with the Saiyans, the fact that a powerful race was outside of his rule was indeed a problem. Even when in Frieza's eyes, the tiny planet Vegeta was simply not enough to get his attention. Son, why don't you let father come with you? I would like to see if the Saiyans rumored among the tribe are as powerful as they are, or if they are just a vain race. I'm certainly welcome if father is willing to travel with me. Frieza chuckled, gathering his wine glass towards King Cold and drinking it down in one gulp. After finishing his drink, Frieza put down his cup and turned to Captain Jinyu with a cold and evil voice. Captain Jinyu, go inform Mr. Dodoria and Mr. Zarbon. Told them to form a team immediately, and that this king will travel with father to planet Vegeta. Captain Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that King Frieza no longer blamed him. He then immediately nodded vigorously. This subordinates will inform them. This trip to planet Vegeta is considered the official debut of the Jinyu force, And I would like to ask the king to allow us to act as pioneers to open the way for the King Frieza and King Cold. Well, thank you, Captain Shiny Ooh. Frieza narrowed her eyes and stretched out his hand, ready to shake Captain Shiny Ooh's hand. In front of Captain Shiny Ooh's strapping body, Frieza's small size seemed extraordinarily slender. However, at this time, Captain Shiny Ooh didn't dare to be bold in any way and bent down respectfully. Chapter 195. While Frieza and King Cold were discussing the preparations to conquer planet Vegeta, Aizen was practicing on various planets in the universe. Now, as his strength grew stronger, the training room that was initially capped at 50 times the Earth's gravity was gradually unable to meet his needs. Today, the sky was clear, and the sun was shining. The air of planet Domini was fresh and pleasant. The early morning fog surrounded the mountains and forests, reflecting a colorful luster. Aizen once again came to planet Domini's Reed Trading Company. After nearly 9 years of absence, the front of the Reed Trading Company still hadn't changed much. However, the service staff inside had all made adjustments. How is the renovation of the gravity spaceship going? Once inside, Aizen inquired about the renovation of the gravity spaceship. Although the gravity spaceship's strength could no longer keep up with his power, he had used that ship for more than 9 years. He was a bit reluctant to replace it, so he simply asked the Dominion to conduct a full physical examination of the spaceship. He also made some modifications to the gravity chamber on the second level to boost the gravity. Mister, we will definitely be able to meet your request, it just takes a little more time. The Dominion with a round blue head that resembled the appearance of Zeno said politely. Because of the need for training, raising the gravity chamber from 50 times to 150 times was a test of the Dominion's research and development ability. However, in front of the customer's request, the Dominion did his best to satisfy it. Okay, do your best to transform it. Aizen didn't limit their time. How's the production of the replica I want going? The Dominion smiled. It is already done. As he said, he took out a gift box from the metal cabinet and handed it to Aizen. Aizen opened it and looked at it. There was a replica robot inside. It was small in size, only 20 centimeters in height. The skin on the surface was made of special synthetic material. It looked amazing, like a real person. Its appearance was the same as Mixia's. It was a gift made for Mixia at her request. Alright, I'll take this away for now. You guys step up your work on the gravity spaceship. Don't worry, mister, you have to trust our reputation. I do. Aizen smiled. Having worked together a few times, he certainly believed in the talents of the Dominion. He then waved his hand and walked out of the door of the Reed Trading Company. Arriving at an alleyway empty of people, Aizen opened the acceleration space passage and turned around to walk in. Inside, Mixia was already waiting at warp speed. Suddenly, time began to flow from freezing, and Mixia's image appeared in Aizen's vision. How's it going? Is the replica I want ready? Mixia and her divine divided soul eagerly flew over and gathered around Aizen's heels. Here it is. Aizen shook the gift box in his hand and took out the replica inside. The replica had green hair and turquoise eyes, just like Mixia. The only pity was that it was a little smaller. It was like a handmade. Wow! Mixia cheered and snatched the replica from Aizen's hands. The eyes of the divine divided soul changed, and her body transformed into a mass of ki that drilled into the replica. Tick-tock, the divine divided soul combined with the replica and took control of the replica's body all at once. The small replica bumped into motion and floated up to Aizen's heels. Senior brother, look, I can control this body now. Mixia's billet blinked. The only pity is that the body is a little smaller, just like the little plastic person. Aizen smiled. You can't control it if you're given the size of a real person. Your divine divided soul can only control that. Ever since Mixia had refined the secret technique of Planet Yardra divine divided soul, Aizen had wondered how to get Mixia's soul out of the acceleration space, where she relied on the ki gas inside to condense a divine parting body. However, once she was out of the acceleration space, Mixia's billet would automatically crumble away. So after coming to Planet Domini, Aizen and Mixia had a sudden idea to make a body for the spirit billet. With the spirit billet's current soul strength, it could only control a hand-sized replica at most. A larger one, whether it was a replica body or a physical body, would not work. Besides, Mixia's soul was in the mutation stage, and Aizen didn't dare to let Mixia's soul enter the flesh rashly. That was why this pocket-size replica was created. How about you try this body? Aizen watched with interest as if he was fiddling with a plastic villain. Mixia nodded, gradually controlling the movements of the replica villain. Flying in the air, circling around the cycle, displaying superpowers, condensing the size of a grain of rice laser rays on the fingertips, all kinds of experiments completed, and Mixia was very satisfied with her pocket-size replica. This tiny replica actually had a power level of around 400. With the addition of superpowers, Mixia's strength wasn't weak. Senior brother, try and see if you can take me out of the acceleration space. Okay, but you should be careful. Miayang slowly opened the channel of the acceleration space, and Mixia's billet carefully peeked out. With a swoosh, her whole body all went out. Whoa whoa whoa. I can come out. Mixia rejoiced, and Miayang came out of the acceleration space and made the time inside freeze. Miayang was concerned. How does it feel? Does it have any effect on your main soul? Mixia's replica body landed on Miayang's head, pulling his black hair. I feel good, but my main soul is in a frozen state. She doesn't know what's going on outside. Nothing can go wrong with that, right? Miayang was a little worried. After reading too many novels in his previous life, many big characters in the novels gradually generated a new consciousness after differentiating their billet because the main body had fallen into a deep sleep that made the billet out of control. It eventually also competed with the main body. He was a little worried that Mixia would generate two personalities as well. What's there to worry about? Both of them are me. We share a common memory and consciousness, so there's no need to worry at all. Mixia was very spontaneous. Whether it was the main or the billet, wasn't it all herself? You're right. Miayang smiled. The only uncertainty was that the speed of time on both sides was not the same. Would this cause insanity? Oh, so this is what a Dominion looks like. With his round head, he looks so cute. In the air, Mixia looked around curiously. She saw the peculiar looks of the Dominions and began to chatter incessantly. The body rested on Miayang's head for a moment and then sat on his shoulder. Be quiet for me. Miayang was somewhat amused and grabbed Mixia in his hand. Miayang wasn't sure how the Dominion made this replica. The body temperature and touch were just like a real person. Well, it was just a little smaller, just like a handmade one. Senior brother, let go of me. Mixia laughed and struggled to get out of Miayang's clutches. She then whirled and flew towards the sky. This girl. She's so playful. His wife had turned into a plastic replica. What should he do? Chapter 196. Miayang and Mixia stayed in the planet Domini for a long time. The gravity spaceship transformation couldn't be completed in a short time, so they decided to go to other planets to stroll around first. After taking out the silvery white spaceship of the Dominion, Miayang set the destination and then rested with Mixia inside the spaceship cabin. Initially, with instant transmission, he could jump to another planet as fast as possible. However, instant transmission had a drawback, which was the need to sense the other's ki. On a universe scale, to clearly sense the ki of a certain place was too much for a person. Either that place had a powerful source of ki, or the person who performed it was extremely familiar with that place or had been to that place before. Otherwise, it would be easy to mistakenly enter a hazardous planet. It just so happened that this spaceship was the one that Miayang had promised to give to Mixia. So, under Mixia's demand, they were prepared to take an interstellar trip. After all these years, Mixia hadn't really traveled across the stars yet. As she watched the stars on either side of her constantly flickering, and soon not even a shadow could be seen, Mixia felt strange. It was just that the environment of the universe was very monotonous. After seeing such a sight too many times, this new sensation soon passed in a hurry. Senior brother, are we there yet? Mixia was lying on Miayang's shoulder. Her hands are resting on her chin, her two calves rocking up and down. Miayang sat on the sofa, squinting his eyes cozily. We will be 4 more days or so. 4 more days. Mixia hung her head, a bit disappointed. I thought you said you wanted interstellar travel? Miayang was a little amused. But it's too boring. Mixia's eyes lit up. Senior brother, let's have a consciousness training. You can lower your spirit power to almost the same as me, and we'll fight. Miayang thought about it and nodded his head in agreement. Let's treat it as a sparring session like when he was a kid to amuse Mixia. Alright. Mixia smiled, flew up from Miayang's shoulder, and landed on the small coffee table opposite him. She then closed her eyes and mentally connected with Miayang. Soon, both of them frowned. Their whole bodies trembled slightly, and glittering beads of sweat oozed out on their foreheads. In the illusory space of consciousness, where the world could not be measured by reality, two people were engaged in a fierce battle. In it, Mixia returned to normal size, and they entangled, fighting from the ground to the sky and from the sky to the ground. After they were free from the shackles of their bodies, their movements became incredibly agile. It was a state of being free and doing as they pleased. Because their spirit bodies were limited to similar strengths, there was no distinction between the two for a long time. What they were competing against each other were their fighting skills. Obviously, Mixia's skills were not comparable to Miayang's. After a few sparring sessions, Miayang took a narrow step forward and placed her hands on Mixia's chest. Mixia tried to dodge, but it was too late. An azure key wave stirred out, instantly knocking her away. Mixia withdrew from her state of consciousness with a wow and began to pant heavily. But actually, her body didn't need to breathe at all. Okay, I lost. Mixia braced her hands and raised her body. She now felt like she couldn't compare to her senior brother in every way. Not to mention her combat skills and techniques, even her spirit body wasn't a match for her senior brother. Her position was getting lower. Was she going to stay home and be a cook from now? Wow, she was so unhappy. Aizen grabbed Mixia's body and put it in his hands. Actually, it's enough for you to exercise your spirit right now. You're going to be reincarnated in the future. How strong you can be in the future will depend on how your body is. Mixia looked startled. I'm sure I won't be able to compare to my senior brother. When the time comes to start training from scratch, the gap between senior brother and me will only grow wider. Who says? Maybe you'll be a super genius in the future. How much of this do you think is possible? Mixia flattened her mouth with rhetorical questions. Aizen chuckled and didn't answer. Honestly, if she was reincarnated, unless a miracle happened, Mixia really couldn't catch up to him. How much could this probability of genius be? The general power level of the races in the universe was low. But I'll try my best. I won't be far behind. If a senior brother can progress step by step from a weak earthling, then I can do that too. I believe in you, Aizen said. Time passed day by day. Soon, the spaceship entered a planet where technology was quite advanced. The science and technology here were not as good as planet Domini, but it was more advanced than Earth. At least from the jet locomotives flying in the sky and the three-dimensional traffic tracks hovering high in the sky, the difference could be seen. This planet's technology was about the level of West City in the original story. Aizen and Mixia disembarked from the spaceship and observed the surroundings. The power level of the native here was only a little higher than that of Earthlings. After roughly determining the strength of the planet, they flew towards the crowded place. Not to mention, the planet's amusement facilities and trade market were very well developed. In the following days, Aizen also threw away his intense training and freely entered into relaxation. Senior brother, look, I've picked up a strange thing, Mixia shouted loudly from afar. What did you pick up again? Seeing a small white bulbous machine ringed in Mixia's hand, Aizen laughed. It seemed that this girl would often pick up strange things. If she hadn't picked up a Dragon Ball when she was little, Aizen wouldn't have realized that the world he was living in was a Dragon Ball world. Maybe he would just wander around the Great Azure Mountain when he was old. Mixia held a small white machine floating in the air. I don't know. I watched it fly in from space and then keep circling in the sky. Maybe it's some kind of detection machine. Nothing as outrageous as you say. Show it to me. Here you go. Aizen took the small white machine from Mixia's hands and weighed it in his hands. Suddenly, the little white machine trembled violently, as if it had detected some kind of signal, and its spherical shape began to change. Aizen looked surprised. It couldn't be some kind of detection machine, right? Mixia, on the other hand, was also a bit stunned. Tick. 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 A display probe appeared on the outside of the white machine and then scanned Aizen and Mixia. Target, power level 400. Does not meet the open condition, skip. The white machine swept over Mixia and simply omitted it. The series of electronic sounds broadcasted so furiously that Mixia wanted to smash it. It then aimed to scan at Aizen. Target, power level 2200. 2400. Can't detect in detail. It meets open conditions. Tick, turn on the query system. The white machine switched modes, and the original display probe switched to the other side. Connecting to the Otherworld Ruler database. The connection is successful. Start testing. Tick. Target, kindness, with great virtue. Otherworld vetted and approved, now opens Galactic Patrol broadcast. The strange electronic voice continued as if to say that Aizen had passed their test. It then exited a purple card from inside the belly. Scouter number 75421. A powerful energy response source was detected. Identified as a Galaxy Ontology intelligent life form. A recruitment broadcast is being made, no matter what planet you belong to, if you were a Galaxy native life, and you were not a criminal, and were conscious of maintaining the stability of the galaxy, please take this card and go to the Central Area Galactic Patrol headquarters and register as a free mercenary. Any freelance mercenary can take Galactic Patrolman missions based on their registration card and also redeem rewards accordingly. Galactic Patrol, welcome aboard. After this part of the broadcast was over, the little white robot delivered the spit out a purple card to Aizen's hand. It then whooshed off towards outer space. Aizen and Mixia stared blankly at the little robot that flew higher and gradually disappeared into the air. Their faces were still somewhat dazed. Nah, senior brother, this seems like a recruitment advertisement. Aizen nodded. The Galactic Patrol. Mixia was puzzled. What kind of organization is that? Is it like the police? Much more powerful than the police. The Galactic Patrol is a special organization that maintains the stability of the galaxy. Didn't you hear the detection process just now? That little robot was also able to connect to the inquiry system of the other world. However, when did the Galactic Patrol begin to send little flyers? Did they face a lot of pressure? Chapter 197. Maiyang grabbed the small purple card and looked at it. On the front of the card was the logo symbol of the Galactic Patrol. Underneath it was a series of strange digital numbers, which should be the number broadcasted by the little robot, while on the back, there was a galaxy drawn with a spinning top in the middle. When Maiyang stared at that spinning top, he felt a strange energy. The location coordinates of the Galactic Patrol automatically appeared in Maiyang's mind. The Galactic Patrol's headquarters was located in the center of the 4 galaxies in East, South, West, and North. The first time Maiyang knew about this organization was when he watched Hueco the Galactic Patrolman biography in his previous life. It was a prequel to the Dragon Ball story about Bulma's sister, Tights, Galactic Patrolman Hueco, and Dr. Omori, who lived on an isolated island. The story included how Bardock and his wife Jine, on the eve of the destruction of planet Vegeta, sent Son Goku fleeing from planet Vegeta overnight, which kind of restored the truth of Son Goku's arrival on Earth. The Galactic Patrol is located in the center of the galaxy. Its leader is the Galactic King. The Galactic Patrol has a small number of internal members, but it bears the heavy responsibility of maintaining the galaxy's stability. Therefore, many times, when they face strong enemies, they need to send foreign aid or free mercenaries. Maiyang briefly introduced the situation of the Galactic Patrol. Mixia said, "So this organization is still a decent one." Maiyang said, "That's for sure. Even the mercenaries recruited in the broadcast just now are required to be good." From the previous series of words, it wasn't hard to analyze that the Galactic Patrol was like a mercenary platform. It gathers all good life forms within the galaxy that were eligible to receive missions from the organization. Mixia asked with interest, "Senior brother, do you want to join this organization?" Maiyang closed his eyes and pondered. Joining the Galactic Patrol and using their intelligence network would be a good way to train. After all, it's too aimless for a person to fly around the universe. "So, we're going there now?" Mixia yelled. Maiyang shook his head and said, "We'll talk about this later. The Galactic Patrol is located in the center of the 4 galaxies. It may take years to get there. We haven't been back to Earth in many years, so let's go back and take a look first." Speaking of Earth, they had been out for more than 5 years. A feeling of homesickness had arisen, and they wondered how everyone was doing. Mixia was also missing her parents, and her excursions were diminished. "Senior brother, let's go back to Earth." "Okay, let's go back there." North area, Earth. This very remote azure planet in the southern part had undergone drastic changes over the past few years. It had been 6.5 years since the demons' invasion. As time passed, the memories of that year had begun to blur, but the demons' impact on the planet was becoming more profound. The opening of the martial arts era had changed the entire landscape of the planet. Now, martial arts practitioners were the most respected profession. As long as someone wasn't a criminal, they could receive a hefty monthly stipend after becoming martial arts practitioners. If they were to join the central city and teach in a martial arts dojo established by the central city, the salary would be extremely high. Of course, the assessment of martial arts practitioners wasn't easy. The central city had standards that only practitioners with an energy index of over 2000 J, or 20 power level, could be called a martial arts practitioner. This requirement wasn't really high for the martial arts school disciples, but it was a bit harder for the ordinary martial arts practitioner. The good news was that with the gradual spread of the Kami school martial arts, everyone had access to martial arts that were more suitable for the Earthlings. Just 4 years ago, the 13th World Martial Arts Tournament ended, and many elites emerged. Although the eventual winners couldn't compare to the 12th World Martial Arts Tournament, they were all rare elites among ordinary people. The schedule of these tournaments was faithfully recorded by cameras and made into DVDs for sale. As soon as the first DVDs hit the market, it was hotly contested by people who had been waiting for a long time to get their hands on it. West City. The spacious streets were crowded with tourists passing by, continually discussing the hot topics of the day. The prosperity of science and technology extended to the area closer to the suburbs. The smoothboard and slick roads brought ease of travel for all. The bus stopped at a platform, and a handsome young man stepped down from the bus with a chap. A few years ago, this fresh and natural countryside scenery had returned to the way it was before the demon invasion. If it wasn't for the cylindrical skeleton presented in a distant mountain peak, the key waves must have wiped out the entire mountain. It was impossible to imagine that this place had become a ruin a few years ago. "Senior brother, the scenery here is beautiful, just like the Great Azure Mountain." Mixia floated beside Maiyang. Her small body was like a genie. It's quite pretty. Maiyang had a smile on his face. April's school is near here. I heard that she has now stayed on as a researcher and leads the research and development department, which is a fulfillment of her childhood dream. This young man was indeed Maiyang, who had returned from outer space. After returning to Earth, Maiyang and Mixia first went to Karin Tower. Several years later, a new group of people was on top of Karin Tower. Karin was happy to teach these people martial arts. The results of the elixir of immortality made by Karin also came to fruition. This time, the results were so good that all the ingredients together actually produced 15 elixirs, a few more than expected. After getting the elixir of immortality, they returned to the Great Azure Mountain. The elders they hadn't seen for years were still the same, but their strength had increased a lot more than before. Maiyang chatted with Isaac and the others about the outside training, while Mixia controlled her tiny body to chat with Alice, Eula, and the others. Overall, there wasn't much change in general for all of the Kami school except for their strength and age. Instead, the development of the town below the Great Azure Mountain had progressed by leaps and bounds. Now, the Azure Mountain City had been established, and the Central City had sent a special work team stationed in it as well. By the way, after Maiyang and Mixia's junior sister, Ness got married to junior brother, Aso. She gave birth to a daughter named Calamity. This little one inherited Ness's red hair and cute appearance, but her talent was brilliant. She would probably become the most accomplished of all the Kami school's successive disciples besides Maiyang. That was why Isaac and a few other elders paid special attention to her. They also intended to let Maiyang take her as a disciple. Maiyang also quite liked Calamity, so he promised to take her as a disciple in the future. After living in the Great Azure Mountain for a few days, he left each of the 7 elders, including Isaac and Alice, with 1 elixir of immortality each. Maiyang and Mixia came down the mountain to visit April in West City. According to Isaac and the others, April was now growing very well. I haven't seen April in a long time. She's 19, I think. Mixia said smilingly. She liked April very much. Apart from the fact that this little sister was very nice, it was mainly because she had a lovely face with brilliant emerald green eyes. Her skin was so rosy and delicate that even Mixia couldn't help but want to nibble on her face when she saw her. Yes, almost 19 this year. Maiyang was startled. Calculating April's age, when he first met her, she was still only 5 years old. A little over 10 years had passed. April was now 19. I wonder if she has found a boyfriend. Who will she marry in the future? Mixia landed on Maiyang's shoulder. Maiyang said, it's up to April. We can't control that. However, April is so focused on her research that she shouldn't be so preoccupied with her feelings. Hey, I'll have to find out what she's up to then. Mixia winked. Maiyang used his finger to touch Mixia's face and raised her face. Don't worry about this thing. Mind your own business first. This girl, Mixia, couldn't even manage herself, yet she was worried about April. Maybe now April was even more mature than her. After all, leading a team for research purposes was something. The two of them were laughing and talking. Soon, they arrived at the research institute where April worked. It was an institute founded by the school, and most of the researchers there were top students who graduated from the school. Excuse me, student, can you tell me where April's office is? Maiyang pulled a young man who looked like a student. The youth man looked at Maiyang and said, who are you? What do you want to do with Miss April? April was a famous genius in the school. She was also a beautiful woman, and usually, many people who sought her out in various names were all slapped out of the room by her. Had April become a teacher? Maiyang was surprised and said, I'm her brother. Please take me to her. Miss April has a brother? The young man looked at Maiyang up and down, unsure if what he said was true. Teacher April is usually very busy. If you lie, the consequence could be lying in the hospital for a few days. Maiyang smiled, just go and inform her. I think April will come to see me. Alright, wait here. The young man was quite enthusiastic. In case this person really was Teacher April's brother, by doing so, he was leaving a good impression. Upon looking at the young man's back as he walked away, Mixia whispered in Maiyang's ear, it seems that April is very popular. Chapter 198 The Underground Research Institute at the University of West City. The inside of the clean laboratory was spotless. All the researchers wore white lab coats. The indicators on the various instruments around them flickered on and off, shining with a different light. Although these researchers were in a hurry, they were completing their work in an orderly manner. There was a dark, hard substance floating in a pale blue glass vessel, which looked like stone, but was less dense than even water. April wore a lab coat and a black framed pair of glasses above her nose. The density and hardness are very unusual. The testing equipment also detected a faint energy circuit, but there is no energy input in this pure vessel. Is the stone actually generating its own energy? What is its principle? Is it illogical? Is it the same as the lookout or senzu bin? A mysterious substance beyond the realm of mortals? April wrote her thoughts on it in her experiment logbook. The stone used as an experimental opponent was a relic left to her by her father, Claren. There were 3 of them, and April had been studying it for years, never quite understanding its origin. Director April, there is an anomaly in experiment prototype number 2, please go over and take a look at it. A young man with black hair walked up to April's side. When April heard that there was a problem with the experimental prototype, she put down her work. She walked towards the other lab, asking as she did so, Dr. Gero, tell me more about the abnormality that occurred with the experimental prototype. Yes. When the experiment was. The young man named Dr. Gero nodded as he walked away and explained the situation in detail. This young man named Gero was April's classmate and a rare talent. They joined the institute together after graduation. As of April's second-in-command, Dr. Gero not only conducted experiments according to April's instructions but also researched some other topics. For example, the second prototype that was now having problems was a robot that April had tried to create based on the drawings left by her father. April was already a genius. After receiving the basic technology of the Dominion gifted by Maiyang, her scientific research ability had risen to a higher level. With Dr. Ger's assistance, she had already created the second generation of robots. Click, the electronic door opened with a soft sound. In the laboratory, through the transparent tempered glass, the surface of a 3-meter-tall humanoid machine sparked and thudded out of control against the glass. There was a loud, violent impact. The tempered glass cracked visibly, and the entire lab was plunged into a noisy mess. Not far away, a teenager approached the lab bench to make observations, oblivious to the approaching danger. Dr. Brief, get out of the way, it's too dangerous here. The other researchers saw it and immediately snapped with a change in their faces. However, this time it was too late, the tempered glass shattered, and the out-of-control robot rushed into the lab. Just as the teenager named Brief was dying, a slender arm reached out, and April stopped the out-of-control robot in front of her. Then, with a twist of her wrist, she knocked the entire riotous robot out of the sky. The robot smashed a hole in the wall of the lab with a loud bang. Crackle. With the robot still out of control, April's azure eyes glazed over with a cold light, emitting a radiant glow from her onion-like fingers. Heavenly SKY beam. A chopstick-thick key ray was fired out, instantly hitting the robot's core processing location. With a rumbling, piercing explosion, the robot stopped moving. April gasped with a pale face. Her body was weakly leaning against the lab table. Miss April, are you alright? Dr. Brief, who had been saved by April, came over nervously, looking at a loss for words. April waved her hand. Dr. Brief, don't be so impulsive in the future. I can't explain to Banshee if something happens to you. Dr. Brief's cheeks flushed as if he also felt regret for his recklessness. At this time, there was silence in the lab. Dr. Gero came over with an excited face. Director April, I didn't think that you were actually a powerful martial arts practitioner. That was a key wave. I've heard that it requires extremely profound power to be able to perform it. Dr. Gero's mouth was like a gate that had been opened, and he couldn't stop talking. April really wanted to slap it when she saw it. Although April was able to release key waves, this wasn't something she could be proud of now. If it was the past, she would have been excellent in the kami school and could be proud of herself. However, this time was different. With Maiyang passing down the kami school training techniques from the previous kami, disciples like her with 50 power levels were actually at the tail end of the ladder. Those few excellent brothers and sisters had reached 100 power levels, even the juniors, who were coming after her, were surpassing her. Dr. Gero, shut up. April had a fierce gleam in her eyes, and Dr. Gero shut his mouth knowingly. Just then, a researcher ran over and said to April, Director, there is a student outside looking for you. He said that there is a man from the school, claiming to be your brother. My brother? April frowned. Shall I rebuff him? April waved her hand, suddenly thinking of the figure of Maiyang. No, if you're talking about my brother, I do have one, but he shouldn't be in West City right now. She originally wanted to say not on Earth, but that would be too alarming. So she changed it to West City. I'm going to go out and take a look while you guys sort out the scene here. With that, April turned around with great dignity. Hey, Dr. Brief, Director April's brother is here. Shall we go out and take a look? Curiosity flashed in Dr. Gero's eyes. It was only today that he had learned that the clever April was a martial arts practitioner, so he was particularly curious about everything to do with her. Dr. Brief said, I heard from Banshee that Director April's brother is a very powerful martial arts practitioner. Dr. Gero's eyes lit up. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go and check it out. On the other side, in a pavilion at the school's side, Aizen was quietly waiting for April. With some candies and snacks on the stone table, all of which was April's favorites. Senior brother, April's a bit slow, Mixia complained. Aizen didn't care, she's leading the experiment right now. She can't get out of it at the moment, we'll wait slowly. Look, isn't that her? The pavilion was located on a small hill inside the school. The view was very open. Aizen looked in one direction and saw a woman in a white coat running towards them. Her brown hair waving from side to side, it was indeed April. Behind her was also a growing fat blue dinosaur. It was April's little friend Blue Dinosaur, Growly. After years of not seeing, April has grown up. She was 19 years old. She was slender, bright-eyed, very beautiful. With a curtain of brown hair that went straight to her shoulders, she was valiantly shy and had a very attractive sense of beauty. However, how did April was short-sighted and also put on black-framed glasses? Although this look was full of intellectual beauty. With black-framed glasses, a white lab coat, brown hair with a few tufts of dull hair sticking up, the left side of the white lab coat had a piece of red, and the right side had a piece of blue. Even a good pair of shoes, the left and right sides were different styles. How could such a pictorial had a sense of vested vision? Aizen was lost for a while. Previously, when he saw April dressed like this, he had no feeling. Now April's figure had fully grown and opened up in front of him. Her plump breasts stood out, especially wearing glasses and a lab coat. It always felt very similar to a particular figure. Female scientist, brown hair, black mirrored glasses, unconventional outfit. Oh boy. This image. April was not supposed to be the android 21. Aizen was shocked by his own speculation. If April really was the android 21, she was a strong girl. In the early stage, android 17, android 18, and super perfect cell were nothing compared to android 21. The Majin transformation's android 21 was more terrifying than Majin. Chapter 199 Senior brother, it really is you. I thought someone was impersonating you. April ran over with her arms waving, not hugging over affectionately like she did when she was a child. Instead, she stood reservedly to the side, and her white face is smiling with joy. Aizen said, is there anyone on Earth who dares to impersonate me? April whispered, if they knew my brother's true identity, of course, no one would dare. However, in school, no one knows that I'm a disciple of Kami school, so there are quite a few people who haphazardly impersonate my relatives. Haha, it seems you're too popular. Aizen laughed. April was now looking gorgeous, so there would be plenty of people who liked her. He then frowned, detecting the key on April's body. What the heck? The capacity was pitifully low. 50 points of power level were considered a hanger-on among the young people of the Kami school generation. However, on second thought, as a scientist, it was already rare to be this strong. Why are your eyes nearsighted? Mixia flew out. Oh my, senior sister Mixia has become so small. April looked surprised. In April's mind, Mixia's coolness and majesty had always left a deep impression on her. April serenely said, I've been reading too much research material, and my eyes started to get nearsighted without realizing it. However, it's much better with the glasses on. Mixia nodded after hearing that, then you should be careful to protect your eyes. At this time, Aizen pointed at Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief, who was following behind, and said, those two are your colleagues, aren't they? They've been hiding over there for a long time, why don't you invite them over? April turned back to see the two hiding behind her and snapped, Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief, get out of there now. Shit, they'd been spotted. Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief blanched and came out from behind the bushes obediently. Did you just call them? Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief? Aizen's eyebrows rose, he was shocked. Yeah, what's the problem? April sat down and looked at the table of desserts, her eyes flashing with joy, not too concerned about Aizen's surprise. No, it's nothing. Those two names are great. Aizen shook his head gently. Then his curious eyes fell on Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief's, causing them to sit on pins and needles all at once. The one named Dr. Gero was the same age as of April. He had black hair and was very intelligent, the other, Dr. Brief's, had light purple hair and was very thin. He was 3 years younger than April and was still a student at the school. Are they Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief's? Aizen touched his chin. Then April's identity should be Android 21, right? TSK, this was such a small school that actually gathered so many elites. Oh, and if he counted Dr. Omori, who was teaching at the school, there was truly a collection of talents. After completing the Human Power Level Index tester, Dr. Omori didn't return to his island research institute but stayed with his wife to teach at the school. Your name is Jero, right? It's good, very promising. I'm optimistic about you. Maayang patted Dr. Jero's shoulder, the tremendous force of the palm, causing Dr. Jero to grimace in pain. After patting Dr. Jero, Maayang looked at Dr. Brief again. His attitude was much kinder. Although this teenager was still young, he was the genius who would invent the capsules in the future and was also the father of Tights and Bulma. Dr. Brief, you're great too. Seeing that Dr. Jero and Dr. Briefs were confused by Maayang, April grinned twice and said proudly, you two should feel honored. This is my senior brother, Maayang, known by everyone as the god of martial arts. However, don't ever spread this matter out, it is fine if only you two who know about it. The god of martial arts. Maayang. The legendary figure who saved the world 6 years ago, he's actually Director April's brother. Dr. Jero and Dr. Briefs were horrified, whirling their faces. They looked at Maayang with curiosity and admiration, with a hint of desire to explore in the face of the unknown. Hello, Mr. Maayang. Their attitudes immediately became more formal. Relax, you guys are April's classmates. Our paths will cross more in the future. Yes, you're right. The two doubled up and said with honor. April had a good look at them, but she didn't care for them and ate many sweets on her own. She chatted with them while enjoying her sweets. Senior sister Mixia, how did you become like this? April whispered to Mixia as she ate. Mixia made a circle in the air and landed on April's shoulder. She then told her about what she had encountered out there. It starts with us going to Kai's planet to practice. April listened in amazement. Her eyes growing a little out of focus as the vast and mysterious universe out there fascinated her. She wanted to get out there and see it too. Curling her red lips, April looked envious. Senior sister Mixia is so free, I want to go out too. Mixia said, it's dangerous out there. It would be too dangerous for you to go out. Ah, what a pity. I wish I could be more powerful. April was not in a good mood and took a hard bite of her sweet treat. April opened your mouth. What? April was confused but obediently opened her mouth, revealing her small, pointed teeth. At that moment, Mixio picked up a white ball the size of her head and threw it down April's throat. Suddenly something was shoved into her mouth. The foreign invasion made April cough violently. The thing went down her throat as she swallowed it. Sister, what are you feeding me? Mixia whispered in her ear, good stuff, the elixir of immortality. April's eyes widened in amazement. In this world, there's still such a thing. Keep it down. Don't let anyone else know about it. There aren't many of them. Except for the elders of the Great Azure Mountain, I'll only give you. It's very embarrassing. April's cheeks were blushing with embarrassment. The elixir of immortality was too precious. Just by hearing the name, April could imagine how precious it was. Mixia said, there's nothing to be sorry about. You're my dearest sister. April was overwhelmingly touched by what she heard. Of course, I also have a little favor to ask of you. With that, Mixia turned her eyes towards Maayang. I'm going to be reincarnated in the future. Although I should carry memories, I definitely won't be around Maayang for a long time. I want you to keep an eye on things for me so that no other girl can take advantage of it. April screamed, out of embarrassment. Senior sister, this favor. I don't seem to be able to help. What? Mixia was stunned that April couldn't help her with this little favor. Was she a fake sister? Just like what you said. Keeping an eye on things is fine, but if I step in to stop it, that's not good. What's wrong? Why can't you help? Mixia's eyes grew fierce. April's head shrank to her neck, squirming. However, thinking about the fact that her senior sister had given her the elixir of immortality, she mustered up the courage to say, I'll help, it's okay, I'll help you. Well, I'll leave it to you from now on. Mixia flew up happily. Suddenly thinking of something and staring up, Mixia floated in front of April and looked closely at her pretty face. I asked you to help, so don't be a thief. What are you talking about, senior sister? April's mouth was open, and she was laughing with tears. Haha, just kidding. When Mixia saw April's changed expression, she laughed. Okay, that's the deal. After a small gathering with April, Maayang and Mixia said goodbye and left the West City. As she watched Maayang and Mixia leave, April remembered the chaotic scene in the lab. She turned around with a dignified face, scolded Dr. Jero and Dr. Brief, telling them to go back to their research work. On the way back, Maayang asked Mixia. Mixia, did you just deliberately put the elixir of immortality in April's mouth? The elixir of immortality is my share. It was my right to give it to April. Aren't you going to eat it when you're reincarnated? Don't you have a few more there? Mixia smiled without any embarrassment. Yang rolled his eyes. Mixia was really a scheming bitch in terms of winning people's hearts. The first thing he should do was to say, in addition to the elders of the Great Azure Mountain, I only give one to you. However, in the end, instead of taking it yourself, did you give it to the others? Chapter 200. The next day, in the early morning, rain dew hung on the foliage. The sun shone down, reflecting the brilliant colors. Yang was in a small building in the Great Azure Mountain. He was suspended in the air with his legs crossed in the courtyard, emitting a burst of tangible whirlwinds around him. However, the strange thing was that although these whirlwinds were strong, they had almost no effect on the surrounding area. At this moment, Yang opened his eyes, a cluster of streaks of light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a satisfied smile. Finally, I've reached 60,000 power level. Half a year ago, if he had this kind of strength, combined with the increase of Kaioken, he wouldn't have chosen to retreat when he faced the Jinyu force. Since he had broken the second limit, his training speed had changed drastically compared to before. The breaking of the limit was like the sublimation of life, in a sense that although the racial attributes had not changed, the layers had significantly increased. This was somewhat like Son Goku, who could freely transform into a Super Saiyan. From the bloodline, the children born afterward were all very talented. Because of the breakthrough of the Super Saiyan, the shackles on the bloodline were broken, and the level was significantly raised. Of course, whether or not they could become a master was a different matter. In a small way, Yang saw some of the famous names in the universe from this point. No race in the universe was born powerful. From the beginning of their birth, they gradually grew from ignorance through generations of ancestors' efforts. Similarly, although the Earthlings were a low-level race, as long as they worked hard and gradually strengthened in the future, there would also be the day that they raised a high-level race. Phew. A young silhouette quickly ran over. Senior brother Yang, I've completed a lap around the Great Azure Mountains. Canalita gasped, her little face turning red from the intense exercise. The little girl named Canalita was Yang's first disciple. Her parents were Aso and Ness, her fiery red hair was inherited from niece genes. At that moment, Mixia flew up from Canalita's head and complimented, Senior brother, Canalita's talent is outstanding. She can run a whole lap around the Great Azure Mountain at only 4 years old. Senior sister, I'm not that good. Canalita tilted her head up in embarrassment and reached out her hand to grab Mixia's body and hold it in her arms. It was unknown whether she regarded Mixia as a senior or a pure puppet toy. Yang smiled and touched Canalita's head a few times. Canalita is awesome, this is amazing. Your teacher and his wife weren't even as good as you when we were little. Really? Canalita's eyes lit up, and she smiled. She actually liked to be praised by adults. Of course. That's why you need to practice the martial arts of Kami school and become the most powerful person on Earth in the future. Huh? Canalita was encouraged and nodded her head vigorously. That's a good girl. Go back to your mom and dad, you have to exercise under their supervision, no slacking off. Yang amiably instructed Canalita. For small children, properly giving them high hats could inspire them to fight. I'm not slacking off. Sure enough, Canalita wrinkled her nose and made a face towards Yang and Mixia before bouncing off in the direction of her house. Mixia laughed, Canalita is so smart. She's so powerful at such a young age. Yang watched the little one gradually run away and nodded approvingly. She's been practicing Kami school martial arts since she was a child. However, her starting point is a lot higher than ours in the beginning. Yang's talent was actually not particularly genius. However, because of the acceleration space in his body, he had done an excellent job of settling down in the early stages of primitive accumulation, which was why he was now soaring to the sky. However, for Canalita, Yang had high expectations. Senior brother, I know you plan to use her as a successor, so when do you want to teach her something profound? Yang smiled and shook his head, it's still too early. Too many fancy exposures will only distract her. When she grows up a bit more and builds a solid foundation, I'll teach her the best techniques. I'll have to talk to the teacher and the elders about that too. Oh my, then in the future, when Canalita learns senior brother's martial arts, won't she be invincible? Mixia narrowed her eyes. Canalita's talent was revealed early on, and the Kami school was treating her as a treasure. It's still early. Yang smiled, then took out the purple card of the Galactic Patrol. The card's crystal clear material was very delicate, and he didn't know what material it was made of. Reasonably, the most technologically advanced in the galaxy was probably the Galactic Patrol. Even if their spaceships traversed the 4 great galaxies, it would only take a few months. This would have been impossible for any other civilization's spaceships to complete in less than a decade. In a little while, when the gravity spaceship's transformation is complete, we'll go to the central area. Mixia was interested, are we finally going to the central area? I wonder what it's like there. Maiyang said, of course there is a collection of strong people there. Some of the overlords who dominate the Star Territory regard it as a forbidden area and don't dare to send their forces there. So you can imagine the number of strong people in there. The 4 great galaxies are ruled by the East, South, West, and North 4 Kais. Above the 4 Kais, there is the legendary higher-level Grand Kai. The Grand Kai rule the entire galaxy, and that Galactic Patrol, as the organization that maintains the stability of the galaxy, has the support of the Grand Kai behind it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to communicate with the other world system. The Galactic Patrol is really something, Mixia exclaimed. What remarkable isn't the power level of the Galactic Patrol itself, but its platform effect, Maiyang explained. Although the Galactic Patrol is sparse and lacking in strength, as a platform that gathers strong people from all over the galaxy, this number of people is already enough. Its value is also reflected in the platform's information distribution. The Galactic Patrol maintained the galaxy's stability not by the patrolman's strength, but by the strongest people in the universe like Maiyang, who had gotten their free mercenary registration cards. Senior brother, I really want to go to the central area as soon as possible. Mixia was looking forward to the central area. Soon. Maiyang smiled. By the way, Sun Gohan hasn't returned to Earth yet, right? Mixia said, yes, I went to the Mount 5 Elements to ask Kanan. She said that Sun Gohan is now training in Planet Namek. Did he finally go to Planet Namek? Maiyang narrowed his eyes. 5 or 6 years ago, Maiyang had reminded Sun Gohan that he could go to Planet Namek after finishing his training at Kai's planet. It seemed that he had done so. In the original story, Krillin's power level suddenly soared tenfold to 15,000 power levels after the Grand Elders developed his potential at Planet Namek. Now, Sun Gohan was no worse than Krillin, and because of his years of training in the Kai's planet, his power level had surpassed that of Krillin before he went to Planet Namek. It was worth mentioning that the Kai's planet's training had also led to a breakthrough for Anan. She had now managed to break through the limits of a third-level dimension god. After tens of thousands of years of waiting, she was finally promoted to a level 4th god, with a status similar to King Yanma. Mixia, since Sun Gohan is in Planet Namek, let's go over there and take a look. Maiyang had an elixir of immortality in his hand that was for Sun Gohan. Yeah. Mixia nodded instantly. After that, Maiyang placed Mixia in the palm of his hand. One hand was on his eyebrow and searched according to the location of Planet Namek. Planet Namek was very far away from Earth, and it wasn't easy to move there with instant transmission. However, the good thing was that there was a clear target. The strongest person on it was strong enough that Maiyang quickly caught the key there in one direction. This key, it's from Sun Gohan. It's much stronger than expected. It wasn't a situation like Son Goku's where he couldn't find the new Planet Namek. Maiyang captured the key from Planet Namek's side very smoothly. Instant transmission was activated immediately. Phew. A blur of light flashed by, and Maiyang appeared in the blink of an eye on the distant Planet Namek. Chapter 201 On Planet Namek, the bluegrass created wave after wave of ripples under the breeze. Next to the clear lake, 2 people were engaged in a quick fight. Sun Gohan, you're no match for me, so get out of Planet Namek, or I'll mistreat you. Nail shouted at Sun Gohan in annoyance. Sun Gohan smiled playfully, come on, you're such a great fighter. Fight me for a while longer. Bastard, you earthlings are a nuisance. Nail's eyes became cold, and his body suddenly flashed. He appeared straight away, very close to Sun Gohan, and then slammed over with an attack. Sun Gohan saw Nail's attack and waved his hand in response. However, Nail's attack was far above Sun Gohan. The ground collapsed abruptly with a thud, cracking open countless spiderweb-like cracks, and riotous stones flew out in all directions, causing Sun Gohan to stumble and sink into the ground. Twice, Kaioken. Snap. A silhouette rose into the sky, burning with dark red ki flames. After flying into the air, his palms gathered together, and a radiant wave of ki condensed out. Kamehameha. The straight ki wave descended from the sky, full of unstoppable momentum. Nail aimed at the azure ki wave. He snorted in annoyance and stretched out his hand to slice it horizontally in the shape of a hand blade. The air shuddered, and the straight ki wave was bent by 90 degrees, shooting out along the horizon until a vast mushroom cloud rose in the distance. You have repeatedly provoked me. Do you really think that because of the Grand Elder's kindness, I will show you mercy? Nail's patience was at an end. He was even more annoyed by the hippie in front of him than the earthling he had met a few years ago. Well then, no more fighting. I'm leaving now. Seemingly seeing that he had really pissed off Nail, Sun Gohan hurriedly went down the hill and stated that he would leave Planet Namek. Nail emitted a cold chill all over his body and said grimly, leave Planet Namek now and don't let me see you again. After saying that, Nail snorted, and a flash of light flew through the air as he returned to the place where the Grand Elder resided to perform his guard duty faithfully. Well, if you won't fight me, there's no point in staying in Planet Namek. Sun Gohan barred his mouth. Planet Namek was too weak except for Nail alone, who could act as his opponent, making Sun Gohan experiencing that feeling of being a master. Gohan, you're pissing people off again. It's their planet. A slim figure flew in from afar, and Inin was lecturing Sun Gohan. I'm trying to find someone to compete with me. Sun Gohan opened his mouth and smiled. Now that he and Inin were both masters, it wasn't easy to find an opponent of similar strength. Sun Gohan and Inin's rise to prominence began a few years ago. When the two who had successfully passed the Snake Road test and entered Kai's planet, their strength had made quite a breakthrough under the guidance of the North Kai. When they left Kai's planet, Sun Gohan's power level reached 2,400, while Inin's was a little lower. However, because of the breakthrough at the god level, her strength had risen to 1,500. What really made them rise was Planet Namek. Yang didn't lie to them, Planet Namek's Grand Elder was really amazing. They unlocked their potential with the Elder's help, causing their power level soared nearly 10 times. Now, Sun Gohan's power level reached 24,000, and Inin, who had a minimal increase because she was a god, had a power level of nearly 7,000. If you added Kaioken, he would be a well-known fighter in the universe. This time, the one who came to Planet Namek with Sun Gohan was Inin's real body, and the one who stayed in the Mount 5 Elements was only the split body. After becoming a level 4 dimension god, Inin's authority and power had risen by a large margin, and her powers were no longer trapped on the small earth. Suddenly, as a god, Inin sensed powerful ki approaching them. She fixed her eyes to see a figure suddenly appeared above the calm lake. It's Yang. What's he doing here? Sun Gohan saw the appearance of the visitor clearly and said in surprise. Inin laughed at the side, thinking to communicate with her split body on Earth. He is here to give you the elixir of immortality. Yang flew in front of the two and found that Sun Gohan's ki had risen so much. It was the same level of Dodoria, beside Frieza. Perfect? After developing your potential, your power level has risen that much. Haha, of course. Sun Gohan looked at Yang. His battle intent was overpowering, and he shouted, Yang, come and fight me. He had heard the Grand Elder mention before that Yang hadn't opened his potential when he came to Planet Namek. Thus, his power might have been above Yang. Yang shook his head with a smile. You're not my match. How do you know if you don't try? Sun Gohan said confidently. You're still the same stubborn as always. Yang sighed. Someone like Sun Gohan already had the strength, but his personality was too jumpy. He hadn't developed the ease and calmness of a master. Ki was then released. Strong ki was exerted on Sun Gohan's body, causing him to feel like he was in an ice cellar, and his body hair trembled. Sun Gohan stared at Yang eyes and couldn't believe it. How can you be so strong? I'm not your opponent even if I cast twice Kaioken. Yang said, your normal power level is 24,000, while my normal power level is 60,000. I know all the moves you know, so how can you defeat me? 60,000 power level. Sun Gohan was shocked, clearly unable to accept such a huge gap. Mixia's small figure floated over and proudly said, Sun Gohan, do you still want to compare with my senior brother? I advise you to give up early and save yourself a shock. My senior brother is the best in the world. Sun Gohan was feeling lifeless. Mixia, who was crazy about her husband, always liked to jump out and hit him. He just wanted to surpass Yang once. Why was it so hard? I wonder how on earth did you practice? At this time, Inin's figure came over, receiving the memories of the split body. She knew the intention of Yang and Mixia. You guys should stop hitting Gohan. It's not easy for him to become that strong. Why don't you guys take out the elixir you prepared? Yang nodded with a smile and tossed a white pill over. Here it goes. This is one for Gohan. Of course, Sun Gohan knew what this was. He then stopped feeling sorry for himself and smilingly took the elixir of immortality. There's a powerful key on top of Planet Namek, is it Nail? Yang looked at Planet Namek deprivation's natural scenery and sensed powerful key from the northern hemisphere. Sun Gohan said, that's him. The Grand Elder has also developed his potential. I'm no match for him even if I use Kaioken. Yang nodded. From Nail's key, the energy was already no less than his current one. When he first met him, he already had more than 6,000 power level. After the Grand Elder developed his potential, raising it to 60,000 power level was considered normal. By the way, Gohan, are you eager for a fight now? Sun Gohan's eyes lit up. Yes, you know where to find masters. Yang said, there are no such masters within the confines of the earth. After all, more than 20,000 power level is already a rare master. However, there are still many masters in other parts of the universe. So next, Yang told the story of the Galactic Patrol. Sun Gohan expressed interest in such a positive organization in the galaxy. He immediately wanted to go to the central area with Ma Yang and others. We'll go over there together when my gravity spaceship's transformation is complete. Yeah. Time passed, like fine sand disappearing unnoticed. Soon, 4 months had passed. On this day, the Dominion had finally completed the transformation of the gravity spaceship. The spaceship's gravity training chamber was raised from 50 times to 150 times, temporarily satisfying Ma Yang's training requirements. Ma Yang was very satisfied with the transformation. Ma Yang, how are we going to get to the central area? I'll take you there with instant transmission. Ma Yang thought for a while. If he were driving a spaceship, he would spend too much time on the road. After thinking about it, he finally decided to use instant transmission. Although instant transmission seemed unreliable, the galactic patrol location was too far away to use a spaceship. So for safety's sake, the worst-case scenario was to perform a few more short-range instant transmission. Just as Ma Yang and the others were leaving for the central area, Planet Vegeta, which was far away in another starfield, was facing an unprecedented crisis. The dozens of disk ships, led by Frieza and King Cold, sailed in the formation and approached the starfield where Planet Vegeta was located. Chapter 202 Planet Vegeta was a giant blue-green planet in the north area. It's similar to Earth in appearance, with favorable natural conditions. This giant planet was home to Saiyan race, who called themselves the warrior race. Today, however, the mighty Planet Vegeta had come to its end. In the palace of Planet Vegeta, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly depressing. The king of the Saiyan race sat at the throne's head, gazing down at the people below with a deep expression. Just a moment ago, the headquarters had received urgent information from the frontline people that Frieza was leading his army towards Planet Vegeta. Frieza was so exuberant and menacing that their purpose had been revealed. The situation is already known to everyone. Frieza's army will soon arrive at Planet Vegeta, and there's absolutely nothing good that can come from them coming in such a big way. Tell me, what should we do? At this time, none of the Saiyan warriors standing in the palace were the elite of the race. They all knew the purpose of Frieza. As he had ascended to the North Area stage in recent years, Frieza's sphere of influence was expanding. Now, had targeted the power of the Saiyan race. As soon as the Saiyan King's voice fell, the clansmen's voices below rang out, communicating with each other. The Saiyans race were free mercenaries in the universe, taking on missions issued by the major powers. They loved fighting and enjoyed the fun of it, so this job was as if it was tailor-made for them. Of course, to understand it from another perspective, Saiyan's reason for choosing a free mercenary profession was not simply out of the fun. A race would never put the fate of an entire race on the line just because of fun, no matter what. The high level of the Saiyans only took into account the clansmen's preferences in several optional development directions. King, no matter what they have in mind, Saiyan's dignity is not to be violated. If they dare to force us, the worst that can happen is a bloodbath. A Saiyan in battle armor said with a fierce expression. That's right. Let's go to war. Another large male Saiyan said, show that bastard, Frieza, what we're made of. Stupid. Frieza's strength is far greater than ours. Fighting with them will only lead us to our destruction. Someone quickly retorted. Although they were also unwilling to surrender to Frieza, the opponent was stronger than them. They couldn't let the Saiyans race perish. Galreg, what do you mean? Do you want to give up the glory of the Saiyans? For many years, Saiyans had been active in the North area yet had never succumbed to a single power. Galreg turned blood red and retorted loudly, it's not about dignity, it's about perpetuating our Saiyans' existence. Frieza's power is evident to everyone. Our race is already small, we cannot make unnecessary sacrifices. Doesn't Frieza want us to serve them? As a fighting race, Saiyans are born to fight, so it's the same for us to become fighters under Frieza's command or free mercenaries in the universe. Of course, we are not subservient to Frieza either, we are just looking for the right time to do so. That's argumentative. The Wadu faction roared with a cold face. How strong is Frieza has never been explored. His so-called strength is only based on rumors among various civilizations. How can Saiyans be frightened by distant rumors? We can simply transform into giant apes. If we don't even dare to fight, we're cowards. The burly man, who was the main warrior, shouted angrily. Looking at the noisy clansmen below, the face of the Saiyan king sitting on the throne darkened. The cold air was released to subdue the Saiyan warriors below. Alright, all be quiet. Frieza's exact purpose is still unclear. Prepare both hands in case of insufficient intelligence. Saiyan King looked at everyone with a frosty face. Galreg, you come with me to meet Frieza. Also, prepare the greatest scouter. If Frieza's strength is within our resistance, we'll kill him at all costs. With piercing coldness flashing in his eyes, Saiyan King's voice was cold.
If he is too powerful, we will have no choice but to tolerate the humiliation and wait for the right moment. King, we cannot afford to lose the dignity of the Saiyans. The Wado faction shouted unyieldingly. King Saiyan stood up and said, "Hey, Bikuk, I understand what you mean. So, I have a task for you. You will lead some of your people and get them ready for battle. However, suppose the situation is untenable, and Frieza is mighty enough to be invincible. In that case, I want you to abandon that recklessness and hunker down quietly." King. I can't do that. Bikuk opened his eyes wide, his face filled with resignation. The Saiyan King waved his hand and interrupted him. What Galreg said before was very reasonable. We Saiyans are warriors' race, but we can't ignore the situation. Being reckless will end the future of our race. I know that many of you will be unhappy with this decision, so I will allow you to leave planet Vegeta with some of your people when the time comes. However, it would help if you remembered that once you leave planet Vegeta, it means that you will be on your own. You will have nothing to do with planet Vegeta in the future, and we will not give you any help. The Saiyan King's message was clear. Frieza's arrival was a catastrophe for the Saiyan race. If Frieza were not strong, of course, it would be best if everyone joined forces to kill Frieza. However, if Frieza were invincible, he, as the leader, would choose to submit to Frieza and wait for an opportunity to turn the tables. Also, he allowed Bikuk to leave planet Vegeta with a portion of his people, as a rebel from his control, but this would be dangerous and would be directly pursued by Frieza. The Saiyans race's population was already small. They couldn't be desperate for a hard fight, so precisely what to do would depend on the situation at the time. King, I understand. Bikuk wasn't a fool and could understand Saiyan King's determination. So, he clenched his fists and nodded vigorously. That's it. We're ready for Frieza. Everyone left the palace. Saiyan King walked behind and patted Bikuk's shoulder vigorously. The universe. More than 20 disk spaceships were stationed outside of planet Vegeta. Through the portals, the beautiful planet with its blue-green glow could be seen. The beautiful color was like a jewel, and it was intoxicating. Ho, ho, ho Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Zarbon, get everyone ready. If those wild monkeys are stubborn, destroy them all without missing a beat. Frieza floated in front of the porthole with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face, and he looked laid back. As ordered. Rest assured, King Frieza. Zarbon and Dodoria stood behind Frieza respectfully, giving a slight salute. Frieza looked again at the 5 people of the Jinyu force on the side seat above and said coldly, Captain Jinyu, those elite warrior among the Saiyans will be a problem for you. Captain Jinyu was filled with evil intent. Everything will be as King Frieza wishes. Ho ho ho, that would be best. Frieza chuckled softly. He floated to the top seat of the ship, pouring himself a glass of red wine and taking a small sip. Father, enjoy my performance in a moment. King Cold sat as if he were a spectator and held his glass up for a moment. Frieza, this is your sphere of influence. Everything will be as you wish. I won't let you down, father. Frieza laughed, his eyes filled with a cold light. Chapter 203 The autumn wind was sluggish, and the flood waves were surging. The large planet Vegeta was immersed in an atmosphere of heavy tension. The dark red night's austere meaning became even more intense as a disc-shaped spaceship descended on planet Vegeta. Saiyan King led his race's warrior to the terminal outside the palace to greet Frieza and his group, while Bikuk and the others ambushed them, waiting for an opportunity. The technological development of planet Vegeta was monstrous. The Saiyan's palace and the terminal platform were quite advanced and modern, with various ship landing sites and energy launch pads arranged in a star pattern. However, the ordinary Saiyans lived in a very backward environment, like the natives, with great regional differences. This might be because they originally plundered planet Vegeta from other races, and the Saiyans didn't digest the technology inside. The platform on which the ship landed. The Saiyan's king led a group of Saiyan warrior to wait respectfully for a long time. Soon, a disc spaceship landed. Frieza, along with King Cold, came out of the spaceship. Welcome, Lord Frieza, to planet Vegeta. Saiyan King bowed his head and squeezed his fist tightly in his hand. Oh, it's our first meeting. Frieza bent down and prodded his head in a very gentlemanly manner, laughing. King of Saiyans, do you truly welcome us? The Saiyan King was startled and said, of course, Lord Frieza is a universe overlord. We, Saiyans, have always revered the strong, and your arrival is an honor for us. Hee, it would be best. Frieza narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. Zarbon and Dodoria immediately came forward like a stargazer. The 5 members of the Jinyu force made their entrance in an odd pose. Captain Jinyu took the lead and said in a rude and cold voice, from today onwards, the Saiyans of planet Vegeta must obey King Frieza's orders. Lord Frieza. The Saiyan King screamed. What? You want to defy King Frieza's orders? Captain Jinyu and his group were eyeing the Saiyan King, while the Frieza force was also ready for battle. On the other side of the terminal, inside the command hall, the Super Scouter was constantly scanning Frieza's energy and the others. It buzzed and roared with high-powered instruments running, and a string of terrifying figures kept appearing on display. 19,000. 18,000. 37,000. 42,000. 46,000. 39,000. 96,000. A horrifying amount of data appeared on the screen. These were the power level of the Dodoria, Zarbon, and Jinyu force. Of course, just like that, the Saiyans as a warrior race wasn't afraid because they could also qualify for a fight in their Great Ape transformation. However, when the Super Scouter aimed at Frieza and the King Cold beside him, the data displayed on it caused everyone in the hall to suck in a breath of cold air, freezing through their bodies and completely stunned. 220,000. 350,000. The numbers kept rising. 500,000. With a bang, even the high-powered Scouter couldn't withstand the enormous amount of power level that burned out at that point. King Frieza's power level is far beyond our imagination. Our Scouter can't detect it at all. It is estimated to be at least 500,000 power level. The trembling voice of the reporting officer came from the ear communicator. The Saiyan King was in a cold sweat as he listened to the whole story. Upon facing Frieza's blood-colored eyes like demonic pupils, the Saiyan King had already made his choice. He led the warriors among the Saiyans to kneel on one knee and bitterly said, "Saiyans are willing to submit to King Frieza." "Ho ho ho, do you submit so easily? Good, and I hope we'll be happy together in the future." Frieza held out a hand, his attitude appearing very humble. Saiyan King grasped Frieza's cold hand and respectfully said, "Working for King Frieza is the Saiyan's pleasure." Tick. On the other hand, an electronic button in the palm of his hand was pressed. A series of commands were sent to Bikuk, ordering him to abandon the battle and immediately lead some of his people to find a way out of planet Vegeta. King Saiyan knew that all Saiyans couldn't choose to compromise. Someone was bound to stand up and fight back. This was both to preserve the Saiyans' dignity and to allay Frieza's suspicions. "Bikuk, I hope you can escape planet Vegeta with the pride of the Saiyans." Soon, on the other side of planet Vegeta, a spherical spaceship quickly lifted off, heading away from planet Vegeta. The fact that so many spaceships were leaving Vegeta couldn't be hidden from the ears of Frieza forces. After all, they had already surrounded planet Vegeta, and the moment the spaceship lifted off, they all locked on. Such information was quickly passed on to Frieza and the others. Well, stupid Saiyans, they sure chose to resist. Dodoria pressed the Scouter out of his ear and came forward to Frieza. "King Frieza, our force has detected a large number of spaceships leaving planet Vegeta." Frieza chuckled and narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by this, Saiyan King?" The Saiyan King hurriedly said, "Lord Frieza, that's not what I meant. I'm the leader of the Saiyan race, but I'm only the nominal commander. Those tough martial arts fighting factions won't follow my orders." "Ho ho ho, I hope things are as you say. If it's the case, then you won't have a problem with me disposing of those spaceships." After saying that, without waiting for Saiyan King's reaction, Frieza just waved his hand and said coolly, "Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Zarbon, destroy all those spaceships. Also, tell Captain Jinyu to dispose of those who are in the way." "As ordered." "As ordered." Dodoria and Zarbon were excited. Captain Jinyu smiled lightly and led his crew in pursuit of those spaceships. "Mind taking us for a nice view of planet Vegeta?" Frieza had his hands behind his back and looked indifferent. Saiyan King was startled and said, "Of course, I don't mind, King Frieza, please follow me." Then, led by the Saiyan King, Frieza, and King Cold strolled around planet Vegeta. The entire time King Cold remained silent throughout the process. "Saiyan King, I think your rule needs to be strengthened. There is no need for a disobedient fellow to exist." King Cold suddenly said. "What this lord says is true." Saiyan King suppressed his anger and was amiable. Frieza gave the King of Saiyans a cold glance and left the Saiyans' palace. He came to the strange and rocky Saiyans' dwelling place and knocked lightly on the house where the Saiyans lived. "Well, your technology level needs to be enhanced as well. These houses are too crude. It just so happens that I have a group of Evidoyans under me who hold advanced aviation technology. How about this? From now on, the terminal facilities on planet Vegeta will be given to them. Since they have become my men, then the spaceships and scouters should no longer be used for universe circulation. All of them should be managed in a unified manner to facilitate communication. Go for it." Frieza said lightly, his bloodshot eyes aiming at the Saiyan King whose face was gradually getting uglier. At this time, the Saiyan King couldn't resist, he could only accept it all. A few hours later, Frieza force left planet Vegeta. "Damn it!" Snap. A fist collapsed a corner of the palace, and the Saiyan King was filled with fury. His face twisted in anger. "Wait and see, Frieza, We'll take note of your insult to the Saiyans. Father, do we really have to submit to that bastard Frieza? Inside the palace, a teenage-looking Saiyan looked at Saiyan King with a face full of resentment. The Saiyan King sat on his throne physically and mentally exhausted. Vegeta 3, Frieza is too strong, we are no match for him. The prince named Vegeta 3 growled, one day, I will lead the Saiyans to defeat Frieza. The Saiyan King looked at his son and remained silent for a long time without speaking. He didn't tell him the detected power level of Frieza to avoid striking his son's bloodlust. At this point, he was anxious about the situation on Biku's side. The Saiyans on the mainland of planet Vegeta had been shackled. All the spaceship and scouter were in the hands of the Frieza force, making them unable to support Biku anymore. Chapter 204 The Starry Sky. Upon facing a large number of chasing troops of Frieza force, the Saiyans, who had previously sailed away from planet Vegeta, suffered an unprecedented strong enemy. The Starry Sky had lost its former tranquility. In the face of Frieza forces' bombardment, these Saiyan warriors were all deadly red. They killed the enemy with red faces. A bright and dazzling shockwave sliced through space, leaving behind spotty and beautiful streaks. Once the Saiyans went crazy, the power level that erupted was quite ferocious. However, Saiyans were not those universe beings who could survive in a vacuum. Soon, many warriors became sluggish in their movements due to lack of oxygen and died in a rage of resignation in the face of the bombardment that kept gathering. Ha ha ha, wild monkeys who think they can do anything. All of you go to hell. In the disc spaceship that followed close behind, Dodoria let out a sharp roar. The appearance of those Saiyans struggling before their death caused his spirits to be well aroused. Dodoria, kill all of them quickly, King Frieza is still waiting for us to return for a retreat. A green-haired, handsome-looking Zarbon stood very gentlemanly and urged. Don't be in such a hurry. King Frieza has asked us to clear out all the Saiyans who resist, not just the ones in front of us. Dodoria was shaking all over like a water balloon and smiled sardonically. Those Saiyans who are out on a mission may also be fish out of the net, there's still fun coming next. Zarbon said, don't go too far. The Saiyans are good fighters, pissing them off will bring no peace over at planet Vegeta. There might be big trouble. The Saiyans' great ape transformation was scrupulous even to Zarbon. Although the Saiyans of planet Vegeta was superficially submissive, those Saiyans were all venomous snakes in Zarbon's opinion. They were destined to bite back if they were not careful and let them catch a chance. If King Frieza didn't want to recruit these Saiyans as combatants, he might as well eradicate them altogether to save trouble. Alright, I won't tease them. It's rare to find such a nice toy. Dodoria shut his mouth and waved his hand rather annoyingly. He then ordered the warriors of Frieza force to increase their firepower and destroy the opponent in one fell swoop. As the right-hand man of Frieza, Dodoria and Zarbon were quite close friends. Dodoria could somewhat still listen to what Zarbon had to say. Done. These little ants are all destroyed. The rest are those elite warrior. After killing a large number of Saiyans, Dodoria's eyes flashed with an oozing cold light. Zarbon said, the elite warrior shouldn't require our action. The Jinyu squad is already working on them, I think it will be done soon. Upon hearing that the Jinyu squad was on the move, Dodoria laughed, haha, then they're dead. Captain Jinyu's power level was close to 100,000, already an appalling strength in Dodoria's eyes. Those Saiyan elite warriors would be no match even if they were stronger. Zarbon, should we meet up with Captain Jinyu and the others? This is a good chance to enjoy a good battle. Dodoria patted his stomach and came forward. Zarbon looked at Doria with his eyes and said, you go ahead, I'm going back to King Frieza to return the order. Dodoria was bored, you're no fun. After saying that, Dodoria headed towards the flight pod and soon piloted a small spaceship towards the range where the Jinyu force was responsible. Zarbon watched indifferently, turning back to the alien beside him and grimly giving the order to return. This guy Dodoria was too headstrong, and it was only a matter of time before he would anger King Frieza with such a reckless personality. The other side of the starry sky. Biku and the other bloody warring faction Saiyans' eyes were filled with hatred as they watched their clansmen die one by one at the hands of the Frieza force. Their hearts are dripping with blood. Boom. Key waves containing great energy traveled through space like a dragon roaring madly. This battle. The Saiyans had sacrificed a lot. Run. Scatter and leave this star field immediately. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Biku let out an angry roar. Planet Vegeta's vicinity was already under the control of Frieza forces, and networks had been laid everywhere. If they wanted to save their lives, they had to keep flying towards the distant starfield, and only if they could get away from their pursuers behind them. Suddenly, a small spaceship scattered in all directions, fleeing in different directions. Looking at the spaceship that kept scattering away, Captain Jinyu looked on with a smirk on his face. It's not that easy to escape. Go. Chase and don't let any of them go. Yes. The other 4 of the Jinyu force had a cruel expression. This was their first battle since their inception, and they must finish it well. With that thought, they immediately scattered in different directions, while a large string of Frieza Force's spaceship trailed behind them. The end of this battle was self-evident. Not many of these fleeing Saiyans actually escaped from pursuit. All turned to dust along with the spaceship in the net of ki rays, while those Saiyans who had temporarily escaped the crisis were still facing the hunt of the Frieza Force. On the other side, Yang, Mixia, and the others were still on their way to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. A few consecutive instant transmission were performed, causing Yang's body to consume most of his ki. After temporarily stopping on top of a planet to recover his ki, Yang looked for a location to perform his next instant transmission. In the central area, there was a vast empty zone. It might look empty, but it actually wasn't. There were many planets and life here. However, compared to the 4 galaxies of East, South, West, and North, there were far fewer planets in the central area. It was an area under the direct jurisdiction of Grand Kai. In general, it was also where most of the best masters of the galaxy were gathered. The Galactic Patrol headquarters was located somewhere in the central area of the galaxy. Since the Galactic Patrol headquarters was erratic, only a general location could be found. With a swoosh sound, Yang appeared with everyone on top of a planet near the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As soon as he appeared, a powerful gravity was applied to everyone. It was good that none of the people present were weak, even Mixia. Because of the material of her body, she did not feel the strong gravity binding her. Is this the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Mixia looked around but didn't see the so-called headquarters. It's not here. Yang shook his head and looked up at the empty sky, where there was a substantial spherical creation in the dark starry sky. Surrounded by a ring of space cloisters, the spherical core descended slightly, looking like a giant gyroscope. Pointing at the massive creation in the sky, Yang said, "The Galactic Patrol headquarters is in space." Mixia asked, "How close are we to getting there?" At that moment, Anan observed the surroundings and said, "No need, someone is already coming over." As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw a cluster of streaks of light across the sky and winked at them. "Who are you guys? What are you doing in the Galactic Patrol?" The one asking the question was an alien in a purple leather holster. His power level wasn't weak, and Yang estimated that he had at least 40,000 power levels. It was worthy of being the most central place in the entire galaxy. A random person you met would have such a powerful strength. Yang took out the purple card and handed it over. "This is the card we received on top of a planet, it guided us here." The man took the card and inserted it into a slot. With 2 beeps, the data in the card was read out. "So you guys are from the north area. It took you years to come from such a remote place, right?" Chapter 205. My name is Heath, a guard of the Galaxy Star. "Just like you, I came here after receiving the card," Heath said as he handed the purple card back. "Keep flying east for over 1,000 kilometers, and you will arrive at the headquarters of Galaxy Mercenary, a subsidiary of Galactic Patrol, where you can register your data. A word of caution. No matter how much you use to rule on other planets, you have to be a bit more restrained on Galaxy Star. There are too many experts here. Keeping a low profile is the most basic rule. Thank you for the reminder." Yang retrieved the card and smiled. Heath waved his hand and continued to patrol above the Galaxy Star. Like him, the rewards for Galaxy Soldier, who worked as an escort, were not small for each mission. Bidding farewell to the guards, Yang and the others were ready to head to the Galactic Mercenary headquarters. "Wait first, let me feel the ki around," Sun Gohan said, eagerly closing his eyes to sense the ki above the planet. The awareness spread. Suddenly, powerful ki swept towards Sun Gohan like a spotlight in the night. It was unbelievably numerous. Sun Gohan opened his eyes and said in shock, "Oh my, there are too many masters on top of this planet. Just a moment ago, I felt hundreds of powerful kis sweeping over from this area." Yang said, "It's understandable. This is the center of the galaxy, and the Galactic Patrol has to rely on them to maintain the galaxy's stability. If there weren't many masters here, the entire galaxy would have been in chaos long ago." As he said that, a few people soared into the air, flying towards the Galactic Mercenary headquarters that Heath had talked about earlier. The beautiful scenery swept across the eye. Along with a few gusts of wind, a magnificent city appeared in front of Yang and the others. It was a hemispherical building, some of which were 200 to 300 meters tall, with large spherical objects resting on top, like a lollipop, and fan-shaped tarmacs distributed around it. The technology here is so advanced. Several people lamented as they entered the door of the Galactic Mercenary headquarters. Inside was spacious and bright. There was a table filled with strange-looking aliens sitting in front of it. Yang, look at that side. Quietly propping his arm against Yang, Sun Gohan pointed to a corner and called out. Following the direction, Maayang saw a table in the corner of the hall where a green-skinned figure sat with pink muscles on his arms and abdomen and 2 tentacles on his forehead. "It's Namkian," Mixia whispered. Maayang's eyes narrowed. "I didn't expect to see Namkian in the central area." While Maayang and the others were whispering, the Namkian raised his head and looked over towards Maayang and the others. The face looked young, but the pair of black eyes were filled with vicissitudes. "That Namkian is very old. At least 300 years old. And belonged to the other world, with a pair of eyes that were especially sensitive to souls. No way. That would be the same generation as the Grand Elder and Kami. It's completely impossible." Sun Gohan was alarmed. Regardless of whether it was the Grand Elder of Planet Namek or the old Kami of Earth, they were both survivors of Planet Namek's climatic catastrophe more than 300 years ago. That was why their faces were covered with wrinkles of age. On the other hand, this Namkian in the corner showed no signs of aging, and those who didn't know thought he was the same generation as Nail. Anin said with certainty, "It can't be wrong. His soul age cannot be faked." In the meantime, Maayang swept a curious glance at that Namkian. Was there something magical about the Namkian? Shaking his head not to think about it, Maayang and the others arrived at the mercenary hall's front registration desk. "Hello, we want to register as Galaxy Mercenary," Maayang said, handing over the purple card. The staff member, an alien with only one eye, said, "A card can only register one person. The rest of you will have to be rescanned. You guys come with me," the staff said, leading Maayang and the others directly into another room used for testing. It was a relatively independent room. The walls were made of a special alloy, and the silver was gleaming and clanky. Number 75,421, from the North area, name? Maayang. Strength? 60,000 power level. The staff member looked up, unexpectedly looked at Maayang, and muttered, "The power is quite strong." They weren't worried about someone taking someone else's card and pretending to be them, as the power level was all retested. They also didn't fear that people without cards were coming to mess with the place because there were too many masters. It was so many that just anyone they met could be a master with a power level of tens of thousands. Now attack against that energy-absorbing device. Remember to use your full strength, don't worry about destroying that device. The stronger you are, the more missions you can take, and the more points you can earn. Do you want me to use my full strength to attack? Maayang pointed to a device in the room that looked like a large drum. Right. Alright. Maayang nodded his head. He then took a deep breath and secretly shouted, "Twice Keioken." A dark red light was released along with powerful ki, and an exciting whirlwind swept away in all directions. The staff member seemed to be shocked by the ki as well, his eyes were staring out. Oh. Bang. Maayang lifted his fist and slammed it hard towards that wall. With the addition of twice Keioken, Maayang's 60,000 power level exerted to 120,000 power levels. Chapter 206 The Galaxy Mercenaries ID card was a multifunctional trading card that records all of the holders' information, including their name, strength, points, mission records, and other key information. All future transactions on the Galaxy Mercenary platform can be made through this card. The card was specially bound, so there was no need to worry about being used fraudulently. Maayang took the card and logged into the computer center, checking the points. The new card's raw points were related to the power level, and Maayang's card had 120,000 raw points. After rechecking the trading platform, the items on it were of various kinds, practical, ornamental, and many scientific and technical information. However, the points required for exchange were shockingly high, and Maayang's points were unusable. Suddenly, technology caught his attention. The manufacturing technology of Cybermen. Maayang was surprised. The Cyberman was the green humanoid creature planted by Nappa when Vegeta and Nappa invaded the Earth in the original story. Even this technology could be exchanged on the Galaxy Mercenary trading platform. Although the Cyberman's power level was only about 1,200 and was nothing compared to Maayang, but 6 years ago when the demons invaded Earth, it was a very troublesome existence. It should be known that a low-level planet could almost be called a middle-level planet if it had a Cyberman. Maayang was very interested in such a combat consumable that could be grown from seeds. However, after looking at the back's exchange points, which required a full 500,000 points, Maayang immediately felt penniless. Without going on a quest and simply relying on raw points to purchase it, 500,000 power level was required to be eligible. However, the good thing was that although he couldn't buy the Cyberman technology, he could purchase the Cyberman seeds. 2,000 points per piece weren't too expensive. With his point, Maayang could buy a total of 60. Please, prepare 30 Cyberman seeds for me. Maayang immediately and very neatly spent 60,000 points. Okay, please wait a moment. This is the product you need. The staff moved quickly. Shortly after Maiyang placed his order, they brought a white bottle with 30 Cyberman seeds in it. Maiyang inspected them and received them with satisfaction. The Cyberman was very easy to plant. Just dig a small hole in the soil, plant it, and then pour a special nutrient solution. In a few seconds, a combat consumable with a power level of 1200 would be able to grow. This kind of Cyberman could survive for several hours and belong to the forefront of fodder among many massive power struggles. Senior brother, what did you buy? As she looked at Maiyang's very solemn appearance, Mixia asked curiously. Maiyang said, "This thing is called a Cyberman." He then explained the function of the Cyberman. Mixia, Sun Gohan, and Anin were stunned and exclaimed. As expected, the universe was so big that even warriors from seeds could be found. Sun Gohan shouted, "This is good stuff. I want to buy a few too." Maiyang said, "It's a pity that the Cyberman's manufacturing technology is too expensive. Otherwise, we could buy them and have April study them." In fact, Cyberman's manufacturing technology was already considered one of the android's technologies, and it could play a crucial role if appropriately used. Next, he looked around for trading items on top of the platform. He used 30,000 points to purchase a galaxy interstellar chart of the entire galaxy. This was a chart directly produced by the Galactic Patrol, depicting most of the planets in the entire universe. With this, Maiyang wouldn't be afraid of losing his way when traveling in the galaxy. The last 30,000 points, Maiyang figured he'd better save it for now. Maybe he'd need it later. By the way, you can register items for sale here, too, right? Maiyang asked the platform staff. They replied, as long as the merchandise does have value, it can be listed on the platform for sale, and we will keep the seller's identity confidential. However, there is a 5% handling and appraisal fee. Maiyang nodded and took out 3 senzu bins and gave them to the staff. Please place it on top of the platform. This is called senzu bins. It is a scarce healing sacred medicine. As long as there is still a breath left, take the senzu bins, and you will immediately return to your peak state. The staff member received the senzu bin with a shocked face and asked, "May I ask how much the price tag is?" 10,000 points. Maiyang originally wanted 100,000 points per piece, but he decided to mark the price a little lower to get his reputation out of the way first. After all, the starting point of points was linked to the power level. Unless more quests were done, there shouldn't be many people with high points. As for whether or not the senzu bins would go out into the world, Maiyang wasn't worried. On the other hand, the senzu bins he sold would be very limited. With an expansion to a scale as large as the universe, they would be invisible. Secondly, those who could enter the trading system were all certified legitimate mercenaries. With the other world's merit rating to endorse them, Maiyang had faith in them for their character. The staff nodded and quickly put the senzu bins up on top of the merchandising platform, although the number of purchases was still 0 now. Maiyang believed that as long as it was confirmed that the senzu bins indeed possessed the healing effects mentioned above, people would flock to snapping them up even if the price tag was a little higher. As each senzu bin was no different from giving the possessor an extra life in battle. With that thought, it seemed that the manufacturing technology of Cyberman wasn't far away anymore. 50 senzu bins would be enough to buy it. However, there was no rush now. As long as he could take the opportunity to mention the price once the authenticity of the senzu bins was verified, by then, even 100,000 points would be up for grabs. A few senzu bins in exchange for the manufacturing technology of Cyberman, Maiyang felt that it was worth it. After looking at the exchange column, Maiyang's eyes turned to the quest column to see what quests were on top of the Galaxy Mercenaries platform. South area, kill planet Chuman Demon King Sidilik, points 12,000. East area, solve the planet Olade Mystery Tower, points 70,000. East area, save planet Bluebird Species, points 13,000. West area, looking for the secret treasure lost by the Bach family, points 5,000. North area, kill Cooler Armored Squadron Member 1, points 180,000. The missions on top of the Galaxy Mercenary platform's mission board were also varied. Many of them had been picked up, and many of them had been jointly executed. However, there were always a few missions hanging there marked in distinctive red letters at the top of the mission platform. Still, the number of people who picked them up was very few. These missions were all issued by the Galactic Patrol. Many of them were related to the survival of the living planet, such as the top one, killing North Area King Cold, points 420 million. This mission had been pending for an unknown number of years, but no one had ever completed it. Also, things like Kill Frieza, Kill Cooler, Kill Demon Beast Yikan were all marked with bright colors. These expressly noted missions were challenging to execute and had already caused many bloodsheds, where no one was willing to take them at all from the time they were first put up, for different reasons. In fact, although the Galaxy Mercenary was a huge platform with fighters from all over the galaxy, Limited by the distance and the speed of the spaceship, many of the remote missions that required several years to travel back and forth with a completely unequal reward wasn't very popular, and only a few people who willing to take it. This also created a situation where the central area was relatively peaceful, while the 4 galaxies of East, South, West, and North were much more chaotic. For those places, it was up to the Galactic Patrol to delegate people to handle them. Of course, there were masters in the central area who were not inferior to Frieza and the others. It was just that most of such masters were already indifferent to fame and fortune, living a reclusive life, and had long since stopped participating in galactic mercenary. Yang, what mission are you going to take on? Son Gohan's heart itched as he looked at so many masters on the list. Yang said, it's a little safer to start and pick up a lesser combatant to practice with. That's what I'm planning too. Son Gohan nodded. A martial arts practitioner like him would undoubtedly pick the task of killing a specific person. Although Son Gohan could exert 48,000 power levels if he exploded at full strength, who knew what kind of hidden techniques the alien beings in the universe had? That was why it was better to pick the ones with less power level to do it, just to be safe. The first thing that happened was that the two of them were both in the same situation. With so many challenging objects, Son Gohan's martial spirit was burning. However, before they parted, Son Gohan had to buy himself a more advanced spaceship. Although the spaceship that Yang had given him before was already fast, the scope of the universe was too broad, and a few months or even years of time was too much to spend. So, in the end, Son Gohan spent all his points to procure a spaceship that was 4 or 5 times faster than the previous one. It would only take 7 days to reach the planet Namek with this spaceship. Several people parted in the hall, and Son Gohan cheerfully walked towards his new spaceship. Yang, I'm leaving first with an. I wish you all good luck with your mission. Yang smiled, keep in touch. Don't get into trouble in the middle of the journey. I don't want to resurrect you with the Dragon Balls. Son Gohan yelled out, of course not. I'm not what I used to be. Have a safe trip. Same to you guys. As he watched Son Gohan and Anin board the spaceship and then disappeared into the sky with a swoosh through the clouds, Yang touched Mixia on his shoulder. Let's go now. The mission target is in the northwest part of the north area. Just as they were about to leave, a green figure appeared in front of Yang. It was the Namkian that they had seen in the hall earlier. Mister, I heard that you seemed to mention the planet Namek in the hall earlier. Can you tell me about the situation there? Chapter 207. Yang fixed his eyes on the Namkian that appeared before him. Judging from the Namkian's appearance, Yang felt the pressure. This Namkian in front of him was definitely a master. Are you a Namkian from the north area? Yang looked at the Namkian and asked. Yes. I've been away from my hometown for many years. Can you tell me about the situation there? The Namkian suddenly smiled. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Virgil. I'm a Namkian wandering in the center of the galaxy. Seeing no malice on the Namkian, Yang also smiled. I'm Yang, from the Earth. He then nodded. This is my wife, Mixia, who is currently under some physical limitations for some reason. The Namkian Bilger frowned at Mixia. Your wife has had her soul damaged, and I feel a coldness. Yang showed a startled expression and said in surprise, indeed, how can you tell that? Bilger said, I've lived for many years and have always had good eyesight. The Namkian is born with some strange abilities. Yang nodded after hearing this. It was indeed true. In the universe, the magical abilities of the Namkian were bizarre and unpredictable. They were known as the most magical abilities along with the Yardratian's secret techniques and the mysterious martial arts of the Metamaran. The Grand Elder of the planet Namek could develop the potential of the human body. The Namkian in front of him looked young, but according to what Anan had said, he was an old elder of the same generation as the Grand Elder. So next, Yang explained the current situation of planet Namek and also talked about how planet Namek's environment was gradually recovering. After hearing that, Bilger was silent for a long time and said, after more than 300 years, I finally know the situation of planet Namek. It turns out that I still have people who survived the climate catastrophe. The Grand Elder now, is it Guru? It should be him. That guy's got a lot of life in him, Bilger muttered. There were several categories within the Namkians. There were warrior-type Namkian, common-type Namkian, and special Namkian, with warrior-type Namkian and special Namkian being the rarest. The special-type Namkian could make Dragon Balls. Yang couldn't help but ask, Virgil, since you're at the Galaxy Mercenary Headquarters, you should be well informed here. Why didn't you take a look at the planet Namek yourself before? Bilger shook his head. After that climate cataclysm over 300 years ago, everything on planet Namek was reduced to legend, and no one visited planet Namek at all. As for me, there are 2 reasons why I can't get out of it, one being that I have my planet to defend, and 2. At this point, Burgle laughed bitterly. I'm staying in the central area to hide from a person. Maayang asked, who is it? Lord Slug. He's an evil Namkian. I fought him in the early days, and though I left the scar on his head, I was severely wounded myself. Lord Slug? Maayang's eyebrows moved. He was very startled. Wasn't that the legendary Super Namkian? So, Burgle had fought him? You know him? Burgle was surprised. I've heard of it. Maayang stalled. With his eyes focused on Burgle, Maayang asked, you were able to fight Lord Slug. May I ask how much power level you have? Burgle smiled calmly and said, based on the data is registered at the Galactic Mercenary Headquarters, I have 250,000 power level. If it's applied at full strength, it's about 7 million power level. Without testing, it should be about the same. 7 million power level. Hearing Burgle spoke out about his power level, both Maayang and Mixia couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Maayang knew that there were many strong men in the entire universe. For example, Frieza with 120 million power levels, and Cold with 470 million power levels. However, after all, these were only heard of, not seen before. The strongest master he had truly encountered was Captain Jiney Yu, with over 90,000 power levels. This suddenly raised the power level he had seen to 7 million, making Maayang feel unreal. As expected, for a great master, the power level was just a numerical value now. It's amazing. How powerful it must be. Mixia, on the other hand, was stunned completely. She had never heard of millions of power level before, let alone see with her own eyes. You are amazing. Maayang held it for a long time and spat out these words. In front of such a master, Maayang was a little liable. Burgle shook his head. This is nothing. Many people in the universe are better than me. Everyone on the mission list is better than me. By the way, do you want to take a look above the planet I live on? There's something there, it might help your wife's soul. Burgle invited. As soon as he heard that there was something there that was good for the soul, Maayang asked, where? Is there really such a thing there? Bilger said, yes, there is, right on the planet Ambra, where the spring of life is supposed to help the soul. I have been able to maintain my current appearance thanks to the magic of the spring of life. Concerning whether or not Mixia could recover sooner, Maayang said, please, take me there. Ha ha ha, of course. Burgle laughed and quickly agreed. Perhaps it was because Maayang had received the approval of the Grand Elder of Planet Namek that Bilger was very friendly to Maayang. Also, this was the confidence that a strong man possessed. For him, who was many times stronger than Maayang, bringing someone back to his planet was really not a big deal. Thank you, Maayang said excitedly. Mixia also blinked her clear eyes and looked at Burgle, the Namkian. Come with me. Planet Ambra is only a month or so away. You'll be able to get there soon. Burgle pointed out the location of Planet Ambra and was taking out the remote control to bring the spaceship over. Maayang carefully looked at the star map, then closed his eyes and sensed it. There wasn't any powerful scent that he could sense in that bearing of Planet Ambra, but there was a planet that could be transmitted on a course not far from Planet Ambra. By moving there instantly, it would only take 3 days to reach Planet Ambra. Burgle, I'll take you there directly with instant transmission. After saying that, Maayang put one hand on top of the spaceship, and one hand was tapped at the eyebrow position. At that moment, Mixia said, please place your hand on Maayang's shoulder. His instant transmission can teleport us there. Is there such a skill? Burgle couldn't believe it. However, the view around them suddenly changed, and they had left the galactic star in the center of the bank. Hey, here's the view. Wait, let me see, this is the planet Carlo, it's near the planet Ambra. Burgle thought it was a joke at first. However, after carefully identifying the surrounding stars and confirming that they had really arrived near planet Ambra, he said with an incredulous face. It should be quick from here to planet Ambra. Well, 3 days is plenty of time. After all, Burgle had seen a lot of storms. He quickly calmed down and began to maneuver the spaceship to open the hatch. After all of them had all entered the spaceship, Burgle entered the coordinates of planet Ambra, and the spaceship quickly broke into the air. 3 days flew by in a flash. Soon, Maayang and the others entered the solar system where the planet Ambra was located. A giant blue planet appeared in the eye. The blue planet was round, just like a silly little chubby mound. From a distance, they could sense the rich scent of life on it. Maayang looked out towards the porthole. As the spaceship rounded one side of the planet Ambra, a red-orange glow was revealed on the other side of the planet. Behind planet Ambra, there seemed to be a vast planet hidden. When Maayang and Mixia looked at the view as the spaceship flew along, they saw clearly what the planet looked like. Both of them were about to drop their mouths. It was a super crystal ball that was even bigger than any other planet. Under the sunlight, it was radiating a brilliant light. The orange-red giant object was scattered among a silent planetary system, looking spectacular. Senior brother, looking at that planet, why does it look so much like a Dragon Balls with a star on it? Is there such a big Dragon Ball in this world? Mixia began to be a little incoherent. The Dragon Balls she had seen was the size of a fist on the earth. She also heard Ma Yang say that the Dragon Balls on top of planet Namek was as big as a football. However, the one in front of her, it was enormous. Even the Earth would look small in front of it. The Earth is 12,700 kilometers in diameter, but this Dragon Ball in front of them was no less than 30,000 to 40,000 kilometers. It was 3 times the difference, and a whole 27 times the difference in volume. The size of the Dragon Balls was directly related to the power of the Shinran. With this size, how powerful Shinran would be. This is the Super Dragon Ball. Ma Yang was also surprised as he gazed at the huge crystal planet in front of him. He had never expected that he would actually see the legendary Super Dragon Ball here. Chapter 208 Super Dragon Balls, also known as Wish Planets, was a giant planet made by Dragon God Zalama in Divine Calendar Year 41. There were 7 of them in total, scattered in the universe 6 and 7. When collected, they could summon the Super Shinran with unimaginable power. The most prominent feature of the Super Dragon Balls was their size. A single Super Dragon Ball had a diameter of over 37,000 kilometers, which was already on the level of a giant planet. Compared to the Super Dragon Ball, the Earth was nothing. Such a vast Dragon Ball floating in the universe was a planet. Planet Namek's Dragon Balls were huge with the size of a football, and require one person to hold them with both hands. According to the legend, Planet Namek's Dragon Balls were made by ancient Namkian using fragments scraped pieces from the surface of Super Dragon Balls. Compared to the Super Dragon Balls, the scope and ability to grant wishes were quite limited. However, it could still be maintained at the level 5 dimension. It was 2 levels higher than the level 3 dimension of the Earth Dragon Balls. Therefore, looking at it this way, the Dragon Ball's power really was proportional to its size. Such a vast Dragon Ball appearing in front of his eyes, the genuine excitement could be imagined. Ma Yang felt this way right now and could not wait to take the Super Dragon Ball away with him immediately. However, this was clearly impossible. Usually, the Dragon Balls on that Earth could all be packed away by preparing a small backpack. In comparison, Planet Namek Dragon Ball could be taken with the effort of several people. However, for the Super Dragon Ball, even if they were placed in front of you, you could only stare at them. It was impossible to move half of it because it was just too big. Unless Ma Yang's acceleration space expanded to the point where it could fit a planet 37,000 kilometers in diameter or had the magical spatial moving ability of Whis and Vados, it was better to give up before it was too late. Unfortunately, Ma Yang couldn't achieve any of these conditions, so there was nothing he could do about this Super Dragon Ball in front of him. It was like meat that had been placed in the mouth but couldn't be eaten. It was quite a tedious feeling. By the looks on your faces just now, you should know about the Dragon Ball. Burgle saw the shocked expressions of Ma Yang and Mixia and said with a calm look. Ma Yang said, "Yes, I used the Dragon Balls there in Planet Namek. So the Dragon Balls in Planet Namek have also been restored." Burgle smiled. "Does it open your eyes? It's shocking, isn't it? That giant Dragon Pearl is the planet I'm guarding. When I first saw it, I had the same expression as you guys. I never thought there would be such a big Dragon Ball in the world." Mixia also looked shocked and lamented, "It's unbelievable. This one-star Dragon Ball is actually bigger than the Earth. It's called the Super Dragon Ball. It belongs to a legend even among the ancient Namkians." Burgle said. From the first time he saw the Super Dragon Ball, Burgle felt the pull of the bloodline inside him, so he willingly stayed to guard it. So, it's called the Super Dragon Ball. It really lives up to its name. Are there 7 of these Dragon Balls too? Mixia hadn't come back to her senses. Yes, there are 7 of them. Burgle, you don't have to guard this place. The Super Dragon Balls are so big, it's not that easy to move them. Even if someone moves them, it's only one, so it won't work at all. Ma Yang knew that the Super Dragon Balls were scattered on both Universe 7 and 6. It was impossible to collect them all without a powerful ability. Moreover, the significance of the Dragon Balls was only known to a limited number of people. Even if they were discovered, the Super Dragon Ball's existence would mostly just be taken back by some people as glazed beads to decorate their identities. Bilger shook his head. He had his own insistence. It's different. We, Namkians, have an innate affinity for the Dragon Balls. Being able to encounter it and guard it is my destiny and the meaning of my life. Ma Yang looked at Burgle without speaking. Everyone had their own aspirations. This might be Burgle's understanding of life. The spaceship slowly circled one side of planet Ambra. The Super Dragon Ball's whole appearance was revealed. It was even more spectacular than just now with blindingly bright light being cast from space. By the way, the spaceship will soon be landing on planet Ambra. So prepare yourselves, I'll take you to the Spring of Life. The spring has excellent effects on life and soul. Bilger said. Upon speaking of the Spring of Life, Maiyang's face became serious. Shifting his attention from the Super Dragon Ball, Maiyang cast his gaze towards planet Ambra. After all, even if the Super Dragon Ball was placed there, it was of no use to him at this stage. Instead, it was the Spring of Life that was more worthy of his attention. The spaceship flew along the track for a while and then began to descend near the equator. Through the thick atmosphere, the spaceship landed in a fragrant environment of flowers and plants. The surrounding air was incredibly fresh, emitting a refreshing and excellent fragrance. The planet Ambra was a living planet no smaller than the Super Dragon Ball. Since the Super Dragon Ball's capture some time ago, the two planets had been each other's companions, orbiting together around the sun at the core of the planetary system. Wow, it's so beautiful here. Mixia flew up, a soft laugh coming out of her mouth. It's a very livable place. Maiyang sucked in a breath and felt his head clear up a bit. The air here seemed to be filled with particular substances that could promote the growth of life. Living here for an extended time would extend his lifespan. It's comfortable, isn't it? This planet also gives me a warm feeling. Burgle stepped to the side and said, please follow me, the Spring of Life is just a short distance ahead. Please, lead the way. Next, led by Burgle, Maiyang and Mixia arrived next to a small, open lake. Bilger clapped his palm against the clear lake, and a round of ripples appeared on the surface of the water. A bump rose above the lake's surface, and a mass of blue, jelly-like object floated over. The jelly piece jumped up from the water and landed on the grass with a thud and a wobble. Gaia, you go get some of the Spring of Life, Burgle whispered to the jelly. The jelly named Gaia squeaked twice. It looked at Maiyang and Mixia, then turned around and moved away with a twist. At that moment, Burgle turned back to Maiyang and said, that strange creature just now is called Gaia. It's a strange creature conceived from the planet Ambra, and the Spring of Life is the life essence that Gaia condensed. The universe is truly infinite. This is the first time I've seen such a strange creature. Senior brother, that Gaia is soft and so cute. Mixia. Haha, Gaia's form of existence is indeed quite peculiar. I still haven't figured out how it was born. Burgle laughed cheerfully. Let's wait for a while, Gaia's home is nearby, and it will be back soon. The few people waited for about 5 or 6 minutes. The blue jelly came back in a twisted form. What had been the shape of a steamed bun now had a hole hollowed out in the middle and was filled with a bright green liquid that glowed wonderfully in the light. Squeak. Gaia called twice softly. This is the Spring of Life? Maiyang leaned down to curiously gaze at the emerald green liquid in front of him, dipping a little into his hand. Suddenly there was a cold feeling on the surface of his skin as if he was touching ice. So cold. Squeak, squeak. Gaia squirmed. Try it. The Spring of Life might help your wife. Burgle smiled. Maiyang eyed Mixia. Mixia immediately landed. Her small, handmade body was lying on top of Gaia's. The emerald green Spring of Life flooded Mixia's body. A cool and vibrant feeling came over her. Mixia let out a few comforting whispers and her mental head cleared up. She felt her soul become so much stronger. How does that feel? Maiyang saw Mixia's face showing the taste of intoxication, so he couldn't help but ask. Mixia smiled brightly. It feels so good. I feel my soul has grown so much. It seems to help. Maiyang's eyes lit up, and took out a small spoon to scoop up a small spoonful. In his heart, he mused about opening a small passage to the acceleration space, preparing to send the Spring of Life to Mixia's main soul. Just at this time, Gaia on the grass suddenly felt something. Her body twisted violently, and a small cloud of blue jelly split from her body, floating in front of Maiyang's heel, constantly drilling towards space. This creature, can it sense the existence of the acceleration space? Maiyang thought unexpectedly. At this time, an intermittent voice sounded in Maiyang's heart, go in. Good place. To grow. With his eyes narrowed, Maiyang's mind moved and simply put the cluster of Gaia's parting body into the acceleration space along with a small spoonful of the Spring of Life. Good place, like. A young voice full of young energy sounded in the acceleration space. Maiyang awakened Mixia's main body soul. Since she hadn't exchanged memories with the billet, Mixia's memories were still stuck in the previous state. Upon seeing the jelly life that suddenly appeared, Mixia was surprised. What is this? My name is Gaia. Mixia, try contacting your soul with that spoonful of emerald green liquid. It should be good for your soul. Maiyang sent a message to Mixia through the small space channel. Oh, got it. Mixia looked at Gaia on the ground and stretched out her hand to touch the Spring of Life. Suddenly, Mixia's main soul also had the same expression of enjoyment as the divider in the outside world. and her soul's mutation speed accelerated by a large margin. From this, Ma-Yang was sure that the Spring of Life was indeed helpful to Mixia's soul. Chapter 209. After determining the Spring of Life's effect, Ma-Yang's eyes became fiery as he looked at Gaia, a strange creature that could produce the Spring of Life. He then asked Virgil, "Is the Spring of Life has the same effect on the body?" Vilgur said, "Yes, the Spring of Life is the essence of life. It also has a strengthening effect on the body. Drinking it straight down is fine, but every person's body has a different ability to withstand the Spring of Life. So be careful when taking it. If the dose is too large, the body won't be able to handle it." Ma-Yang nodded his head. This was the reason why a deficiency could not be replenished. Everyone's tolerance was different, and too much of a good thing could have a bad reaction. Immediately, he scooped up a small spoonful and was about to send it into his mouth when suddenly he frowned and looked at Mixia, who was lying on top of Gaia, his eyebrows raised. Whether this was a drink or not, it was about to turn into bathwater after being soaked by Mixia. Whatever, it wasn't a big deal. This body of Mixia was a miniature anyway, it wasn't like she was excreting human filth. His eyes became determined. A small spoonful of the Spring of Life was swallowed into his mouth, and a cold feeling spread out from inside his body. Ma-Yang shivered, every cell in his body seemed to be active. All the skin's pores opened, and the internal organs, bones, and nerves seemed to have completed a baptism. Squeezing his fist, a feeling full of explosive power emerged. Ma-Yang felt his body became more resilient in an instant. It's so powerful. Just a small spoonful, my body has been significantly strengthened. Ma-Yang's dark eyes exploded with a stream of light. His body suddenly jumped backward for hundreds of meters before floating in the air. Oh! Ma-Yang gave a low cry and exploded the energy in his body. A white light wrapped around the surface of his body and a wave of ki rolled up, spreading in all directions like a storm. Twice, Keioken. With a determined cry, a dark red glow was generated among the white flames. The ki on his body doubled, reaching Ma-Yang's full strength of 120,000 power levels. But then, he felt that his body could continue to withstand the pressure, so he tried to continue raising his energy. Triple Keioken. Suddenly, the winding flames burned as if a crimson flame had ignited the air. Endless waves of shocking oppression were transmitted all over planet Ambra. The 180,000 power level caused the entire planet to shake and the stones on the ground to float away from gravity. Ma-Yang frowned, glistening sweat oozing from his forehead. The pressure of the triple Kaiken was tremendous, making him feel exhausted after just a short while. However, compared to the last time he had performed the triple Kaiken, Ma-Yang felt that his ability to withstand it had significantly improved. When the triple Keioken was lifted, the terrifying ki suddenly disappeared. Ma-Yang's face was a little white, his mouth was panting violently, and his spirit was slightly depressed. Fortunately, there was no severe damage to his internal organs like the last time. At this time, Ma-Yang's gaze towards the Spring of Life became even hotter, as if he had found an oasis in the desert that extended life. There was still much Spring of Life here. If he continued to take it, he felt that he would soon be able to endure the triple Keioken fully. That would be a huge breakthrough. Virgil cloudily approached Ma-Yang's side. He wasn't at all affected by Ma-Yang's previous energy burst and said, "Congratulations on your great progress in strength. However, the move you just used seems to have great limitations. That's called Keioken. It's a move that forcibly increases power level and is very taxing on the body." Virgil nodded his head and didn't ask much. For him, whose power level was up to 7 million, even if Ma-Yang raised his power level to 180,000, it was only a level that he could defeat with a swing of his fist. The Spring of Life is good for strengthening your body. You could practice on the planet Ambra for a while. Virgil suggested. Ma-Yang smiled, "I was thinking of doing just that." He wasn't in a hurry for the Galaxy Mercenary mission. The mission itself was just a tool to sharpen his strength, improving his strength was the most important thing. So in the following days, Ma-Yang spent the rest of the day practicing on planet Ambra. If he had any questions, he could consult with Virgil, who was happy to talk to people after being alone for a long time. He was an excellent instructor, and his experience of over 300 years made him rich in the training experience. Time was like water, the air was slightly cold, and 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 months, Ma-Yang felt like he was improving fast. Thanks to the Spring of Life's miraculous effect, Ma-Yang's power level had suddenly increased from 60,000 to 80,000 power levels. More importantly, he had been able to withstand the pressure of the triple Keioken. In other words, with full strength, Ma-Yang could maintain his 240,000 power level for a very long time. 240,000 power level, in the universe, was already as rare as a phoenix. Of course, in addition to Ma-Yang's rapid advancement in strength and getting stronger every day, Mixia, who had been soaking in the spring of life for a long time, had also benefited greatly. At this time, her billet soul's strength was about to catch up with her main soul. The night gradually passed, and the light of the morning peeked out. In the sky, the vast Super Dragon Ball was still hanging in the middle of the universe. In the morning, Maayang and Mixia's billet entered the acceleration space together. Mixia's billet transmitted her memories to the main body soul, but she didn't fuse with the main body soul. Instead, she stared at it with big eyes, and the two souls floated together. Mixia's main body said, as expected, "My soul is getting stronger." Mixia billet's soul said, "Yes, it is. I don't even need to control myself now. I can exist alone. Shall we fight?" Mixia's main body had an aperture above its head and was covered in a lingering aura. Yes. Mixia's soul was separated from the doll and condensed into a body with the acceleration space's divine key. The two Mixias confronted each other in the sky. Soon, they fought again, and countless illusory shadows spread all over the vast acceleration space. At this time, the white clouds in the sky pressed down to 20 kilometers from the ground. The range of space was still extensive. Peng. 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 The two met and burst into a fierce battle, then quickly separated. If we were talking about power level, they both had almost 1,000 power levels. Ha ha ha, worthy of being me. That's how powerful I am. Mixia laughed cheekily. That's right. You isn't bad either. Mixia divided soul also raised his head proudly. Not far away, Maayang was quietly practicing. A few black lines appeared on his head as he watched Mixia messing with herself. What kind of trouble was Mixia making? It was also herself, but acting like two people. She wouldn't be practicing divine divided soul tempering if she did it like that. Mixia, stop it. Don't make yourself look like you're having a mental breakdown. The two Mixia snorted in unison, then glowed and fused into one person floating in front of Maayang. Senior brother, I think it's also interesting to talk to myself. I can also exchange martial arts. Maayang rolled his eyes. I'm worried that you make yourself into a split personality if you do that. No way. How could the secret technique of the planet Yardrat be that bad? Mixia laughed and acted like she didn't care at all. Maayang said, the secret technique of planet Yardrat also doesn't say that your split souls can be as strong as the main body. Your situation is different, give it a break. The two souls that had taken the spring of life were equally strong. In case they really made a split personality, they wouldn't even know what to do. In response to Maayang's concerns, Mixia just laughed and said that if she really split into two people, shouldn't he, the husband, be happier? Well, there was nothing wrong with what she said. After frolicking for a while, Maayang aimed at a small cloud of blue on the grass. He didn't know whether to say slime or jelly. After this part of Gaia's body entered the acceleration space, it was as if a fish had entered the river. It grew up quite a bit, and now it was really the size of a steamed bun. Gaia's, you really look like a steamed bun. I'll call you a steamed bun from now on, okay? Steamed buns. Squeak, no. Bad. That's better to be called Gaia. Maayang laughed and picked it up to measure it. What kind of creature are you? Why can you condense the spring of life? How about staying in the acceleration space and helping me take care of this place from now on? Okay. Like here. I'm glad you like it here. Maayang laughed in a good mood. He then went out of the acceleration space, preparing to say goodbye to Burgle. After being stranded on planet Ambra for 4 months, now that his strength had significantly increased, he was ready to leave. At the same time, North area, the direction of the northwest. A smoke-filled spaceship crashed from space on top of a barren planet, hitting the ground with a rumble, raging winds. There was a violent impact that raised a large amount of dirt and rocks. As the hazy smoke dissipated, an impact crater 30 meters in diameter appeared in a spot. With a cobweb-like cracked, the area around it stretching out for hundreds of meters. Ahem, how are you doing, Bazda? A man in battle armor climbed out of the spaceship wreckage, a scion with a furry tail coiled around his waist. Behind him, the scion named Bazda followed and climbed out of the spaceship. I'm alright, a psych. Our spaceship is damaged, and Frieza Force will soon catch up with us. It looks like our lives are over. Bazda said with a grin. Without the spaceship, they were the equivalent of being trapped on top of this desolate planet, not to mention the Frieza forces chasing troops behind them. Honestly, do you have any regrets after leaving planet Vegeta? A psych asked. Bazda's face was firm. What's the regret? I'm doing this for the dignity of the Saiyans. I will never submit to Frieza even when I'm dead. Upon thinking of those men who left planet Vegeta and died miserably at the hands of the Frieza force, there was only hatred in Bazda's eyes. A psych said, me too. However, I'm about to die, I can't bear my child. Your kid's name is Badak, he's 6, right? A psych smiled a few times, Yes, but unfortunately, he's a low-class warrior. It was too dangerous to run away this time, so I left him on planet Vegeta, where it's relatively safe. It's nice that you still have a family. That brother of mine, Vegeta, has been missing for 12 years, and there's no news of him at all. Speaking of this, Vegeta looked ugly. Damn, he's an elite warrior. It seems like he was the one who took the mission from that bastard Frieza in the first place. Frieza's men must have killed him. Chapter 210. Vegeta had a younger brother, named Vegeta, who received a mission from the Frieza forces 12 years ago to exterminate a beast on top of a primitive planet, and never returned from the trip. Vegeta used only to think that his brother was not strong enough to carry out the mission, and an accident occurred during the mission. There was no resentment towards anyone else for this because, as a warrior race, losing your life on the battlefield happened from time to time. However, now that he thought about it and associated with what Frieza had done to the Saiyan race, he suddenly realized that his brother's disappearance might not be that simple. After all, elite warriors were also very rare among everyone and would grow up to most likely be a master with a strength of over 5,000. If Frieza had premeditated against the Saiyan race, then his brother's disappearance would be inextricably linked to Frieza. If Ma Yang were here and had heard Vegeta's words, he would definitely have laughed out loud because the Vegeta that Vegeta was talking about was the elite Saiyan warrior he had met 12 years ago, who he had used to pit and kill on top of the Red Planet. Unexpectedly, Frieza also had to take the fall for him. As Vegeta and Isaik laughed bitterly and cursed at Frieza, the scouter in their ears beeped violently in response. The energy detected by the scouter was rising as the enemy was getting closer. With a boom sound, the scouter couldn't withstand the super high energy and burned out. This is not good. The chaser of the Frieza forces is catching up. Vegeta looked astonished. To chase us, the Frieza forces actually sent out powerful people. Isaik looked surprised. The burning of the scouter meant that the enemy's strength was at least 20,000 power levels. Although the Saiyans possessed a giant ape transformation, which could increase their power level tenfold, looking around the sky, there was no moon above this barren planet. The skill of an artificial moon was not something an ordinary warrior could master. Then, a shadow projected down from the sky, and a brown disk spaceship came into view. Vegeta gritted her teeth and said, "Isaik, let's fight them." Isaik nodded fiercely and looked determined. The two were ready to die in battle. However, even if they were to die, they must not make it easy for the opponent. The two raised their heads and simultaneously exploded with the most powerful ki. Suddenly, the two powerful ki shockwaves stirred out, sweeping towards the disk ship attack in the sky. Boom. Boom. Blue smoke was generated in the air. The two ki shockwaves turned into discrete energy streams that gradually turned into nothingness in a fiery explosion. However, the disk spaceship was floating unharmed. Soon, a few black figures flew out from the spaceship. "Geez, stupid Saiyan monkeys. How can you guys run and made Lord Dodoria chase you for a long time?" A cold, sneer-filled voice and a fat, fleshy, spiky alien appeared in the sky. Dodoria sneered at the two Saiyans below. The resentment and hatred on their face were exactly what he wanted to see. He just loved to see the expressions of the opponent's immense resentment. He couldn't do anything about it, it brought him great mental enjoyment. "Mr. Dodoria, these two Saiyans are not weak." A blue alien with a cover on top of his head spoke up. He was Berter, a member of the Jinyu Force, claiming to be the fastest in the universe. Upon pressing the scouter, the data showed 8,400 and 8,600 on it. Dodoria said politely, "So, Mr. Berter, who do you think would be better to kill them?" Following Dodoria's lead was Berter and another strong man named Rikum. In front of the Jinyu Force's members, the arrogant Dodoria appeared very humble. The other strong man next to Berter, Rikum, stepped forward. "Let me do it. After chasing them for so many days, my arms and legs are getting rusty." Berter nodded with him. As Dodoria was tempted to ravage the opponents, he gave in politely at Rikum's words. Rikum laughed and stepped in front of the Saiyans Vegeta and Isaik. The nearly 3-meter body that stood forward was like a mountain that brought a great sense of oppression to the two, making a cold sweat flow down from Vegeta and Isaik's faces. However, just as Rikum was about to make his move, the scouter in his ears picked up frantically. 11,000. 15,000. 18,000. Boom. There was a quick explosion. The scouter on Rikum's ears went up in smoke, followed by Dodoria and Berter's scouter burning out. The scouter could all be set up to shield the detection of friendly energy information. The fact that this was happening now meant that the opponent's information wasn't in the database. Berter frowned and looked towards the sky. "Several powerful energies are approaching this way." Dodoria said grimly, "Are they fellow Saiyans?" Berter shook his head. "No, the Saiyans aren't that strong in battle." "Are they?" Berter suddenly remembered something, and his face turned ugly. "Rikum, Are we out of the star field controlled by Lord Frieza range? Rikum was startled and took out a star map to look at it. He then looked up. Yes. This is already the Northwest Territories and belongs to Lord Cooler territory. Damn. Berter cursed. Dodoria also reacted, his face becoming tense. Lord Cooler's territory. It means that those energies that just appeared, they're not the armored squadron, are they? What are we going to do? Before, they were only focused on chasing the Saiyans. They didn't expect to enter the sphere of influence controlled by Cooler. If it were King Cold's sphere, Dodoria wouldn't have been so nervous because King Cold was quite close to King Frieza. They had even been to Planet Vegeta together. However, with Cooler, Dodoria wasn't sure how much respect he would give to King Frieza. Damn. It's all because of these Saiyans. Dodoria looked hard at the two Saiyans, Bazda, and Asike while praying that the people coming had better not be the ones he thought they were. However, the truth tended to move towards the least desirable situation. A few small spaceships landed, and 3 upright figures appeared in Dodoria's and others' views. After seeing the others' faces clearly, Dodoria's face suddenly changed, and her eyes tightened. This wasn't good. It really was them, Lord Cooler's armored squadron. Humphrey, Lord Frieza's subordinates, you've crossed the line. This is the territory belonging to Lord Cooler. It's a taboo for you to enter without reporting. The one who spoke was the leader of the armored squadron's boss Salza, a blue-skinned alien with blonde hair. Dodoria swallowed his saliva and accosted him. I'm very sorry. We were ordered by King Frieza to hunt down these two Saiyans. We did not expect actually to enter Lord Cooler's territory. How offensive and rude of us. Salza stroked his chin, a playful smirk curving the corners of his mouth. Oh, the Saiyans over there. I heard that you have already conquered their home planet. Why are you still hunting them? Dodoria echoed. These men are traitors to Planet Vegeta. Berter stepped forward. Mr. Salza, we are the Jinyu force under Lord Frieza and have heard of the armored squadron, so I hope you will do us the courtesy of allowing us to dispose of these two Saiyans today. Salza didn't say anything, but the other armored squadron member, Ns, said coldly, this is Lord Cooler's territory. Since you guys have already come in, it's not up to you to decide whether you'll live or die. Be good and return to Lord Frieza's territory, and we can forget about your unauthorized entry. Berter's and Dodoria's hearts sank. It turned out, the rumors of King Frieza and Lord Cooler didn't get along were true. Gentlemen, if we don't kill these two Saiyans, we won't be able to explain this to King Frieza. It's your business. I don't care, Ns snorted. Hey, that's not very nice of you. Rikum, the silly big guy from the Jinyu force, said unhappily. Rikum, shut up. Dodoria looked tense and spoke up to stop him. Well, if it weren't for Lord Frieza's sake, you'd be dead by now. So there is no place for you to speak here. The Cooler Armored Squadron was the most powerful combat force in the North area. Each of the 3 members possessed no less than 120,000 power level. How could they look at the few 30,000 to 40,000 power level in front of them? Dodoria and Berter were furious but didn't dare to speak out. If they really pissed off the Cooler Armored Squadron, they might actually lose their lives on this planet. Even if King Frieza avenged them, what was the use when their lives were gone? The atmosphere instantly became oppressive, and a cold wind whistled above the barren planet. At this time, the two Saiyans, Bazda and Asike, had instead become irrelevant. Salza, Ns, Dor looked coldly at Dodoria and the others. Under this oppression, Dodoria and the Jinyu forces' faces turned the color of the sauce. However, at this moment, a blurred flash of light flashed a few times on top of this barren planet. A black-haired figure suddenly appeared between the several parties. Several people all stared at the person who suddenly appeared with wide eyes. Hey, members of the Jinyu force, and Cooler Armored Squadron too. Well, and Saiyans, what are you doing? Maayang looked around in astonishment. He moved over in an instant as if he had entered a wolf den and was surrounded by people. Chapter 211. As for why Maayang appeared on top of the barren planet, it had started some time ago. In the early morning, Maayang and Mixia came out of the acceleration space. Next, they went to say goodbye to Burgle. Burgle knew that Maayang had taken the Galaxy Mercenary mission, so he didn't say anything to stop them after leaving mutual communication ways. Maayang was preparing to leave planet Ambra, with great regret as he swept a glance at the Super Dragon Ball in the sky. He could not take that Super Dragon Ball, so he silently noted down the Super Dragon Ball location. Then he cast instant transmission. The mission he had taken this time was to go to the western part of the north area to eradicate an alien with a power level of around 80,000, so he headed towards the north area, searching for powerful ki. After a few shifts, Maayang rested for a while before capturing a few more powerful kiss. So, when he was teleporting over, the above scene occurred. Another Saiyan? He appeared strangely. Starsea was surprised at the sudden appearance of Maiyang between them. The smile on his face never changed, but he was very interested in the way Maiyang appeared. Mr. Dodoria. I couldn't see how that man appeared. The one who spoke was Berter, who boasted of being the best in speed in the universe and had always had good eyesight. However, he really couldn't see how Maiyang appeared just now. It was like Maiyang wasn't moving fast at all but rather appeared out of nowhere as if time had been suspended. Is he an accomplice of the Saiyans? Dodoria speculated. No, this guy doesn't have a tail. Maybe it's just a race that looks like Saiyans. In addition to the armored squadron and Dodoria's group being interested in Maiyang, Bazda and Asik also looked at him with a puzzled look on their faces, as Maiyang looked too much like a Saiyan. The only difference was that Maiyang didn't have the Saiyan's trademark tail behind him and lacked Saiyan's violent bloodlust. Asik, is there a race in the universe that looks so much like us? Bazda said, startled. Asik whispered, I don't know. I've never heard of it before. Asik wondered if there were really any other races in the universe that were exactly like the Saiyans. Who are you? At this time, Starsea coldly asked Maiyang a question. Maiyang didn't answer Starsea's words. Instead, he looked at his surrounding. That big fat pink guy with meat spines all over his body should be Dodoria, Frieza's right hand. There was also Jinyu Force, and the other three standing together were Cooler Armored Squadron. There were two Saiyans. This was a group of fascinating people. Senior brother, who are these guys? Mixia hid at Maiyang's collar, showing her small head. They are the subordinates of the Universe Overlord Frieza and Cooler. Maiyang scanned the surroundings and said in a flat tone. Captain, the opponent doesn't seem to regard us. The brown-skins laughed with an endless coldness in his eyes. Cooler Armored Squadron. Maiyang turned to Ns. Hey, he actually knows our name, but he still has the nerve to ignore us. This kid has some nerve. Ns sneered in a very disdainful tone. Maiyang smiled faintly and didn't say anything. It didn't matter whether it was the Jinyu Force or Cooler Armored Squadron, they were both powerful super units among the North area. Their names were also well known, yet for the current Maiyang, they were not dangerous enough. Maiyang's bland expression irritated Ns. A vicious killing intent flashed in Ns's eyes, but Maiyang's indifference still made him feel uneasy. Being cautious, Ns pressed the button of the scouter first and scanned out Maiyang's power level. The data he got made him completely relaxed, but then what emerged was a wave of endless anger. TSK, I thought he was a big shot, it turns out he's just 3000 power level. What a waste. A trace of contempt flashed within Ns, and his appearance became arrogant. Just as he walked up to Maiyang's side and prepared to kill him, a miserable coldness flashed. Instantly, the air temperature seemed to drop by 10 degrees. The entire air condensed, and a strong sense of oppression swept over him. Everyone present, whether it was the Jinyu Force members or the Cooler Armored Squadron members, all felt an ominous feeling. Only Ns was unaware of it. Starsea's heart trembled and shouted, Be careful, Ns, the opponent is not weak. What did you say, Captain? Ns turned back in surprise. However, in that short moment, Maiyang's power level suddenly climbed to a trembling point. Twice, Kaioken. With the addition of the twice Kaioken, Maiyang's energy increased to 160,000 power levels. The terrifying energy instantly burned all the scouter present. Everyone was stunned. The process happened so fast, everyone was startled and couldn't regain their senses. Then they saw a cold flash of electricity, and a beating heart was found in Maiyang's hands. Starsea was shivering with chills, and his pores tightened up all over his body. It was so fast that his eyes didn't even see what was happening. This heart. Ns looked at the heart in Maiyang's hand. He lowered his head and suddenly saw a large hole appear in his chest with blood continuously soaring out. Yes, this is your heart. Maiyang's tone was flat as if he was talking about an insignificant little thing. Impossible. When did you take it? Ns's face finally lost the calmness he had just had, and finally, panic appeared. That was his heart. When did the opponent dig it out? Without his heart, it meant that his life reached its end. Ns's mouth twitched up, and soon the feeling of suffocation came flooding back. All his consciousness began to blur, he soon fell to the ground and lost his life. Is Ns dead? Starsea and the other Cooler Armored Squadron members, looked incredulously, looking at each other. One of the Cooler Armored Squadron has had his hearts ripped out. Dodoria and the Jinyu Force members were both chilled to the bone as if they had been placed in an ice cellar. With no desire to boast, all they had was a chill. Even the powerful Cooler Armored Squadron members could not escape death, and they were even less of an opponent. They should run away and leave the planet quickly. Almost at the same time, Dodoria and the Jinyu Force members had the idea of leaving immediately. With the ki rising under their feet, Dodoria and the others couldn't care about anything else. At this time, Any dignity or face could be discarded in front of life. Some of them gave their all-out effort and flew towards the disk spaceship. However, since they had met Ma Yang, how could he let them escape? The strongest of the group present were a few of the cooler armored squadron, so they had to be killed first. Without saying a word, Ma Yang's body was like a bolt of lightning, quickly penetrating the air and instantly appearing in front of Starsea and the others. What? That was fast. Starsea and Dora were both shocked. Starsea's heart trembled, and his face grew solemn. This is not good. This guy's power level is at least 150,000. Knowing that he only had this much power level, facing the unexpectedly strong enemy, Starsea could only muster his full strength to fight. Dora, this guy's strength is too strong, get out of there quickly. Got it. It's not that easy to leave. Ma Yang smiled coldly, his eyes bursting with 2 rays of divine light as he cupped his fists and shouted, "Triple KO Ken." Suddenly, a giant pillar of planet-shaking energy erupted. The dark red key crushed over, causing the small stones around them to buzz and tremble, all flying away from the gravitational force. Chapter 212 The energy of 240,000 power level erupted in full force. In a moment, the entire barren planet trembled. As they felt the terrifying energy in the air, no matter if it was the armored squadron or Dodoria or the Jinyu force, all of them were frightened and covered in a cold sweat. Peng. Puffy. A muffled sound struck everyone's chests. Ma Yang stuck close into Starsea and Dora's body range, bringing up his fist and punching out violently. Starsea and Dora shuddered. The violent force penetrated through the battle armor and instantly damaged their internal organs severely. 2 mouthfuls of blood spurted out. Starsea and Dora's eyes became dilated. After a successful move, with an expressionless face, Ma Yang stepped forward again and put his hands on Dora's body that was closest to him. In such a close distance, and such a sudden strike, Dora couldn't dodge at all. With a bang, intense ki erupted out, instantly piercing through Dora's body. With a scream of awe, Dora's eyes filled with blood. Like a kite with broken strings, he fell from the air, suffering such severe injuries that he obviously couldn't survive. If this scene had gone according to the original story, Dora would have had a 185,000 power level when he appeared. However, with 120,000 power levels, Dora was strangled as a member of Cooler Armored Squadron. Shit. As he watched the 2 reliable members of the team, Nz and Dora, suffer a series of attacks and killings from the opponent, Starsea's heart sunk. His pupils narrowed to a point, which made him think of leaving the planet quickly. Ever since its appearance, the Cooler Armored Squadron had never encountered such a strong enemy. Starsea was well aware that he was no match for the opponent and that there was only a path to death if he continued to stay here. Humphrey, it's too late to leave now. Ma Yang smiled, the pressure on his body from the Triple Realm King Fist was tremendous. He wanted to finish the opponent off in an instant. With a flash of lightning beneath his feet, Ma Yang suddenly appeared in the middle of Starsea's escape route. He then quickly went forward in the opponent's horrified and unwilling gaze. He grabbed the battle armor on the opponent's body and smashed it down with one fist. You cr. Starsea's face twisted up. A mouthful of bitter water pouring up from his abdomen. Who the hell are you? Don't ask too many questions. Bang. A vast amount of energy hit the body. At this moment, it was as if Starsea's mind had stopped, and there was no other sensation in his body but severe pain. Chuckle. Starsea looked forward with a shocked face. Then, ag. He was painfully spurting blood, hissing and miserable voices echoed through the air. Next, it's time to send you on your way, Ma Yang said flatly. His body was burning with dark red flames, raising his hand and aiming his palm at Starsea's head. He then said coldly, "Ki wave." A huge wave of ki surged out from between Ma Yang's palms. The azure-colored ki wave was like a pale dragon with a terrifying atmosphere. Because it was so close, Starsea didn't even have time to recover before his head was hit by the terrifying ki wave, completely crushed into pieces. This happened so suddenly that the Cooler Armored Squadron was officially declared extinct on top of this barren planet in just a few breaths of time. This news was enough to cause the entire galaxy to shake. Casually shrugging off Starsea's headless corpse, Ma Yang swept his eyes towards the disk spaceship that was preparing to leave the atmosphere not far away. Dodoria and Jinyu Force, how could I let you escape at this time? Ma Yang's eyes gazed at the spaceship in the sky. He took a deep breath, and his palms began to gather slowly, a surge of exhilaration condensing out between them, quickly flashing with a bright white dazzling light. You guys should stay behind, too. He smiled. Heavenly SKY beam. Boom. Bright white ki rose vastly. The bone-chillingly thick waves of ki splitting the clouds and rising from the ground. The atmosphere was suddenly stirred up. Under the air pressure effect, a circle of terrifying shockwaves descended in the opposite direction with Ma Yang at the center. The dazzling ki shockwave was like a pale dragon, penetrating through the atmosphere with great force, targeting the disk spaceship that the Frieza forces were riding. If someone looked at the barren planet from outer space at this time, a bright flare could be seen clearly. The disk spaceship was engulfed by a key shock wave and was suddenly like a sand sculpture on a beach got washed by a huge wave. When the wave receded, everything was photographed flat. It was brutal, direct, and non-negotiable. In a matter of seconds, Dodoria and Jinyu forces Berter and Rikum followed Salza's footsteps, and all went to the other world. Grumble. On top of the barren planet, after witnessing Maiyang's powerful attack, the Saiyans Bazda and Asike couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, looking unbelievably. Asike, I am not seeing things, right? Bazda's eyes were somewhat dull. His body should have trembled slightly from the surging energy fluctuations around him. Powerful masters like the Jinyu Force and Dodoria were killed so easily. Asike's mouth was open. His expression was equally stunned. You're right. They really are dead. Are they killed by a key wave? Yes. They returned to their senses and looked at each other, unable to help but shiver. It was terrifying. How could there be such a master in the universe? Each of the members of that Jinyu Force had 30,000 to 40,000 power levels. They were already unimaginably powerful masters in the Saiyans' eyes. They didn't expect that the Jinyu Force wouldn't be a match in the hands of the person in front of them. There was also the Cooler Armored Squadron. Although Asike and Bazda had never heard of their name, from the fact that Dodoria and the others had suffered such a cold reception and had tried their best to restrain their emotions, the strength of the Cooler Armored Squadron was definitely above the Jinyu Force. However, such a team was also easily exterminated by that black-haired man. The opponent's terrifying intensity could be imagined. It was simply as terrifying as hell. Bazda and Asike didn't know that the Cooler Armored Squadron was powerful. If they knew that every member of the Cooler Armored Squadron had a power level of over 120,000, and their team leader Salsa even reached 150,000 power levels, there was no telling what kind of expression they would have. After destroying Dodoria and a few members of the Jinyu Force, Maiyang quietly looked away in the sky. Senior brother, you can collect your points from the Galaxy Mercenary Headquarters. Mixio poked her head out from Maiyang's collar. Ah! Maiyang shouted afterward. Yeah. Dodoria and the two Jinyu Force members were on the Galaxy Mercenary Headquarters list. Together, they could collect nearly 100,000 points. However, now that they had been blown to smithereens by him, how could he exchange them? It was a mistake. Maiyang slapped his head, looking very frustrated. Then his eyes glanced towards the bottom and saw the corpses of those people of the Cooler Armored Squadron, and a smile crept back onto his face. Luckily, the bodies of the Cooler Armored Squadron's men were still there. Like a bolt of lightning crossed the void, Maiyang blinked and appeared in front of Salza's corpse. He then took out that purple card of the Galaxy Mercenary, as if taking pictures of the bodies on the ground in all aspects. This card had many functions. Apart from being able to log into the Galaxy Mercenary's background, it could also take pictures. Click, click, click. Maiyang took a quick shot at Salsa and the bodies of Dorans. With this, the photo of him killing the Cooler Armored Squadron was saved. In fact, using this card as a small terminal, he could directly connect to the Galaxy Mercenary Headquarters to receive and complete missions. The detailed results would be verified by the Galaxy Mercenary Headquarters, who would contact the Galactic Patrolman. However, the exchange of items could only be done in the central area. Receive the mission. Submit a mission. With the idea of giving it a try, Maiyang took the mission to kill Dodoria and the Jinyu Force members along with it. The next step would be to wait for the Galaxy Mercenary Headquarters and the Galactic Patrol review. Looking at the master who was just as powerful as a god and was now taking pictures of the dead bodies, Bazda and Asike looked at each other. Now, it was a matter of leaving or not leaving, and they didn't know what to do. Senior brother, we've earned enough from this. Mixia flew around happily. Maiyang nodded. According to the bounty, killing a member of the Cooler Armored Squadron will earn a few 180,000 points. That's almost 540,000 points in total. Even if we don't count the reward from Dodoria, we'll have over 500,000 points right there. Maiyang put away the card, not expecting that he had earned the points needed to exchange the Saigaman manufacturing technology on this trip out. It seems that for masters, earning points is easy, Mixia said. Maiyang nodded. For masters, earning points was like playing. Of course, the true masters probably wouldn't be too keen on the number of points. It wasn't the number of points that mattered. Just like the Namkian Bilger, who wasn't very interested in points. Of course, the instant transmission ability was instrumental in making this so easy for us. It saved us a lot of time spent on the road, which would have taken years for anyone else. Mixia thought about it. It seemed like that was indeed the case. At that moment, Maiyang swept his gaze towards Bazda and Asike, who was not far away. They must be the Saiyans of planet Vegeta. Being swept by Maiyang's sharp gaze, Bazda and Asike shivered and took 2 steps backward in unison. In their hearts, they thought bleakly, this master, who had just exterminated Dodoria, did he still want to kill us to shut us up? Chapter 213. Are you guys the Saiyans of planet Vegeta? While Bazda and Asike were trembling with fear as Maiyang's pure and cold voice sounded in their ears. It was over, and Asike closed his eyes with a trembling white face. The Saiyans knew best what kind of reputation they had in the North area. He used not to care and was even a little complacent, but ever since Frieza forces took over planet Vegeta, it had become a catalyst for them. There was no telling how many races were looking at them, and some were even thinking of killing them. Since he could recognize their identity, he must have known how famous the Saiyans were. Asike gathered his courage and replied, yes, we are Saiyans. Maiyang looked at them. His gaze constantly sweeping over them. What is the situation on planet Vegeta right now? How did you end up with Dodoria's group? Maiyang knew that the Saiyans later served the Frieza forces, but it was not clear when it started. Asike carefully gazed at Maiyang. Upon seeing Maiyang's general appearance was similar to that of the Saiyans, unbelievable speculation suddenly arose in his heart. The person in front of him seemed to have no ill will towards them. Could it be that? My lord, do you have an old relationship with the Saiyans? Asike asked in a low voice. Maiyang's face was cold. His eyes bursting with harsh light. Did I give you permission to ask? Answer my question honestly. Yes. Asike struck a nerve and told the incident about planet Vegeta honestly. About 4 months ago, Frieza led an army that invaded planet Vegeta, and they demanded that all the Saiyans submit to Frieza. Our king chose to surrender with a large number of his people, but it was a shameful choice. The Saiyans are warrior race in the universe, and not all of them were willing to surrender. So a great war broke out in the universe. A great war? Is it a unilateral crush? With the strong and powerful troops at the people's disposal under the Frieza force, there was no room for resistance from the Saiyan. Asike looked stunned but was unable to argue. We, Saiyans, who got away from planet Vegeta, have suffered heavy losses and are being hunted by Frieza forces. Maiyang listened and stroked his chin. So, the Saiyans of planet Vegeta is now serving the Frieza forces? Yes. Asike nodded with difficulty. I see. Maiyang nodded and didn't say anything else. It was still 24 years until the destruction of planet Vegeta. The current leader of planet Vegeta wasn't King Vegeta yet. Bazda and Asike sat restlessly and waited for Maiyang to give his instructions. However, it was as if Maiyang had forgotten them after asking questions and didn't speak to them at all, which made the two, Bazda and Asike, felt like sitting on pins and needles. They didn't know what to do. Maiyang pondered for a while, suddenly heading towards the distance to address Mixia. Mixia flew straight over and landed on Maiyang's shoulder. Is it time to go, senior brother? Mixia shuffled her feet and sat on Maiyang's shoulder. Well, with the deaths of the armored squadron and Jinyu force here, this area won't be peaceful anymore. Not caring about the 2 Saiyans in front of him, Maiyang raised his finger to his brow as if no one else was around. He was searching for the key around him. Maiyang quickly found powerful key on a road sign. Then with an instant transmission, Maiyang disappeared with Mixia from above the barren planet. After Maiyang and Mixia left, Bazda and Asike looked at each other, looking at the place where Maiyang disappeared. That person just now suddenly disappeared, Bazda exclaimed. He's indeed gone. Asike breathed a sigh of relief. In the next second, the two of them were like a deflated ball the entire time. The immense pressure of energy they had just endured one after the other had made the two men exhausted and sweat soaked their backs. The cold wind whistled. As they looked around dazedly, 3 cold corpses were lying upright on the gravelly and jagged ground on this yellow sandy and barren planet. The wind blew fiercely, and the gravel began to bury them gradually. No one would have thought that these 3 were actually the famous Cooler Armored Squadron. What should we do now? Bazda asked. Asike thought for a moment and said, our spaceship is damaged, but the good news is that these 3 aliens still have their spaceship. So, we'll find a planet with the advanced technology with their spaceships and get new ones. But we have to move fast. I'm afraid it will lead to huge trouble in the future. Bazda nodded. We should shut down all the communication devices. After discussing, the two of them turned on the spaceship that Salza and the others were riding in and entered the name of the technological planet in it. As 2 white lights penetrated the planet's atmosphere, Bazda and Asike began their interstellar voyage. When Maiyang, Bazda, and the others all left the barren planet, the bounty mission on top of the list regarding Armored Squadron, Dodoria, and others in the Galaxy Mercenary Headquarters located in the central area was quietly withdrawn. Next, the Galaxy Mercenary Headquarters and the Galactic Patrol would verify the missions. After confirming that they were truly completed, The relevant points would be credited to Ma Yang's card. At this time, neither the Frieza forces nor the Cooler had yet discovered this matter. A blurred wave rippled through the air on a planet not far north part of the north area, and Ma Yang's figure suddenly appeared near a waterfall. Mixia, what do you think of those two Saiyans just now? After stopping, Ma Yang sat on top of a rock at the top of the waterfall, looking down at the white breaking waves. Mixia thought, it's not bad. Their strength is okay. It's like what you said, brother, the Saiyans look exactly like Earthlings. If they didn't have a tail behind them, I wouldn't even recognize them as Earthlings nor Saiyans. The Earthlings' black-haired and black-eyed population was no longer a minority. Besides that, blondes, brunettes, and all kinds of colors were available. Comparatively speaking, the Saiyans were much more homogeneous in appearance. Ma Yang said, Saiyans are known as a warrior race, it's an incredible race. If they take the right path of training, their future is boundless. Mixia, haven't you been worried about not being able to catch up to me? Why don't you reincarnate as a Saiyan so you can become strong in the next life? Do you want me to reincarnate as a Saiyan? Mixia looked startled and wondered, are the Saiyans really that powerful? Those two Saiyans just now had about 8,000 to 9,000 power levels. They did look strong, but after following Ma Yang for a long time, Mixia's eyesight had been elevated a lot. She didn't even look much at the alien with a power level not exceeding 10,000. More importantly, she was worried about whether or not she would still be able to bond with Earthlings after being reincarnated as a Saiyan. Saiyans have great potential. No, it should be said that there are not many races in the universe that can compare to Saiyans in terms of potential. In addition to being born with great power levels, Saiyans also could transform into giant apes or even Super Saiyans. If he didn't have acceleration space, Ma Yang would have wished that he could become a Saiyan. It sounds great, but then wouldn't I become an alien? Mixia hesitated, not wanting to change her race. Because she was worried that if she changed her race, she wouldn't have offspring with her senior brother. There's nothing wrong with aliens. You can't see it from the appearance. But in that case, can there be offspring? Mixia tweaked and spoke out her concerns. After knowing the worries in Mixia's heart, Ma Yang laughed in tears, don't worry about that. The overall difference between Saiyans and Earthlings is minimal. I promise it won't affect our genes. After saying that, he finally made Mixia let go of her worries. However, she still wanted to see more and couldn't make a decision so easily. Ma Yang was glad to see Mixia's conservative attitude, which showed that Mixia also had a mature side. Chapter 214 Although Ma Yang wanted Mixia to reincarnate into a Saiyan in the future, it would still a long time from now. It was still a little too early to talk about this now that Mixia's soul mutation wasn't complete. After gathering their thoughts, Ma Yang and Mixia sat on top of the waterfall for a long time. The target of their mission this time was a dark creature named Duster on the planet Lyra in the north part of the north area. According to the information, it had about 80,000 power levels. This mission was not challenging for the current Ma Yang and could only be said to be a way to pass the time. Senior brother, after completing the mission, can we go to planet Domini again? My body is convenient, but it's too small. It doesn't feel like being a human at all. On the way to planet Lyra, Mixia suddenly turned around and said in Ma Yang's ear. Ma Yang said, of course. Your current soul power is enough to support a large body. So let's get a normal human-sized one. The spring of life on planet Ambra had caused Mixia's soul power to grow by a large amount. Now, she was able to control an average human-sized body with this split soul. Moreover, Gaia in the acceleration space was also growing, so it could be predicted that Ma Yang and Mixia wouldn't lack the spring of life in the future. To prepare more, I need several bodies to switch at any time. Mixia blinked her eyes. Ma Yang tapped his finger on Mixia's head but still very accommodatingly agreed. Having a few more bodies on hand was also a good idea. It was the same reason why he had bought more than one spaceship. After all, it was a man-made object, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't break down someday. Mixia smiled and flapped a kiss on Ma Yang's face, making Ma Yang smiled and immersed in this warm atmosphere. Phew. Ma Yang's instant transmission was launched, and the two of them appeared in the blink of an eye on the distant planet Lyra. The mission to kill Uster didn't take too much time for Ma Yang. It was overcast and rainy weather, the lights above planet Lyra were green and full of sin. Planet Lyra was a lawless and sinful planet, continually making all kinds of shady deals. Uster was the acknowledged overlord of several nearby planets, occupying a large amount of wealth. The incredible power of 80,000 power levels made Uster invincible, and everyone was afraid of him. The inhabitants living under Uster's rule were miserable. The long-standing oppressive gangster policy made them want to rebel, but challenging Uster resulted in their body parts being removed and brutally killed. Until one day, all this misfortune ends. In a city filled with darkness everywhere, Yang quickly found Uster's location with his key sense and entered the house where Uster lived. "Who are you?" Uster sat on the couch like a lord. A big cigarette in his hand, and his purple eyes were long with vertical pupils, like cold-blooded lizards. "The person who kills you." Before Uster had time to make any reaction, a thin keyblade condensed in Yang's hand. With a virtual stroke, the keyblade entered the body with a poof, and Uster was instantly killed. "Why you?" Uster's two eyes stared at Yang, and his pupil had lost its brilliance. All the movements were flowing without any hesitation, and it was only a few seconds between before and after. After taking a faint glance at his target and confirming that the opponent was dead, Yang snapped a picture, and his figure flickered, disappearing like a nightmare. The bell rang. The fierce alarm sounded in the house, alerting the entire Sin City. However, when Uster's subordinates arrived, they only saw Uster's gruesome death, while the murderer had already disappeared. After the death of Uster, the entire planet Lyra was immediately thrown into chaos. These dark aliens began to fight for power after the boss's death, and a firefight began to unfold. However, none of this was what Yang needed to be concerned about. "Senior brother is so quick. You've finished the mission so quickly." Mixia gushed. "It was necessary. Let's hurry up and go to Planet Domini. I want to have a normal body sooner." Mixia affectionately pressed against Yang's cheek. She had been looking forward to having an average human-sized body for a long time. "Everything is as you wish." Quickly agreeing, Yang immediately activated instant transmission. Because he had used instant transmission to go to Planet Domini, the second trip was very convenient and didn't go through much transit. As Yang took Mixia to Planet Domini to replace her body, news of the destruction of the Cooler Armored Squadron and waning of the Jinyu Force members also spread through the North Area. Northern part, the planet ruled by Cooler. With his hands behind his back, Cooler stood on top of a vast rooftop, emitting a trembling air. "So, Salsa and the others have really been killed off?" An oozing cold light shone among Cooler's bloodshot eyes. Cooler's body was purple in its base form, with only the head, shoulders, and wrists covered in rock-hard white armor and a purple tail behind it. Cooler's overall form was very similar to Frieza's final form but in opposite colors. While Frieza was mainly white, with only a small amount of purple on top of his head, shoulders, and arms, Cooler was the exact opposite. Compared to Frieza's petite final form, Cooler was a bit more refined and dominant. The only thing that was the same was that both had bloodshot eyes that were as chilling as a demon's. The gaze that defied everything was a pride that came from the marrow of their bones. "Yes, we have found Lord Salza's and the others' bodies on top of that planet." The reporting alien trembled and said. "Rubbish." Cooler snapped harshly. Not sure if it was disdain for Salsa and his people's strength or dissatisfaction with the cowardly display of the alien before him. A laser swept over, and the alien in front of him looked on unbelievably, instantly blown to smithereens. Cooler's anger wasn't over the deaths of Salsa and his people. He wouldn't have the slightest bit of pity for the dead losers. He was just angry that someone had damaged his pride. "Did you hear that a few of Frieza's men died as well?" Cooler turned around and asked another four-eyed alien. The alien with weak legs and wiping sweat answered, "Lord Frieza's Jinyu force has lost 2 men, and Dodoria, who was a staff officer, disappeared with them. Looks like it was a team effort. Do you have any leads there? I heard that it was done by someone from the Galaxy Mercenary, a newly registered mercenary. This is all public information, but we haven't found his details yet. The Galaxy Mercenary are very tightly controlled on this information." The four-eyed alien said carefully. Cooler's deep voice growled, "Then get on it. I want all the information on that man. Also, I'm going to re-elect the Armored Squadron, and everyone is welcome to apply." Although high power levels were scarce in the universe was so large that a single North area had an unknown number of planets. That was why Cooler wasn't worried about the lack of power level subordinates at all. "As ordered, your subordinates will do it immediately." The four-eyed alien breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly responded loudly. It then hurried out of Cooler's sight. "Huh," Cooler grunted and clasped his hands to his chest, gazing proudly at the night sky. Chapter 215 North Area, in Frieza's Palace. Frieza was not as graceful as Cooler since he received the news. He was now furious and destroyed anything he saw to his heart's content. "The Jinyu force has lost personnel again. I can't believe even Mr. Dodoria is dead." With a cold face, Frieza pointed at Captain Jinyu's nose and yelled at him. How many years had it been since his Jinyu special force had been formed? It was already the second time there had been a reduction in personnel. Was this special force he had formed just crap? Captain Jinyu stood below. His face was becoming cloudy, but he didn't have any defense. Since what Frieza said was an indisputable fact, the only ones to blame were Berter and Raccoon, who were too indisputable. Captain Jinyu hated it in his heart, but his face could only show a contrite expression of resignation. King Frieza, please appease your anger. I'm afraid that they encountered an irresistible factor this time, and it wasn't Captain Jinyu's fault. I heard that Lord Cooler's armored squadron was also wiped out. Standing beside Frieza, Zarbon spoke up. Zarbon was a very handsome alien with a good mind as well. Frieza was also very reliant on this subordinate. His anger died down a little, and he turned around and said, Mr. Zarbon, what can we do about this? Can we go and recruit people again? Zarbon said, there's still value in the existence of the Jinyu force. After all, many advanced planets need a hand to suppress them. However, we also need to intensify our investigation of that person. The person who can kill Dodoria, Birder, and the others is definitely not a generalist. Frieza kept his face cold. I'll leave these to Mr. Zarbon. Please don't worry, King Frieza. By the way, have those Saiyans settled down? After his anger subsided, Frieza returned to his gentle posture and took a delicate sip of his wine glass to his lips. Zarbon said, as usual, on a mission, we have control of their spaceship and have monitored the entire planet Vegeta. We were also strictly forbidding them from contact with technological civilization. I don't think they can get out of our grasp for now. Keep an eye on them. I never feel comfortable with those wild monkeys. Frieza's scarlet pupils showed a chilling light. King Frieza, if you don't trust them, why don't you dispose of them all? Humphrey, Mr. Zarbon, ants are ants after all. Even if a few stronger ones can occasionally bite people, they will soon be crushed to death. Saiyans are not enough to be worried about. Now is the time to use them. Saiyans are excellent fighters, keeping them can still serve us. It won't be too late to kill them off one day when we can't use them anymore. In Frieza's eyes, the Saiyans were just tools. When he finished expanding his power, it was time to dispose of them. After listening to Frieza's inner words, Zarbon narrowed his eyes and looked like he was in full agreement. Of course, in addition to Frieza and Cooler, King Cold was also the first to get the news. As the old overlord-level figure of the North area, King Cold's news network was also spread all over the North area. The news that Frieza and the others got, King Cold was also able to get. Knowing the news of the demolition of the Cooler armored squadron, King Cold only smiled coldly. For this disobedient child, King Cold was becoming more scrupulous about Cooler, so he tried his best to support Frieza. Many years ago, King Cold was still the strongest overlord of the North area, but as Cooler's strength rose to the top, to appease him, King Cold had to divide a large territory into Cooler's hands, which left a thorn in his heart. Although Cooler still had considerable respect for him as a father on the surface, he was becoming less respectful of him in his bones. In contrast, the younger Frieza was still willing to listen to him as a father, and King Cold was very much in love with him. At this moment, someone could give Cooler a bit of a hard time, but King Cold was happy to see it. Take advantage of this moment to secretly stoke a fire. However, it can cause unexpected effects. King Cold sat on his throne, secretly trying to figure out the pros and cons of the matter in his heart. The three of them started an investigation on Maiyang almost simultaneously. However, the information registered at the Galaxy Mercenary headquarters was straightforward, so even if they searched through all the information, they could only get the name Maiyang. The information about his location was in the North area, and his power level was 120,000. Of course, for the 120,000 power level registered in the information, neither Frieza nor Cooler would believe it. This kind of strength deceives the hell. There was no way the opponent was capable of annihilating the armored squadron. He must have hidden his power. A little bit of time passed, Frieza and others still did not have any useful clues. At this time, the person named Maiyang was still picking up missions. However, he appeared in locations with no trajectory to speak of, sometime in the North area east side, a little on the south side of the North area, and even in the East area and West area. This was simply impossible. Even the most advanced spaceship couldn't have crossed so many places in such a short period. This Maiyang might not be the name of one person, but an organization of many. Time hurriedly passed, like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years passed, and Frieza and the others finally gave up on the pursuit of Maiyang. 2 years later. West area, planet Montica. It was a medium-sized planet, renowned for its delicious food. Many West area aliens would travel across the stars from outer planets to taste some food here. In a restaurant, a black-haired man sat on the second floor by the window. On the left and right, beside him, sat 2 green-haired women. Those 2 women were bright-eyed and gentle, wearing a white coat. The tight dress underneath just highlighted that exquisite and delicate body. The small table in front of Maiyang had all kinds of food on it. Meanwhile, a fist-sized blue jelly was lying among a plate, constantly moving its body. "Senior brother, this is what I ordered, try it." On Ma Yang's left side, Mixia clung to his side, her soft breasts teasingly touching Ma Yang's arm. "Brother, eat this quickly." On his right side, another Mixia was not willing to give up. She picked up a piece of meat and dipped it into the sauce, and sent it over. These two Mixias were Mixia's main and separate souls. When they were not exchanging memories, they were like two different people, and they actually still competed for jealousy. Because Mixia's soul had passed the most dangerous moment, the next step was to rely on time accumulation to complete the final mutation step by step. So the idle Mixia also got into the pre-prepared simulated human body. This resulted in the appearance of two identical Mixia sitting on his left and right side. However, Ma Yang felt that Mixia had already planned for him to prepare more bodies. Ma Yang was happy to be served by two beautiful women. It was just so screwed up that he thought that Mixia might have split personalities one day. "Mixia, you better settle down." Mixia smiled and giggled. The two of them were actually having so much fun teasing Ma Yang together. It was a pity that her body wasn't real flesh. Otherwise, together, they could definitely get the upper hand in bed. "Senior brother, what do you think of the food here? Is it good?" Ma Yang frowned and ate a few bites, feeling that the taste really wasn't good, and said, "It's not good. How could they say it's delicious? The good ingredients are being wasted. Such bad food." He didn't know that his casual words would lead him to big trouble. "Humphrey, kid, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Are these foods really that bad?" A cold voice rang out, seemingly dissatisfied with Ma Yang's assessment. "I don't consider these to be delicious at all." Ma Yang didn't even look at the person. In the next second, Ma Yang suddenly felt a slight chill and turned his head, only to vaguely see a purple figure. It was a creature with long purple ears. It had a thin face and a skinny body, like a dry corpse. Only bones were left except for a layer of skin. The two eye bags were particularly protruding. It was wearing a strange costume similar to that of an Egyptian pharaoh. Such strange outfits were really bizarre. At this time, this purple figure was holding a large bowl and standing behind Ma Yang. His mouth was continuously sucking the food inside as if he was tasting the most delicious food in the world. "Kid, speak up clearly, or don't blame me for being rude. Who are you, and how can you talk like?" Mixia was just about to snare when Ma Yang covered her mouth. Ma Yang saw the other Mixia also stood up and wanted to start yelling at the purple figure. With cold sweat swishing all over his body, Ma Yang said, "Mixia, be quiet." The moment he saw the purple figure clearly, Ma Yang recognized the other's identity. Being so skinny and wearing such an odd pharaoh costume, there was no mistaking it. In this entire universe, there would be no one else but the god of destruction, Beerus. Chapter 216. Damn it. The god of destruction, Beerus, how did he end up on top of this planet? After recognizing the other guy as the god of destruction, Beerus, Ma Yang's cold sweat came out. What should I do? I met Beerus here. Especially since the other guy now seemed to be displeased with him. This had to be a life-threatening critical moment. The Dragon Ball world was a world with an extensive system, and there were too many hidden gods in it. However, the one as dignified as the god of destruction, Beerus, definitely stood at the top of the entire universe. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest person in the universe. If you pissed him off, just by moving a finger, the entire planet would completely disappear from the universe. Especially he was a moody master, destroying the planet was just like a joke. Ma Yang was really worried that Beerus would be upset and destroy them, and then there would be no place to cry. At this point, Ma Yang couldn't help but want to slap his mouth. He couldn't just say anything casually now. It wasn't right to provoke this god. From what you just said, it seems like you have eaten more delicious food? The god of destruction, Beerus, couldn't put down the large bowl in his hands and circled Ma Yang. His mouth was swooshing and swallowing. Suppressing the urge to open the acceleration space to escape, Ma Yang humbly said, I have indeed eaten more delicious food before. The god of destruction Beerus' eyes lit up, where is it? Take me to see it. Those delicacies can only be made by my hands. Actually, I'm an excellent cook. Ma Yang's face wasn't red, and his heart wasn't jumping. He was making a very proud face, as he said. He wasn't wrong about those words. He had learned to cook with Mixia a few years back and could rival a star chef. However, he didn't want to play that role at this time. The god of destruction, Beerus, frowned. You mean you can make the most beautiful food? Yes, if you don't believe me, I can make you a delicious meal to taste. Seeing the destruction of God, Beerus' attitude change, Ma Yang was busy serenading his face forward. This was an excellent opportunity to hug his thighs, it couldn't be given up easily. Well, good idea. Beerus nodded in an excellent mood. Ma Yang was satisfied that he was so upbeat. More importantly, he was interested in what kind of food Beerus liked. At the level of the god of destruction, Destroying and creating was just a matter of a glance. They could completely follow their temperament. Good and evil were no longer that important in their eyes. Their duty was to maintain the balance of the universe equally. When it was time to destroy, they would destroy mercilessly. It was precise because Ma Yang knew about this that he was so nervous about Beerus' mood. If he didn't serve this lord well, he felt that neither he nor Mixia would have any hope of seeing the sun tomorrow. Ma Yang, who is this? Mixia was about to say this cat, but Ma Yang's stern eyes stopped her from saying that word. Ma Yang said, I don't know who he is, but judging from this heroic appearance, he must not be a mortal. Mixia furrowed her eyebrows. However, after being husband and wife for more than a decade, Mixia could feel the tension in Ma Yang's emotions. This strange-looking guy, was he really some big shot? Ha ha ha, not bad. You can actually tell that I'm extraordinary. The god of destruction, Beerus slapped Ma Yang's shoulder, and the sudden pain caused him to grimace. My name is Beerus, god of destruction. The noblest god in the entire universe. You just said that you would treat me to a delicious meal, so I will allow you to address me as Lord Beerus. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Let's move to another place, and I'll prepare food for you. Beerus nodded his head. His golden eyes indifferently swept around, then pointed in a direction. Right ahead, there's a small lake. I'll wait there. After saying that, god of destruction Beerus shifted his figure. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from in front of Ma Yang and Mixia. Seeing the god of destruction Beerus disappear, Ma Yang let out a sigh of relief as his hands and feet became a little soft. Senior brother, who was that? God of destruction Beerus just now? Mixia was like a curious baby pestering Ma Yang. She had never seen her senior brother look so nervous. Ma Yang looked solemn and said, that god of destruction, Beerus, is a terrifying god. Indeed, as he said, there is no god of higher status than him in the entire universe. He only needs to blow a breath to destroy a planet. His power is to destroy everything without any scruples. If you provoke him, he can destroy even the entire galaxy and even the universe. Although destroying the universe was a bit of an exaggeration, and the god of destruction, Beerus, wouldn't dare just to destroy the universe, but destroying a galaxy was something that absolutely no one could accuse him of. Mixia's small mouth opened wide at the words. Was he really that powerful of a god? Yes, at least in this universe. He's supreme. Ma Yang replied affirmatively. Don't keep the god of destruction waiting, this god is a moody lord. It was hard to leave a good impression in Beerus' eyes, and Ma Yang was unwilling to ruin it. Immediately, with smoke underfoot, Ma Yang and the two Mixias grabbed their kitchenware and ingredients from the restaurant and rushed towards the small lake not far away in a flurry. When the tiny guy at the dining table saw it, it squeaked twice and jumped to follow behind. The clear lake was sparkling. The wind was gently whipping it, swinging it in fine circles. Beerus sat on top of a rock. Upon seeing Ma Yang and other people coming, he faintly said, Good, you didn't take the opportunity to escape. I have little faith in your words. Ma Yang smiled, I wouldn't deceive Lord Beerus. Well, hurry up and prepare the food. Ma Yang nodded his head, then looked at the two Mixias. The two of them heartily began to prepare the ingredients for Ma Yang together. This place was in the vicinity of a lake with abundant aquatic resources and wild mushrooms. In a short while, Ma Yang and Mixias had prepared the ingredients and spice for cooking, but of course, most of them were what he had taken from the acceleration space. It looks pretty decent. Beerus clasped his hands to his chest and nosed the ingredients. Ma Yang moved a large rock and slapped it to pieces. He then set up the stove and fetched the ingredients to prepare them, while Mixias took care of cleaning up the captured game and aquatic products. The two of them really hadn't learned their culinary skills in the past few years for nothing. Even on Earth, they were enough to serve as chefs of a star hotel. Under their skilled hands, some exquisite dishes were soon cooked. The fragrant scent hit his nose. The wonderful smell tantalized Beerus' taste buds, causing him to swallow his saliva a little. Lord Beerus, here's the first course. Steamed scallops with garlic vermicelli, try it. Beerus sniffed the aroma. He couldn't help but roll his tongue and taste it in small bites. His golden eyes lit up, it was so delicious. Beerus swore he'd never eaten anything this delicious before. Swallowing the steamed scallops with garlic vermicelli into his stomach one bite at a time, Beerus licked the empty shells. A few tears of joy dripped from the corners of his eyes. This was how the food had touched him. Compared to this, what did he used to eat before? Very good, I've taken your word for it. With that dish just now, I should be praising you. The god of destruction. Beerus' expression was solemn. Being able to eat his dish, he had already made the trip worthwhile. Thank you. It's good that you like it. Next is the second dish, the healthy mushroom soup. Mixia smiled and served the second course with a small spoon and a small bowl. Good. This fresh taste is so wonderful. The lip-smacking sensation was lingering, and the god of destruction, Beerus, was immersed in the mushroom's flavor. Next, various dishes were served up one by one. To please the god of destruction Beerus, Aizen could be considered to have racked his brains. He was preparing a total of 36 dishes, each of which was an extraordinary delicacy. Of course, as a result of this, the god of destruction Beerus was eating happily. His stomach became bulging, and his gaze towards Aizen became increasingly friendly. As expected, before the martial arts strength had reached the level of god of destruction Beerus, it was too important to learn good cooking skills. Chapter 217. Having eaten and drunk enough, the god of destruction, Beerus, was now contentedly sitting on top of a rock picking his teeth and sucking his fingers. Beerus' gaze towards Aizen had become increasingly kinder. The person in front of him was a rare talent. If it weren't for the fact that the destruction god planet was a god-heavy place and that he spent most of his time sleeping, he would want to kidnap this person. Ugh, the next time he woke up, he might not be able to eat such delicious food. Humans, the food you cook is truly a rare delicacy in the world. This god has taken a liking to you, so this time out is considered a great reward. Then Beerus suddenly remembered something and ripped out his voice and shouted into the void, "Whis, come out now. Where have you been again, you bastard?" Swoosh. A stream of light crossed the azure sky, only to be met by a red figure appearing in front of Aizen and the others. He had a tall figure, wearing a crimson divine robe, long white curly hair, blue-green skin, and a massive light blue halo around her neck. There was a long divine staff in her right hand, topped by a black magic ball. This feminine-looking person was the angel, Whis, of the Universe 7, also the teacher and servant of the god of destruction, Beerus. The most powerful master of the Universe 7. "Lord Beerus, what do you want with me?" Whis asked after he appeared. The god of destruction, Beerus, stared at his servant and asked, "Where were you?" Whis chuckled lightly and waved her divine staff, and a packed food appeared in her hand. "Lord Beerus, this is the most delicious food I've found on top of this planet. I just finished eating it and packed one for you." Beerus sniffed at the words. His nose sniffed and hooked up his mouth in disdain. "Ha ha ha, is this considered food? It doesn't taste anywhere near as good. Whis, you're missing out on a real treat today." Whis was surprised. "Lord Beerus, have you eaten something more delicious than this? Smell it." Beerus picked up the leftover shells he had eaten. There was still a little bit of soup left on it. Whis brought it to her nose and sniffed it. The residual smell was still so evocative. Whis' eyes fiercely opened and couldn't help but say, "What a delicious smell. Just a little bit of soup is so delicious. Lord Beerus, why didn't you leave me a little bit? Look. I've packed it all for you." CK. Beerus trailed off, having an appreciation for his angel servant's stubborn personality. He pointed at Aizen and Mixias, then said, "They made all this food, so if you want to eat it, ask them." "Oh." Whis cried out in surprise and looked to Aizen and Mixias. So these three humans were masters. Humming and coughing twice, Whis maintained her angelic appearance and became graceful in her movements. "Greetings, several masters. I am Whis, servant of Lord Beerus. Several of you have made food that makes me long for just the smell of it. I wonder if you could make some for me as well? I shall not dare to refuse. If your excellency wants to eat, of course, we will be happy to serve you," Aizen humbly said. This was ridiculous. However, he knew the power of this angel in front of him. Whis was the servant of the god of destruction Beerus. However, in reality, he was the supervisor and teacher of the god of destruction Beerus. He could even knock out the god of destruction with a slap. So it could be said that in the entire universe, no one was her opponent. In terms of dimensions, the angel was a level 9 dimension, one level higher than the god of destruction. "That's very kind of you." Whis' attitude was approachable. He was not arrogant and overbearing like the god of destruction. Aizen was happy to be on good terms with the angel. It was an incredibly sturdy thigh. So, with a wink towards Mixias, the two of them got busy preparing the ingredients again. As the smoke curled and the wonderful aroma gradually drifted away, Whis sat down next to Beerus with her head cocked and her two purple eyes straight. "Lord Beerus, you are so lucky where you found such a good culinary master." Beerus cocked his mouth. "Are you starting to admire me? How nice. I'm rather looking forward to the taste of the food later." Whis squinted. Her eyes were sweeping over to Gaia's body next to her. The round blue jelly-like body was causing Whis to take a second look. Hey, what was going on? Why did I feel traces of something? The inexplicable feeling passed, making Whis wondered. Her mind was quickly going back to the anticipation of fantastic food. At that moment, Gaia bounded up to Whis and jumped into her lap. "Oh, what a strange creature." Whis stroked Gaia's cold body. "Miss Whis, I'm sorry to keep you waiting." Aizen came over with a plate. As Wis saw it, her eyes lit up, and enjoyed it very happily. Ah, it's so delicious. I've never eaten anything this delicious. Wis enjoyed eating it very much. From time to time, she let out a pleasant sigh of admiration. Miss Wis, it's delicious, isn't it? The god of destruction, Beerus, grunted twice and said to Maiyang, well, if you prepare a little more of this kind of food for this god and satisfy me, I can fulfill a considerable request of yours. Beerus said as he stared intently at the plate of colorful and fragrant food. Even if he couldn't finish it, he could still pack it up. So, later, he could sleep and wake up with something delicious to eat. Wis wiped her mouth and said, since this is a promise from Lord Beerus, I will do my best to meet it. Maiyang heard it and saw that the god of destruction Beerus, and Wis, were solemn. It was as if he was writing a blank check, so Maiyang was busy telling Mixia's situation. Wis, look at my wife's situation. He was eroded by the demonic key to save her home planet. Now, her soul has mutated. I used planet Namek's Dragon Balls to preserve her consciousness, so can you try to see if you can restore her soul to normal? In the past, planet Namek's dragon, Brunga, had said that the transformation of the soul aspect was the authority of the Supreme Kai. The angel, Wish, was at a level higher than Supreme Kai. There might be something that could be done about the soul aspect. Also, the divine staff in Wis' hand was not an ordinary object. All kinds of ability to turn decay into magic were pinched in hand, there was almost nothing that he couldn't do. It could be said that Wis' abilities were even more magical than those of Shinron. Wis' purple eyes aimed at Mixia twice. The divine staff glowed, flashing out Mixia's past experiences on Earth. Your wife's soul does have a few oddities. Well, since it's because of saving the planet, I'll just let her recover. The divine staff lightly touched the ground. Two divine lights scattered out from the black crystal ball with a tinkling sound and entered the two Mixia's bodies. The moment the divine light entered, Mixia's soul was blessed with a high level of power. The time in the depths of her soul was accelerated 1,000 times, and the mutation process that would have taken many more years was completed in an instant. Chapter 218 I have completed the mutation for them, but their souls have been transformed into demons. If you want to change their soul's nature without harming, it is best to perform a reincarnation. I can preserve their memories of this life and awaken them when their bodies grow to their proper size. How do you feel about that? Wis asked politely. Maiyang was overjoyed and thanked him incessantly. Thank you, Wis. We will arrange their reincarnation after returning to our home planet and discussing it with our family elders. Thanks for all of this. Mixia being able to complete the mutation quickly was already the best thing that could happen. As for reincarnation, it was what they had planned since the beginning. Wis smiled lightly and softly said, you're welcome. It's just a hand up. You just need to prepare more of the same food for us. Definitely, Mr. Wis and Lord Beerus. We'll prepare as much as you want. Maiyang promised in a cheerful mood, and then prepared more food with Mixia's. Mixia, how are you feeling yourself? Real at the fireplace, Maiyang asked his wife as he prepared the food. Mixia replied with narrowed eyes, it feels so good. My mind has become obvious as if I have been reborn. That's good. After getting help from Wis, Mixia's soul had finally reached the reincarnation requirements. At that moment, Maiyang felt full of motivation. The three of them together quickly prepared a large amount of delicious food for Beerus and Wis. Looking at the plates of delicious and pleasant food, the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Wis all stared at it as if they were admiring exquisite works of art, their eyes filled with joy. Both the master and servant were big eaters. As long as they prepared good food, everything was negotiable. Your cooking skills are just fantastic. Wis smiled as he packed all the food in an exquisite box and then used the divine staff to store them away. With a flash of light in her brown eyes, Wis said to Maiyang, I wonder if you guys would be willing to come with us to the God of Destruction planet and teach us your skills. It won't take much time. Of course, I won't mistreat you, and in exchange, I can relatively teach you in martial arts. Did Wis just invite them to the God of Destruction planet? Maiyang had a shocked look on his face. Then, he got excited. It should be known that the God of Destruction planet was a more mysterious place than the sacred world of the K, and all life form weren't allowed to enter. As the divine realm where the God of Destruction resided, the God of Destruction planet was an unknown number of levels higher than the Kai's planet. Practicing there was dozens of times better than practicing in the mortal world and Kai's planet. Beerus was also surprised by Wis's invitation. He frowned. Wis, the God of Destruction planet is not for mortals to enter. Lord Beerus, don't you want to eat delicious food later? Once I learn this cooking skill, we'll be able to taste these more often. Any chef in the mortal world has to die one day, but angels are eternal. It was clear that the God of Destruction, Beerus, was moved by Wis' words, and his demeanor began to fluctuate. Well then, I'll only allow it for a while. Beerus eventually couldn't resist the food. What do you guys think? To be able to go to the legendary god of destruction planet, we would certainly be happy to do so. Maang was busy stating his position. Not to mention that he could get Wiz guidance in the god of destruction planet, but the space in which that god of destruction planet was located and the divine ki that permeated the air bring him endless temptation. Oh, then let's get ready to go. Was said indifferently, then he waved his divine staff and struck the void twice in a row. There was a swish, and the colorful glow spread abruptly, instantly drowning Maang and the others. You guys stand around me. It will take about 10 minutes from here to the god of destruction planet. It was easy for Wiz to cross the universe space barrier as they entered an excellent space tunnel. This kind of tunnel was like a wormhole in a science fiction novel, capable of communicating with places far away. The colorful tunnel was distributed with glittering flashes of light, all projections from different dimensions. There was no up, down, left, or right here. One wrong step and they would fall into the spatial turbulence. A cluster of aurora flashes. Sometimes the light goes forward, sometimes the light goes backward, incredibly interesting. Although Maang had learned instant transmission, he had never experienced such dimension-transcending travel. He looked around curiously for a moment, taking a look at his surroundings. The two Mixias stood one on the left and one on the right beside Maang. Their bodies just attached to him, while the tiny blue jelly, Gaia, was glued throughout Maang's hair. After about 10 minutes or so, a cluster of light appeared at one end of the colorful tunnel. Just like instant transmission, the colorful glow suddenly disappeared. Maang and the others suddenly appeared in the middle of a canopy of pink on a world. Below was a diamond-shaped planet with an incomparably large, gigantic, gnarled tree growing on it. In a distant, an ancient and flooding great desolate emerged. Crack. Powerful gravity acted on the body, and Maang and Mixia landed on the diamond-shaped god of destruction planet. The tiny planet continued to enlarge, entering a turquoise landscape. The bright green grass was growing to its fullest. In the distance were endless grasslands and mountains and a lake as vast as an ocean. Upon looking up, there were scores of stars swirling around in the pale pink sky. The god of destruction planet was the highest dimension in the universe, and the only one that could be compared to it was the sacred world of Kai. Because it was the world inhabited by the god of destruction, space here was powerful enough to withstand the power of the universe when it was destroyed. This is the god of destruction planet. Lord Beerus' residence is on top of that ancient tree. You can find any residence you want, and from tomorrow you will teach me cooking while I will give you proper instructions. Wiz pointed around and introduced the god of destruction planet. At that moment, the god of destruction, Beerus, gave a hatch and said, Wiz, I'm going back to bed. Don't eat all that food from earlier. I don't have much faith in your cooking skills. It hurts me when you say that, Lord Beerus. CK, I just don't believe you. Beerus curled his lips, stretched his waist, and said to Maang, you guys should leave as soon as you're done teaching cooking. The god of destruction planet is not a place for mortals to set foot in. After saying that, Beerus' figure flickered a few times and returned without a trace to hibernate among the temples located on top of ancient trees' branches. Oh, from today onwards, you will adapt to life here for the time being. Was said lightly. After giving Maang and the others a direction, he maintained the operation of the god of destruction planet. All those planets in the firmament had to rely on Wiz to adjust their operation trajectory from time to prevent crossovers. Maang and Mixia watched as Beerus and Wiz both left and looked at each other. Shouldn't we find a place to stay, senior brother? Mixia asked. Well, let's just build a simple shelter by the lake. Chapter 219. The planet where the god of destruction resided was massive. In the following time, Maang and Mixia started to get busy with their residence. By the time the simple shelter was built, more than an hour had already passed. Wiping the sweat from their faces, Maang and Mixia sat by the lake to rest. Although it was called a lake, it wasn't much different from the ocean. The space of the god of destruction planet was substantial. The vast pressure exerted on their bodies made Maang and Mixia feel as if they were suppressed like mortals. After moving their arms and legs a little, they soon felt exhausted. Without a powerful body, even if they wanted to live in the god of destruction planet, it would be a difficult task. This was the reason why the god of destruction planet forbade mortals from setting foot in it. In addition to preserving the dignity of the gods, it was also a protection for mortal life. Sweeping across the shimmering lake, Maang saw a mass of blue jelly lying very comfortably on the grass, emitting a glowing blue light all over. In just a short while, Gaia's body had grown a large circle. It could be seen that the ki of the god of destruction planet was exceptionally beneficial to its growth. Mixia squatted down and hugged Gaia in her arms. The icy feeling was comfortable. Gaia, what kind of creature are you? Squeak. Gaia chirped twice in low tones, changing the shape of her body like a slime. It was happy to hear Mixia's bright hippie laugh. At this time, Miang was back to his old work. Just like in the North Kai's planet, when the god of destruction and was not paying attention, he quietly opened a passage leading to the acceleration space. Suddenly, like seawater pouring in, a large amount of divine ki entered the acceleration space through the small passage. Nourished by this divine ki, the acceleration space's growth improved again, gradually developing towards a perfect level. At this time, in the acceleration space, the white clouds had already descended to a shallow place after the accumulation of these years. It was signifying that Miang's third limit would soon be reached. Unlike the previous two limits, the ceiling of the third limit was white, which seemed to be somehow related to his body's constant changes. For the third limit, Miang didn't have much pressure in his heart because, with the triple Kyoken, he had absolute confidence to break this shackle. In the God of Destruction planet, the stars were high up, so there was no distinction between night and day. After about a few hours later, was finished adjusting the God of Destruction planet's stars and reappeared in front of Miang and Mixia. With a slight lift of the divine staff in his hand, he juggled all kinds of cooking equipment. There were ovens and stoves used for cooking and all kinds of cooking utensils, like pots and pans. "Please, teach me," was said faintly. "Of course." Miang lightly smiled and made an inviting gesture to Whis. He then skillfully demonstrated the preparation of various dishes. Time seemed to have suddenly returned to the days many years ago when he learned cooking in Marlene's restaurant, except that now he acted as a master. Knife work, fire, these were all things that needed to be mastered. Whis watched Miang break down a sea fish in a flowing manner without blinking. As Miang removed the spines inside, he let out a voice of admiration from time to time. "Amazing. There are so many delicacies even when handling a sea fish. Mr. Whis, you can try it." Miang handed over the sharp knife. Whis took the knife, clicked a few flashes, and then learned Miang's movements properly. It was just like martial arts, it was hard to beat Whis. However, in terms of mastering fire, Whis couldn't get into it. No, it's still not good enough. In the meantime, looking at the strips of meat that he charred, Whis stroked his chin. The control of fire takes experience, and this is not the same as knife work. So that's how it is. Time went by every day. Miang and Mixia did their best to teach Whis the culinary arts. Whis would also take some time every day to instruct Miang and Mixia's training. As expected, he was a master that taught the God of Destruction's level. Whis' instructions could be described as shallow and easy to understand. However, those few simple words were able to make Miang's power start to rub off on him. These few days in the God of Destruction planet was when Miang's strength grew the fastest. Half a year later, a clamor broke through the air, 3 flashes of light rose on the lush green grass, almost parallel along with the land cutting through the void, and the 3 appeared on top of a lake. The lake was in a fierce wind, and the wintry hurricane swirled up a storm of waves. Miang fought with his eyes closed. His hands and feet were bound with weights as massive as 1,000 pounds, and he could only exert 1% of his usual strength. Suddenly, a green flash of light attack. Mixia's supernatural power swept over a whirlwind, and Miang dodged it easily. Then another light appeared, the sea turned into a dragon under this flash of light. Not far away, Whis stood quietly watching from the side of the lake as he waved his divine staff while Miang and Mixia returned to the shore. "Okay, remember this situation now. Your movements are very methodical. You can tell that you have undergone careful training, but sometimes it is not good to be too methodical. You rely too much on the sense of ki. Not all creatures in the universe have ki." Miang listened attentively. Whis' martial art was very crisp, eliminating many fancy and useless moves, often striking at the core. The so-called Great Path was mostly said to be the case with Whis. Ordinary martial arts practitioners might rely on their eyesight and intuition to fight. When they encountered what they couldn't see, or when the light was too strong, they would have to take a passive beating. The lookout, Mr. Popo's training, was much more advanced, adopting ki to perceive the opponent. So, even if they were blindfolded, they were able to hit the enemy accurately. However, when it came to Whis, it all became a flawed martial art. Because Whis was standing on top of the universe, the view from his level was much more comprehensive. Not everyone in the universe possessed ki. Some strange races, such as the Yardratian or Metamaran, had a way to remove the ki from their bodies. Even on Earth, a master like Sun Gohan could usually lower his ki a little. This was when ki sensing was not always accurate. Whis taught training techniques and combat skills. However, specific power enhancement depended on individual effort. He instructed the martial arts skills to remove the ki sensing and look down on the panorama at a higher level, arriving at a perfect state of freedom. Such a martial arts concept was profound and obscure. Without the support of a powerful force or an excellent teacher's guidance, it was certainly challenging to practice it. However, it didn't matter. Under this theory's guidance, if one practiced at a high level, there would always be a little gain. It was as if Maiyang's strength had changed almost every single day during the months he had been in the God of Destruction planet. The feeling of constantly getting stronger and having great power flowing through his body enchanted him. Ki is a manifestation of energy. Learning to use ki is subtly using energy. Your martial art isn't wrong, but it's still quite rudimentary. Find a way to thoroughly transform the ki into every cell without letting it spill out, and comprehend that intention. You have studied North Kai's Keioken. You should have learned the damage caused to the body by having too much ki. Hence, giving your best to utilize all of the ki to reach full power to perform it is the right thing to do. Why high-level gods don't have ki? It's not because they don't have ki, it's because they have metamorphosed their ki to a higher level. Whis recounted her theory lightly. Maiyang listened carefully, keeping it in mind. Little by little turning Whis words into a platform for his actions. Under Whis instructions, Maiyang had always gained something. Chapter 220. Whis was an excellent teacher. Under his guidance, Maiyang's strength grew by leaps and bounds. Finally, one day, the sky within the acceleration space gradually descended to a place close to the ground. Maiyang felt that he was very close to the limit. This was when the growth of strength would slow down. Back then, Maiyang was stuck for a long time at the second limit to break through, but now, he had no such worries. So, the next step was to break the limit. Suddenly, Maiyang's dark eyes burst out with glittering light, immediately deciding to make a breakthrough in the God of Destruction planet. While Whis went to maintain the stars again, Maiyang found a remote place in the God of Destruction planet that wouldn't disturb the surroundings. He then shifted all the ships in the acceleration space out and entered it with a flash. About a minute later, violent swallowing was suddenly created next to the lake. The acceleration space, like a hungry beast, began to absorb the ki of the God of Destruction planet. Maiyang's figure came out of the acceleration space, and he could only see his body shining with divine light. His breath was becoming even more obscure, and his dimensional level had been raised once again. It seemed that the process of breaking the third limit was going very smoothly. Maiyang had broken the third limit at this point, and his strength had risen to 300,000 power levels. His life level also reached the same level as the level 4 dimension, just like Inen and King Yanma. Thinking about his path of training, it was actually quite arduous. When Maiyang broke through the first limit until he broke through the second limit, it took a total of 15 years for his power level to reach 2,600. The second limit to now breaking through the third limit took another 12 years to get the 300,000 power level. This was still just counting the time in the outside world alone. If the time increase in the acceleration space were included, it would be an even longer time. With the shackles stuck on his body loosened once again, Maiyang had the emotional and lofty feeling of the sky being high enough for birds to fly and the sea being vast enough for fish to leap. His body flew in the air, breathing in the divine ki of the God of Destruction planet. The warmth was spreading to every cell of his body everywhere. Billions of cells were all becoming active at the moment. The interior of the acceleration space was also undergoing drastic changes due to the infusion of the higher sacred ki of the God of Destruction planet. By the time the ki absorption gradually stopped, the heavenly circle's previous pattern had disappeared and was replaced by vast spherical space. The empty space was suddenly expanding to a spherical range of 50 million meters, which had a radius of 50,000 kilometers. Whereas the spatial scope grew violently, the land within began to condense, transforming from a giant continent into a tiny planet. The planet was only 10 kilometers in diameter, filled with small grasses, and was overall exceptionally sturdy and full of aura. The changed acceleration space became similar in structure to the God of Destruction planet. With a small star spinning in the middle of the vast space, precisely, the acceleration space had further evolved into a world. It should be called the acceleration world. Upon returning to the acceleration world and looking at the continually rotating pocket planets, Maiyang moved the shell and gravity spaceships back in. He then turned around and returned to the God of Destruction planet. "Senior brother, have you broken through?" Mixia whispered in Maiyang's ear. Maiyang nodded his head and smiled with joy. It was a success. After breaking through the third limit, the acceleration space advanced to acceleration world. The time flow rate became 16 times faster, and next, my strength will enter into a high-speed growth period. Great, senior brother is getting stronger. No one can mess with us from now on. Mixia was overjoyed. Upon thinking that before, she was killed by a demon with more than 1,000 power levels, which almost broke her soul, she felt hopeless. Maiyang's finger flicked at Mixia's eyebrow and smiled. The training still depends on yourself. You guys should also work hard in the future. That's for sure. Mixia curled her lips and lifted her hand with a whiff of whirlwind generated in her palm, looking like she was flailing. She couldn't train her body right now, so she could only strengthen her spiritual power. Her superpower was her specialty. Moreover, Because of the divine divided soul tempering secret technique of the Yardration, Mixia's soul power was twice as strong as the others. Time rushed, the days and months turned upside down. Another half a year had passed. It had been a year since Maiyang had entered the God of Destruction planet. This year, Maiyang was living a very fulfilling life. The God of Destruction planet really was the highest level of a training place in the universe. Unknowingly, the divine key in the air elevated that potential in his body. At this time, Maiyang's normal power level of combat had undergone a drastic change compared to before. With 600,000 power levels, this incredible value was Maiyang's current strength. This value was quite terrifying, even if it was placed in the middle of the universe. Not to mention that Maiyang was still just an earthling, yet he could reach such a strength. On the calm grass, the emerald green grass curled and stretched with the wind, emitting a vibrant charm. Maiyang was floating in the sky more than 10 miles off the ground with the wind rustling his clothes. Suddenly, he held his breath and then shouted, "Triple Kyoken." The dark red light suddenly rose, blocking out the original white light on his body. With the aid of the Triple Kyoken, Maiyang's power level climbed to 1.8 million. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind around, a breeze spreading out with Maiyang at the center. At the bottom, the two Mixias looked on with glowing eyes. Their eyes filled with loving tenderness. "It's so strong. Senior brother's ki is too strong." Resting her hands on top of her head to block the wind from blowing, Mixia shouted excitedly. Whis leaned on his divine staff and watched blindly. This little ki didn't affect her at all. "Alright, feel that power in the Kyoken seriously and find a way to control it in. You can't rely too much on the Kyoken. It's a technique that has its excellence, but will cause you to get lost on the wrong path." Whis understated the disadvantages of the Kyoken. Although the Kyoken at the North Kai was proud of increased power levels several times, the North Kai level was still too low. The Kyoken that he invented was full of loopholes into his size, and relying too much on it would significantly disadvantage the training. Kyoken, as a magic weapon to conquer the enemy, had its uses. However, for training, Kyoken was a burden. In his philosophy, real ontological power was the real deal. All those fancy transformations were just sideshows in his eyes, only creating shackles on the body. Had you ever seen a God of Destruction body transformation? Had you ever seen an angel body transformation? Of course, not. At the highest level, the strength of itself was the key. There was a limit to any transformation or external addition. There was a swoosh. Whis silently approached a 10-foot radius around Maiyang. He then stretched out his divine staff and probed forward, gently nudging at Maiyang's body. A subtle force suddenly poured into Maiyang's body, immediately like an overwhelming mountain, causing the ki in Maiyang's body to fluctuate violently. Crack! With a turn of in the air, Maiyang's face turned pale. His power level fell directly from 1.8 million, actually making it very difficult even to stand up. Look carefully. The slightest touch makes you exit your strongest state. Do you know why? Because this power is not your own. Whis floated in the air and said, "In a normal state, although this point of mine is not weak, it's not enough to cause you so much damage. It's because you can't control this power." Maiyang was silent, somewhat understanding the meaning of Whis' words. In fact, whether it was the Kyoken or the Super Saiyan transformation, both of them used a power that was beyond normal to fight. Such power was precarious. When he encountered an expert like Whis, a little bit of pressure would make him utterly incapable of fighting. He wouldn't even have the strength to resist. What Whis meant wasn't for him not to use augmentation in battle, but to learn restraint. After all, even if the effect of augmentation was intense, it wasn't as solid and stable as a normal power level. To take the reality out of it and enter it was like the moon in the water, rootless and floating duckweed. A true master would not look at these. The only way to train was to increase the normal power level, which was the most solid and steady way. As he figured this out, Maiyang's eyes became bright, looking at Whis with admiration. Worthy of being the Angel of Universe 7. Whis was simply the most suitable teacher for martial arts training. Chapter 221. Carefully mulling over the martial arts concepts taught by Whis, Maiyang began to change his way of moving. Time passed day by day, and in the first year and 3 months of Maiyang's entry into the God of Destruction planet, his actions had met the requirements of Whis, and his power level rose to 720,000. Even without using the Kyoken, he was able to use this power very solidly. Good. This is the only way to standardize your movements. You've reached the entry level of your training. Whis' face was unruffled, indicating that Maiyang could put away the power. To reach the entry level that Whis spoke of, was quite a remarkable achievement. Your life level has already reached the level of King Yanma, so it's clear that you're also following the path of the gods. That's why you shouldn't rely too much on external objects, knowing that external objects won't help you raise your level on this path.
Thank you, Whis, for your guidance. Whis gave a faint. He then smiled lightly with a relaxed look and threw a crimson crystal towards Maang. Maang spread it out and asked in confusion after seeing the crystal, "What is this thing?" "You have been in the God of Destruction planet for more than a year, which is actually long enough. However, you have not reached the necessary level to enter here. According to the rules, you are not allowed to remain here." Whis said, "This crystal has some of my understanding of martial arts recorded in it. When you are puzzled, take it out and refer to it as a reward for teaching your culinary skills to me." After hearing Whis' explanation, Maang immediately and carefully put the crimson crystal away. This was the crystal that recorded Whis' martial arts comprehension. Even if it was only a small portion of his comprehension, it was still a precious and good treasure that would allow him to take many less crooked paths. He thankfully said, "Thank you. This thing has cleared away many obstacles in the future." Whis smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just a little enlightenment. I hope you will have a chance to come to the God of Destruction planet for training in the future with your strength." "I think there will be opportunities in the future," Maang said confidently. "I hope so. By the way, you must be kind to that little being called Gaia. I sense some different regulations in it." Whis looked over at Gaia in Mixia's arms and looked severe. "Gaia? What's so special about it?" Maang's gaze fell on Gaia's body, somewhat confused. By now, this little jelly had grown to the size of its own body. Its soft body was shrinking in Mixia's arms, like a blue pillow. Maang still didn't understand which species it belonged to. Whis shook his head, "It's not clear. I think I sensed a hint of the dragon god's energy from its body, but it doesn't seem to be. In short, it's an extraordinary life form." Maang's face turned pale at the words. Something that could make even Angel Whis unclear, it was indeed a bit strange. This life form called Gaia, what exactly was it? As it seemed to feel the suspicious gazes of the crowd, Gaia rolled over a bit. It let out a squeaky low chirp and called out, "I'm Gaia. Gaia." Maang smiled and said, "I know your name is Gaia, but what exactly is your origin?" "Gaia. Gaia." Well, he was afraid that Gaia itself didn't know where it came from. However, looking at the fact that Gaia was able to produce the spring of life, it definitely wasn't a simple life. Without dwelling on Gaia's problem, Maang quickly bid farewell to Whis. "After bothering you for over a year in the God of Destruction planet, it's time for us to take our leave. Well, I'll send you back. Although you've learned the instant transmission of the Yardration, this secret technique has its limitations. With your current power, you are still unable to sense the lower world from the God of Destruction planet." After Maang offered his farewell, Whis smiled. "I've troubled you again." "It's nothing," Whis said softly, then waved the divine staff in his hand and thumped the ground with 2 taps. There was a wisp of colorful light that suddenly rose in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he encompassed Maang and Mixia, and they flew through the void, from the God of Destruction planet to the lower realm. North area southern part, a planet. Swish. A colorful pillar of light suddenly broke the space and emerged. After the brilliant light gradually dissipated, it soon revealed a few silhouettes, and was landed on top of a plateau of this planet with Maang and Mixia. "This is a planet in the north area. You can find your way back." Whis leaned on his divine staff. Maang nodded his head. He was thankful that Whis was able to send them here. Whis then looked at the 2 Mixias and used the crystal ball on the divine staff to tap on each of their heads and said, "I have now sealed a part of my power within your consciousness. After reincarnation in the future, when your bodies grow to a certain stage, your memories will be automatically awakened." "Thank you, Whis." The 2 Mixias thanked Whis at the same time. Whis' approach had solved their worries, so next, they could go to reincarnation in peace. There's no need to be polite. It's a fate that when we meet. I hope we can meet again. Whis smiled and nodded towards Maang. Then, with a wave of the divine power that was fiercely launched, Whis left as soon as he spoke. Soon, he transformed into a stream of light that pierced through the void and headed towards the God of Destruction planet. Looking at the place where Whis disappeared, Mixia raised her head and said, "Senior brother, Whis is so powerful. It would be great if one day my superpower could be the same as him. 1% out of 100 would already be awesome." Mixia smiled and said wistfully, "That's right." The other Mixia casually took Maang's arm, expressing her desire to take a look at Maang's acceleration world. They were too busy exercising their spiritual power when they were in the God of Destruction planet and didn't have time to go in for a stroll. "Senior brother, send us to your acceleration world to have a look." "As you wish." Maang waved his arm heroically, and a touch of power enveloped Mixia's body. Then, with a flash of light, the few of them appeared in the middle of the empty acceleration world. With the acceleration space being upgraded to acceleration world, Maang could already use a small part of the world's power in the outside world. Besides, when his life level reached level 4 dimension,
His body instinctively produced some strange spiritual ability. With the combination of the two, Maiyang could use some of the regulations in the outside world. Whereas inside the acceleration world, Maiyang was the master, and everything inside was under his control. In the middle of the empty and void world, there was a green planet 10 kilometers in diameter at the center of the vast spherical world. This green planet was small, not at all comparable to the original vast continent. However, there was a natural feeling of peace of mind when standing on it. There was no star in the acceleration world so far, and the 50,000 kilometers radius was still white. Except for the central planet above, which was illuminated by a white light. Mixia looked around curiously after entering the green planet. From time to time, she leaned down to touch the fresh grass on the ground. Not far away, there were lakes and shrubs. Such as plants that already had the basis for reproducing life. Little Gaia also jumped up and down and kept rolling around on the grass, showing that it liked the current environment very much. Mixia's main soul said, "This planet is beautiful to look at, but it's a little small." Mixia divided soul said, "But it's bigger than the North Kai's planet." Maiyang said, "Nonsense. If it's not even as good as the North Kai's planet, wouldn't it be too shabby?" Mixia covered the corners of her mouth with her hand, revealing a charming smile. "Senior brother, if the North Kai hears your words, he will cry out with a loud voice. Actually, North Kai has always been miserable. If I were him, I would have cried long ago." Maiyang said incomparably seriously. There were so many Kai in the entire Dragon Ball world, which one of them was as miserable as the North Kai? In the early years, the good North Kai's planet was slapped to pieces by the god of destruction, Pyrrhus. After regrouping, the volume shrunk to only a small amount. Afterward, Son Goku's visit broke his peace even more. Even at the end of the final Cell games, he was implicated and lost his life, and a chance to resurrect was still forgotten. It could only be said that the North Kai's miserable days had not yet begun and would get worse from now on. Being Kai to this point in his life, he should be crying indeed if he had the foresight. Chapter 222. After ridiculing the North Kai, Maiyang began to show Mixia and Gaia the evolved abilities of the acceleration world. With the growth of the acceleration world, Maiyang had maximum control in this world. Time acceleration, gravity enforcement, space pressure, and other magical abilities were at his fingertips. Just like the omnipotent of creator, he was able to do anything, making Mixia envious. If the enemy were introduced into the acceleration world, supplemented by the acceleration world rules, it would be like a fierce tiger entering the cage and being ravaged by Maiyang. Do you think this place will turn into a real world if it develops in the future? After visiting Maiyang's acceleration world for a while and getting a taste of Maiyang's abilities, Mixia began to fantasize. It's quite possible. After the evolution of the acceleration world, are you considered a world master, senior brother? Maiyang was slightly startled and nodded his head. You could say that. However, right now, the acceleration world is still fragile and unable to resist a wide range of attacks. It would be perfect if someday it could grow to be as strong as the god of destruction planet. Mixia brightened up. If Maiyang became the world master, then her value would also rub off on her. She would be a bull when she walked outside. Maiyang laughed. You really dare to think that? Mixia laughed. Hee. Isn't it true that people have to dream a little? Salty fish still know how to turn over and spit bubbles. Maiyang rolled his eyes a bit at the sound of it, not knowing how to respond. However, Mixia's words were so reasonable. Wasn't a person supposed to have a bit of a dream? After being told by the two of them, Maiyang began to look forward to it. If the acceleration world really grew to the god of destruction planet's intensity, what level of power would he reach? Would it be comparable to Whis? Or was it stronger? Zeno? No, if I kept thinking about it, I would be bubbling. Maiyang was busy stopping this unrealistic fantasy as he looked at the two of Mixia's and said, You two hang out here for now, I want to calm down and study the crimson crystal that was gave me. Suddenly he thought of something and took out a bag of senzu beans and threw them over. If you have time, try to find a place to breed the senzu beans. I want to see if the soil here is suitable for growing senzu beans. Senzu beans were excellent healing holy medicine. In the Dragon Ball's world, its preciousness was even comparable to that of the Dragon Balls. The only drawback was that its yield was pitifully low. Karin had worked hard to breed it, and there were only a few harvests a year. It was utterly unable to keep up with the rate of consumption. Also, after the martial arts era opened, there were more martial arts practitioners on top of Karin Tower, and the senzu beans there were unable to keep up with consumption. If this continued, there was no need to wait until the original story started, the senzu beans would be depleted. Thrifting was never a solution, and Maiyang also had to find a way to open source. As the saying goes, there was no panic in your hand. No matter how many senzu beans you had, you could never have too many. I know. I'll try to plant and see. Mixia received a small bag of senzu beans, invite Gaia, and went to try planting. Seeing Mixia and Gaia start to get busy, Maiyang smiled. He then took out the crimson crystal gifted by Whis and began to study it. Whis had said that this crystal sealed a part of his perception of martial arts. For Whis martial arts, Maiyang was in the mindset of worship. Frankly speaking, even the god of destruction, Beerus, had only learned 10% or 20% of Whis' essence and was already unbelievably powerful. Although the main reason for this was that the god of destruction itself was strong enough, this 10% or 20% of the essence was like adding wings to his tiger. If he delved into it seriously, it might not be harmful in the future. With this expectation in mind, Maiyang penetrated his spiritual power into the crystal. Suddenly, the image of Whis appeared in his mind. In the virtual image, Whis was calmly describing martial arts training, accompanied by a series of movements. These profound martial arts caused Maiyang to immerse himself in them involuntarily, and time passed unnoticed. Maiyang didn't know how long he had passed in the acceleration world, and when he woke up again, he found that his strength had risen a bit. 30,000 more power level than when he left the God of Destruction planet. His power level reached 750,000 values. Senior brother, finally you're awake. His cheeks were a little cold as Mixia's clear voice sounded in his ears. Opening his eyes, he saw Mixia half squatting and leaning over to look at him. A pair of clear blue-eyed eyes shining with joy, while in her arms, the jelly-like Gaia stretched out a ball of small tentacles to touch his cheeks. No wonder there was a cold feeling just now. Maiyang nodded a bit and asked Mixia, how long have I been practicing? It's been a long time. Almost a year since you sat down and didn't move a muscle, brother. Mixia informed the length of time. I can't believe I've been sitting for that long. Maiyang was shocked. He felt his eyes squint just a little, not expecting that more than a year had actually passed. Fortunately, it was in the accelerated world. With 16 times the acceleration, only a month had passed outside. If he were outside, he wouldn't be able to afford the time spent. It seems that if I want to comprehend that crystal from Whis in the future, I can only do it in the acceleration world. Maiyang thought this to himself. A year had passed with shallow realization, no less. Looking to Mixia, he asked, Mixia, how is your senzu bin planting going? Hearing Maiyang asked her about the growth of senzu bins, Mixia had a smile on her face and led Maiyang over to the growing field. It was a not too large plantation, about 10 meters in length and width, with a few green shoots emerging from the upturned soil. This is the second round of senzu beans. It's only just sprouted. The first round of senzu beans have already been collected, but the yield is meager. A senzu bean plant can only produce 4 or 5 senzu beans. With that, Mixia offered a treasure-like bag and pulled out a small cloth bag, which contained senzu beans that had yet to be dehydrated. How are the effects of these senzu beans? Maiyang was concerned and asked. Mixia replied, it's similar in effect to the original senzu beans. It can replenish energy and sustain 10 days without hunger. Maiyang received the fresh senzu beans that Mixia had planted and stuffed one in his mouth. After biting through it, a thick stream of vital energy filled his mouth. Because he was the current owner of the world, Maiyang quickly noticed the energy key of the acceleration world existed in this senzu bean, which was a bit different from the original senzu bean. Maiyang pondered in his heart, is it affected by the accelerated world? However, as long as it doesn't affect the effects of the senzu bean, everything else is less important. How does it feel? Mixia asked warily. Maiyang laughed, okay, you can plant it in a large area. When you reincarnate, this field will be handed over to Gaia to take care of as well as solving the problem of the source of the senzu beans. Squeak! Gaia shouted and leaped to the top of Maiyang's head. Planet Vegeta. The planet where the Saiyans, the warrior race of the universe, live. It was a beautiful planet very suitable for life to live on and was one of the few advanced planets in the north area. Because the gravity of planet Vegeta was 10 times that of Earth, the Saiyans living on it were born with the ability to get good training. That was why the Saiyans had snatched planet Vegeta from the hands of other races and used it as a residence planet. Since 4 years ago, when Frieza landed on planet Vegeta with a large army, there had been a great change on the top of planet Vegeta. The formerly solitary Saiyans had officially become combatants of the Frieza forces. The alien civilization had taken over the avionics and all of the spaceship systems under Frieza. Now, the Saiyans were pure combatants, except for the basic amenities that still retained their technological components. Even the nursery pods for nurturing newborns need to be requested from the Avadoyan. Time was most capable of killing everything. After the past few years, many Saiyans had adapted to the current life, not having to worry about anything, just fighting and enjoying the battle every day. Compared to the previous one-day living environment, the current planet Vegeta had good logistical supplies. Some Saiyans even felt that the current life was pretty good. On a strange rock-strewn pathway, a single Saiyan carried a backpack. Some of them had just returned from a mission and were preparing to reunite with their families, while others had just received a mission and were about to team up to go out on a quest. "Senior brother, these Saiyans don't look like they're under dominion at all." A female voice sounded. "Saiyans are a little more simple. They don't care who they serve as long as they have the opportunity to fight to their heart's content." A male voice said flatly. "Can you really give up anything for a fight? They are a warrior race." The man shrugged his shoulders. "Perhaps the higher levels won't be so willing. After all, the Frieza Forces Mission Administration has usurped the command authority that originally belonged to them. However, for the Saiyans at the bottom, the difference isn't that great." On the street, a young man with decent features and a handsome appearance walked steadily. His figure was seemingly blending into nature without attracting the attention of the people around him. Aside from the fact that the clothes on his body were different from those of the Saiyans, no slightest sense of defiance could be found, whether it was appearance or eye color. This young man was Ma Yang, and on his shoulder sat Mixia, who had reverted to her original small body. Since the plan was to reincarnate Mixia into a Saiyan, it was necessary to investigate the situation of planet Vegeta. After all, he heard that Frieza had just conquered planet Vegeta. He didn't want Mixia to be reincarnated in a chaotic situation. However, judging by the current situation, planet Vegeta was pretty stable. It was unknown if the Saiyans were too receptive or what, but there were no riots on top of planet Vegeta. Ma Yang didn't know that this was actually the result of the Saiyans' leader's extreme suppression behind the scenes. The battle in space 4 years ago had brought unprecedented damage to the Saiyans. Saiyans' race's population was already unable to ascend because of years of warfare. The space war had depleted many elites. Now, the Saiyans left behind in planet Vegeta must bide their time and recuperate. Of course, these were the thoughts of the Saiyans at the top. The ordinary clansmen below would not care about this, they just needed to enjoy the fun of the battle. Many of them even thought that the Saiyan King had taken the initiative to lead them to Frieza. The land on Vegeta was sparsely populated, and the Saiyans mostly lived in group structures of 1 to 200. This is their simplest social structure, aside from their families. Sort of like a village on Earth, but most Saiyan groups were derived to facilitate their missions. The area inhabited by the Saiyans was basically just a simple stone base. If it weren't for their battle armor and scouter, people would think that they had entered a primitive society. Suddenly, there was a miserable shout and the sound of a chaotic fight coming from the corner of the rubble. A group of 11 or 12-year-old Saiyan kids were bullying another kid. The bullied child looked less than 10 years old, covered in bruises and bulging with blood bags. "What are you guys doing?" Ma Yang walked up. "It's none of your business." These Saiyan children had terrible attitudes and acted arrogant and overbearing. Ma Yang was unhappy at the sight of them, and his eyes could not help but flash a hint of coldness. Nonsense. Is this the kind of virtue of the warrior race? A few people bullying one is rubbish. As soon as the words fell, there was no sign of any action from Ma Yang. However, the divine light suddenly flickered in his eyes, steeply bursting out with a string of strong pressure. Peng! 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 Several whirlwinds struck, and these children turned white, followed by a series of screams, all of which were sent flying hundreds of meters away. These injuries were nothing to the Saiyans. "Kid, are you alright?" Ma Yang stood aside, not trying to help him up. The Saiyan covered the wound on his body with and then climbed up without saying a word. Ma Yang looked at the Saiyan. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Kid, what is your name?" "My name is Bardock." The injured child had his head down, and Ma Yang couldn't see the expression on his face. Chapter 223. After hearing the Saiyan child in front of him called himself Bardock, Ma Yang felt surprised and could not help but look at the child. The Saiyan child in front of him was short, with fluffy and messy hair. His body looked much younger than his actual age due to his thinness. The energy reaction on his body was also low, only around 200 power levels. This level of energy reaction was indeed the level of a low-class warrior. Could he be Son Goku's father, Bardock? Ma Yang's mind pondered inwardly. If so, then this child was going to be very successful in the future. In the original story, Bardock eventually reached over 10,000 power level as a low-class warrior, so he could be considered a legendary figure. "Are you a low-class warrior of the Saiyans?" Ma Yang suddenly asked. Bardock bit his lip and nodded his head reluctantly. Every Saiyan would be tested for combat qualifications at birth to classify the child as low-class warrior, mid-class warrior, or elite warrior based on their aptitude. It was a very rough way of dividing them. Although not always accurate, the state at birth primarily reflected their future achievements. Saiyans whose judged to be low-class warrior had low starting energies and slow growth rates. If they grew at a steady pace, It would be difficult for them to catch up with Saiyans classified as mid-class warrior or elite warrior at birth. A large percentage of the Saiyans on planet Vegeta was low-class warrior. These low-class warriors were the least valued. Yang saw Bardock's head lowered without saying anything and smiled. Is it that you're resigned to the fact that there's no hope for you as a low-class warrior? Doesn't it? Bardock retorted in a jar. Yang shook his head and said, your insight is too shallow. Birth qualification doesn't necessarily equate to future achievements. Look at those Saiyans who are born from elite warrior. Are they destined to be strong enough to reach 5 or 6,000 power level? Bardock whispered, I think so. Wrong. Yang shook his head. How is that wrong? Bardock glared. Indeed, it's not difficult for an elite warrior to grow to 5 or 6,000 power level, but there's a prerequisite, and that is to survive a battle. Only warriors who survive have the right to tell the future. Regardless of whether they're low-class warrior or elite warrior, they're nothing if they die. With that said, Yang sneered, are there only a few elite warrior who die at the infant stage? Yang's words caused Bardock to brighten up. He seemed to understand something and said, but the growth rate of low-class warrior is not at all comparable to that of mid-class warrior and elite warrior. It's just the number of battles. The Saiyans are a warrior race. Since the low-class warrior can't grow as fast as the mid-class warrior, they can use more battles to hone their bodies. Yang's gaze was like a lightning bolt as he looked at Bardock and said, birth does not determine future achievements. Saiyans are a warrior race not only because of their love for fighting but mainly because they can make their bodies stronger through fighting one battle at a time. I knew of a low-class Saiyan who was born with only 2 points of power level and started from a pitifully low base. However, he was able to go through the motions over and over again and eventually became a stronger master over those elite Saiyan. Any race could grow in battle, but this was most evident in the case of the Saiyans. Ancient evolution had given them a very superior physique, a wealth of battles that could constantly stimulate their potential. It wasn't as if there weren't cases in Saiyan history where Saiyans born as a low-class warrior eventually grew to surpass elite warrior. It was just that such cases were rare, and the entire process required all sorts of hard struggles. Moreover, in terms of probability, once a mid-class warrior or elite warrior also strived, it would be the same as having no low-class warrior at all. Is there really such a low-class warrior? Bardock exclaimed. Of course, Yang replied affirmatively. However, the premise was that they didn't die in the battle. The low-class warrior had a higher mortality rate than the mid-class warrior or elite warrior. Bardock's blood was boiling as he listened. Yang's words caused him to have a strong desire to fight. Although Bardock didn't know regardless of whether the case that the youth in front of him said was true, from the power he had shown just now when he drove away those who were bullying him, this person was definitely a master. There was no need for such a master to deceive him. That's right. The low-class warrior doesn't determine my future. If I take part in more battles than the mid-class warrior or elite warrior, I can definitely overtake them. Bardock clenched his fists tightly, and hot blood burned around his heart. Bardock, I'm very optimistic about you. Looking at Bardock, who had been lulled into a frenzy by his 3 or 2 sentences, Yang suddenly pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket and threw it over towards Bardock. Bardock's striped reflexes reached out his hand, catching it and taking a look. There were more than 10 dried flat beans inside. What is this? Senzu beans. Eating one can restore you from near death to full bloom. Since the fields for growing senzu beans had been created in the acceleration world, Yang was no longer worried about the stock of senzu beans and was very generous with his spending. Of course, without profit, giving people senzu beans for no reason meant that Yang had more senzu beans than there was room to spend. Today to make a good fortune, in the future, when Mixia was reincarnated, the already growing Bardock could also take care of it when necessary. At least in the future, it would be much more convenient for Yang to come to planet Vegeta to do things. As soon as Bardock heard the function of the senzu beans, his eyes immediately showed joy. He took out one and wanted to eat it. When he was about to put it in his mouth, he hesitated and carefully put it away. If senzu beans really possessed such healing effects, then it would be too wasteful for him to eat it like that. Thank you. How may I address you, my lord? Bardock bowed. Oh, call me Teacher Mew. Afterward, the voice gradually became misty, and when Bardock lifted his head, there was no sign of Yang anywhere. Bardock clutched a small bag of senzu beans in his hand and stood dumbfounded. Teacher Mew, I will remember what you said today. If I achieve anything in the future, it must be because of your bestowal. As he mumbled, Bardock gazed gratefully for a long time towards the place where Yang had disappeared. He then turned around and ran with a few strides towards the place where he lived. About 1,000 meters high in the void, Yang's figure appeared. His face was flat as he watched the trajectory of Bardock's movement. Mixia sat on Yang's shoulder, wondering what Maayang had just done. "Senior brother, why are you looking at that little Saiyan differently?" Maayang said, "I think this child will accomplish something in the future." Mixia grimaced. How could she believe Maayang's words? Don't be ridiculous. How could a Saiyan with less than 200 power level accomplish something? Maayang shook his head. Don't underestimate him. It won't be a problem for him to reach the 10,000 power level when he grows up. Are you really that optimistic about him? Mixia got a little curious. What was it about that little Saiyan just now that was worthy of his senior brother's attention? Knowing that there weren't many Saiyans with more than 10,000 power levels in the entire planet Vegeta, what made him think that a low-class warrior could have such achievements in the future? Well, it's because, in the original story, Bardock was the warrior who reached 10,000 power levels. With a pop on Mixia's head, Maayang said, "Mixia, you're a bit inflated. Think about how much power we had when we were 10 years old, and look at him. That Bardock at least surpassed us by a lot." Mixia left her mouth open. How is this the same? How can he compare us? In Mixia's heart, Maayang was simply a godly man. The most perfect in the world. How could a trivial Saiyan be compared to Maayang? Do you want to make a bet? Mixia's eyes lit up and said expectantly, "Well, what do you want to bet?" Maayang looked Mixia up and down and shook his head. "Forget about betting, you have nothing to lose. If you were to bet, you would definitely lose your entire reincarnation." Mixia hung her hands on Maayang's earlobes. "No, you have to bet more." Maayang crowded a bit. He didn't think that Mixia couldn't wait to get her reincarnation out of the way this time. After messing around with Mixia for a while, his eyes averted, and he saw Bardock walk into a very humble little bungalow with 6 equally young Saiyans. All of them were low-class warrior from a group that could only usually perform lower-level tasks due to their low strength. "Bardock, they're bullying you again, that's bad." One of the little Saiyans called Jine was so anxious that tears were about to flow when he saw Bardock return with bruises on his body. However, Bardock didn't care about his injuries and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Everyone, we're going to work out next. I'm sure that one day we'll surpass those mid-class warrior and elite warrior." Chapter 224. High up in the sky, Maayang and Mixia were suspended between thin clouds. The clouds had mostly diminished, the warm sunlight waving down and shining on them. Eyeing the scene below plainly, and seeing Bardock cheering up his partner and then swinging his fists to work out despite his injuries, Mixia did look at him a little differently. That guy was pretty hardworking. "How do you feel about Bardock now?" Maayang asked with a light smile. Mixia stroked down her hair, sounding clear and bright. "It's okay. It's not that bad." Maayang said, "Don't be hard. If you become a low-class warrior after your reincarnation, too, I don't know if you will work as hard as him." Mixia cocked her mouth and said in disbelief, "With my natural beauty, how could I be reincarnated as a low-class warrior?" Maayang said, "It's not impossible. Most of the Saiyans of planet Vegeta is low-class warrior. The ratio of mid-class warrior to elite warrior is not high. If you reincarnate, there's a high probability that you will become a low-class warrior." Mixia didn't say anything after hearing this. It was something she hadn't thought of before. If she really reincarnated as a low-class warrior, wouldn't she have no hope of catching up with her senior brother? Then, what was the point of reincarnation? But on second thought, Mixia's confidence returned. Even Earthlings like Sun Gohan could reach 20,000 to 30,000 power levels. There was no reason she couldn't reach it with a few efforts if she became a Saiyan. "Anyway, you'll see, I'm going to be strong too." Mixia tilted her head up, her pretty face became serious. "I'm sure." Maayang smiled lightly. At this time, the communication on his body beep 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 sounded urgent, as if someone was contacting him urgently. Maayang took out his communication device and took a look. It was a message from Sun Gohan. When they first became Galaxy mercenaries, they had each prepared their own communication devices and had occasionally contacted each other over the years. However, it was rare that it was as urgent as the current paging. "What's wrong? Is something going on with Sun Gohan?" Mixia flew over and floated beside Maayang. Maayang read the message and said, "Sun Gohan messed with the wrong people this time and is now on the run with an in the universe." Next, Maayang told Mixia about the matter. It turned out that Sun Gohan had run into a character who was playing the role of a tiger when he was taking a mission from the Galaxy mercenary. When they were engaged, they realized that even if they activated the twice Kaioken, they were no match for that opponent. They were currently fleeing in the universe on the spaceship, panicking. The situation was urgent. "Oh my, they're in danger. Let's hurry and save them." Mixia understood the situation and urged, "Calm down. I'm searching for their key." Maayang aimed a glance at Mixia, then closed his eyes and searched for Sun Gohan's key. "Did you find it?" Maayang looked up and said, "No. Although Sun Gohan and Inen are also in the north area, The distance is too far away for me to sense his ki. Hold on, I'll inform Sun Gohan to let him explode his ki. Immediately, Maiyang used his communication device to contact Sun Gohan. After a short while, Maiyang used instant transmission again and sensed Sun Gohan's ki. With a swoosh, Maiyang and Mixia disappeared from planet Vegeta with a flash of light. On the other side of the distant north area, surrounded by vast darkness, the stars emitting an enchanting pale white glow. Suddenly, there was a spaceship quickly penetrating the night, a relatively small spaceship. On the spaceship, Anan looked anxiously at Sun Gohan. Within the spaceship's radar detection range, not far from them, there were several spaceships gradually getting closer. Soon, they would catch up with them. How is it, Gohan? Have you contacted Maiyang and Mixia? In the meantime, Anan's eyebrows were knitted. Sweat seeped out on Sun Gohan's forehead. He looked at the communication device, and a message suddenly came over from it. Roger, he asked me to raise my power level with Kaioken so that he can use it as a reference point for his instant transmission. Get him on contact. Anan let out a sigh of relief. Sun Gohan also hung up the connection. The accident was too unexpected. Initially, he had accepted the mission to capture a 20,000 power level alien and had thought it would be an easy task. However, he didn't expect that the opponent would play a tiger's role eating a pig. His power level was as high American Samoa 70000 points. If it weren't for the fact that Sun Gohan looked at the situation and quickly drove the spaceship away, he would have been a dead man under the opponent now. It's not easy for me. Twice Kaioken is no match for him. Not only he's strong, but even his spaceship is also so fast. Sun Gohan droned to himself, he felt so unlucky. Initial 30,000 power level plus twice Kaioken was considered a master in the universe. Yet, he still had to be reduced to a fugitive's fate. When Maiyang saw him later, he would be laughed at again. With his mind wandering, Sun Gohan was raising his body's ki. A slight fluctuation spread out in the spaceship's cabin. The figures of Maiyang and Mixia appeared in front of Sun Gohan and Anan. Finally, you've come. Seeing Maiyang appear, Sun Gohan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the meantime, Maiyang looked at Sun Gohan, and his eyebrows were slightly raised. 4 years had passed, Sun Gohan's strength had also increased. However, the growth was minimal, only from 24,000 power levels to 32,000. This amount was not much. Was it because of the lack of potential of the Earthlings? With a series of thoughts sweeping through his mind, Maiyang asked Sun Gohan, how many people of the opponent, and how strong are they? Sun Gohan's face was stony. The boss is the powerful one. The power level is less estimated to be 70,000. When Mixia heard this, he raised his eyebrows. What? It's only 70,000. Senior sister. That's a whole 70,000 power level. Sun Gohan loudly retorted. What do you mean, only 70,000? How embarrassing was it for him to hear that word? However, when he remembered that her husband's normal power level had reached 60,000 4 years ago, and he could increase his strength to 120,000 with twice Kaioken, he suddenly felt disheartened. People were afraid of comparisons, and everything would be exposed if they got compared. Sun Gohan felt that he was the foolish son of a landlord and was just a poor boy when he entered the city. Gohan, stop the spaceship, I'll take care of them. Maiyang scanned the side above the radar, confirming that the opponent was very close to the ship. Then his body flickered and moved outside the spaceship in an instant. In the vacuum environment of the universe, the planet Yardrat's vacuum inner breath secret technique was automatically cast. Sun Gohan's eyes were filled with envy as he saw Maiyang standing proudly in the vacuum of the universe through the porthole. Maiyang, a guy with so many rare and weird abilities, could actually survive in a vacuum environment. At that moment, the opposite void shook lightly, and 8 black spaceships flashed out from the speed of the superlight voyage. Several black hole cannon muzzles flashed in unison to the outside and began to flash scarlet colors. This is not good. The opponent is using energy cannons directly. Sun Gohan was in a cold sweat at the sight of the cannon. Is that energy cannon powerful? Sun Gohan nodded and said, that's the most advanced spaceship than the Big Gate Star civilization has ever made. The main cannon is no less powerful than the full force of 120,000 power levels. Maiyang doesn't know about this situation, he must be informed quickly. No need. Senior brother can definitely cope with it. Sun Gohan's face became serious, and said, Mixia, you can't underestimate the opponent. Even though Maiyang's is very strong, but without using the twice Kaioken, he definitely can't block the opponent's energy bombardment. It's only 120,000 power level, Mixia said lightly. Would she tell Sun Gohan that Maiyang had met the god of destruction Beerus? Would she tell Sun Gohan that her husband had trained in the god of destruction planet? Would she say that Maiyang's normal power level possessed 750,000? Humphrey. In the next second, she shouted, I'm telling you, Miang's normal power level is 750,000. Chapter 225 Miang's normal power level is 750,000. Mixia's words were like a thunderbolt that struck down from the clear sky, shocking Sun Gohan and Anin with their strong emotions and blind eyes. In fact, Mixia's voice wasn't very loud when she said it, but the amount of information in it was too tremendous. Miang's strength had reached 750,000 power levels. Although it was clear that Mixia loved her husband, it seemed that with her personality, she wouldn't joke around on this matter. Sun Gohan turned back with a startled expression, somewhat unable to believe what he heard. "What did you just say, Mixia?" Mixia nodded with a smile. "I said, senior brother has 750,000 power level." 750,000 power level. What an intimidating value this was. Sun Gohan perked up and looked incredulous. How in the world did Miang train and reach this unbelievable value with a single bark? Satisfied with Sun Gohan's startled expression, Mixia boasted, "Senior brother's training has been very thorough. He can already withstand the triple Kaioken and can display a 2.25 million power level in a full outburst." Silence. Silence. Shock. Sun Gohan's expression became dumbfounded, no longer knowing what to say. Compared to Miang, his 32,000 power level was actually less than a fraction. As the spaceship's interior fell silent, Miang on the outside had easily taken on the energy cannons fired from the opponent's spaceship. Those energy cannon blasts couldn't even break Miang's defenses. A stream of light flashed past, and Miang's body glided through the void, entering the front of the spaceship shield against a burst of energy. Looking at the spaceship shield in front of him, Miang looked on with a faint smile on his lips. His fingers turned into a claw and grabbed forward. PFFT, spar. The transparent spaceship's shield became as fragile as tofu under Miang's claws. It was abruptly shattering into countless pieces of crystal-clear shards. The fluorescent luster slicing down into the depths of the universe, and the pitch-black hull of the spaceship wholly exposed. "Go, die." In his mind, Miang sentenced the opponent to death. He raised his palm. A ball of ki with a diameter of 100 meters abruptly appeared, then gradually grew bigger. When the diameter reached a horrifying 300 meters, the massive ball of ki shone bright white with the point of his finger. It was brilliant as a generous sun, falling from the deep sky. All the aliens in the spaceship were stunned when they saw this scene. Even the alien boss, who had been playing the role of a tiger and killing the galaxy mercenaries, was dumbfounded. He began to regret in his heart why he had to chase down and wanted to kill Sun Gohan. Noisy cries and shouts immediately rang out in the spaceship, but soon everything fell silent as a bright light enveloped it. Peng! 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 Several spaceships turned into massive fireballs one after another under Miang's ki bombs, turning entirely into ashes in the blink of an eye. These powerful people that were strong enough to dominate the nearby star fields had no power to fight back in front of Miang. The entire crew was sent to the other world in a matter of moments. After annihilating these aliens, Miang turned around, and his figure appeared inside Sun Gohan's spaceship once again. Sun Gohan looked at Miang with a complicated face. His heart was like an overturned bottle of wine. He remembered that almost 20 years ago, the difference between him and Miang was only a dozen points of power level, but now, he couldn't even see Miang's back. "Miang, you're a monster. How in the world do you train? 4 years ago, you weren't this." Sun Gohan was speechless. His face was complicated as he looked at Miang. Also, as an earthling, this gap was too big. Miang shrugged his shoulders and said, "I train just like you. Only my opportunities are much better than yours. Don't lie with such words. You already have a 750,000 power level. Even if you don't practice in the future, I may not be able to catch up." Sun Gohan said sourly. "Forget it, I won't even compare with you." Sun Gohan was able to see that he would never be able to catch up to Miang for the rest of his life. At this time, a bright light flashed in Anin's clear eyes. She looked up and down at Miang and said in amazement, "Miang, your life level actually advanced to the level 4 dimension. Tell me quickly how you guys have been over the past few years." Sun Gohan perked up his ears when he heard Anin's words. Miang and Mixia looked at each other and smiled, then told about their experiences in the past few years. When it came to the time when they were shouted at by Namki and Burgle and went to the planet Ambra shortly after they were separated in the galaxy star, Sun Gohan couldn't help but pound his chest and regret it. If only he had known, he wouldn't have left so early, and he might have had a strange encounter to strengthen his body. Later on, when they said that they had met the god of destruction, Beerus, and had gone to the god of destruction planet for training, Sun Gohan's entire body had become dumbfounded. No wonder Miang was able to become so strong, it was because he had received instruction from a high-level god. Although he didn't know what level of gods the god of destruction and the angel were, they must be powerful. "I regret it. I should have followed you guys on your travels. I might have had such a good chance as you guys now." With a shout, Son Gohan tearing his heart out, his heart was dripping blood. On the other hand, Anin was more concerned about the god of destruction and the angel and said, "I've never heard of the god of destruction, but it must be a universe-level god." She then looked closely at Mixia. Mixia's soul has completed its mutation. Is it going to reincarnate? Maayang nodded and said, "I plan to use the Dragon Balls to get Mixia to reincarnate after I return to Earth. Let's go back together." "I want to go back too." Son Gohan picked up the conversation and said. He had been training at the Lookout and the Mount 5 Elements for all these years. Then, he had gone to the North Kai's planet and planet Namek. With the 4 years, he had traveled around the universe. It had been more than 10 years since he had returned to the Kame house. He didn't know how his teacher was doing now. So, after hearing Maayang say that he wanted to return to Earth, Son Gohan's heart could not help but felt homesick. After a few discussions, they planned to go back to Earth. However, before that, Maayang took a detour to the central area and exchanged his points for Cyberman manufacturing technology at the Galaxy Mercenary headquarters. Earth, the sky was clear, and the sun was shining. It was in the month of cherry grass. The grass was growing, and the warm sunlight on the body, courteous and very comfortable. Using instant transmission to come back from the central area took only a little bit of time. After returning to Earth, Maayang said goodbye to Son Gohan, and then took Mixia to fly towards the Great Azure Mountain direction. On the other hand, Son Gohan planned to go to the Kame house first, so he let Anin go back to the Mount 5 Elements mountain alone first. At the Great Azure Mountain foot, the original town had already developed into Azure Mountain City. After not returning for several years, Azure Mountain City became even more prosperous. The city expanded in size to the surrounding area. Because of the strong martial arts atmosphere on Earth at this time, and because it was the closest city to the Kami school, martial arts schools were blooming everywhere in Azure Mountain City. In the short time that Maayang and Mixia were walking down the street, they saw several martial arts school staffs holding pamphlets for distribution. It was at this time that Maayang saw the corner of the street. In front of a quaint restaurant, a 15 or 16-year-old girl sitting on a small chair at the entrance, holding a magazine and looking at it with relish. A shiny plaque was stood next to her. "Little Landy, reading in the sun will damage your eyes." The warm voice brought Landy back to her senses, and when she looked up, she saw a handsome-looking man standing in front of her. Landy wondered, "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" "I haven't seen you before." Maayang said, "Indeed, it's been almost 10 years since I came to your restaurant. You were still young back then, so it's normal that you can't remember. I even hugged you when you were little." Chapter 226 Have you ever hugged your childhood self? Frankly speaking, Landy didn't believe in Maayang's words. At this time, she looked at Maayang with a look at the liar. The despise in her eyes was seen. A person who was obviously only in his 20s actually said that he had hugged her when she was a child. Although she was only 15 years old, she wasn't that gullible. 10 years ago, Azure Mountain City had just been established, and it was only this big in total. Also, she didn't remember any senior brother that matched this person in her memory. However, despite the disbelief, Landy also had some mutterings in her heart, feeling like she had seen this liar in front of her somewhere. Maayang was stunned, not expecting Landy to look at him with a confused look. "Haha, senior brother, little Landy doesn't seem to recognize you." On Maayang's shoulder, Mixia narrowed her eyes and laughed loudly to his ear. Maayang had no choice but to laugh. At that moment, Landy let out a scream. She finally remembered who the person in front of her looked like. Wasn't he the idol of the entire Azure Mountain City, the Kami school's legendary figure, Lord Maayang, the god of martial arts? She had heard her parents whispering in her ear since she was a child that the god of martial arts had learned to cook in their restaurant and had even hugged her. Landy was still young, and her impressions were not deep. However, the god of martial arts legends were the most talked about in the Azure Mountain City, and she grew up with them. She didn't think about this at all before. Hence she didn't recognize Maayang. However, upon closer inspection, the vague impression in her memory gradually became more evident. The person in front of her was no different from the Lord Maayang in her memory. The entire Azure Mountain City had a strong martial arts culture, and there were dozens of small and large martial arts schools. Landry's martial arts qualification wasn't excellent, but she had also joined a martial arts school to practice some fists and kicks, and she had heard the legend of Maayang many times before. Maayang. Lord Maayang. Oh no, Uncle Maayang. Landy looked a little restrained, her small face was looking very excited. Maayang smiled and shook his head. "Don't be nervous. I'm not that scary." "Ah, no, you're our idol." Landy busily put down the magazine in her hand and waved her hand. "Where's senior sister Marlene?" Maayang asked. Landy answered, Mom is with Dad, preparing ingredients in the back kitchen. It was still noon, and the restaurant wasn't yet open for business. However, the preliminary preparations were also busy. Today the restaurant had expanded quite a bit compared to a few years ago. With new casual meals in the lobby for all the major martial arts schools and a takeout service suggested by Ma Yang, the restaurant was popular among nearby residents. As the restaurant's business grew, Marlene and her husband became busier. Not only sifting through the ingredients but also guiding the chefs to fulfill orders and develop new dishes with quality and quantity. As he was chatting with Landy, Marlene came out of the restaurant and saw her daughter talking with a young man. She then went forward to ask questions. However, upon seeing that it was Ma Yang, she was surprised. Ma Yang, when did you come back? Senior sister Marlene, I just got back. Ma Yang smiled slightly in Marlene's direction. Marlene was almost 40 years old this year. However, due to her excellent maintenance and the fact that she was already quite beautiful, the years had not left many traces on her face. Instead, as she became more mature, she had a different aura in her. Ma Yang, speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for a few years. With that said, Marlene looked at her daughter next to her. She saw her curious face and glared. Landy, don't just stand here, the restaurant is so busy. You're slacking off while your father is looking for you. Landy deflated and looked reluctant but didn't dare disobey her mother's words. So, she shuffled into the restaurant with the magazine in hand. This child is always so unpleasant. Looking at her back as she ran in, Marlene shook her head. She's 15 or 16 years old. Considering that when I was her age, I was involved in the restaurant's operation. Ma Yang smiled. Little Landy is quite cute. Children nowadays, they follow the trend. Senior sister Marlene should not be harsh on her. Marlene laughed. If you also have a daughter, you will definitely spoil her to the heavens. She said, looking at Ma Yang and leaned in to whisper to him. How about now, are you still single? Do you want me to introduce you to someone? Since Mixia has left, many girls have been asking about you. The many girls that Marlene was talking about were certainly not the ones she wanted to introduce to Ma Yang in the past. Those girls were now older and had married early to have children. However, Ma Yang was a star stock. Even if the original holder had to sell and leave the market for one reason or another, people still came later and snapped up the shares to take over. With her restaurant, Marlene's business was booming. People knew that she had a good relationship with Ma Yang, so many people came to her for a favor. These people, including young neighbors who were still unmarried and some of the defeated dogs she was going to introduce to Ma Yang, ended up being defeated by Mixia. Although they had no chance, their sisters, and even their daughters, can also take a chance. Or so that's what they thought. After all, Ma Yang was the god of martial arts. So many years have passed, and he has not aged, so it wasn't a problem at all. When the news of Mixia's death came, everybody was a little sad, but more than that, it was just a little bittersweet. To put it bluntly, if the wife didn't die, how could they have a chance? Then suddenly feeling a chill, Ma Yang said with great righteousness, Senior sister Marlene, don't bring this matter up again. Although Mixia is no longer here, in my heart, she will always be my wife. Marlene was stunned and whirled around, nodding. Mixia will be so happy. She then saw the little figure on Ma Yang's shoulder that looked precisely like Mixia and said in amazement, Hey, why does this doll look exactly like Mixia? She said and reached over to take it. Mixia's soul immediately hibernated as the tiny doll body was then taken in Marlene's hand and was played with. Ma Yang coughed. This is a doll that I found someone to make. Marlene gave an O and changed the topic. How long are you planning to stay here this time? I'm not really sure, it should be longer. This time, it was mainly for Mixia's reincarnation. What exactly would happen after that? Ma Yang had no plans yet. So, Marlene gave it some thought and teased, I have some young friends here who have always wanted to join the kami school. Do you want to meet them and see if it's appropriate? Hearing the strings sung and knowing the elegant idea, Ma Yang knew as soon as he heard it that Marlene hadn't given up the idea of introducing him to a girl. How could this be an introducing a disciple? It was obviously a chance for him to have a look and see if he was likely to meet one. Senior sister Marlene, you can even be a professional matchmaker. Upon hearing the matchmaker word, Marlene didn't seem like she understood. This topic could no longer be talked about. Ma Yang was deeply afraid that senior sister Marlene would put forward and said, why don't you take a look at our Landy? Which would be too powerful and embarrassing. Upon saying goodbye to senior sister Marlene, Ma Yang went towards the kami school residence in the Great Azure Mountain. Chapter 227 Ma Yang and Mixia left Azure Mountain City and headed towards the kami school's residence. Soon, they arrived at the dense forest surrounded by mountains. It was much more secluded and free of the city's bustling bustle, with rows of lush tree trunks staggered as if they had been carefully decorated. Senior brother, senior sister Marlene is actually trying to find someone for you just now. On the way back, Mixia pulled at Ma Yang's hair. Ma Yang said, senior sister Marlene is kind. She doesn't know that you are still with me and thinks that I have been living a lonely life for the past few years. Mixia pouted, I'll have to find someone to watch over you when I'm reincarnated. What do you think of April? Isn't she pretty? Having her by your side will definitely stop a lot of people who have bad thoughts about you. Her eyes twinkled, but she should also be warned that she can't be a thief. Mixia had entrusted April to watch over her husband, hoping that she would be allowed to block women who had bad intentions for her husband. However, Mixia couldn't draw wolves into her home and add competition to it. Although she was sure that April's weak nature would not be a threat to her, a warning was necessary. As he watched Mixia furiously start plotting how to maintain her position as his wife, Ma Yang couldn't stop laughing and crying. This was the aspect where Mixia was acting preoccupied. Shaking his head without saying anything, the two arrived at the Kami school's residence as quickly as the wind and lightning. Passing by the small house that he hadn't visited for a long time, Ma Yang didn't open the door but ran straight to the small building where Isaac and his wife lived. 4 years were gone, and Kami school had changed a lot. The strength of the disciples continuously grew. When he entered Isaac's courtyard, he saw that teacher Isaac was exchanging martial arts with Scythe and Carl. The younger generation, such as Yia, Aso, Lida, and others gradually took charge of everything in the Kami school as the school's development entered an excellent state. After these elders retired from the school, life became leisurely for Isaac and the others. They either played chess or sparred martial arts every day, living a comfortable life. Because they had taken the elixir of immortality, they hadn't changed in appearance. When he saw that Ma Yang and his daughter had returned, Isaac had a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, you guys have finally come back, Isaac shouted loudly and cheerfully. Ma Yang stepped forward with a smile and responded with a smile, Teacher, you make it sound like we're not doing any work outside. It's all about training. Yes, it's all about training. Hurry up and tell me what you guys encountered out there. Isaac came forward and patted Ma Yang on the shoulder. For this disciple's strength, he was utterly unable to see it. At this time, Mixia floated out from Ma Yang with a clear and pleasant voice, Father, we just got back. If you want to chat, let us go into the house to talk too. Let's come inside and talk. Isaac patted his head and laughed, Scythe and Carl also laughed. In this pleasant atmosphere, Ma Yang began to tell about the planets he had seen in his travels outside. It was a remarkable story that made Isaac and the others' hearts and blood boil. When they learned that Ma Yang's power level had reached 750,000, Isaac and the others were stunned. Now that the Earth had also popularized the Human Power Level Measurement Index, they were all too familiar with the term power level. It must be known that 10 years ago, that group of demons that invaded the Earth only had 1,500 to 1,600 power levels. Even then, they had already caused a disaster that devastated the planet. Now, upon hearing that his disciple's strength had actually reached such a gross value, Isaac couldn't help but want to shout. This made him sincerely feel proud as a teacher. The Kami school had now become the most famous martial arts school on Earth precisely because of Ma Yang. There was no telling how many martial arts practitioners were squeezing their heads to join the Kami school. Of course, hearing Ma Yang said that his daughter Mixia's soul had completed its mutation, Isaac was pleasantly surprised. So, you came back this time to prepare for Mixia's reincarnation? Ma Yang nodded thoughtfully, that's right. Then in front of Isaac and the others, Mixia changed her body to a normal-sized state, and there were 2 of them as soon as they came out. There are 2 Mixias. This is Planet Yardrat's divine divided soul tempering secret technique. Their current bodies are figures made by the Dominion. Amazing. It's equivalent to 2 people in a battle. Seeing 2 identical Mixias gracefully appearing in front of them, Isaac, Carl, and the others were commenting. The current Mixia, whose soul state had been transformed into a demon, had coldness all over her and had to be reincarnated to change her soul's nature. Alice looked at the 2 Mixias in front of her and took their hands, but couldn't tell the difference. We intend to reincarnate Mixia as Saiyans on the planet Vegeta in the north area. That Saiyans look exactly like Earthlings. They have yellow skin, black eyes, and hair. As a warrior race, the Saiyans' physique far exceeds that of Earthlings. Mixia and I have examined planet Vegeta, and the environment there is quite stable and not in great danger. Isaac listened attentively and said, you guys can make those decisions. Ma Yang nodded a bit, then looked around. By the way, why haven't I seen Canalita? How is her training now? Speaking of which, he was a very incompetent teacher. Except for a few years ago, when he instructed Canalita's training, he basically left it behind. The teaching was all done by Isaac and the others. Talking about the Kami school's most talented disciple, Isaac's face had some joy. Canalita went to Karin Tower with her mother, Ness. Immortal Karin is instructing her. Maayang was surprised. She climbed the Karin Tower so soon. Canalita is only 8 years old this year, right? At this time, Scythe picked up on the words, it's good to go early. You can lay a good foundation under the guidance of Immortal Karin. In the face of Maayang, Karin would not be stingy in instructing his disciple. After asking about his youngest disciple, it was time to prepare to work on Mixia's reincarnation. First of all, to collect the Earth Dragon Balls. However, when Maayang said that she was going to collect the Dragon Balls, Alice laughed lightly. Upon asking, they realized that the Earth Dragon Balls had already been collected. April had taken them with the Dragon Ball radar a long time ago, and now the 7 Dragon Balls were in her lab. April is downright kind. Maayang was glad to save the time of collecting the Dragon Balls. Even though it didn't take him long by doing it himself, he could see that April, his sister, still cared about them. Mixia smiled. I think she also wants to watch me reincarnate sooner. Maayang was stunned and said, I'll contact her now and ask her to send the Dragon Balls over. Also, I'll go to Karin Tower and pick up Canalita. Maayang planned to live on Earth after Mixia's reincarnation, and he still had to teach his disciples. Isaac laughed, then let's go prepare a banquet and get together. Also, let's send Mixia to her reincarnation. Scythe laughed, we have to call all the disciples. Also, Clarissa and Byros, they're still out traveling. Alice took Mixia's hand and said, leave the banquet to me. There is no need for too many people, a small gathering of the disciples of the Kami school will suffice. Next, everyone had their arrangements and got busy for the final banquet. The 2 Mixias entered the kitchen at Alice's request, while Maayang closed his eyes to catch the key above Karin Tower. He then moved instantly and disappeared from the azure green mountain. In the far west of the capital's research institute, April was making arrangements against the experiments list. Suddenly, received the news from the great azure mountain, April shrieked, immediately left her work in the institute. She handed over the experiments to Dr. Jero and Dr. Brief, then picked up a box and jumped into the jet in front of their amazed eyes. Dr. Brief said, what in the world has Dr. April run into that she is in such a hurry to leave her experimental work behind? Dr. Jero gave him a blank look, how do I know when you ask me? It must have been something important. Dr. Brief shook his head, what exactly could it be that it's more important than the experiments? Chapter 228 On Karin Tower, the not-so-big training ground of the second level was divided into several areas. On the side, a little girl who looked to be only 8 or 9 years old was sweating and sharpening her fists and feet. Beside her, a red-haired Ness and her husband, also, were practicing with each other. In fact, they were already qualified to ascend the lookout, but to take care of their daughter, they chose to stay on Karin Tower without going up. Wow! Abruptly, an illusory figure appeared beside them. Maayang smiled as he stepped out of the space. Senior brother. Ness and also shouted in surprise when they saw Maayang, who suddenly appeared. Maayang smiled and nodded, long time no see. Your strength has improved a lot. With that said, his gaze turned to Canalita, Canalita too. She's getting more outstanding. The little girl looked at him in confusion after Maayang appeared. Canalita, this is your teacher, Maayang. Ness looked at Canalita and reminded her in a small voice. Canalita's eyes lit up, and her clear voice called out, Teacher Maayang. After recognizing Maayang's identity, Canalita shouted happily. Her whole body directly jumped over and plunged into Maayang's arms, and said with dissatisfaction, Teacher Maayang, I've been trying to practice after you left, but you never came back. Maayang rubbed Canalita's fiery red hair, sorry, I didn't do my duty as a teacher. Next, I will personally instruct you to practice. Canalita nodded happily. She then blushed and was very excited to get out of Maayang's arms. Ness smiled, Senior brother Maayang, are you not leaving this time? Maayang nodded his head, for the time being, Mixia will soon be reincarnated. Now, I'm here to take you back. Also looked surprised, does Mixia's soul state has stabilized? Maayang smiled, that's right. So this time back, we're going to get together. Teacher, is Mixia teacher's wife? Canalita's clear voice asked. Yes, I'll take you to see her now. Okay, Canalita wants to see my teacher's wife. She vaguely remembered that her teacher's wife was a gorgeous figure who used to accompany her when she was a child to practice. Just then, Karin came up from downstairs and was a little surprised to see Maayang. He then stroked his whiskers, a little accustomed to Maayang's mysterious whereabouts. Canalita, going back to practice with Maayang is the right thing to do for you to grow better. Karin looked around, then said, Ness and also can just go to the lookout next time to practice. I honestly can't teach them anything here anymore. Immortal Karin is very kind. Ness thanked him politely. Karin smiled. Mixia was in trouble back then to save the Earth, and she's about to reincarnate. Do you mind if I go to take a look? Ma Yang was startled, then smiled and said, well, we are all acquaintances. Of course, you are welcome. So next, Karin arranged for the martial arts practitioner on top of Karin Tower. He then put up his wooden staff, ready to invite the flying nimbus, when Ma Yang said, don't be so troublesome. I'll use instant transmission to bring everyone over. Karin stopped his movements. You have so many rare and weird abilities. Ma Yang laughed. This is the secret technique of the Yardration. It took me more than a year to learn it. With that, Ma Yang let everyone hold their hands together and put them on his body. He then closed his eyes to look for the key of the Great Azure Mountain. In the next second, the stars shifted, and the surrounding scenery changed. When they came back to their senses, they were already in the middle of the Great Azure Mountain. This is the Great Azure Mountain? It doesn't even take a second. Aso's expression was surprised. Senior brother's secret technique is too amazing. Nas lamented. Ma Yang smiled. As long as you can sense the key, you can reach it in an instant with instant transmission. Teacher, I also want to learn it. Canalita blinked her eyes and loudly begged. Ma Yang said, I can't teach instant transmission. This secret technique can only be learned in person at Planet Yardrat. Canalita's mood suddenly became low when she heard that she couldn't learn it. When Ma Yang saw this, he rubbed her hair and led everyone towards the martial arts dojo building where the banquet was held. At this time, the Great Azure Mountain Kami School had already started to get busy. All the female disciples worked together to prepare the banquet ingredients, while the male disciples set up the venue. It had grown to the point where there were about 40 disciples of different generations combined. The scale wasn't too large, but every single one of them had remarkable strength. Soon, the preparations were complete, and as night began to fall, a rumbling sound tore through the air. A jet ship was seen flying fast from a distance. After landing on the open ground, April, dressed in a white research suit, jumped out of the plane. The wind was blowing against her hair. The white jacket was filled with red and blue tights that outlined the girl's delicate curves. April's attire was still so non-mainstream. Senior brother, senior sister. April came running towards them with a safe and happy face. April, how are you? Ma Yang greeted her with a smile. April was only 23 years old. Her appearance was set at 19 years old after taking the elixir of immortality. She looked as beautiful as ever, the skin on her neck was as smooth as butter and emitted a slightly delicate color. Senior brother, here are the Dragon Balls I gathered up for you. April opened the safe to reveal the 7 orange-red, shimmering Dragon Balls inside. Thank you for your help. Ma Yang patted April's head habitually. Humphrey, April, come over here, senior sister has something to tell you. Mixia coughed a little beside her and then led April to the side and whispered. Ma Yang knew that she must be explaining her defense plan to April again. The two Mixias surrounded April and bombarded her, passing on some necessary information to her. The party soon began, and everyone mingled and drank happily together. It was a long time before Mixia arrived late with April. Mixia had already explained to April what she wanted to do in the future. Teacher, this is for you. The youngest disciple, Canalita, came over with the cut cake. She handed one of the pieces to Ma Yang and two to Mixia's, two beautiful teacher's wife. This is for you. Mixia laughed happily and brought her face to Canalita's cheek. Giggle. Canalita laughed happily. Ma Yang was watching and walked over to April with a glass of wine. What did Mixia tell you? April was thinking out of her mind about certain things. When she saw Ma Yang coming over, she even regained her intellectual temperament. It's nothing. Senior sister told me to take care of senior brother. Oh. Ma Yang nodded. He picked up the wine glass and clinked it with April's glass. April smiled lightly. She took a sip and drank a little. Her alcohol tolerance was very poor, and her pretty face became flushed after drinking just a little. The next day, the sky was clear, and the sun peeked out of the mountains. Ma Yang placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and then called out loudly to summon the Shinran in front of everyone's eyes. A thunderstorm rumbled in the clear sky for no apparent reason. Soon, the sky was obscured by large dark clouds. Only a few of the people present had seen Shinran's appearance before, such as Ma Yang and Mixia. Everyone else was seeing this magnificent scene for the first time. All of them were astonished by the magnificent sight of Shinran's appearance. In the dark environment, Shinran coiled its body. Its huge head lowered and said in a flooded voice, "He who has collected the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish." Ma Yang looked at Shinran with a calm face and turned to look at Mixia. At this time, the two Mixias heartily detached themselves from the Dominion bionic robotic bodies. With a golden halo on their heads, their souls exuded a cold and gloomy air because they were demon souls. Shinran, please have my wife, Mixia, reincarnate and be reborn as a Saiyan. After saying that, Yang added, remember to reincarnate her into a female Saiyan. After saying that, he quietly waited for Shinran's reply. Then Mixia suddenly turned her head to smile at April. April, don't forget our promise. Got it. April curled her fine lips and responded. In the sky, the green Shinran gazed at the Mixia souls below and said slowly, after a long time, they will be allowed to reincarnate as female Saiyans. This wish can be granted. After saying that, the two large dragon eyes lit up with a red light. The power of Shinran applied to Mixia's soul. Suddenly, as if moving in an instant, Mixia's soul disappeared in front of everyone. Well, your wish has been granted. They have entered the other world to await their reincarnation. They will be born into this world as Saiyans a year later, so goodbye. After saying these words, Shinran followed the set procedure, and turned into 7 bright light points, scattering out in all directions. The 2 Dominion bionic bodies that had lost Mixia's soul were standing dumbly on the ground. Yang saw the situation and put them away with a wave of his arm. Chapter 229. Time flew, spring and autumn come and go. Time seemed to have unseen magic power, changing the face of the mountains and rivers. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since Mixia's reincarnation. One early morning, the sunrise rose, staining the clouds in the sky. Yang woke up early and moved his hands and feet in the courtyard. As several movements were performed, the yard continued to blow an intense whirlwind. The surrounding bamboo forest gently bent over. Suddenly there was a loud rumbling sound, breaking Yang's peaceful morning. As his eyes glanced around, he saw the beautiful little house he and Mixia owned shake violently, and wisps of black smoke were emitted from the surrounding pipes. Yang covered his forehead and sighed. He went inside and knocked on a door around the corner. Suddenly, thick black smoke was released from the room. With a raised eyebrow, Yang saw a pretty-looking girl running out from inside. April, did your experiment fail again? Yang grabbed the girl's hand. April's face was dirty, and her white jacket was dyed black. She nodded her head regretfully. Senior brother, the technique of growing Cybermen is too profound. It seems that I need to study it for a few more years before I can understand it. Ever since Mixia's reincarnation, April seemed to have accepted Mixia's wish and moved directly to Yang's small house. To study the Cyberman manufacturing technology that Yang had given her, she used her Dragon Balls to make a wish in her second year. She even transformed the mountain below the house directly into a research lab. This resulted in black smoke coming out of Yang's house every 3 days. The research on growing Cybermen takes time. Don't you still have a job in the West City? So it's okay if you want to leave. April smiled. Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief are both excellent scientists, they can already be on their own. Also, there's still Dr. Omori with them, I basically just have to give them tasks. Now that computer technology is becoming more advanced, any meetings can be conducted directly on the computer. Yang took a towel and handed it over. I see, well, next time you can go to my acceleration world to do research. The time flow rate there can be regulated with me. Next time, I go on seclusion, you can come in with me. Perhaps good scientists were too fanatical about research. After getting the Cyberman manufacturing technology, April had been inside the research lab almost all day long. She was rarely seen going out. In Yang's opinion, this was not a healthy way to live. April narrowed her eyes and nodded happily. Well, in Senior Brother's world, my mind will be especially clear, and I can figure out a lot of things. Don't spend all day thinking about research. Yang's eyebrows furrowed, and slapped April on the head. By the way, do you have someone you like? I see that Dr. Gero seems to have some interest in you. In the original story, Android 21 seems to be Dr. Gero's wife. The mother of the original Android 16. If April were Android 21, she would have been Gero's companion. April shook her head. Her 2 clear eyes as bright as jewels. I'm not interested in him. I think I'm fine right now. With that, April tilted her head. Don't forget, Senior Brother, I've taken the elixir of immortality. Yang was startled, with a smile on his face. Mixia's nonsense in the first place seemed to have made April, and Dr. Gero lost the possibility of moving on. There was so much that there were more variables in the future. However, it was quickly reflected that April's lack of interest in Dr. Gero was good. It was always a little uncomfortable for his little sister, who had grown up taking care of himself, to be with a certain man one day. At this time, April took off her jacket self-consciously and then picked a new one from the wardrobe. As she chose, she said, in a little while, it will be the wedding day of Dr. Brief and Panchi. I don't have any suitable clothes. Senior Brother, will you accompany me to Azure Mountain City to buy some clothes? Sure. Speaking of Dr. Brief, is Panchi the little girl who followed you back in the day? Yang's body was leaning against the wall, and his hands wrapped around it. He vaguely remembered that when the demons had invaded Earth, He and Mixia had saved April along with a little girl with blonde hair. April put on her jacket and fixed her hair. Yes, Banshee is that school sister of mine. Maayang nodded at the words. It was now 29 years before the plot started, and Bulma had an older sister, Tights, who was 11 years older than her, so the count was about the same. In a little while, Bulma's sister, Tights, should be born. So, Banshee was most likely Bulma and Tights' mother. Bulma and Tights' mother is an old monster with an immortal constitution. They both share the same genes. Sometimes fate was a wonderful thing. April, Dr. Gero, Dr. Brief, Dr. Omari were the best scientists that would get together. Okay, senior brother, let's go. April held her glasses down and walked gracefully towards the door. Okay. Maayang smiled and followed her. Maayang's house was located halfway up the Great Azure Mountain, not far or close to Azure Mountain City. It would take some time to go over there. As they followed the path down the mountain, they met the two elders, Eula and Clarissa. Looking at how they were carrying the parcels in their hands, they seemed to have just returned from a stroll down the mountain. Seeing Maayang and April face to face, Eula smiled. April, I rarely see you go out. Maayang, you are supposed to accompany her out. Maayang laughed. You guys also know what kind of personality April has? It's not easy to get her to go out. Clarissa nodded her head. That's true. April is too engrossed in her research, she needs to take care of herself and get some rest. April blinked and laughed softly. Auntie Eula, Auntie Clarissa, I'm asking senior brother to go shopping for clothes with me. The two elders listened to this and only then nodded their heads in satisfaction. Maayang, since she's staying at your house, you should take good care of her and accompany her to the city to have a good time. Maayang rolled his eyes at the words. At first, Mixia was entrusting April to take care of him, but now it's actually the other way around. However, he still had to listen to his elder's words. Looking at April's face slightly over to the side, he couldn't help but nod his head. Bidding farewell to the two elders, Maayang and April entered Azure Mountain City. At this time, Azure Mountain City was filled with traffic as a shopping mall had already started to open. Maayang and April walked down the street together like beautiful scenery, attracting people's attention from time to time. When April strictly abided by Mixia's agreement, she took Maayang's hand and didn't let any woman have the chance to come near him. Maayang cried and laughed. April, you don't have to be like this. April laughed. No, the last time I came with you. I wonder how many people were hitting on you. I can't disappoint senior sister Mixia. The next time when she was shopping for clothes, April was most particular about efficiency. She was completely free of other women's calculating appearance and bought things rigidly crisp, not going to haggle at all. This was because April was a local noble. Her usual research and inventions made her have so much money in her hands that it was almost impossible to spend. Soon, Maayang's hands were carrying big bags and small bags. He found a random place where no one else could see and threw all the packages into the acceleration world. Senior brother, I've bought it all. It's still early, there's a cafe in front, let's go over and sit down. April changed into a brand new outfit, which finally stopped being non-mainstream to wear and instead gave her an aura of serene elegance like a water lotus flower. Today is at your disposal. If you want to go, then let's go. April had a rare time to relax, and Maayang certainly took good care of her. April smiled happily and pulled Maayang into an elegantly decorated cafe, then sat inside and slowly drank her coffee. Chapter 230 Senior Brother, I had a great time today. On the way back to the Great Azure Mountain, April bounced down the stone steps and suddenly turned around to bloom into a bright smile. You can always go out later. April shook her head and said, No, I still want to work on the Cyberman manufacturing technology. I'll let senior brother go out with me after I succeed in my research. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Maayang instructed with concern. Huh? April nodded lightly and suddenly asked, Senior sister Mixia should have been successfully reincarnated. When does brother plan to go and bring her back? 3 years ago, Mixia was sent to the other world by Shinran. Typically, even the reincarnated body should be over 2 years old now. Maayang smiled, there's no rush. Mixia's reincarnation is still too young now. Are you going to take care of her if I bring her back? The thought of Maayang asking her to take care of a toddler made her head spin. How could April take care of others if she couldn't even take care of herself? April's cheeks blushed slightly. I can't take care of her, but Auntie Alice can. Maayang thought about it, still thinking that after a while. Alice was just an ordinary person who couldn't do martial arts, it was too much for her to take care of Science. Maayang then said, taking care of Science isn't easy. I'll wait until Mixia grows up a bit, and I'll go get her back. Oh. April thought about it and felt that was right. The children were too noisy, and she didn't know how to get along with Mixia, who didn't have her memory back. The two of them spent the rest of the day chatting alone. Soon, they were back at the house at the foothills. The pines swaying on either side and the bamboo leaves rustling in the wind on the border. Under Ma Yang's suggestion, April had finally decided to move the research room to Ma Yang's acceleration world temporarily. The entrance to April's research room went down the winding corridor. Underneath was an open and spacious experimental area, all separated by particularly strong tempered glass. Each room was more than 300 square meters in size, and there were hundreds of rooms in total. If it weren't for those automated robots from planet Domini, April wouldn't be able to take care of it by herself. Looking at the lab's magnificent and grand appearance, Ma Yang curiously asked, "April, did you empty the entire bottom of the Great Azure Mountain?" April looked embarrassed. "Well, I just asked Shinra to build the research lab bigger. I didn't expect it to look like this." "What's this?" Ma Yang pointed to a room with an incubation chamber. Each incubation chamber was about 2 meters high. Inside was a green solution that soaked the humanoid creatures, shivering with electrical impulses. "These are all Sabamen that failed in research. I soaked their bodies in it so that I can make research observations." Ma Yang's eyebrows raised and said, "These aren't even dead yet." April shook her head. "They should all be dead already." At this moment, Ma Yang felt that April's research was risky. If she wasn't careful, there was a danger of losing control. Ma Yang's expression was solemn as he said, "You're too careless. The Saibaman's energy is far more than yours. If something happens during the research, your life will be in danger." The average Saibaman had a 1,500 power level. When they encountered a good soil environment, they could be produced with even more powerful energy. It was too dangerous for the less powerful April, whether it was 1,500 power level or higher. "It seems that I still need to go to the central area and purchase you a few long-lived biochemical bodyguards." Ma Yang thought about it. Saibamans were expendable items that couldn't exist for long. A Saibaman might survive for just a few hours and were frontline cannon fodder in many massive fights between major powers. In contrast, the biochemical bodyguards that could survive for long periods were much more expensive. It could cost many times as much as a Saibaman. If April was going to study the Saibaman, she had to be given bodyguards to prevent the risk of the Saibaman getting out of control during the development process. In response to Ma Yang's concern, April gave a sweet smile and then carefully organized her research materials, one piece at a time. Ma Yang saw the situation and moved the things inside the research room to the acceleration world under April's explanation. For a long time to come, they would be spending time in the acceleration world. As the scene turned, Ma Yang appeared in the acceleration world with April. The small emerald green planet was spinning leisurely in the center of the acceleration world. In a field, the slime-like Gaia was diligently tending to the growth of the senzu beans. In these 3 years, Gaia had already harvested countless senzu beans for Ma Yang. It was so much that Ma Yang could squander them without restraint. Tap, tap, Gaia's soft and slippery body jumped over. Instead of jumping toward Ma Yang, it jumped into April's arms and kept rubbing her chest, causing April to let out a giggle. Ma Yang sometimes wondered why Gaia always liked to drill into the girl's chest. It used to be Mixia, now it's April. Obviously, listening to Gaia's voice, it was a soft female voice as well. "Senior brother, Gaia seems to have grown a whole lot more." April giggled. Ma Yang waved his hand, "Don't bother with the jelly. April, you will study here from now on. The energy in the acceleration world can ease your fatigue. If you are hungry, you can ask Gaia for senzu beans. In this place, senzu beans are adequate and filling. Little Gaia, can you help me prepare the research equipment together?" April held Gaia up and stretched its soft body ever longer, like rubber. Watching April and Gaia frolicking, with a slight smile on his face, Ma Yang found a place to start studying the crimson crystal that had given him. In these 3 years, Ma Yang had been studying the crystal. However, the more he studied it, the more he realized the profoundness of Wis's martial arts. Just some of the perceptions recorded in the crystal alone were enough for him to learn for a long time. Moreover, between these images' mannerisms left by Wis, there was an even more profound meaning hidden between them. Worthy of being an angel of the Universe 7. Even if it was just a little bit, it was enough to make Ma Yang look up to him. In fact, crossing over from the previous Kai martial arts to angel martial arts all of a sudden, the span was huge. Kai martial arts at the Kai level simply couldn't be compared to the angels. This was also the reason why Ma Yang was slow to comprehend the meaning of it. The gap between the two was too significant. It was like an ordinary martial arts practitioner on Earth who suddenly taught the secret techniques of training on the lookout. This person would most likely be unable to learn it because there was not enough accumulation and precipitation. The vision and the level were not enough, and it would be impossible to reach the sky in one step. The next time, Ma Yang delved into the martial arts left to him by Wis. It was true that there was no such thing as a step to the top. However, if he relied on time to grind, he could understand something. Time hurriedly passed. When more than 2 months had passed outside, it was already 3 years inside the acceleration world. Due to breaking through the third limit, the acceleration world had evolved on its own. In terms of time acceleration, it was simply a streamlined version of the hyperbolic time chamber. Now to keep the acceleration world open, there was no need to consume Ma Yang's mental energy, allowing him to remain in the acceleration world for a long time to practice martial arts. During this period, it was needless to say that Ma Yang's power was continually refining. In addition to studying with martial arts, Ma Yang was also imitating the creation of his martial arts crystals. Martial arts crystals were different from the traditional DVD teaching, which was a more direct way of teaching that sunk deep into the consciousness. Although Earth had now begun its martial arts era, and the Kami school martial arts had become popular among high-level martial arts practitioners, ordinary Earthlings were still weak. To put it bluntly, there were many fancy martial arts practitioners on Earth. Even when some medium-grade martial arts practitioners also existed, there were very few true masters, and their overall strength wasn't powerful. Having obtained this crystal, Ma Yang thought of creating martial arts crystals that inherited his martial arts and then popularizing today's Kami school martial arts to raise the Earth's overall strength. It wasn't an easy thing to do, but Ma Yang had already made some headway. He hoped to accomplish such a thing in the last few years. Just in the 3rd month that Ma Yang and April had entered the acceleration world, the wedding of Dr. Brief and Panchi in the outside world's West City was about to take place. This was a time that both Ma Yang and April needed to go. Chapter 231. Dr. Brief was considered to be a relatively famous scientist in West City. Since he was young and intelligent, he had already achieved fame at the age of 23 and gained a high reputation in the scientific community. At his wedding, many big names in the scientific community personally came over to congratulate him. When the wedding was about to take place, the lavender-haired Dr. Brief and Banshee stood at the door to greet the guests, who included officials from the central city and collaborators from other institutes. Among them, Dr. Omori and Dr. Garo congratulated Dr. Brief on behalf of the central city and the institute. They then laughed as Dr. Brief entertained them. Soon, the wedding was about to begin, and Dr. Brief's wedding venue was packed with high spirits. Brief, senior sister April hasn't arrived yet, Banshee whispered in Dr. Brief's ear in her wedding dress. It can't be helped. The wedding will begin soon. Dr. Brief looked at his watch. They would miss the time if he waited any longer. So he had to start the wedding at the urging of the elders of the family. Banshee nodded, somewhat disappointed. She wanted April to be at her wedding the most out of all her family and friends. At that moment, with glowing light, someone that Banshee had been waiting for finally appeared. Seeing April, who was dressed in a modest and light dress, appearing with her arm around Ma Yang, Banshee's face showed joy. Senior sister April, you've finally come. Hey, this is. Banshee's eyes went to Ma Yang. His appearance gave her a familiar feeling. She always felt like she had seen him somewhere before. April smiled and introduced, have you forgotten, he's my senior brother Ma Yang. He even saved you before. Banshee remembered and said in awe, then she became excited, ah, your senior sister April's brother, Mr. Ma Yang. This handsome young man in front of her was actually the god of martial arts, Ma Yang, who had saved his life when she was young. Ma Yang nodded with a smile and said to Banshee and Dr. Brief, congratulations to the two of you on your happy marriage. This is a little gift from me. After saying that, Ma Yang took out the gift that April had prepared and handed it to Dr. Brief and Banshee. Dr. Brief and Banshee obviously did not expect that such a big man like Ma Yang would personally attend their wedding and give them a gift. Standing there and stunned for a moment, it took a while for them to react. They even welcomed Ma Yang and April warmly into their seats. Next, the lively wedding took place under the officiant's auspices, with everyone celebrating the new couple's happiness with laughter. The wedding went on for a day, and the crowd gradually dispersed. I figured out why Dr. Garo has been pursuing senior sister April, but it's not going well. Banshee changed to her pink dress and joined Dr. Brief in seeing off the guests. Why? Dr. Brief asked, not very understandingly. Banshee covered her mouth and laughed lightly, because the man beside senior sister April is too good and blocks out the light of others. Seeing that Dr. Brief didn't understand very well, Banshee didn't say anything further. However, in her heart, she started to mourn for Dr. Garo. On the other hand, April and Ma Yang finished attending Dr. Brief's wedding and were about to leave when an older woman pulled April's hand and said with a trembling voice, your name is April, right? Is your mother's name Fiamia? April looked puzzled at the old woman who grabbed her hand. How do you know my mother's name? The old woman couldn't help but murmur at the news. You look so similar, exactly like Fiamia. April asked in confusion, lady, do you know my mother? The old woman said, "Yeah, I know her. Your father's name is Claren, and you have a sister named Cypriel, right? By the way, you've been missing for over 20 years. You do know them?" April incredulously opened her small mouth. Yang could now somewhat see that the older woman in front of him was most likely April's distant relative. He remembered that when he first met April on top of the train, the young couple was taking them back to visit their relatives, only to have an accident later. "How come I don't know her? I grew up watching her, and Count Fiamia as an aunt to me," the old woman said excitedly. Then Banshee came over. "Grandma, what are you talking about?" The old woman said, "Banshee, this is your distant cousin, April." She then told the story of April's parents and what happened back then. After hearing the old woman's description, April had decided that she was her distant relative. So it meant that she and Banshee were also relatives. "Senior sister April is my sister?" Banshee was a bit dumbfounded, though. She didn't think there would be such a coincidence in the world. Was senior sister April really her sister? Did she hear it correctly? Oh great, Fiamia's daughter is alive. The old woman was in tears of joy. Banshee and April were busy supporting her, finding a place for her to sit. Then, they asked detailed questions about their relatives back home. April was only 5 years old when she was shipwrecked, and her childhood memories were very fuzzy. She only remembered her parents' names and that she once had a sister named Cypriel. Yang quietly backed away, leaping onto the roof and sitting on the green glazed tiles. A wedding actually allows April to find her family. Yang shook his head. The fate of the world is surprisingly so wonderful. In the future, when Tights and Bulma are born, they will have to call April Auntie. In the future, Bulma will call the android 21 Auntie. How did that image look so comical? But then again, Android 21 seems to look a lot like Android 18 as well. Could there be a connection? April's matter made Yang start to think nonsensically. He then waned and smiled, feeling that he thought too much. It wasn't that there were no similar-looking people in the world, so there was no way that Android 18 would still be a relative of April. Wouldn't that mean to be a relative to Bulma as well? That relationship would be messy. After the wedding, April, who had found her relatives, bounced around and happily hugged Yang's hand in her arms. It seemed that being able to find her relatives made her feel very happy. Yang smiled. "Banshee is actually your cousin. I didn't expect it either. No wonder I was especially close to her when I met her at school when I was little. That's fate. Then, I'm also destined to be very close to my senior brother. Oh, the first time was on the train, and the second time you saved me." April's pair of blue crystal-like transparent eyes looked at Yang seriously. Yang was slightly startled and whirled around to smile. "That's indeed quite a fate." "That's right." April blossomed into a sweet smile. Her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. "Senior brother, while I'm in a good mood right now, let me go back to the acceleration world to continue my research. I think there's a good chance it will bear fruit." "Of course." Yang agreed with a smile. Sometimes scientists' intuition was so metaphysical that they felt they could produce results. Immediately with a wave of his hand, a touch of magical power suddenly descended, covering himself and April. They then teleported into the acceleration world. In the acceleration world, April took a glance at Yang, pulled Gaia over, and breezed into her lab. Yang saw how hard April was working and sat down to continue studying the martial crystal himself. Time passed quickly. There was no distinction between spring, summer, autumn, and winter in the acceleration world, nor was there a sun and moon change. The only reminder was that Gaia had been harvesting senzu beans for several rounds, crop by crop. Finally, when 2 years of outside time had passed, 32 years had passed in the acceleration world. During this long period, Yang and April had not always stayed in the acceleration world but occasionally coming out and had more time with the others, which was a pleasing thing for April. In order to research the Cyberman manufacturing technology, April had sunk her teeth into it. In fact, the initial Cyberman had been developed in the 3rd year. It was just that April was a person of excellence, and for the next so many years, she had been trying to innovate. Nowadays, in the category of Cyberman alone, she had 7 or 8 varieties of Cyberman. Those variations range from the lowest number 1 Cyberman with only 200 power levels and 3 hours of survival after planting. The highest number 8 Cyberman with a base power level of 1,624 hours of survival time. All kinds of models had been successfully tested. At this point, April's Cyberman was considered ready for mass production. In addition to April possessing the research results, Yang's harvest was also great in these years. Although he did not deliberately train, his power level had risen to 2.4 million. He could display a 7.2 million power level in a full outburst, which was no worse than the Ambra's Namkian Burgle. It was only at this moment that Ma Yang's power level had stepped into the ranks of the rare master in the universe. At least in the galaxy, masters like him could be counted on one hand. Chapter 232 Clang, clang, clang. The 6 fist-sized purple crystals collided to produce a crisp sound. After many years of hard work, Ma Yang had finally combed through his martial arts. He combined it with the Yard Ration's approach to spiritual cohesion and burned the essence of martial arts into the 6 purple crystals. When a life dimension advanced to a high level, the spiritual aspect would leap, resulting in all sorts of strange abilities, such as touching someone's head to read the memories in the other person's brain or staring at their eyes. The intense pressure would cause them to faint. These were all wonderful uses of spiritual power. Ma Yang was now a level 4-dimensional life. In terms of dimensional level, he was already no less than the King Yama in the other world and already possessed potent abilities himself. Senior brother, these crystals are so beautiful. How about giving me one? April blinked her eyes sheepishly. The decades in the acceleration world hadn't changed April's simple personality, still expressing her feelings on her face as always. Ma Yang harumphed, of course, no problem. Just give me a small one, senior brother. These crystals can be polished right, I want to make them into earrings. April pointed to the smallest of them. It shouldn't be that difficult. Ma Yang laughed lightly. His fingers were distantly pointing towards the smallest martial arts crystal. The acceleration world power worked steeply over. The purple crystal shone with an intoxicating light and quickly changed into 2 teardrop-shaped earrings. After figuring out how to make martial arts crystals, Ma Yang had created different styles of crystals at will. Here. I'll put them on you. Letting April turn her body slightly sideways, Ma Yang personally put 2 earrings on April's ears. In the original story, Android 21 wore large golden earrings, which Ma Yang felt were too big. However, now giving April compact earrings would make her look even more beautiful. These 2 earrings are imprinted with my understanding of martial arts inside. Try to understand more regularly, and don't waste your martial arts foundation. Got it. April's face was filled with joy, and her fair cheeks blossomed into a charming smile. Stroking her glasses on the bridge of her nose, April ran towards the research room. She then laboriously dragged a sack with large and small plastic jars in it, opening it to reveal a bin seeds. Senior brother, these are number 1 through 8 sabamen. Each jar has 300 of them. If you pour a special nutrient solution on them, you can grow sabamen. Are these reliable? Ma Yang picked up a seed. April crossed her arms and said, have faith in my skills. I think I'm best at biochemical research. The number 1 sabamen is the weakest with only 200 power level. After planting out, it has a survival time of 3 hours. The number 2 sabamen is slightly higher with about 400 power level and a survival time of 6 hours. The number 3 sabamen has 600 power level and a survival time of 9 hours. All the way up to the last number 8 sabamen with 1600 power level 1600, and survival time 24 hours. April introduced it as if it was a treasure. Ma Yang listened carefully. Although the strength of these sabamen was not worth mentioning in his eyes, on Earth, they were unattainable great masters. Looking at the large jars of sabamen seeds in front of him, Ma Yang felt that the Earth's future was basically stable. Wouldn't it be interesting to think that in the future, when the great demon king Piccolo or Raditz appeared, he would casually send out a few hundred sabamens to lay siege to them? What kind of expressions would great demon king Piccolo or Raditz have then? TSK, that image would be too beautiful. However, sabamens could only serve as a backup. It was better not to reveal them regularly. After all, maintaining peace on Earth still needed to rely on Earth's local martial arts practitioners. If it all relied on sabamens, then things would be nothing. April, keep up the good work and try to develop a stronger sabamens. Ma Yang complimented April a few times. April smiled. Senior brother's acceleration world is most suitable for research. The research progress will be much faster here. However, the potential of sabamens are limited and need to rely on the suitability of the soil. In fact, I think we can research cyborg warrior. Ma Yang was shocked. Did April now have the idea of trying to research androids? Be careful not to lose control. Things like cyborg warrior are best left in the acceleration world for research. I don't feel safe when it's outside. Ma Yang's face was stony. April's body unconsciously leaned over. Are you afraid that something will happen to me? Ma Yang quietly avoided it and knocked on her head. Some research still needs to be safe. Muttering in his heart, this girl, April, wouldn't have forgotten what Mixia had told her. The intimacy she had shown in these decades of living together night and day was hidden beyond certain limits. April playfully rubbed her head, curling her lips and grunting twice. Next, neither Ma Yang nor April continued to stay in the acceleration world. The surrounding shadows flickered, and the two of them returned to the house in the Great Azure Mountain. After explaining a few words to April, Maayang brought a jar of sabamon seeds with him and then went to the place where Isaac and the others lived in a flash. Looking at Maayang's disappearing back, April stomped her foot. A smile suddenly appearing on her face, then hummed a little tune and ran to the kitchen to prepare her favorite dessert. When Maayang rushed over to Isaac's place, he could hear their cheerful laughter from afar. Isaac was sitting in the shade with some of his junior brothers and sisters, playing chess. Beside them, Alice and Eula were also laughing and chatting. Is this the Cyberman that April has researched? Isaac picked up the Cyberman seed and examined it, unable to believe that this little seed could actually grow thousands of combat masters. If technology was so useful, why would he need martial arts practitioners? Maayang smiled. These Cybermans are already engraved with a code when they are made. They will only break ground if they encounter a matching nutrient solution, and adding a biological material to the nutrient solution, such as a strand of hair, will allow the Cyberman to do that person's bidding. That's quite convenient. Carl, who was sitting on the side, smiled. Maayang then took out the fist-sized martial arts crystal. Teacher, this is the crystal that records my martial arts comprehensions. As long as you inject your spirit into it, you can see my comprehension. I think the Kami school lacks something like this. Isaac's face became serious. As opposed to an external object like a Cyberman, martial comprehension attracted more attention from him. It was a good thing that could improve the overall strength of the Kami school. Isaac, Carl, and the others carefully put the purple crystal away and said thoughtfully, we will keep it well in the future. Maayang smiled. There's no need to be so serious. This is something I can just make. I'm going to prepare a copy for Canalita as well. It's different. This will be the future martial arts legacy of the Kami school. Canalita is your disciple, so she should indeed have a share of the good stuff. For the most talented disciple of the Kami school's younger generation, everyone treated Canalita like a treasure. After chatting with the elders for the next few moments, Maayang launched an instant transmission to go directly to Karin Tower. He then left a slightly smaller crystal with Karin to give the martial arts practitioner who climbed up to Karin Tower a chance to comprehend it, even when the martial knowledge recorded in this crystal was a bit shallower. Bidding farewell to Karin, Maayang made his way upwards to the lookout. On the lookout's empty square, Mr. Popo, dressed in an Arabian outfit, quietly held a broom and sweeping the floor. On the lookout, Maayang also saw a few familiar faces, such as Wu-Ting, Gillo, Arlo, Liz, Kane, Yia, Ness, Oso, and Lida. All of these young associates were practicing above the lookout. The power of the ages was most relentless and had left frosty marks on their faces. Handing over the largest martial crystal and 100 or so Cyberman seeds to Kami, and seeing Kami's teary-eyed look as he held these things, Maayang really couldn't bear to tell him that the crystal and Cyberman could actually be mass-produced. Maayang, after so many years of not seeing you, I know you've definitely become stronger. However, we're not wasting our time in the lookout for nothing, so why don't we have a contest? Wu-Ting and the others came over and challenged him. Maayang's gaze swept over each of them, and nodded slightly. Wu-Ting and the others had worked tirelessly for so many years. With the Kami school martial arts popularization, their strength had climbed to something like 800 to 900 power level. To be honest, they were already martial arts masters who could start their school on Earth. However, they were still too far behind from Maayang. While Wu-Ting and the others were attacking their fists and kicks, Maayang was still standing toweringly. Then suddenly, a streak of light flashed in his eyes, and waves of shock suddenly rolled up around Maayang. A strong spiritual pressure seemed like a wall of air crushing over. Wu-Ting, Gillo, and the others looked horrified. Their bodies were flying out involuntarily. Oh my, the gap is actually this big. How on earth did this freak Maayang train? Our power level is almost 1,000, but we can't even get close to Maayang's side. Wu-Ting and the others climbed up with an unforgettable horror in their eyes. Maayang's junior sister, on the other hand, covered her mouth and laughed. I told you not to challenge my senior brother long ago. Now, you guys can eat the dust. Maayang quietly looked at them and could not help but sigh. As his strength grew stronger, he felt that he was about to leave the Earth's level. Even the best martial arts practitioner on the Earth, Sun Gohan, the gap between them was like a cloud. This feeling of being on a higher level made him sigh. It was truly too intoxicating. Perhaps I should go out for another adventure. Maayang raised his head at 45 degrees, looking like a lonely master. Chapter 233. With Maayang's current strength, the Earth was like a small, low-lying pool, which, to some extent, could no longer accommodate a large dragon like him. Even a little outburst of ki would often require caution, in fear of accidentally causing panic among the martial arts practitioners on Earth. The feeling of having his hands tied, coupled with the difficulty of meeting an opponent, causing Maayang to feel a sense of discomfort. Perhaps the vast, Expansive universe was more suitable for Maiyang to live in, where it was effortless to do whatever he wanted. When he wanted to fight, he could just find a desolate planet. Even if he collapsed the planet, his heart would not be burdened in the slightest. This was incomparable on Earth. Earth was his and Mixia's hometown. Occasionally living on it and reminiscing about life was still very rhyme. However, the long-term residence was obviously not suitable. After all, today's Earth was not yet the future explosion of strong people. Staying for a long time would only give him a feeling that his strength could not grow. Next, after talking to Wuding and the others for a while and instructing them on their training, Maiyang turned around. There was a sudden flash of light, and Maiyang's silhouette had left the lookout. I wonder how Maiyang trains. He has surpassed us by far. After Maiyang left, Wuding lamented. Although their strength had increased a lot over the many years they had been in the lookout, it was insignificant compared to Maiyang. He hasn't exerted his power yet, but we can't even walk away from a single move in his hands. Gillo sobbed. However, he didn't have any thoughts about being unhappy. When their strength gap reached a certain level, he didn't have the idea of competing to win. Maiyang didn't do anything, to be precise. Just a wave of ki would have bounced us off. Arlo shook his head. That was truly frustrating. It's like Sun Gohan from before. At this time, Kami had carefully put away the Cyberman seeds given to him by Maiyang. Upon hearing Wuding's feelings after Maiyang defeated them, Kami came with his crutches. He knew that Maiyang had been to the place where Kai lived to train. He must have been powerful because he had received the true teaching from Lord Kai. However, the earth was able to emerge so many masters, and Kami was already happy. Kami smiled. You guys shouldn't be too low. Maiyang has received instruction from Kai in his martial arts, and it's normal for his level to surpass yours. What kind of god is Kai? Is he even loftier than Kami? Wuding asked after hearing this. Kami humbly said, Kai is the highest god of the entire North area. I'm just a Kami of one planet, how can I compare to the Kai? Kami was exceptionally respectful of North Kai, who was in charge of the entire North area. However, he didn't know that the North Kai was actually so bitter compared to the other Kai that he was about to cry out loudly. If Maiyang knew that Kami attributed all of his growth to the North Kai, he had no idea how it would feel. However, Kami couldn't be blamed for this. After all, he had limited vision and didn't know how strong Maiyang was today, nor did he know about the universe-level existences like the god of destruction Beerus and Angelus. He'd even now thought that Maiyang was only a little more powerful than Sun Gohan, to the extent of 30 or 40,000 power levels. Upon hearing of the lofty status of the Kai, Wuding and the others were greatly horrified. The supreme god of the entire North area, how lofty must that be? It turned out that Maiyang had actually practiced with Kai, no wonder he was so powerful. It was like when people like themselves were still receiving instructions from Karan. Even before receiving instructions from Karan, Maiyang was already practicing on the lookout. The difference in level could be imagined, it was huge. Maiyang was so powerful because he was receiving instruction at a higher level than the rest of the people like them. If they could have such an opportunity, they might become as strong as Maiyang. No, it was possible that they would be even stronger. The eyes of Wuding's group turned fiery as if they had found a way to continue to grow stronger. Wuding was busy pursuing the question, Kami, how can we receive Kai's instructions? In the meantime, Kami raised his eyebrows. Kai is the holiest god of the North area, mortals are not qualified to meet him. The entrance to Kai's planet is in the other world. That requires great merit to enter. Is there no other way? Arlo pursued. No. Kami his head. Back then, Maiyang was able to apply to go to Kai's planet for training because he had the great merit of saving the Earth. Alas, it seems we don't have that chance. Wuding sighed, feeling a little discouraged. Obviously, the way to become stronger was right in front of him, but he and the others couldn't get it. Didn't able to see and touch it was the most painful part. Kami laughed and said, don't be discouraged. Didn't Maiyang leave the martial arts crystal behind? You guys can continue to get stronger by gaining comprehension. Kami spun around and took Maiyang's purple martial arts crystal and said, you should build an altar in the lookout's main hall, and put this martial arts crystal on it. In the future, all the martial arts practitioners who come up from the lower realm will be able to comprehend the higher martial arts through their spiritual power. Got it. Nodding their heads, they quickly built an altar in the lookout's main hall and set the martial arts crystal on top of it. Shall we try it? Arlo said, looking at the martial arts crystal. Let's try it then. A few of Maiyang's junior brothers and sisters were much more frank. They knew their senior brother's power best, so they sat cross-legged around the martial arts crystal, quickly pouring their spirit into it. Suddenly, Maiyang's profound martial arts were displayed in their hearts. When Wuding and the others saw it, they imitated it as well. Immediately the profound martial arts appeared in front of their eyes as vast as a sea of smoke. The feedback in their spirit was most straightforward. The truths that took a long time to comprehend were directly dissected, and every flash of light caused them to scratch their ears and blush. At this moment, they began to doubt. Was Miang really only learning his strength from Kai? The knowledge of just one martial arts crystal made them comprehend a multitude. They probably wouldn't be able to understand such profound martial arts even if they met Kai. Hey, Kai was really something. On the other hand, when Miang left the lookout to return to the Great Azure Mountain, he didn't directly enter the Great Azure Mountain but landed in the Azure Mountain City and strolled around the Azure Mountain City Mall for a while. He resupplied some daily necessities and bought some gifts for April and her disciple Calamity on the way. Putting a few gifts into the acceleration world, Miang turned around and appeared at the Great Azure Mountain foot with a faint smile on his face. From afar, he saw a man in coarse yellow cloth sitting at the foot of the mountain. The man had a firm face, curly hair, and brownish-black skin on his body, like an ascetic monk. May I ask if you are a disciple of the Kami school? My name is King Chepa, and I wish to join the Kami school to learn martial arts, so please introduce me. The man who called himself King Chepa got up and said to Miang. Miang looked at him calmly, his deep eyes seeing through King Chepa's physique at once. Your martial arts path is already set. Entering the Kami school isn't much of a help. I think you should go to the Orin Temple, it's more suitable for you there. Orin Temple? I actually have the same idea, but my father insisted that I join the Kami school. King Chepa said in a daze. Who is your father? His name is Oman. He used to be a fighter, but he has now switched to martial arts. King Chepa was very calm, but he had some potential as a martial arts practitioner. In the meantime, Miang remembered vaguely that there was a person named Oman. He recalled that many years ago, on the day before the 12th World Martial Arts Tournament, a fighter named Oman challenged the Kami school and was beaten up by Ness. Then he met Mixia, who was disguised as Meli, and was eliminated. So King Chepa was Oman's son? Miang looked at King Chepa again. There were indeed a few Oman's shades, but King Chepa had a much darker complexion and seemed to have undergone a hard training. He still shook his head. Kami school isn't for you. Go to Orin Temple or Maple Leaf School, it will allow you to grow. If you don't even want to, you can just go to Karin Tower. There are new martial arts on top of Karin Tower that will help you. King Chepa was surprised. How do you know what's going on up there in Karin Tower? Miang laughed and said, because my name is Miang. After saying these words, Miang's figure disappeared like a dream. King Chepa looked on in a daze, obviously not expecting that the young man he had met would actually be the god of martial arts. So it's the legendary senior brother Miang. King Chepa's eyes glinted with respect. Since it's a recommendation from the god of martial arts, I'll go to Karin Tower. Senior brother, you're finally back. I'm hungry. April was lying on the glass table, playing with a Dragon Ball in her hand, rolling it around on the table. A few cut-up pieces of dessert in one corner of the table, which she hadn't eaten yet. Why don't you eat by yourself first? Miang's eyebrows rose. April regained her vigor and stroked her hair. I have to wait for my senior brother to come back and eat together. The food I cooked doesn't taste good, I can't eat it. Miang held his forehead. April's scientific mind was there, but her cooking skills were terrible, except for the desserts. That was pretty good. The other dishes were a mess. Mixia had actually asked her to take care of him, but it was apparent that he raised her. Setting the gifts he bought from the mall on the table, Miang put on his apron and walked into the kitchen. April, you go and get Calamity too. The gifts on the table are for you guys. Okay. April happily stood up and bounced out, suddenly turning back. By the way, senior brother, Banshee gave birth to a daughter 2 days ago. Her name is Tights. I want a senior brother to come over with me to visit her. Miang's voice came out from the kitchen. The baby's name Tights. Okay, I'll go with you. Giggle. Okay. When April was satisfied, she laughed like a child. She then ran off to find Calamity. Chapter 234. The other world of the galaxy was roughly divided into 4 regions. Each with 4 long, continuous winding paths leading to the 4 Kai's planets in the east, south, west, and north. Above the other world was heaven, covered in golden, auspicious clouds that were as boundless as the ocean. In the other world, the office of King Yamma. The massive red-faced King Yamma looked at Miang, who suddenly appeared in the other world with some surprise and asked in confusion, "This is strange. Your life dimension is actually the same as mine." "It's because I was lucky enough to encounter an opportunity." Miang laughed lightly and took out the crimson crystal given to him by Whis, and a very mysterious rhythm emanated from King Yamma's palace. As he felt that pressure from the high-level dimension, King Yamma's forehead oozed with sweat, and jumped up from his seat. He knew that Miang must have encountered a god of even higher status, which explained why his dimension had suddenly elevated. Do you want to go to heaven to train? That's a big thing to report. King Yama flipped through the books in his hands. However, with your current dimension, you are qualified to go in. You just have to be careful when you get to heaven. It's an area managed by Grand K, so you can't go unregulated. Don't worry, I understand. Ma Yang smiled. Heaven was a world that could only be entered after someone's death with great merit in the entire galaxy. It belonged to Grand Kai himself and was in a particular position, just like the mortal world's central area. Grand Kai resided in Heaven's Grand Kai's planet and was at the intersection of the 4 other worlds in the south, east, west, and north. It was even higher than the North Kai's planet in terms of spatial dimension and was the galaxy's highest level. Those who were qualified to go to the Grand Kai's planet for training were all strong men who had made outstanding contributions or at least had saved the life of a planet with their efforts. It would have been unlikely for Ma Yang, as a living person, to enter the Grand Kai's planet for training. However, who knew that he was at a high-level dimension, and King Yama would have to sell him a face. To say why Ma Yang appeared in the other world, things had to start a few days ago. A few days ago, Ma Yang fulfilled his promise and accompanied April to visit Brief's home to see their newborn daughter, Tights. Just as Ma Yang remembered, Tights had soft blonde hair and dark pupils and looked full of spirit in her infancy. April seemed to be very fond of this little niece. They stayed in Brief's home for a few days. Since she met Panchi, Brief and April became close, and their relationship became much closer. Seeing that April seemed to settle down in Brief's home, of course, Ma Yang couldn't stay. Otherwise, his identity wouldn't be disreputable. So he casually found an excuse to leave Brief's home. Originally, Ma Yang wanted to go directly to find Mixia's reincarnation. However, after thinking that Mixia's reincarnation was only 4 years old, he decided to see her after several years. He was too embarrassed to disturb Sun Gohan and Inan in their warm and cozy life together. So he took his leave. Afterward, Ma Yang smacked his head and discovered that he had actually left out a good place for training, the Grand Kai's planet. Go on, this is your pass to heaven. King Yama quickly agreed. Click. With a heavy stamp on the paper. The document carries the power of the other world into action. King Yama summoned a kid and asked this kid to lead Ma Yang to heaven. Take this document and go with him. Heaven is above the other world, you don't have to go through the snake road to go there. However, be careful because there are masters there, so don't stir up trouble. Got it. Ma Yang smilingly took the communication card. He then walked out of King Yama Palace under the guidance of the other world staff. My lord, please follow me. It would be best if you took a special spaceship to enter heaven. It's not far from here. The staff waited carefully because Ma Yang's dimension was too much beyond him. The other world was a place where only souls existed, and the oppression from souls here was even barer. Thank you for your help. Ma Yang's attitude was kind, and he wore a shallow smile. It's my pleasure. The other world staff nodded busily, then led Ma Yang forward with the path covered with auspicious golden clouds. As they got closer and closer to the entrance of heaven, several dead people with fleshly bodies could be seen vaguely beside them. In the other world, only those with great merit would be eligible to possess a physical body after death and could continue training in the other world and heaven. Other strong people might have mortal looks, and their body's strength was almost completely gone under the constraints of the rules of the other world. Even if it were Frieza or Cell, they would not match King Yama when they died and arrived in the other world. They would not have the ability to resist at all under the constraints of the rules. Here, the contest was the height of the dimension. No matter how powerful they were in life, they were all treated as ordinary first-level subdimensional beings after death. As for the ordinary multitudes of beings, after death, they would be nothing more than a wisp of white smoke, not even entitled to a humanoid state. My lord, we've arrived, and ahead is the entrance to heaven. The staff pointed to a golden hole in front of them. It was as if the sky had opened up, and the golden clouds had collapsed inward into a hole, with a helicopter-like spaceship in and out of that hole from time to time. In just a few moments, there had been several spaceships coming and going. Thank you. Along the direction pointed by the staff, Ma Yang nodded politely. He then took the pass card issued by King Yama and boarded a spaceship, which flew towards the hole in the sky under the effect of buoyancy as the updraft continued to blow. As if entering a buckling funnel, the surrounding dimensions began to rise. The auspicious golden clouds piled up, and when the color of the sky turned pale red, the spaceship had entered heaven. This is heaven? There were many stars in heaven, which resemble Kai's planet, but much larger. These planets were not far apart and were connected by transparent pipes. So even if they were on different planets, there were not many communication barriers. Among the many planets, a green planet in the middle was the most noticeable. Compared to the other planets in heaven, it was definitely not that big. Still, the Grand Kai's planet's importance was self-evident. Because it was the planet inhabited by the legendary Grand K, this planet naturally had sacred ki. It was the overall dispatcher of all the planets in the heaven dimension. It could be said that all the planets of heaven were the companions of the Grand Kai. Just like the planets that orbited around the God of Destruction planet. Without the Grand Kai's planet, all the planets of the heaven would lose their ancient rules of operation. Chapter 235. It was said that Grand Kai was the noblest god in the galaxy. All the people who lived in heaven were proud of receiving the guidance of the Grand Kai. However, in fact, Grand Kai was a fashionable and innovative god who loved competitions. So he could often be seen carrying a big stereo and dancing there. Heaven gathered strong people from all ages of the galaxy. Because of possessing a physical body, these strong people could train in heaven. Even if their race had poor qualifications, they still retained great strength over the years. When Ma Yang stepped into heaven, the vast emptiness of the sky was filled with one powerful ki. Landing on one of the planets, Ma Yang walked all the way. The more he saw, the more he was shocked. These beings living on the heaven planets rarely had less than 1,000 power levels. There were countless ones with more than 10,000 power levels. Just at the moment, he sensed it, several strong beings with millions of strength walked past him. Even on certain planets, Ma Yang felt experts with power levels comparable to Frieza's. If all the strong people here entered the Earth, they could almost sweep the entire planet. Ma Yang soon realized that these strong people were all heroes who had saved the world in their lifetime. Their strength was definitely not too bad on their original planet. Having trained for countless years after arriving in heaven, it was normal to have this kind of strength. The other world had its own rules, and souls entering the other world were not allowed to interfere with the other world's normal development unless they encountered a major event of very high intensity. Rather than the soul of the bad severing the good ties, the supreme ruler of the universe required the good to undergo a certain degree of hardship. After lamenting the strong people in heaven, Ma Yang flew over the planet after planet through the interplanetary conduits and eventually landed on the Grand Kai's planet. May I ask where Grand Kai is? Ma Yang pulled a man in a long white robe. Hey, you're actually still alive. The robed man had a golden halo on his head and looked at Ma Yang in surprise. If you want to find Grand Kai, you can go to his palace. However, the Grand Kai is mysterious, and even if you go to his palace, you may not be able to see him. Grand Kai's playfulness was no secret in heaven. No one knew where he would appear. I'll go there and try my luck first, Ma Yang said with a smile. The long-robed man looked at Ma Yang and smiled. The palace of Grand Kai is to the north of the Grand Kai's planet. You just have to go north, and you will soon see it. Good luck on reaching Grand Kai, you will definitely be surprised then. Thanks. Ma Yang expressed his gratitude. The heroes of heaven were of very noble character and spoke with a feeling like a spring breeze. After getting the general address of Grand Kai's palace, Ma Yang set off towards the north. As the Grand Kai planet itself was not a very big planet, after flying north for a while, a garden palace appeared in front of Ma Yang's eyes. This is Grand Kai's palace. It doesn't look magnificent, and it doesn't even have a single guard. Ma Yang smiled slightly and landed in front of the Grand Kai's palace. Passing through a corridor filled with flowers, Ma Yang entered a courtyard. With the rhythm of stirring music ringing in his ears, he saw an old man with white hair and a long beard carrying a large stereo dancing fiercely in the courtyard, wearing a pair of sunglasses on his face and dressing very fashionably. It seemed that he had good luck. Ma Yang knew that the old man in front of him was Grand Kai of the entire galaxy. His position was even nobler than the Four Directions Kai. Lord Grand Kai. Ma Yang stepped forward and spoke with neither being humble or arrogant. Grand Kai lifted his sunglasses and then turned off the music. Human, how did you end up in heaven? Ma Yang smiled. I heard in the lower realm that Lord Grand Kai is a famous martial arts master. This is my pass to listen to your teachings through King Yanma, he said, taking out the proof issued by King Yanma. Grand Kai took the pass and tore it off without looking at it. Since you've came to heaven, then it's destiny. I see that your dimensional level is different from ordinary mortals. You'll definitely be a great god in the future. You can stay and accept my instructions properly, that way, lest you fall into an evil path. Grand Kai lived for an unknown number of years and had seen many gods become evil due to their philosophies. What a tragedy it was. Thank you, Lord Grand Kai. Well said. Grand Kai laughed and asked, what do you think of the dance I just did? Did you have any insights? Ma Yang was startled for a moment, whirled around, and said, Grand Kai's dance is very profound. I'm only superficially learned, I can't see anything. Ha ha ha, you're humble. The young man must be truthful. There is no need to worry about anything in front of me. Your dance steps aren't ordinary move. Humphrey, I like people like you who tell the truth. Grand Kai couldn't stop nodding his head. His beard raised in delight. Grand Kai's easygoing nature was well known in heaven. Everyone in heaven was willing to communicate with him. Moreover, he loved to hold martial arts tournaments and would even give advice when he was happy. Because of Grand Kai's unconcerned personality, all heroes respected him from the bottom of their hearts. If you want to train in Grand Kai's planet, you must first show me your strength. Of course. Aizen immediately nodded his head and then mobilized all his ki. Seeing Grand Kai squinting at him, Aizen held his strength and shouted, casting triple Keioken. Instantly, a powerful force of 7.2 million power level erupted. The tens of thousands of meters in diameter shook abruptly. The broken stones on the ground floated away from gravity. Looking at Aizen exerting his full power, Grand Kai's pale eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. This is that North Kai's Keioken. It's a sloppy technique, but the power is pretty good. Grand Kai nodded his head. There was never a shortage of masters in heaven. Someone as powerful as Aizen was not 1,000 or 800. He could even find 1 or 2 masters comparable to the full power level of a Super Saiyan. So the power displayed by Aizen could only be considered pretty good in the eyes of Grand Kai. It's fine. Put away your ki. The Keioken is too taxing on the body. Only that North Kai would feel proud of it. Grand Kai's eyesight was very vicious, and he already knew the fatal weakness of Keioken. After the strength grew to a certain level, the increase of Keioken would slow down. Many of Heaven's heroes had practiced Keioken and had long since touched the principles and drawbacks of their Ken. Lord Grand Kai, please teach me. Ha ha, no need to be so polite. Follow me. Grand Kai stroked his beard. There are many good places above my Grand Kai's planet that are suitable for training. Ordinary people need to apply to get in. I'll take you over there today. By the way, which planet are you from? Earth, Aizen replied. Earth. I thought you were a Saiyan. Speaking of Earth, the lookout there is excellent. Grand Kai walked briskly in front of him, not looking like an old man at all. Soon, Grand Kai led Aizen into a cloister. Like Earth's lookout, there were countless rooms distributed on both sides of the cloister, and each room inside was a special place of training. Some had particularly strong gravity, some had extremely high temperatures, and some were simply a complete vacuum. How's that compared to your planet's lookout? I had the Yardration build this. Each room is an excellent place to practice. Grand Kai proudly introduced it. The importance of the training environment was self-evident to martial arts practitioners. A single gravity room was a great boost to training. Under Grand Kai's advice, Aizen opened the room marked with the word gravity, and gravity more than 300 times crushed over. Aizen was caught off guard and almost stumbled and fell. He had to use his strength to stabilize his body to not make a fool of himself in front of Grand Kai. Grand Kai laughed and stretched out his hand to stroke his white-flowered beard. The Yadrations built these after spending countless years. Every environment inside has been reaching extreme states from easy to difficult. That gravity just now is just the beginning. As you go deeper inside, the gravity will be even stronger. Eventually, it will be as strong as the white dwarf planet's surface gravity. I dare say the entire galaxy can't find a better place to practice than this. By the way, there seems to be a divine tower on Earth built by the ancient Baiyan. You, Earthlings, are lucky that planet Baiyaduoda seems to have some connection with planet Yardrat, so you're equal to the early treatment of my great planet. Planet Baiyaduoda. When Aizen heard this term, he recalled that there was no such planet in the original story. However, according to Grand Kai, the Earth's Karin Tower and the Lookout of Kami should both be the work of the Baiyan. Therefore, he quietly memorized this term in his heart. Lord Grand Kai, what is the connection between the Baiyan and the Yadrations? Grand Kai shook his head. I'm not sure, it was very long ago. Your Earth civilization rose and fell several times, then redeveloped from a primitive society. However, only that lookout has stood there, and that is the power of the Baiyan. However, compared to a long time ago, the Earth lookout is becoming more and more fragile. It seems that no matter how miraculous the creation is, it cannot withstand the passage of time after all. The Earth Kami still had such a profound mystery. It seems that the Earth's predecessors weren't simple either. Aizen then turned to his thoughts and suddenly realized that the Karin Tower's construction style and the lookout were very similar to that of the Yadrations temples. Both of which were full of Mayan and Inca styles, with totem symbols and bird and beast face reliefs, especially evident. Maybe they really had some connection as well. However, none of these were what Aizen needed to be concerned about. He just needed to grow his strength and not be eliminated in the flood of the future era. Chapter 236. In the following days, Aizen trained in the various training grounds of the Grand Kai. These magical rooms of the Grand Kai were worthy of the countless years spent by the Yadrations in building them. Each room in them brought a natural attribute to the extreme. With the assistance of these special environments, Aizen's body was continuously being strengthened. Of course, since he had come to a higher dimension, Maiyang still could gather the god's ki in the higher dimension. Grand Kai's planet was at a level that was not comparable to the god of destruction and the Kai's planet but was the top level in the galaxy. In the thought that a mosquito was meat no matter how small it was, Maiyang grimly opened the acceleration world to greatly absorb the god's ki above heaven and Grand Kai's planet. Since it wasn't a forbidden place like the god of destruction planet, Maiyang was also much older. As a steady stream of heaven ki entered the acceleration world, the small planet inside, with a diameter of 10 kilometers, slowly became fatter and reached a diameter of 20 kilometers. At this time, Gaia was the most excited. Its blue body was bouncing. To express its joy, Gaia worked even harder to plant senzu bins, expanding the planting area of senzu bins by several times at once. Keep growing, and you'll be able to divide the central planet into different areas of the range. Maiyang was so happy that he also wanted to copy the Grand Kai's training chamber into it. Time rushed by. After about a year, Maiyang had completed several of the secret chambers. By this time, his base power level had risen from 2.4 million to 3 million. In other words, it was the state of power that Son Goku had when he became a Super Saiyan. Upon feeling the powerful energy flowing through his body, every cell seemed vibrant, and a faint smile appeared on Maiyang's face. If I were a Saiyan, I could almost become a Super Saiyan at this time now. TSK, good for Saiyans. Son Goku was able to soar directly from 3 million power level to 150 million power level. This was the difference, and Maiyang felt that the Saiyans' hang-ups would create blocks in the entire world. Think about how many days it took for Son Goku to go from 8,000 power level when Vegeta invaded Earth to 150 million in total. Just over a month. Whip, whip. If he didn't work hard, others would catch up to him in a few months. During this time, Grand Kai had been unstinting in giving him advice, which benefited Maiyang a lot. Although the Grand Kai's martial arts were definitely not as profound as Whis, precisely because of this, Maiyang was able to comprehend faster. In comparison, Whis martial art was more like attaining the level of rules. Comprehending it was certainly not as easy as mortal martial arts, but the effect was even more outstanding. As long as he understood a little bit of its skin, he would be able to use it for life. Maiyang, a single bitter training is not conducive to growth. One day, Grand Kai said bitterly. Maiyang's eyebrows were raised, waiting for his next words. Grand Kai said, "It just so happens that there seem to be some problems at the Galactic Patrol in Lower Realm. There's a creature running out of the prison planet, so you should go and clean it up." Grand Kai, "Don't worry. I'll go to the central area." Grand Kai pulled Maiyang and said, "Don't be so bothered. I have God platform here to let you copy an incarnation over. Is there still such a place?" Maiyang stared. Grand Kai laughed, "Of course there is. Otherwise, when a great catastrophe happens on Earth, how can these experts of my heaven descend? You know the time for a soul body to stay on Earth in exchange for your Earth time is only 24 hours. If you can't descend, no matter how many masters I have here, I can't handle all the trouble on Earth." Maiyang thought about it and found it to be right. Whenever a vast disaster occurred on Earth, Galactic Patrol would report the disaster to Grand Kai here, and the Grand Kai would weigh the severity of the situation to see if it reached a level where he could intervene. He then arranged for manpower to enter the Earth to deal with the disaster. If there were no incarnations, no matter how many masters there were in heaven, the 24 hours would sooner or later be exhausted. Of course, not any trouble needed to be reported to Grand Kai here. Whereas Maiyang was a living person, there weren't so many rules and restrictions. Next, under the leadership of Grand Kai, Maiyang walked into a particular room, only to see that there was nothing in the room. However, an intricate pattern was etched on the floor. You stand in the center of God platform, and then I will naturally initiate the power to replicate a copy of your incarnation into the lower realm. Grand Kai nodded his head, "Don't worry about injuries. The incarnation will, at most, make you mentally dull for a while. Even if you lose it, it won't affect you in any other way." Maiyang quickly perceived that this God platform was an excellent opportunity to fight with a master. He immediately said, "Lord Grand Kai, leave the trouble of Galactic Patrol to me. As long as you can let me use this God platform a few more times, everything will be fine." Grand Kai stroked his white beard with a red face. "It seems that you have already seen the wonderful use of this God platform. The guy who escaped from the prison planet this time is a beast with 8 million power level. It used to be a pet kept by the king of the demon realm. You go and dispose of it as a warning to that group of people from the prison planet." A confident smile appeared on the corner of Maiyang's mouth. 8 million power level, it's quite strong. With the use of the Kaioken, his power could level directly soar to 9 million. With the skills and realms he had trained for a long time, he could easily take down even 12 million or even 15 million masters. However, Maiyang always kept in mind what Whis had told him. Even if the power of Kaioken was intense, it wasn't his base strength. He couldn't be complacent with the increase in the Kaioken. If he encountered an opponent that was so fast that he couldn't even perform the Kaioken, then it would be over in an instant. For the same reason, Super Saiyan transformations had an identical downside. Any transformation requires a reaction time. The period between the switch of normality and transformation state was the biggest crisis point. The most feared thing was a sudden sneak attack. So, the strength still depends on normality. If Maiyang had the base form power like Universe 6 Hit or Universe 11 Jiren in the future, there was no place to fear a sneak attack. If someone dared to approach, they would be slapped away directly. I'll leave it to you. Grand Kai waved his hand. Please rest assured, Grand Kai. Maiyang stood in the center of the god platform, then sat up. As a silver-white light shone up, a virtual shadow came out of Maiyang's body. It then looked at the body sitting on the ground, nodded towards Grand Kai, and Maiyang's virtual shadow was instantly transported to the central area. After arriving at the central area, Maiyang finally saw the king of the demon realm's once pet. It was a beast that looked very similar to the demon beast Yakan. It had 4 black horns on its head and 6 eyes on its forehead. The bloodshot eyes opened together, giving it a creepy feeling. The corner of Maiyang's mouth lifted. Sure enough, it's really an 8 million power level of this intensity, not much at all. After roughly estimating the strength of the beast, Maiyang's entire body relaxed. Not to mention that the survival of the incarnation couldn't threaten the original body. So, Maiyang had the confidence to ultimately defeat the strength of the beast in front of him. Triple Kaioken. As he shouted with incomparable pride, a dark red light floated on the surface of Maiyang's virtual indistinct body. Roar. The 6-eyed demonic beast opened its bloody mouth and let out an angry roar. The continental plate beneath its feet immediately split in half. The 6-eyed demonic beast attacked Maiyang as fast as lightning. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, Maiyang narrowed his eyes and poked his right hand forward in a fighting stance. The battle quickly ended. The end of this battle was self-evident. Facing over 8 million demonic beasts, Maiyang played to his strengths well, completely ravaging the beasts into a meatball in just a few minutes. Looking at the 6-eyed demonic beasts he had killed, Maiyang thought, it is indeed possible to exert the same strength as the original body. Grand Kai's god platform is truly magical. Anyway, since it doesn't matter if this body lives or dies, so why not take this opportunity of training in the Grand Kai's planet to challenge some stronger people? Thinking about it, Maiyang would aim his realization at the north area southern part, where there was a universe emperor who ruled as a king. How good was Frieza? How about go and test him? They were going to meet sooner or later anyway, so why didn't he take this opportunity? Thinking of this, Maiyang felt itchy. For Frieza, who had the universe emperor's name, Maiyang was looking forward to fighting him for a long time. If it were the original body, of course, he wouldn't make such a move, but it was the virtual, so it didn't matter. So what if he died once? It would be nice to be able to find out what Frieza was capable of. Frieza could transform 3 times to release his power. The first 2 times were not intense, so he definitely had to get abused. Thinking that he also had the opportunity to abuse the Universe Emperor, Maiyang's heart suddenly felt hot-blooded. Chapter 237 North Area, Headquarters of Frieza. The magnificent palace was brightly lit, and Frieza sat comfortably on the egg-like spaceship. His 2 bloodshot eyes were looking down at Captain Jinyu and a few other members of the Jinyu force, who were half kneeling below. Frieza smiled. Captain Jinyu, you are the guys who have been cleaning up a lot of trouble for this king lately. Captain Jinyu smiled and said without taking any credit, it's an honor for the Jinyu force to serve King Frieza. Those disobedient guys shouldn't have existed in this world. I love Captain Jinyu's words. If only everyone in the north area could understand that. Frieza chuckled hoarsely, an indifferent smile that was as chilling as a demon's. In the entire Frieza force, only a handful of people like Captain Jinyu, Zarbon, and Dodoria could gain his trust. Unfortunately, Dodoria had passed away 9 years ago due to an accident, and Frieza sometimes missed the fat pink guy. The Jinyu force was the proudest combat unit under Frieza's hand. Although there had been a decrease in personnel 9 years ago, it had since been quickly replenished. It had been far too fortunate compared to the cooler armored squadron's destruction. Among the several people, Captain Jinyu was the one he trusted the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Captain Jinyu to lead such a powerful unit. Captain Jinyu, have you encountered any trouble lately? Frieza narrowed his eyes. Captain Jinyu stood up and said, I would say there is no trouble. No one has dared to mess with us in the king's sphere of influence. However, near the north, we encountered Lord Cooler's unit. Frieza gave an okama. Was that armored squadron? When Cooler armored squadron was wiped out, Cooler was furious. Soon, He issued a public announcement to select a new armored squadron in the entire universe, which proved that there was no shortage of powerful masters in the North area. Not long after the announcement, a brand new armored squadron was established. The power level was not inferior to the original cooler armored squadron. Captain Jinyu nodded his head. The two horns on his head were shining brightly. This subordinate has had several encounters with that cooler armored squadron. Unfortunately, their power is so strong that they have taken several planets. A coldness flashed across Frieza's face, quickly followed by an amicable one. It can't be helped. After all, it's my brother's team. Those planets are considered a gift to him. This subordinate will definitely take the planets back in the future. Captain Jinyu assured. Ho ho ho, that will be a pleasure for Captain Jinyu and everyone. Frieza waved his hand towards the members of the Jinyu force. Of course. It's all due. The other members of the Jinyu force were busy echoing. Among these people, Jais was the original member. Second only to him was the Daemoness Natania, who possessed a bizarre superpower, and two other members were recruited after the deaths of Rikum and Berter. Well. Frieza gave a faint. After a gentleman's courtesy was done, Frieza drifted to the front of the transparent watchtower at the controls of the egg spaceship. His eyes were becoming deeper. Cooler's power was so great that even his father, King Cold, had to appease him and hand over a large territory to him. But he didn't even listen to his father's words, so it was evident that he wouldn't take his younger brother seriously either. Now that Frieza wasn't sure about confronting Cooler, he could only choose to endure. By the way, I heard that the leader of Planet Vegeta had been replaced, is it true? Frieza asked coldly. Jais, who had been silent at the side of the station, came over. His handsome face filled with a genial smile. Yes, the original Saiyan King retired, and his successor is his son, who calls himself King Vegeta. Frieza listened with a playful smile on his face. King Vegeta. I'm afraid he's a disturbance. Jais smiled. After all, he's a young man in his 20s. Understandably, he's a bit impulsive. However, as long as he doesn't go too far, we can still tolerate him. Well, Saiyans are good fighters, so don't touch them for now, Frieza said and fell silent. There was a brief silence in the palace. At that moment, the entire ground began to tremble, and a brilliant light streaked across the sky. Fires linked together with a space fortress revealing a hideous cannon barrel being swept away by a powerful energy, instantly turning into a ball of flame in the night sky. At the same time, the rapid and shrill buzzing of alarms sounded. The aisles and promenades flashed with a light and a dark alarm light. What's going on? Frieza's expression faltered, then he roared in anger. My lord, we detected a high-intensity energy reaction. The main scouter has been damaged. A sharp-tongued alien crawled in. Rubbish. Frieza shouted coldly. An energy ray penetrated, instantly killing the alien who had came to report. At this point, Frieza's face was so gloomy that it could drip ink. The situation was obvious, his headquarters planet had been invaded. This was his headquarters. Which power was so bold as to dare to barge into planet Frieza right under his nose? This was a direct provocation to him. King Frieza, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle next. Jais looked gloomy. The main scouter on top of planet Frieza had a far higher detection range than a normal scouter. The strength to burn out the main scouter was definitely not something he, Zarbon, could imagine. Frieza nodded his head with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, the sky lit up with a white glow. Frieza raised his head, and through the transparent glass, he saw a sun-like object suddenly appear in the deep night sky. It was a massive ball of ki, containing power that could easily shatter the structure of a planet continent. Zarbon and Captain Jinyu saw it with cold sweat appearing on their foreheads, but Frieza was staring with wide eyes. This is not good. This planet will be destroyed. Jais's scalp went numb. A chill rose from his feet, and his body froze. Captain Jinyu snapped back to the Demoness Natania and yelled, Natania, activate your powers. I know. The Demoness Natania responded, using her superpowers to protect everyone in the nick of time. Rumble. Whoops. A brilliant flash of light lit up on one side of the planet Frieza. Endless ki penetrating the crust and pouring into the planet's interior. When this power reached the nucleus, it meant that Frieza's life had came to an end. As the giant fireball consumed the entire planet Frieza, the headquarters of Frieza's power was officially destroyed. In space, countless tiny planetary ruins and hot lava floating around. The once glorious planet of Frieza had become history. Somewhere, inside a pale blue energy shield, Captain Jinyu and Zarbon looked on in disbelief. As he moved his dry throat, Jais's eyes were filled with horror. Planet Frieza, it was actually destroyed. Who the hell is that? Captain Jinyu was covered in a cold sweat. If it hadn't been for the Demoness Natania's superpower to move everyone out just now and temporarily shape a living space, The instant destructive power that made the planet explode would have been enough to rip them apart. Was it the Galactic Patrolman? The name Galactic Patrol was the first thing that popped into their minds. Who in the galaxy would have a problem with Frieza's forces except for the pretentious members of the Galactic Patrol? Chapter 238-2, here we go. While Captain Jinyu and the others were confused, Frieza said with his head down. As soon as the words came out, Zarbon and Jinyu looked at the sound and saw a shining white figure appear in front of them. The person didn't show his face, but his entire body was like a mist, wrapped in a layer of ki waves. This person who had destroyed planet Frieza was none other than Maang. He always did what he said he would do. Since he wanted to test Frieza's strength, destroying his planet was the best way to force him out. Frieza. Maang sized up the Universe Emperor before him. At this time, Frieza kept his usual base form of being the most energy efficient, short, red-colored skin with a purple patch of leather on top of his head and two pointed horns sticking out to the sides, making him look even smaller and shorter due to sitting on top of an egg-shaped spaceship. As a successful villain, Frieza had all the potential of a cold-blooded, cruel, and tyrannical villain but usually acted as if he were a gentleman. This guy was very good at hiding himself, with his charisma to attract many admirers. Even in Maang's former world, people who like Frieza were no less than those who like the main character Son Goku. Who wouldn't be impressed by this guy that played his villainous role to the fullest? At this time, the destruction of the headquarters planet had completely offended the universe overlord. Frieza's face was gloomy, his body was emitting a cold and chilling aura. If he didn't show enough authority, where would his face as an emperor of the universe go? How could he hold his head up in front of his father and brother? You're such a brave fellow. You destroyed this king's planet. Frieza looked coldly. To be able to destroy this king's Frieza planet, it seems that your power level is no less than 300,000. But you're definitely not a match for this king. To tell you the truth, I normally maintain a power level of 530,000. Frieza's hoarse voice rang out. Even in a vacuum, Maang was able to see his anger through the opponent's eyes. Also, through the superpower of the demoness Natania, Maang could clearly hear what Frieza was saying. He knew that Frieza was very fond of using his power level to act as a pawn. Standing at 530,000. What a chilling number. However, Maang's heart was already prepared and had no intention of dawdling. He looked at Frieza with his eyes filled with indifference as always. On the contrary, Jinyu and the others beside Frieza were stunned. This was the first time they heard Frieza talk about his power. In the past, Captain Jinyu's allegiance to Frieza was mostly still because of King Cold. Of course, Frieza's strength was undoubtedly above him and had reasons to make him submit. However, the appalling value of 530,000 still surprised Captain Jinyu. Gazing at Frieza, who still didn't put him in his eyes, an electric flash flashed in Maang's eyes. Frieza was very good at bragging about himself. His body went forward hurriedly as if penetrating through a thin layer of mist. Maang instantly appeared in front of Frieza, ignoring the small ants like Zarbon and Jinyu beside him, and smashed one fist directly towards Frieza. Frieza usually concentrated his power at 530,000 power levels. The advantage of this was that he didn't have to worry about the loss of energy. However, the disadvantage also existed. When encountering an opponent whose power exceeded his, despite his eyesight remaining at its peak, his body simply didn't have time to react. And now, that was the case. Maang didn't use Kaioken, but the normal 3 million power level, which wasn't something Frieza could handle. Crack. The spaceship that Frieza was sitting on exploded violently. The battle armor on his body crumbled under the extreme force. All the remaining power was poured into Frieza's body. Poof, the bright red liquid drifted around the universe like rain. Ah! Frieza was in a lot of pain, and there was a hole in his chest. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Frieza let out a painful and oppressive roar. The opponent's attack was extraordinary, and the powerful force broke through his defense. It should be known that although he didn't exert his full power, with 530,000 power levels, it should be hard to find an opponent in the universe. Instantly, Frieza's face became colder, and a murderous aura vigorously erupted, pulling the surrounding temperature down to below freezing point. He had met his opponent. The flickering white light in front of him was above his current strength. Frieza knew he had to undo the suppression on his body and show his greater strength as soon as possible. Do you want to transform now? Usually, staying weak is your downfall. A thought flashed by. Frieza was used to being the emperor of the universe and had utterly forgotten this universe's danger. Using a low state to conserve energy was equivalent to exposing everyone's weakest state and was the most foolish thing to do. Although 530,000 power level was considered a master in the north area, obviously having a more robust strength and not displaying it was simply arrogant to the extreme. If the physical strength wasn't good enough, shouldn't you go to train your body? Seeing that Frieza wanted to transform, how could Maiyang give Frieza such an opportunity? It was not easy to have the chance to ravage Frieza. This was a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. So, with a cold smile crept onto his cheeks, Maiyang's attack between his hands had never stopped. Reaching out his hand to move again, this time, the attack was even more vicious. Maiyang stuck close to Frieza's body, he drew a graceful arc through the air. It was a keyblade that shone with a brilliant light. Heavenly SKY beam. Frieza stared dumbly. At this moment, he suddenly felt the smell of death. Puffs of flesh and blood splattered up, and the sharp keyblade sliced through the void as if they were about to cut through the planet. Frieza's mouth howled in pain and fixed his eyes to see a cut off the pale red tail. The intense pain nearly made him faint. Ah! Bastard! My tail! Frieza was dumbfounded, the piercing pain tormented him. Frieza now had the urge of wanting to destroy the world. In response to Frieza's reaction, Maiyang looked on with cold eyes. As long as Frieza hadn't turned into his final form, he was going to take care of him with confidence. He wondered if Frieza could be killed at this point. Upon thinking of this, a killing intent flashed in his eyes, and the corners of Maiyang's mouth turned up slightly. Against that pair of deep eyes, Frieza suddenly went cold. The swirling attack started causing him a lot of pain. Maiyang stepped forward and grabbed Frieza's wrist with one hand, condensing a keyblade with the other hand before raising the blade to stab at Frieza's vital parts. Clank! Sparks splashed everywhere, like cutting on hardened steel. As the sharp keyblade chopped down, powerful energy from Frieza's chest counteracted this attack of his. Hey, Frieza's skin is so solid. The key-sharp blade was actually blocked. Maiyang's eyes flashed with surprise as he slashed towards Frieza's head and neck, respectively, but found that the result was that neither could hurt Frieza as well. It seemed that the attacks were only effective when they hit him on top of his limbs. There's a powerful force protecting Frieza's life. Maiyang quickly understood after thinking about it. Frieza's transformation state was different from Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan relied on transformation to increase his strength, but Frieza adopted transformation to save physical strength. The real energy in his body had actually remained above 100 million. The 530,000 power level he usually showed was just the result of compressing himself to save physical strength. This powerful power didn't disappear but was concentrated together to protect the vital points of his body. Above the upper half of his body, there had always been powerful energy protecting it from his chest. After thinking about this, Maiyang regretfully confirmed that he couldn't kill Frieza. No matter how strong he was, his strength was insignificant in front of over 100 million power levels. After all, Frieza's body contained over 100 million power levels. The cells at the core have been infused with ultra-high energy and have unparalleled intensity. However, although he couldn't kill Frieza, he could make him suffer some more. As long as Frieza didn't display his final form, he could simply ravage. Thinking about it, the corner of Maiyang's mouth curled up into a smile. Upon seeing the smile on his opponent's face, Frieza's forehead was blue with veins. Suddenly, he felt a hint of something bad. Sure enough, in the next moment, his feeling came true. Maiyang viciously threw him into the deep space of the universe, bursting up and landing an iron fist on him. Wow! As he spitted out a mouthful of bitter water, Frieza's eyes filled with blood. The intense pain made it impossible for him to concentrate on undoing his body transformation form. Chapter 239 Ah, damn it! Frieza shouted in anger. He had never been so beaten before. A strong sense of humiliation arose in his heart at the same time as his grief and anger. However, it wasn't even over yet. Peng! 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 Whoops! As the key shone with brilliant light danced in the starry sky, Maiyang moved quickly. At this time, the dignified generation of Universe Emperor was like sandbags being kicked around by Maiyang and ravaged to his heart's content. King Frieza. Jais was horrified. His usual grace had long gone. Is that guy a monster? A cold sweat broke out on Captain Jinyu-U's head. Creepy. Silence. Not to mention the other people of the Jinyu force. Jais was ashen, and the enchantress demoness Natania's voluptuous body was trembling. Swish. The cold white light flashed, along with the color of peach blossoms blooming. Blood droplets flew, and under the horrified eyes of Jais and Jinyu, Frieza's limbs were cut off. Bastard, this king will not let you go. Losing his limbs and tail, Frieza remained with only his upper body and head. When his life was seriously threatened, the power contained in his body finally exploded. However, an intense glow rose into the sky. Frieza finally got rid of Maiyang's ravages. In a bright ball of ki, Frieza undid the first restraints and increased his power several times. Rather than saying that he had automatically unsealed, it was better to say that Maiyang had cut off his arms and legs instead of helping him. After all, he only had the core area of his body left to soak up the energy. At this time, Frieza's stature became huge. The sharp horns on his head also curved upwards, and his appearance became the same as King Cold's usual appearance. Even the limbs and tail that were previously cut off by Miang grew back. This is Frieza's second state. After transforming, he actually can regenerate. Miang narrowed his eyes. A huge wave was created in his heart. Frieza, who had unlocked the first transformation, had his power level raised to as much as 3 times the original, and his body recovered. However, it was also true that in the original story, Frieza, whose tail was severed by Krillin, was able to recover his tail after turning into his final form. It was nothing more than consuming some energy. Ooh, you scared me out of nowhere, asshole. However, now you're dead. Frieza sank, regaining his confidence. His heart was tumbling with infinite killing intent. In the distant starry sky, Zarbon looked at Frieza's current state in amazement. Although he knew that Frieza could transform multiple times, he had never seen it with his own eyes. This was the first time he had ever seen a Frieza outside of his base form. The previous King Frieza was terrifyingly strong, and he was stronger now. Captain Jinyu was overjoyed. This is the same state as King Cold. It's a win. Jais and Demoness Natania finally regained some color at the news. Miang's hazy cheeks twitched. A wave of spiritual energy was released as he asked, Frieza, what is your current power level? Frieza was smug, like a child who hadn't grown up, arrogantly showing off. This king's power level is 1.65 million. Oh. Miang smiled brightly. With this point of strength, it's still not good enough. Frieza, the fool, wouldn't have unleashed all his power at once, right? Didn't this allow him to continue to ravage? Alas, it was hard to resist, so just do as he wished. Miang raised his ki, and suddenly a powerful force violently erupted out. At this time, Miang was at 100% of his 3 million power level, and sudden energy that was much stronger than Frieza crushed over. Frieza's smile stiffened. Captain Jinyu was dumbfounded. Zarbon became disheartened too. Captain, something's wrong. Jais shuddered. I can see that. Captain Jinyu was livid. Even if they couldn't perceive the ki in detail, they could still tell the strength of the ki. In front of them, the guy covered in white light had a power level that was still above King Frieza after body transformation. King Frieza, hurry up and transform into the next state. Jais shouted urgently. King Frieza had 3 chances to transform. This was only the first time, it was still not too late to hurry up and transform again. Didn't Frieza know about transforming at this time? Of course, he did, but Miang was already entangled in his side, and he couldn't perform a transformation even if he wanted to. So the previously staged image appeared once again. Even if Frieza transformed into his second state, he was not Miang's opponent at all. With 3 strikes, Miang's attack was as sharp as a storm. Bang! A pop! Miang's knee kicked at Frieza's abdomen. There was a cracking crack, and Frieza bowed as bitter water sprayed out of his mouth. Frieza's blood-filled eyes bulged outwards as his abdomen was smashed into a cavity, while his back was raised high. Frieza was continuously being attacked, and finally yelled as he broke free from the shepherding ring of attack. He then kept flying towards the debris of a distant planet. As he hid behind a rock mass, Frieza's face was covered in frost as he prayed. This guy, where the fuck did he come from? It seems that this king must exert his full strength. Thinking this in his heart, Frieza was already getting anxious. With his hands clenched in fists, and veins were surging at his head, his 2 eyes bulging outwards. The purple cortex on the top of Frieza's head beginning to extend backward, eventually turning into an appearance as if he were an alien. This appearance resembled Bwip Wonder King of Demon Realm. The power level was directly unleashed to 4.86 million. Should I just show the final form? Frieza was a little hesitant. In his mind, the third form should have been enough to destroy the opponent, but Miang had impressed him too much before. To be on the safe side, Frieza decided to unleash all his power in one go this time. Although this would be very draining, he couldn't care less. Frieza began to condense his ki to release his final form. However, his ki was like a searchlight in the middle of the night, directly attracting Miang. PFFT. Miang's figure appeared next to Frieza's body. Seeing him trying to unleash his full strength, Miang immediately burst out and rushed forward. Frieza had a power level of 4.86 million at this time, and Miang had a power level of 3 million. Although the difference in strength between the two was more than 50%, Miang was not inferior to Frieza and could stealthily overpower him with his profound skills. Frieza's transformation was interrupted and had to react and entangle with Miang. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides began to fight fiercely. The more Miang fought, the more excited he became. Now that he was in such an evenly matched state, it filled him with the thrill of battle. Especially when he thought of his opponent being the famous Frieza, the sense of accomplishment was simply bursting. This was a battle. On the other hand, for Frieza, the more he fought, the more he held back. Feeling annoyed, he wanted to blast the person in front of him into ashes. Blast. A vast ki storm erupted in the center of the two of them. The small meteorites around them were blown to pieces by the giant waves. Zarbon, Captain Jinyu, and the other members of the Jinyu force were all in a state of disarray at the moment. Finally, after a moment of entanglement, Yang felt his physical strength declined. As for Frieza, due to the body's substantial capital, there was no downward. It should be said that he was indeed worthy of being the universe overlord Frieza. His strength was terrifyingly strong. It can't go on like this. Yang gasped slightly and immediately took a breath. Twice, Kaioken. The intense energy turned into dark red flames. The 6 million power levels under the twice Kaioken once again surpassed Frieza's energy state. Frieza gawked. Not good. This guy was able to increase his power level as well. The corners of Frieza's mouth twitched, then a great hatred emerged in his chest. The person in front of him was aiming at him. If he improved a little, he could simply crush the opponent. Humphrey, if I directly showed my ultimate power, let's see if he could keep up. At this time, Frieza couldn't care less. Let's just take a beating and show the fourth form, final form. Frieza had his confidence. In the entire North area, other than his father King Cold and big brother Cooler, no one could defeat his final form. So next, no matter how Yang attacked him, Frieza curled up and didn't move a muscle. Even if his tail and limbs were broken again, Frieza would just snort, turning his monstrous hatred into the power to transform. Finally, after enduring countless violent attacks from Yang, Frieza completed his final transformation in a burst of dense white light. A frozen and profoundly cold air covered the universe. This air had no emotion, there was only tyrannical cruelty. A petite figure manifested, all white as snow, slightly covered in purple leather. His two eyes were as cold as demons, purple lips somewhat upturned, and a flexible white tail that repeatedly flapped in the void. This was Frieza's final form. Chapter 240. Frieza in his final form was much more petite, and his lines were smoother, but at this point, Frieza was the most terrifying. Often in the Dragon Ball world, the more petite the body and the more it returned to the natural state, the more terrifying the strength. It confirmed the saying that what was concentrated was the essence. Finally, I've unleashed my full power. Frieza craned his neck. His final form was even more extraordinarily cold and ruthless. The monstrous killing intent in his chest became calmer at this point. Not that the killing intent was gone, but it was calmer and solidified into a more numbing piece of energy. Perhaps it was because of the powerful strength surrounding him, but Frieza's demeanor became graceful again. You hurt me so much just now. The total number of times you broke my arms and legs, I'll get all of that back. Without killing you, I cannot quell my anger. Yang looked at Frieza with a solemn face. The terrifying ki on Frieza's body made him feel uncomfortable. The final form of Frieza has 60 million power levels, which should be the power he has at his disposal. As long as he doesn't push Frieza too hard, Frieza usually won't use the full strength state, which consumes a lot of his physical strength and energy. Yang hesitated. When he looked into Frieza's scarlet cold eyes, he knew that the real battle was about to begin. Yang stared at Frieza and shouted, "Triple Kaioken." Even stronger dark red flames burned. 9 million values of energy burned wildly, and even the entire void began to tremble. This powerful force combined with Yang's top skills, even against 15 million power levels, he was able to fight even. It's not enough. Facing the 60 million power level of Frieza, the triple Kaioken had minimal effect. 4 times, Kaioken. Yang burst out again. 5 times Realm King Fist. When Yang raised his power level to 15 million, the white flames around him had been completely overwhelmed. As if he had turned into a red ball of fire, his body began to gnaw with mighty muscles, and his breathing became fierce. Even the Yardarshan's vacuum inner breath tended to be unable to keep up. Hey, you can actually increase your power level. However, looking at your state at this point, you're already at your limit. Frieza looked on in amazement, also frightened by the terrifying power of Yang's body. His eyes were round, while his mouth said so, but he didn't know what he was thinking. Frieza boasted himself as the Emperor of the universe. Although there was some bragging, Frieza's strength was there. In the North area, except for King Cold and Cooler, he was indeed a worthy emperor. Frieza looked down upon all beings and had always been proud of his power level. However, a mysterious person suddenly appeared today, and he was even bringing him a surprise. Frieza, let's fight. Yang gazed at Frieza. The 5 times Kaioken state could not be maintained for a long time. Excessive energy use outside the body caused his body, which was condensed from Grand Kai's planet, to have a vague tendency to crumble. He needed to keep the fight going with Frieza while his body was still holding up. Pa pa pa. Frieza clapped his hands. Courageous. In that case, I'll send you to hell. Frieza laughed maniacally at the words. In an instant, a vast and icy ki enveloped a radius of thousands of kilometers. Affected by the collision of the two ki, the star fragments and asteroids in the endless void became even more chaotic, colliding in a state of chaos and turning into even smaller debris. Swish. They were calm for a moment as the terrifying ki seemed to converge. However, in the next second, they all moved, and two even more dazzling ki burned like a great sun. Dang. Ma Yang's fist landed on Frieza's body, immediately erupted into sparks of iron impact. Frieza wrenched his face with a cruel smile, backhandedly grabbed Ma Yang's arm. He then threw him up hard, rebounded hard, and smashed down hard with both hands. In the face of Frieza's attack, Ma Yang's waist gave out, spinning his body over and bringing his hands together in claws. Heavenly SKY beam. Bright white ki was suddenly generated between Ma Yang's palms. A giant pillar of ki sprayed out, and Frieza's face froze slightly. The terrifying ki engulfed his body in an instant. However, such energy was obviously unable to injure Frieza. Frieza hugged his arms to protect his forehead and bear the bombardment of the heavenly sky beam raw. The final form of Frieza's physical strength has reached a shocking level. Ma Yang had been mentally prepared for this. With a secret sigh, he began to prepare for an even more powerful attack. Puff. The two wrestled together. Ma Yang's skill was far above Frieza's, but his strength and speed were far less than Frieza's. So, he was often in a passive position. Frankly speaking, although Ma Yang, under the 5x Kaioken, only had 15 million power levels, he could tangle for a long time even if he met an opponent with 30 million power levels. It was a pity that Frieza was now displaying a power level of 60 million, exactly 4 times that of Ma Yang, which was beyond the limit that skill could compensate. It was good that Frieza also used this power sparingly. At first use, it was actually a bit rusty. The 60 million power level didn't bring out the thick and unbeatable domineering quality that should be given. Bang! The violent attack landed on Ma Yang's body. Ma Yang grimaced as his blood rapidly surged, and his heart thumped violently. DRI beam. As he threw out unreserved ki, Frieza's eyes locked up at the corners upon seeing the tri-beam. He wasn't in a panic at all. Let's see how long your body can hold out. Frieza yelled grimly. Death cannon. Frieza clasped his palms together, and blood-red ki was released. Rumble. The two ki collided, sending out a planetary explosion's power, radiating space fluctuations even in the void. From time to time, devastating big explosions occurred in the void. The terrifying ki presented a ring-like impact. The overspecification ki made Jinyu and the others, who were watching from afar, frightened and unsettled. It's so terrifying. King Frieza's power is actually this terrifying. Jai's handsome face was filled with horror. He knew that Frieza could transform 3 times, and the 530,000 power level of Frieza's base form had already horrified him before. However, he had never expected to have such devastating strength after 3 transformations. It was also a great honor to be able to serve under such a powerful overlord. That person is strong too, but certainly not as strong as Frieza. Captain Jinyu was confident. In addition, Jais and the demoness Natania were staring at the 2 electric light clusters in the void repeatedly colliding and then quickly separating. With their eyesight, they had long been unable to see the details of the battle between Ma Yang and Frieza. They could only make out a general idea from the long-lagging after-images. Ho ho, is your attack just tickling this king? Frieza's arrogant and cocky voice rang out. Suddenly, the snow-white figure had arrived at Ma Yang's side. What a fast speed! Bang! A heart-rending pain came from the abdomen. The tremendous force knocked Ma Yang, making him flew like a cannonball. His hand steadied his body by stepping apart. Then suddenly, a touch of coldness rose from the bottom of his feet. Ma Yang's nerves fiercely tightened. A thick tail had been curled around the waist, and Frieza's face was close at hand. A pair of evil eyes stared at him. Frieza laughed and said proudly, "It seems that this is your limit. You should be proud to be able to force this king to use his final form." Humphrey. Ma Yang snorted coldly. His eyes were flashing with a cold light. 6 times Kaioken. His body was trembling. Stronger energy erupted out, but his body could no longer withstand such powerful energy. The newly generated energy could no longer be controlled and spread out. Ma Yang narrowed his eyes, simply no longer thinking about the consequences, and proceeded to make a full outburst. "Do you want to blow yourself up for resistance?" Frieza skecked twice. The person in front of him wasn't his match, after all. TCH, even he had to use such an inferior method as self-destructing. Indeed, this king was the truly invincible master. Frieza thought without enchantment. Chapter 241 7 times, Keioken. Maiyang opened his eyes fiercely and yelled through clenched teeth. With that, 21 million power level erupted out. As soon as this energy was formed, Maiyang's incarnation began to collapse. Frieza, as a final gift, accept my attack. Thundershock surprise. Heavenly SKY beam. Maiyang waved out each of his hands, and 2 powerful attacks were steeply generated. At this moment, his body could no longer withstand such specifications of energy and suddenly collapsed. The third key wave was like self-destructing, swept out, merging with the previous 2 attacks, and vastly rushing towards Frieza. Frieza watched dumbfoundedly. This guy had actually self-destructed. At this moment, it struck him and created a feeling that his life was threatened. It had to be blocked. This energy was already threatening his life. Frieza exerted all his strength to support the enormous energy shield. With a rumble, as if the heavens had opened up, the massive ball of ki rose. The magnificent power was like the end of days. The high-intensity energy covered the area of tens of thousands of kilometers, and all matter turned into pieces. Zarbon and Jinyu were about to be engulfed by the terrifying ki. Zarbon's face twisted as he shouted, Natania, move us out. I got it. I am working on it. The demoness Natania didn't even need to be told by Zarbon. With her superpower, she already began to prepare for it. When the ki swept over, the demoness Natania was ready, moving them to a safer place in the nick of time. It's scary. We almost died. Zarbon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his green hair became messy. That monster. He should be dead, right? Jai's scalp numbed. Captain Jinyu blanched, for sure. King Frieza has exerted his full power, that man will die. There are still such strong monsters in the universe. Jai's heart palpitated. In the past, with his power level of around 40,000, he could already shine in the universe. However, now that he had seen the battle between Frieza and Maiyang, it actually gave him a humble, ant-like feeling of humility. Even if I'm strong, so what? I'm still going to die at the hands of King Frieza. I didn't expect King Frieza to have such terrifying strength. Jinyu's heart was on fire. As his head subordinate, the stronger Frieza was, the more solid his position in the universe would be. When all the ki began to calm down in the distant starry sky, the original location where planet Frieza was located was empty. With an inflated, a white figure emerged amid residual ki. Frieza floated in the void, his eyes ruthlessly scanning the surroundings. After confirming that the opponent was indeed dead, Frieza slowly put away the energy from his body. Finally turned back into his base form appearance. Ho 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 ho, this king is indeed invincibly strong. So what if that mysterious person just now was even stronger? He was still forced to self-destruct by this king. Although Planet Frieza's destruction annoyed him, the accomplishment of forcing to death a great master whose strength might be 20 or 30 million was enough to put him in a happy mood for a long time. In the north area, it was feared that it would be hard to find such a master again. The pleasure of extinguishing the enemy had filled his previous anger. King Frieza. With the demoness Natania's superpower movement, Zarbon, Jinyu, Jais came to Frieza's side. Each of them gazed at him with blazing eyes. My king, that man just now? Frieza waved his hand. Of course, this king killed him. Awesome. Worthy of King Frieza. The fanatical and adoring eyes of the subordinates made Frieza delighted, and his mood became pleasant. Sometimes a little show of strength was necessary. Frieza thought in a good mood, but then his face changed, and he said as cold as frost, Mr. Zarbon, Captain Jinyu, head to the second planet territory. I'm going to make a brand new headquarters there. As ordered. This subordinate will create an even stronger headquarters for the king. Heaven, Grand Kai's planet. Maiyang abruptly awoke from his state of meditation, then gasped for air. A searing stabbing pain was hitting his brain, clearly a side effect from his incarnation collapse. Maiyang gritted his teeth and yelled in pain. After a while, the pain began to subside. Maiyang grinned and was busy transferring the key of the acceleration world to repair his spirit while taking out the spring of life produced by Gaia to replenish his vitality. At this time, the Senzubins were no longer useful for the spiritual aspect. As he breathed out a long sigh of relief, Maiyang's state began to stabilize. However, it would take some time for him to recover fully. Grand Kai said that the loss of the incarnation is no big deal to the original body, but is this kind of pain something ordinary people can bear? Maiyang's mouth complained. I believe you, you bad old man, but turned out you lied. With his mouth full of words complaining to Grand Kai, but as he looked at the platform in front of him, Maiyang's heart was still on fire. With this, he would be able to challenge all opponents whose strength far exceeded his without fear. Obviously, this platform also had its flaws. A move like Kaioken that increased power level could not be performed without a limit. However, this was nothing. At most, it wouldn't be necessary to use the Kaioken. Just like what was said, it was still required to develop his strength. He had some gains from the fight with Frieza this time as well. First, he had at least ravaged Frieza and cut off his hands and feet twice, which was good enough to achieve with such a vast difference in strength, although it was mainly because Frieza himself was too much of a workhorse and kept his power in his body. Second, it also allowed him to recognize his strength. If he was in his original state, he could withstand at most 6 times the Kaioken now. 7 times Kaioken would be very barely. So, this could be kept as a bottom card for now. In the days to come, apart from training in other parts of Grand Kai's planet, Maiyang basically soaked in the incarnation platform. Maiyang repeatedly went to the lower realm to challenge some masters but never went to Frieza again. First, it was because Maiyang had already found out about Frieza's strength, and there was no need to test it anymore. Second, he was also worried that his multiple challenges would prompt Frieza to train. If he accidentally forced out the Golden Frieza, then it would be too much. It was better to let Frieza lie safely inside the honeypot and not to stimulate his potential. It only fitted that his previous self-destruct was the one that both satisfied Frieza's pretentious arrogance and completely dispelled his scruples. Time passed like an arrow. In a blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. In the next days of Grand Kai's planet's training, Maiyang was no longer as reckless as initially but kept a relatively leisurely day every day. After some time of urgency, Maiyang began to relax, along with solidifying his foundation from scratch. By the side of a lake, Maiyang was sitting like an old man with a fishing rod. His heart was like water. Peaceful and quiet. It was as if he is almost out of breath in his current state, creating a tranquil and peaceful mood that rippled out. The surface of the water was very calm. There were a few fish swimming around in a clear lake bottom, hissing. Maiyang threw out his rod, the fishing hook flew up from the water. The lake splashed and even brought up a lively fish. Maiyang, your heart is much calmer. This kind of state is scarce. Grand Kai sat beside him, holding his flowery white beard. Maiyang smiled faintly. His level had indeed risen a lot, Lord Grand Kai. After 4 years in heaven, I should say goodbye. Well, keep this state of mind entirely, it can help you a lot. Maiyang laughed. I know the importance of the state of mind. Good to know. Grand Kai did not get up, but his old voice came out clearly. Maiyang nodded and solemnly looked at Grand Kai. He then turned around and moved away from Grand Kai's planet in an instant. In these 4 years, Maiyang's harvest was tremendous. His normal power level had been able to remain at 7.2 million. Even without using the Kaioken, he was already on par with the Namkian Burgle of planet Ambra. It wasn't easy raising his power level from 750,000 during Mixia's reincarnation to 7.2 million. He had put a lot of effort into it. Counting the time, it had now been 9 years since Mixia's reincarnation. Her reincarnation was more than 8 years old, so it was almost time to find her. With this thought in his heart, Maiyang used instant transmission to go directly to planet Vegeta. Chapter 242 North Area, Planet Vegeta. After the Saiyans' former leader abdicated, a new successor became the leader of the Saiyans with the title King Vegeta. A very ambitious and aspirational Saiyan. When Frieza subjugated planet Vegeta, King Vegeta was just a young man of less than 20 years old. He had no choice but to watch the Saiyans become combatants under Frieza. Therefore, he and the Saiyan leader at the time kept building up their strength and waited for a chance to break free from Frieza's control. The weather on planet Vegeta was clear, and the sun was shining. The primitive stone simple dwellings looked very ancient. The Saiyans were not at all demanding in terms of living. It had been 9 years since the last time he came to planet Vegeta. When he set foot here again, Maiyang found that the changes here were minimal. There was always a spherical spaceship descending in the sky. Occasionally they would fly across with the disc-shaped spaceships. However, those disc-shaped spaceships had much smaller specifications and could only hold about 4 or 5 people. The Saiyan's technology is controlled to death by Frieza. If King Vegeta wants to resist Frieza, he must first master his avionics system. Maiyang took a look at it, then he stopped paying attention and started looking for Mixia's reincarnation. Mixia's reincarnation was 9 years ago. So, she should have been born 8 to 9 years ago. With that in mind, Maiyang had an idea of how to look for Mixia. Sure. At this point, he could actually go back to Earth and make a wish to Shinron, which was the fastest way to get Mixia's whereabouts. However, since he had already arrived at planet Vegeta, he decided that he'd look for her first. If he really couldn't find her, then he would ask Shinron for help. With this in mind, Maiyang's figure flickered and appeared near a rocky shelf full of stalagmite-like vegetation. Planet Vegeta's vegetation was vibrant. These stalagmite rocks were connected at the top, hollowed out in the middle, or had begun to weather over the long years, with fine stones peeling off from the stalagmites. Saiyans generally live a short distance from the station. Many will park their spaceships directly in the open spaces of their living quarters to facilitate their missions. A teeny tiny rock stood on the ground, hollowed out in the middle, with a few windows and air holes punched out. It was a simple house. Knock, knock, knock. Maayang knocked on the door of one of the rooms. Bang. The door opened, and a small, pretty-looking female Saiyan with short shawl hair opened the door. Upon seeing Maayang in the doorway, the female Saiyan asked, "Who are you looking for?" Maayang smiled, "You must be Jine. I am here to see Bardock." Jine looked at Maayang in confusion. Shouting into the room, "Bardock, someone's here to see you." Coming. Soon Bardock came out, and when he saw Maayang, he looked stunned and excited. "You're Teacher Mew." After all these years, Teacher Mew hasn't changed a bit. Maayang smiled and nodded. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" "Of course, Teacher Mew, please go inside." Bardock even welcomed Maayang into the room. "Bardock, is he Teacher Mew you were talking about before?" Jine whispered beside him. Bardock said, "That's right. Jine, you hurry up and prepare tea and food." Huh? Jine knew of Bardock's past. From the most ordinary low-class warrior to achieving what he was today, it was thanks to the help of the legendary Teacher Mew. So, without Bardock's instruction, Jine was already busy. In the living room, Bardock was standing beside Maayang in a restrained manner. Maayang looked at him and nodded his head slightly. The 19-year-old Bardock was already very mature. What was remarkable was that his power level had already broken through 10,000. Considering that there were still a few years from the beginning of the original story, and Bardock already had more than 10,000 power level at that time, he was now far more powerful than he was in the original story. It was evident that Bardock had not missed out on intense battles over the years. The Saiyan's power level really soared once they entered their adolescence. Good, your power level has exceeded 10,000. Now you believe that the low-class warrior can also exceed elite warrior, right? Bardock said excitedly, "I believe it. Thanks to the magical bins you left behind back then, Teacher Mew. I was able to survive from one of my dying states." Maayang waved his hand. "This is the result of your efforts. The Senzu bin just allowed you to strike. Even without his intervention, the original Bardock would have become very strong. Now he was just bringing the process forward." But even so, Bardock was still grateful to Maayang. In his heart, he believed that it was Maayang's enlightenment back then that had allowed him to achieve what he had today. "Teacher Mew, where have you been these past few years? I've searched all over Planet Vegeta, but I haven't found any trace of you." Bardock was puzzled. Planet Vegeta was huge, but there were only so many Saiyans living on it. He had been looking for 9 years, but he had never been able to find Maayang's whereabouts. "I wasn't even in Planet Vegeta these past few years. It would be a wonder if you could find me." Maayang laughed in his heart and said thoughtfully, "If I wanted to leave Planet Vegeta, no one would be able to know at all." Bardock nodded thoughtfully, and at the same time, it dawned on him that Teacher Mew was not from Planet Vegeta. He believed in what Maayang said because Maayang could even take out something magical as a Senzu bean. It showed that he was definitely not immortal. At this moment, Jine came over with a plate full of fruits, snacks, and mainly meat products on it. "Teacher Mew, please have a taste," Jine said curtly. "Bardock, is this your wife? I've seen you live together since you were kids." Maayang laughed and looked at Bardock. However, his words made Bardock blush furiously. Bardock was embarrassed. "We live together, but we're not married yet." "Then why don't you guys get married?" Maayang laughed. Bardock was 19 this year, and Jine was a little younger than him. She was 17. A lone man and a woman under the same roof, Maayang didn't believe that they hadn't broken through that relationship. However, the Saiyans initially did not care much about the etiquette. The wedding was something optional. At this time, Maayang took out a small cloth bag and threw it over. "Count these things as my meeting gift to Jine." Jine opened it, and inside were more than 100 bright green Senzu bins, which she happily put away. Although she was unfit to be a combatant due to her low power level and was usually in charge of handling meat in Planet Vegeta, she was very clear about the role of Senzu beans. The reason why Bardock was able to become so strong was mostly because of the Senzu beans. "Thank you, Teacher Mew." Jine's face blossomed with happiness. "Well, remember not to let anyone know." Maayang smiled lightly. Ever since Gaia was working hard to grow Senzubins in the acceleration world, the stock of Senzubins in his hand increased every year, making him become more generous in giving them away. "This time, I've come to ask for your help with one thing." Maayang finally started to get down to business. Bardock sat squarely in his seat and said thoughtfully, "Please say it, Teacher Mew, I will do what I can do." Teacher Mew was like a born-again parent to him. If there were anything that he could do, he would do his best to get it done. Maayang chanted, "Actually, I am not a Saiyan, this time I came to Planet Vegeta to find someone." Next, Maiyang told them about Mixia. I want you to investigate female Saiyans born 8 to 9 years ago. Gather their information to me. Bardock smiled. This is an easy thing to do. Our Saiyans is already small, there are only a few thousand toddlers born a year. Half of which are female babies, so it's easy to investigate. That's good. Maiyang smiled and took a sip of tea. Teacher Mew, let's leave this matter to Bardock. He'll be able to bring the information over from the data center soon. Jine believed in Bardock's abilities. For her, there was nothing that Bardock couldn't do. Not to mention that the information was already public. Bardock patted his chest and assured, leave it to me. After saying that, Bardock asked Jine to entertain Teacher Mew and quickly headed to the data center himself. Chapter 243. The data center on Vegeta was located near the palace and was managed by the Evangelion dispatched by Frieza. After each Saiyan infant was born, it was registered in the data center. It then entered into the computer, and the Evangelion issued the incubation pods that nurtured the infant Saiyans. It could be said that every Saiyan had been registered in the Frieza forces. This was also the method used by Frieza to prevent the Saiyans from falling out of their grasp. That same day, Bardock returned from the data center with a thick stack of information. Teacher Mew, this is the data on all the female Saiyans born 8 to 9 years ago. There are approximately 3,124 of them, and 1,540 are still left on planet Vegeta. Show it to me. Maiyang was busy receiving a large stack of information to check. There were only 3,000 female Saiyans born over a year, so it was clear that the number of Saiyans on planet Vegeta was rare. Will Mixia be among these people? With an anxious mood, Maiyang flipped through a sheet of information. There are quite a few, so let's start by checking on these people left on planet Vegeta. With these data, Maiyang already had an idea in mind. Back then, to preserve Mixia's memories, Whis had performed a god power enforcement in her soul, so Mixia's reincarnation would have a mysterious atmosphere far from being perceptible and had to be close enough to be sensed. As his calm heart began to ripple, Maiyang looked at Bardock and Jine, then said he would take his leave. Teacher Mew, do you need me to help you? No need. I'll go find her myself. Maiyang shook his head. Rather, you guys are in a bad situation. That guy, Frieza, I've met him, and he won't let the Saiyans off the hook. Sooner or later, he will do something to you. Maiyang said and threw out a small purple crystal. This crystal contains some of my martial arts tips. Bardock, you take it for reference. Your current ki is as obvious as the sun, which is too prominent. You have to learn to hide your strength. Bardock didn't know that ki is another name for energy, but he took Maiyang's advice to heart. Teacher Mew, have you met Frieza? Bardock had never met Frieza but had heard about Frieza's terror from his older seniors. It was said that the Saiyan King had chosen to join him because of his power. Maiyang smiled faintly. I fight with him. Bardock's eyes lit up and asked, so how strong is Frieza? What? Do you still want to challenge Frieza? Maiyang looked at Bardock with a seeming smile. It's not that I'm not sure whether you're a good fighter or not, but you're different from him. It would be self-destructive to fight him. If you can make proper use of the Senzubans and martial arts crystal I gave you, there might be a little hope. Is Frieza really that strong? Jine's face was full of doubt. In her opinion, Bardock, with more than 10,000 power level, is already very terrifying. To know that many elite warriors were not as strong as he was. So, how could there be people stronger than Bardock in the universe? Maiyang couldn't help but laugh and turned to Bardock, warning him, Frieza is powerful. Don't clash with him unless you have to. Bardock pursued, Teacher Mew, just tell me about Frieza's strength. Maiyang stared at Bardock. When he saw his steely look, he said, alright, I'll remind you that Frieza is far more terrifying than you can imagine. He comes from the pinnacle of a very rare race in the universe and can transform 3 times. Like the Great Ape transformation of a Saiyan? Jine interjected. Maiyang looked at her, it's different. The Saiyan's Great Ape transformation evolved when they couldn't keep up with their power level. However, Frieza's transformation was to suppress the power in his body. Because his power is too strong and powerful for him to grasp, he uses the transformation to suppress the energy in his body. Bardock and Jine looked at each other at the news. Most of the universe's races transformed to gain more power, but Frieza was the opposite, which was actually to suppress the power in his body. Such an extravagant practice, how much energy did he have that even he couldn't grasp? This showed that Frieza's power was truly terrifying. Frieza can transform 3 times and usually displays his weakest form. However, don't underestimate him. I dare say that even in his weakest state, all the Saiyans of your planet Vegeta together would not be able to defeat a single finger of his. No way. Jine screamed. Maiyang raised his head, but his next words caused them to tremble from the inside out as if they were in an ice cellar. Ma Yang smiled lightly and said, Frieza's base form possesses 530,000 power level. PSST. Suddenly, a deep chill rose violently from the soles of their feet and then surged up to their brains through their hearts. Both Bardock and Jine stopped the blood flow all over their bodies, their faces filled with incredulous expressions. Teacher Mew, is there any mistake regarding the fact that Frieza has 530,000 power levels in his base form? Bardock stammered. 530,000 power level. With his 10,000 power level in the universe, he could already flaunt it and dominate most planets. However, Frieza actually had a terrifying 530,000. At this moment, Bardock and Jine knew why the Saiyan leader had submitted to Frieza in the first place. The two were so far apart that there was no point in resisting. Yes, 530,000, and it's still just Frieza's weakest state, Ma Yang said. After Frieza's first transformation, he will unlock a portion of his power. At that time, his power level is 1.65 million. Shudder, it was another chilling value. Bardock felt like his heart was about to burst at the moment. Jine's eyes were already spinning, and she couldn't count on her bored hand. After the second transformation, a portion of the power will be unlocked again. By then, the power level will be around 4.86 million. And the most terrifying is the third transformation. Ma Yang looked serious as if he recalled the battle with Frieza 3 years ago when Frieza's final form gave him a profound impression. The third transformation is Frieza's final form. His power level will reach a terrifying 120 million. Normally, even in his final form, he will only use 60 million power. 120 million power level is too consuming for his energy and stamina, so he usually won't exert it. After hearing these words from Ma Yang, the room fell into silence. Both Bardock and Jine were already numb anyway. In that case, the Saiyans were truly powerless to resist Frieza. Teacher Mew, you just said you fought Frieza. Jine's clear voice rang out, and Bardock reacted with his eyes firmly fixed on Ma Yang. Ma Yang smiled lightly like a spring breeze and said indifferently, I'm no match for Frieza. Although I forced out Frieza's final form at first, I wasn't a match for his 60 million power level, so I could only choose to retreat. Of course, now that Ma Yang's normal power level reached 7.2 million. With the 6 times Kaioken, he would have more than 40 million power levels. If he used the 7 times Kaioken, 50 million power levels would be enough to fight against Frieza. With the condition that Frieza didn't use his 100% full strength. Bardock looked startled, his eyes staring out. To retreat from the hands of a 60 million power level Frieza, that was very impressive. Teacher Mew was such a powerful master. Bardock got excited, and his voice trembled. Teacher Mew, you are so powerful. Ma Yang waved his hand, not even close. You need to practice hard, and with the help of the Senzu Bins, you will be able to reach my intensity. Bardock was greatly encouraged by Ma Yang's words and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Teacher Mew, I understand. Alright, you already know the strength of Frieza, now it's time to lay low. Bardock, it's already strong enough for you to have 10,000 power levels, it will even cause some people to be unscrupulous. Next, you have to learn to hide it. After saying these words, Ma Yang had decided to leave. He still had to look for Mixia's reincarnation. When Bardock raised his head and looked around again, there was no sign of Ma Yang anywhere in the simple hall other than furniture and gym equipment. Teacher Mew is such a god. Bardock was sincerely impressed. Bardock, you can take these Senzu beans. Jine handed over the bag of Senzu beans given by Ma Yang to Bardock. This was Bardock's chance to remain strong. Chapter 244. On the other hand, Ma Yang, who left Bardock's house, took the pile of information Bardock had collected and started searching for Mixia's reincarnation on top of planet Vegeta. Bardock and Jine were both young, he couldn't be bothered them too much. His support for Bardock was an investment of sorts. After all, there were very few Saiyans like Bardock, and there was a good chance that he was similar to Son Goku in terms of potential. That alone made Bardock worthy of strong support. Frankly speaking, although the Saiyan's physique was impressive, with these Saiyans' current situation on planet Vegeta, it was tough to emerge a master who was powerful enough to shake the universe. Rather than saying that Son Goku and Vegeta were powerful because they were Saiyans, it was because of Son Goku and Vegeta's power that the Saiyans achieved their fame. However, in Bardock, Ma Yang saw the possibilities. Being able to train from a low-class warrior to an elite warrior, Bardock's tenacity and perseverance deserved praise. So, Ma Yang was not stingy on giving a little more support and gifted him with the martial arts crystal and Senzu beans. Of course, this was also the payment because Bardock had gathered this information for him. As the white clouds floated in the sky, a sudden white light flashed. Ma Yang conducted a one-by-one inspection of the information in his hands. These were all little girls over 8 years old. Yang had spent 3 days in planet Vegeta and had finally checked all the 1,540 female Saiyans on planet Vegeta. Still, none of them was Mixia's reincarnation. In the meantime, Yang's eyebrows knitted together. Has Mixia's reincarnation already left planet Vegeta to go on a mission? This was going to be difficult. The north area was so vast. These remaining 1,584 Saiyans scattered out, and who knew which planet they were on? It seems like I still have to use the power of the Dragon Balls. Yang shook his head helplessly. Now that the idea of using the Dragon Balls to solve the problem had been born in his mind, Yang no longer lingered on planet Vegeta. His finger tapped on his eyebrow, and he launched Planet Yardrat's instant transmission in the next second. A misty shadow flashed by. Space shifted, the fighting stars turned, and Yang had returned from planet Vegeta to Earth. After 4 years of separation, the changes on Earth weren't obvious, but the number of strong people had become much larger than when he left. It seemed that the martial arts crystal he left on top of Great Azure Mountain, Karin Tower, and the lookout had played its role. In the small building of the Great Azure Mountain, Yang pushed open the door of the room. What came into view was the image of a brown-haired girl lying on the sofa, taking a nap, wearing a fitted white research uniform. Her eyelids were flickering, her wet lips constantly baring and closing, as if she was tasting delicious food in her dreams. Yang laughed mutely. April, this girl can't even find a good place to sleep. He walked over and gently pushed her, ready to wake her up. Senior brother. Opening her eyes, April saw Yang stood in front of her and said in surprise, "You're back, senior brother." Yang looked at her. "Well, I am. Go, find a good place to sleep next time." Suddenly, Yang stared at April's eyes and asked, "You haven't had a good rest for a few days, have you? Your eyes are getting a bit dark." No way." April was so shocked that she ran to the mirror and looked in front of it. "Senior brother, you lied. It obviously didn't turn black." Yang laughed. "That means you really haven't had a good rest for days." April forked her waist and looked unhappy. Her senior brother hadn't been back in years, and when he came back, he made fun of her. It was too much. You have the Dragon Ball radar, right?" "Yes." April replied and took the Dragon Ball radar out of the drawer, along with a Dragon Ball she had in her collection. "What does my senior brother want with that Dragon Ball?" Yang looked at April and said, "I want to find out where Mixia is." April whispered, "Senior brother, are you going to fetch senior sister Mixia?" Yang nodded and April blossomed into a smile at this time. Then, "Go quickly, senior brother. Senior sister Mixia is already 8 years old. If she gets any older and has someone she likes, she will be in trouble." Yang's eyebrows raised. "She is still a child. How can she fall in love with someone else so quickly?" April said, "Senior brother, you don't understand. The kind of hazy feeling a girl has for the people around her will arise without notice." "You said it as if you understand it." Yang glanced at April. However, she had a point. Any such haziness had to be snuffed out as soon as possible. Giggle. "I just know. Anyway, hurry up, senior brother," April urged. Her experiences as a child made her very fond of Yang and Mixia, and she didn't want any unsettling variables. "Got it. I'm going to collect the Dragon Balls now." After saying that, Yang pressed on April's hair lightly. "Humphrey." April knocked away Yang's hand on her head. The process of collecting the Dragon Balls was fast. It only took Yang 10 minutes to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. The sky became dark once again. In the deep, dark sky, the green Shinron let out a loud dragon roar, hovering and floating in the air. Shinron's huge eyes looked down. "He, who has collected the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish." Yang looked up at Shinron and said, "Shinron, do you still remember Mixia, who was sent to reincarnate 9 years ago?" "I do." Shinron had a good memory and still remembered the people it had reincarnated into Saiyans. "Please help me find the whereabouts of Mixia's reincarnated body." Shinron was silent for a moment, its flooding voice echoing in its ears. "If that is the wish, this wish can be granted." After saying that, the 2 huge eyes shone with a blood-red light. Shinron's power spread out, quickly locating the whereabouts of Mixia. "The one you were looking for has been found." "Where is she?" Yang's eyes lit up and asked urgently. Shinron said, "The person you are looking for is in the ancient god planet territory, Planet Sala." "Planet Sala? Where is it exactly?" Yang asked. Shinron didn't answer Yang's question anymore and chanted, "Your wish has been granted. I can only grant one wish, so goodbye." "Hey!" Without waiting for Yang to ask any more questions, Shinron directly hovered and rose into the air. It turned into 7 golden flashes of light and disappearing. Wasn't Shinron too perfunctory this time? Although it told him the whereabouts of Mixia's reincarnation, the question was, Where was the ancient god planet territory? Where was planet Sala? So now, where the hell was my wife? Speak clearly, so that I could understand. Was there something wrong with the way I made my wish? Should I ask planet Namek? There was a black line on Ma Yang's forehead. The Earth Shinran was too unreliable in its work. So, he couldn't help but trouble planet Namek Grand Elder. Chapter 245 Heaven, Grand Kai's Planet. In the end, Ma Yang was too embarrassed to bother the Namkian Grand Elder. After all, the Grand Elder was old, and he was ashamed to keep bothering people. Moreover, the Grand Elder's guardian, Nail, would look at him with displeasure. So, he went back to Grand Kai to look for help from Grand Kai. Grand Kai managed the entire galaxy and surely knew the ancient god planet territory's whereabouts, which made more sense than searching for King Yanma, who might not tell him the whereabouts of Mixia's reincarnated body due to the rules of the other world. In the garden with blooming flowers, Grand Kai carried a big stereo and danced to his heart's content. When he saw that Ma Yang had come, he took off his sunglasses and turned off the stereo. Ma Yang, why are you back again? Grand Kai wondered why Ma Yang had returned after only a few days away. Ma Yang smiled apologetically. Lord Grand Kai, I came over because I wanted to consult with you about a place. What place? Go ahead. Grand Kai did not refuse. Ma Yang looked at Grand Kai gratefully and spoke the name of the planet that Shinran had told him, Ancient God Planet Territory, Planet Sala. Can you tell me its exact location? Grand Kai's wrinkled cheeks crumpled together after hearing the name of the planet that Ma Yang said. He then pondered for a while. The name Planet Sala sounds familiar from somewhere. As for the Ancient God Planet Territory, there doesn't seem to be such a planet in the galaxy. Is the Ancient God Planet Territory is not in the galaxy? Ma Yang's face turned pale. Grand Kai waved his hand and said, don't be anxious yet. I'll give you a careful inquiry. Please, Lord Grand Kai. Grand Kai nodded his head and led Ma Yang into the palace where he lived. When he arrived at the palace, Grand Kai's body suddenly blossomed with light. His casual clothes turned into a black divine uniform with the word Kai written on it. The high hat on his head had the word Grand written on it. Grand Kai controlled his authority in the palace. Soon, the information of all the planets in the galaxy was summed up in his brain. His eyebrows locked slightly as he widened the scope of his search. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. This is the result. The words of Grand Kai energized Ma Yang. Like planet Vegeta, planet Sala is a planet inhabited by the Saiyans and has a connection to the planet Sidla back then, but the ancient god planet territory in which it is located is not among the galaxies. Not in the galaxy? Ma Yang stared at the orbs and asked in surprise. Grand Kai said, yes, the ancient god star territory is in another universe net not far from the galaxy. It was said that the universe was made up of many galaxies in a vast web-like structure, strung together in a filamentous or tendril-like pattern. This web-like structure was called the universe net. On a large scale, this universe net was like the nerve network of the universe, each part of which was made up of billions of countless spiral galaxies. The galaxy was a general term for a large area and not the galaxy that Ma Yang referred to in his previous life. The galaxy managed by Grand Kai was essentially a local part, or neuron, of this vast universe network. May I ask where the exact location of planet Sala is? Knowing that the planet Sala was located in another galaxy, Ma Yang asked anxiously. Grand Kai nodded his head. Wait a moment, I'll contact Grand Kai of the other galaxy. Ma Yang knew that the universe where the Earth was located was collectively called Universe 7. The highest in the Universe 7 belonged to the gods of destruction planet and sacred world of the Kai. Under the two under-god worlds, there were countless galaxies, each of which had its own Grand Kai and Kai system. There were many Grand Kai and Kai in the universe. Supreme Kai was called the god of Kais, and his status was equivalent to that of Kami to an ordinary earthling. Ma Yang waited patiently. Soon afterward, the Grand Kai contacted Grand Kai of another galaxy and received the star map of planet Sala from him. Ma Yang couldn't wait to look up the new star map. However, the galaxy was so far away from the other galaxy that even if he had a star map, it would take countless years to get there. Luckily, Ma Yang had mastered the Yardration's instant transmission, and with an approximate location, he could move there step by step. After getting the exact location, Ma Yang let out a sigh of relief. It suddenly occurred to him that planet Sala was also the Saiyans' residence. So, Universe 7 didn't only have Saiyans existing on planet Vegeta. Oops, when he asked Shinran reincarnated Mixia into a Saiyan, why didn't he think of Saiyans' possibility of existing on other planets as well? After bidding farewell to Grand K, Ma Yang left heaven and instantly moved according to the star map location. First, according to the star map's location, let's find a planet with a powerful key. Without a choice, Ma Yang's instant transmission must have key as a bridge to communicate. Using it was not as unrestrained as Attendant Supreme Kai's Attendant Kibito Instant Transmission. After all, the two's principles were different. Kibito Instant Transmission was a divine ability of Supreme Kai apprentice. Maiyang closed his eyes, then, powerful spiritual energy spread out. With a swoosh, Maiyang began to move out towards planet Sala. As one of the many neurons that make up the universe, each galaxy had a complete spiritual system and management system. 4 months passed in a blink of an eye. During this time, Maiyang was frequently transient. Sometimes when he came across an area that he couldn't sense with his ki, he had to use a spaceship to navigate, which caused a lot of delay on the way. Finally, Maiyang entered another galaxy of the ancient god planet territory, and planet Sala was also close at hand. With an exciting mood, Maiyang made his last instant transmission and appeared in a lustrous metallic spaceship. As soon as he appeared, powerful energy surged around him. It's at least 500,000 power level. There are at least 4 of them. Maiyang's expression was startled. To Maiyang, a mere 500,000 power level certainly didn't matter. However, the sudden appearance of 4 still made him feel frightened. This power had far surpassed Cooler Armored Squadron. Could it be that all of the life forms in the ancient god planet territory were that strong, with hundreds of thousands of power levels appearing in droves? Kid, which team are you from? Did you take the wrong ship? The question was asked by a strong man, who looked exactly like an Earthman and wore a blue battle armor. Saiyans? Maiyang asked tentatively. Ha, you didn't even forget your race, did you? The other bearded man laughed. He then carefully observed Maiyang, baring his mouth. The ki in your body is not weak, but your brain is surprisingly not good. I've never encountered anything that took the wrong spaceship. Ki. Did the people in front of him call energy by ki, just like on Earth? Maiyang was surprised. These people were all wearing light blue battle armor, with body protection on their chests, arms, and knees. What surprised him most was that the 4 people in front of him were exactly the same as the Earthlings, and there was also no tail behind them. Are they like the Saiyans in Universe 6? Are we going back to planet Sala now? Maiyang tried to ask. Well, you're lucky you got on the wrong spaceship but caught the flight back too. A dark-haired Saiyan in the cockpit turned around and teased. Which team are you from? I don't think I've seen you before. A big man in the lead patted Maiyang's shoulder, but he didn't doubt Maiyang's identity. With that image of Maiyang's black hair and black eyes, no one would believe him if he said he wasn't a Saiyan. In this ancient god planet territory, such racial characteristics were only possessed by Saiyans. Maiyang said something casually in prevarication and then stopped saying more. He knew the truth that too many words would be lost. The 4 Saiyans in the spaceship didn't ask any more questions as the spaceship slowly approached planet Sala. Wait, at this moment, Maiyang suddenly remembered. The name Planet Sala, he remembered as if he had heard of it somewhere. Maiyang thought hard. Suddenly a spiritual light flashed in his head. He remembered, when he was in the planet Yardrat, the secret guardian of planet Yardrat, Sita, had asked himself if he was the Saiyans of planet Sala. At the time, he thought Sita was talking about planet Sidila, but now that he figured out, it was indeed planet Sala. Chapter 246 The Saiyans of Universes 6 and 7 all lived on planet Sidila in their early days. So, planet Sidila was widely recognized as the origin planet of the Saiyans of Universes 6 and 7. However, the Saiyans of Universe 6 were very gentle and powerful. They managed to keep planet Sidila, which they still live on, as their home planet. The Universe 7 planet Sidila was not so lucky. The Universe 7 Saiyans' love for fighting and their usual irritable personality eventually led to a great war. The Universe 7 planet Sidila was destroyed in the battle long ago, so the long-tailed Saiyans had to wander in the universe and finally settled in planet Vegeta. Maiyang observed the few Saiyans beside him, and they all had no tails, just like the Saiyans of Universe 6. These Saiyans are not in the same lineage as the Saiyans of planet Vegeta. Are they related to the Universe 6? Maiyang's mind secretly speculated. Individuals from different universes could settle in other universes. However, they would usually be banished unless the planet Sala's Saiyans had once emerged as great figures. For example, God of Destruction Kampa of Universe 6 and the God of Destruction Beerus of Universe 7, it was unknown which universe they were originally from, but judging from the fact that they were brothers, one of them must have been an outsider, or both of them were not from the Universe 6 or Universe 7. The spaceship flew slowly and soon entered the planetary system. In the center of the planetary system, the blazing sun was burning, illuminating the entire galaxy. Around the sun were 6 different forms of planets. Planet Sala was located in the third orbit's habitable belt, a blue planet that looked very similar to Earth. Hoo. The deafening sound rang out, and the spaceship grazed through the atmosphere to land on the ground. The social outlook of planet Sala was very similar to planet Vegeta, but the technology was much more advanced. Kid, hurry up and go home. You need to change your careless personality, or you won't be so lucky if something happens in the universe next time. After the spaceship docked, the pilot patted Ma Yang's shoulder, then prepared to close the hatch. Thank you. Ma Yang smiled. In his heart, he received their good intentions. The science above planet Sala was gentle, really similar to the science of Universe 6. Based on the conversations he had listened to along the way, the nature of these science workers were also identical to the science of Universe 6. They worked as mercenaries to maintain order, so the science were considered to have a good reputation in this part of the galaxy. They are also science, and they are in Universe 7, but the difference between the science of planet Vegeta and the science of planet Sala is too big. Ma Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this time, he thought that it was nice that Mixia was able to reincarnate to such a planet, so at least her personality wouldn't be violent. However, Ma Yang had forgotten that even on the Universe 6 planet Sala, there would be a wild girl like Caulifla. Breathing in the fresh air on planet Sala, Ma Yang leaped towards the sky, turning into a black dot suspended in the high altitude. Planet Sala's gravity was about 50 times that of Earth, much higher than even planet Vegeta. So the Saiyans living here had been exercising well from birth, and their basic power level was even more robust. Closing his eyes and carefully sensing the ki in the air, scattering ki soon entered his perception range. The Saiyans of planet Sala were not many, but the number of strong ones was ridiculously high. The Saiyans here were feared to have nearly 100,000 power level when they reached adulthood. Several million level energies are converging in the eastern direction. That should be their base camp. After sensing it this way, Ma Yang used instant transmission to go directly towards the east. Since there was no evil existence like Frieza and the Saiyans of planet Sala was considered gentle, this time he planned to come straight to the point and directly find the person in charge of them. About 10,000 kilometers to the east, this was the Saiyan leader's residence, which gathered the most powerful battle organization above planet Sala, the Sala Squadron. There weren't many members of the Sala Squadron, but every one of them possessed millions of power levels. Unfortunately, like the Universe 6 Saiyans, planet Sala Saiyans had lost the Super Saiyans legend, so they had empty power. They were powerful but never thought of turning into Super Saiyans. Likewise, the Great Ape transformation would never happen, as the Great Ape transformation no longer enhances their strength, and their tails have long since disappeared over the long haul. As Saiyans with different veins from planet Vegeta, they were born without tails and could not transform into giant apes. Wow! Ma Yang landed in front of a glorious imperial palace with 2 rows of guards on either side. Who are you? The Saiyans in charge of guarding the imperial palace snapped after seeing Ma Yang. Ma Yang generously stepped forward and smiled. I am an Earthman from distant Earth. I came here today to visit planet Salan on business, hoping to meet your leader. An Earthman? One of the guards muttered to himself. Are you sure you're not a Saiyan? Ma Yang was startled and whirled around to laugh. Earthlings may be similar to the Saiyans over here, but I am indeed Earthlings. The Saiyan in charge of guarding looked up and down at Ma Yang and said, You wait for a moment, I'll go in and inform. With that, he asked the Saiyan warrior next to him to watch Ma Yang as he entered the imperial palace alone. Ma Yang stood idly, waiting. About a few minutes passed, and the Saiyan came out. He said, Come with me, our king is willing to see you. Thank you. Ma Yang thanked him, then followed the guards into the imperial palace. The entire imperial palace had long corridors. The walls depicted all kinds of beautiful pictures, including battles, capturing beasts, and ancient rituals. Soon, they came to a spacious courtyard, and the guardian said, Our king is just ahead, so go over there. Ma Yang nodded his head and walked over as he took stock. Secretly, he felt that many powerful masters were lurking around him. If it weren't for his powerful senses, no one else would be able to perceive it. You are the human from Earth? There was a clear voice, and the speaker wasn't very old. Ma Yang approached, only to discover that the other side was also a young man with black hair and a handsome face. Was he the Saiyan leader of planet Sala? It was inevitably too young. Ma Yang nodded his head. That's right. I'm from the Earth. The young man on the other side brightened his eyes and repeatedly nodded. I've long known that there are races on Earth that look exactly like Saiyans. When I see you today, it is indeed so. If you hadn't admitted it yourself, I would have taken you as a Saiyan. Saying that, the young man opposite made a request. Can you release all of your ki? I feel that you possess powerful ki within you. You also call the energy ki? Ma Yang was startled. The term ki should be unique to Earth. Why would someone on the distant planet Sala also call energy that way? Moreover, they actually knew the existence of the Earth. Of course, this is our name that has been passed down since ancient times. The young Saiyan leader smiled. My name is Wayne, the leader of the Saiyans of planet Sala. My name is Maayang, I'm an Earthling. Let me see your strength. The young Saiyan leader, Wayne, said again. Maayang shrugged his shoulders and also generously stopped hiding, and immediately releasing his collected ki. In a moment, the small courtyard was in a frenzy as the powerful to 7.2 million power level swirling into a lingering whirlwind that blew everything in the courtyard around. Wayne's eyes were glowing. He put his hand to his forehead to ward off the violent whirlwind. He said excitedly, "Awesome, are Earthlings such a powerful race?" Maayang gathered his ki and shook his head. "No, I'm just an exception. Earthlings are very weak and have a single-digit power level." Wayne was taken aback. "Then you're an amazing genius. My opportunities are better." Maayang lamented. Honestly, when he first knew that he was in the Dragon Ball world and that his identity was that of an Earthling, he never thought that he could possess such great strength. "You're humble." Perhaps it was because he was also a young man, or out of respect for the strong, Wayne was very friendly to Maayang. Chapter 247. May I ask what brings you to planet Sala to see me? Earth isn't that close to here. I came here to look for my wife. Next, Maayang said roughly what happened to Mixia. In the beginning, to get rid of my wife's identity as a demonic soul, I chose to have her reincarnated. I specifically arranging for her to be reincarnated as a Saiyan, but there seems to be a problem with that. At first, he thought that Mixia would reincarnate on planet Vegeta, so he didn't search beforehand. No one thought that Mixia would actually reincarnate on top of the distant planet Sala. After hearing this, Wayne's expression was a bit odd, and he asked, "Did you just said that your wife had split her soul into two people before reincarnating?" Maayang nodded. "That's right. That's Planet Yardrat's divine divided soul tempering secret technique. May I see your wife's appearance in her previous life?" Wayne continued to ask. Maayang was surprised but still took out some photos of Mixia, in which Mixia was smiling with a bright smile. Her green hair was flowing, and her beautiful turquoise eyes were as clear as a lake. Some of these photos were of Mixia herself. A few of them were of her appearance when she attended the World Martial Arts Tournament as Nelly. She has green eyes. Wayne looked at the photos of Mixia's everyday life, and then his gaze rested on Melly's photo. Huh? If this is your wife, Mixia, then who is this one? Wayne pointed to the picture of Melly. Maayang said, "My wife knows a little bit of shape-shifting, and this is one of her after her transformation. I think her name was Melly at the time." Haha, what a similarity. Wayne laughed out loud and couldn't help but shake his head. Maayang looked at Wayne in confusion and suddenly had a flash of light in his head and asked, "Do you know where she is?" "Yes, it looks like you won't have to go looking for her. I know where your wife is." Wayne pointed to the picture of Melly. "According to you, she's about 8 or 9 years old now, and the one I know fits the bill." "Where is she?" Maayang asked emotionally. "Don't worry, I think she'll be here soon." A faint smile appeared on Wayne's face. Sure enough, not long after he finished speaking, a clear and lively voice rang out in their ears as a pale blue silhouette rushed over. "Whoa, whose key was that? It's so strange but so powerful. Look, here she comes." Wayne shrugged his shoulders. Maayang sniffed and looked. He saw a little girl wearing pale blue short sleeves running in. She had black hair tied in a ponytail, fair and smooth skin, and watery eyes. To Maayang's surprise, her pair of eyes were actually not the black of the Saiyans, but a shimmering turquoise luster. She had the same eye color as Mixia. Was she Super Saiyan? Hey, this little girl's appearance was clearly the infant version of Melly. Maayang rubbed her eyes repeatedly. The girl in front of her was indeed the juvenile version of Melly. Looking at Maayang's surprised appearance, Wayne laughed. "This is my sister, Melia. Her eye color is different from a normal Saiyan. I didn't know the reason before, but now after hearing your words I understand. It should be influenced by her previous life." "Melia." Maayang muttered to himself. The moment he saw Melia, he knew that Melia was definitely the reincarnation of Mixia. On her body, Maayang had sensed traces of Whiskod power, which would at some point awaken the memories of her past life. There was no mistake. Maayang was once again sure that Melia was the reincarnation of Mixia. "Brother, who is this uncle? Did he emit the key just now?" Melia ran a few steps closer and circled Maayang several times, excitedly saying, "Uncle, let me see your strength again." "Uncle?" Maayang couldn't laugh or cry. Although there was nothing wrong with Melia calling him uncle with his age, the problem was that his appearance was still very young. Wayne then walked up to Melia and whispered in her ear. Melia blushed and spat when she heard, "Who was his wife?" "Don't lie to me, brother. He was indeed your husband in a previous life and is now coming over to take you back." Wayne looked at Maayang and Melia as if they were jokes. His sister actually had a husband at a young age, This was so unexpected. However, although it was the first time he met Miang, his senses towards Miang were excellent. The Saiyans respected the strongest, and he recognized Miang's strength. Also, he had traveled thousands of miles to find his wife's reincarnation. From these 2 points alone, he had no reason to stop Miang. I believed in you. Melia stomped her foot. Her eyes swiveled around, and glared hard at Miang. If you want me to go with you, at least show me enough strength. Well, what do you want me to do? Miang smiled lightly. He could see that although Melia was very childish, she didn't seem to reject him much, which was enough. When Mixia's memories awakened a little bit in the future, he was confident that she would follow him to death. Of course, it would be best to complete the process before Mixia's memories awaken so that both memories wouldn't clash with each other. Unleash your power. Make sure it's stronger than it was before. Melia quirked. No problem. Miang readily agreed. He looked at the little girl's tender face and said in his heart, wait a moment, you don't want to be too surprised. Upon thinking of the little girl's stunned appearance later, Miang's heart was filled with anticipation. You have to watch carefully. I'm about to start releasing ki now. His eyes glanced at Melia's delicate little face, which still had the appearance of Mixia's former life. Miang's heart was beating, and he worked very hard to show his power. In a moment, enormous power was released. The first thing he showed was his normal power, 7.2 million power level, which in Planet Sala was also definitely a rank of masters. Humphrey, not bad. It's similar to the aunts and uncles of the Sala Squadron. Melia curled her lips. Miang shook his head and shouted violently, twice, Keo-ken. A dark red color rose and attached itself to the white flames while the ki on his body soared double. Looking at Melia's stunned appearance, Miang smiled inwardly. The good show was still to come. The Saiyans worshipped the strongest, so he didn't believe that he couldn't attract her attention. Triple Keo-ken. 4 times Keo-ken. 5 times Keo-ken. 6 times Keo-ken. Miang's power kept climbing. By the time he displayed his 6 times Keo-ken, the entire giant planet Sala had shaken violently. The vibrant atmosphere was spreading out vastly, and Melia had been entirely stunned. Her 2 green eyes looked dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Good. Awesome. Melia mouthed a small murmur. The young Saiyan leader beside her, Wayne, was also frightened. Although the Saiyans on top of planet Sala was also powerful, because there was no way for them to transform into Super Saiyans, the most powerful warriors on top of planet Sala were only capable of some extent. In front of him, this Earthman actually had ki comparable to the strongest warriors on planet Sala, making Wayne sigh in his heart. How's my strength? Miang maintained his 6 times Keo-ken. Although he could still barely use his 7 times Keo-ken to raise his power level to 50 million, as a display, his current strength was enough. Melia, somewhat blushed with shame, grunted and said proudly, it's not bad. I'll barely admit that uncle is outstanding. Ha ha ha, since Melia has admitted it, then we will be family from now on. Melia will follow you in the future, so Miang, you have to take good care of her for me. Wayne didn't care at all if it was appropriate for Melia's age to follow Miang. Instead, he was quick to make sure. Brother, I'm just admitting that he's a bit powerful, Melia shouted petulantly. Wayne waved his hand, it's all the same. Miang was your husband in your previous life, you can become stronger by following him. Melia brightened and raised her head proudly, then I'll reluctantly agree to it. Miang and Wayne looked at each other. Everything was on the line. Wayne wanted to bring Miang close, and Miang was also in need of a reason to take Melia. The two could be said to be on the same page. Chapter 248 At night, the Imperial Palace was lit up with lights. Wayne, as the leader of the Saiyans, hosted a grand welcoming banquet. Melia ate heavily during the banquet, completely lacking a few manners, and behaving so rudely. However, although her behavior fell into Miang's eyes, it had a different meaning in his eyes. Melia's personality is very similar to Universe 6's Caulifla. Shallowly sipping a glass, Miang walked over to Melia's side and sat down. Melia, do you want to become stronger? Melia's mouth was covered in grease, and her lips were not clear. Of course, are you going to teach me? Miang took out a tissue and wiped it on her little mouth. That's right. Follow me, I can make you stronger. Do you want to learn that technique I did earlier? Miang was now acting like an uncle who was seducing little Luai. When in reality, it wasn't even a matter of similarity because he really was now seducing little Luai. Melia looked at Miang, teach me quickly. Miang smiled, that technique is called the Keo-ken. As long as the body can withstand it, it can continuously amplify the ki in the body. It's a very magical technique. Melia nodded like a chicken and was suddenly wary. Are you hitting on me like an odd uncle? Although you're strong, there are some things you can't do. Miang laughed dumbly. How can you think like that? Even if you were my wife in your previous life, I still have to wait until you grow up. I trust you for now. Melia glanced at Miang, then her attention drawn back to those delicious foods on the table. Saiyans have initially been a race that worshipped the strong and didn't place any importance on formal ethics. As long as she could make herself stronger, even if she followed Miang, Melia wouldn't find it offensive. Miang smiled faintly. The first contact with Melia seemed to have a good start. At that moment, the Saiyan leader Wayne came over with a wine glass. Miang saw him coming, stood up, and nodded towards him. It seems that Melia doesn't have a problem with you. Wayne smiled. She's still young and doesn't really know what I have to do with her. Miang looked at Melia beside him and smiled slightly. Wayne said, we, Saiyans, will have a pure relationship, as long as it looks pleasing to the eye. Often, two people who look too good for each other will soon form a team for missions and will start a family in the future. Miang smiled. Trained from a young age, it fits the Saiyan's personality. Wayne sighed, it can't be helped. The number of Saiyans is too small, and we love fighting, so how can we have time to nurture our feelings? Otherwise, the population won't be able to maintain. Compared to Earthlings, Saiyans were really a minority. To maintain the population numbers, the Saiyans had to make workarounds to every strategy. Marrying from a young age was not an option. Of course, the Saiyans were a very pure race, basically from start to finish. They didn't have as many detours as the Earthlings. By the way, I have something to tell you. It's about Melia. Wayne hesitated and called out Miang alone. Melia is an amazing genius, extremely talented in combat. However, she has had an unusual power since childhood. Sometimes she is prone to violence. Miang said, it's a superpower. I think Nixia's soul brings it. Wayne shook his head. Not only that. Melia's superpowers are powerful, and she is even more terrifying when she storms out. So even though she's been yelling about going out on missions for the past few years, I've stopped her from going. What's going on? Miang's expression became serious. Wayne said, this is something that Melia doesn't even know. Her eyes will turn gold when she is storming, and her ki will grow to a terrifying level. I know that your strength can suppress her, but I still have to warn you. How often is this happening? It happened a total of 3 times, and each time it caused great damage. If it weren't for the Sala Squadron who took action, the entire palace would have been demolished by her. Miang knitted his brows. The Saiyans of planet Sala were extremely talented and would generally have 100,000 power level when they reached adulthood. As one of the few extremely talented ones, Wayne, Melia, and some powerful warriors even had super strength. For example, Melia already had a 20,000 power level at a young age. However, if Melia could even tear down the Imperial Palace, how much power did she have? Wait, Miang suddenly thought of something. He asked evenly, does Melia's eyes turn to gold? Yes. I saw it clearly. The last storm was 2 years ago. The Imperial Palace would have been gone if it hadn't been discovered earlier. Wayne recalled the situation and became a bit more composed. Did she turn to the legendary Super Saiyans? Miang muttered. However, the legendary Super Saiyans, such as Broly, wouldn't be so easily outraged, either. Was it the same as Universe 6's Kale? What? Wayne asked confusedly. Miang's face was serious. I probably know about Melia. It's most likely a legendary Super Saiyan. However, since her eyes are usually green, it might not be what I think, but it's at least a mutated Saiyan. If Melia really was a legendary Super Saiyan, then Miang would be under a lot of pressure. If he didn't work hard, he might soon be caught up by Melia. However, these were just his guesses. Melia might just be a somewhat mutated ordinary Saiyan as well. After listening to Miang's words, Wayne mouthed, legendary Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. I seem to have seen this name in the dictionary. In fact, legendary Super Saiyan was different from Super Saiyan. Legendary Super Saiyan was more like a variation of Super Saiyan. Like the Saiyans of the Universe 6, the Saiyans of planet Sala had also lost their Super Saiyan's lore. Miang wondered if something had happened back then, to the point that Saiyan's tailless lineage from the 2 universes had uniformly lost their Super Saiyan legacy. The conversation between Miang and Wayne roughly ended here. After telling Miang about Melia's situation, he eagerly went to the palace's library. He browsed through the ancient texts as if the Super Saiyan's name that Miang said had touched something. A few days passed, and Miang began to live on top of planet Sala. These days he got along with Melia very well. Although this little girl was a little crazy and arrogant, she was quite obedient. It gave Miang a feeling of training Nixia as a child. In the courtyard, Miang sat on a reclining chair. His eyes were flatly watching the little girl hone her fists and feet in the courtyard. Watching the endless winds swirl around Melia, with waves of powerful ki being released around her, Maiyang nodded his head. Melia's talent was too good. When she became an adult, she might be a terrifying master. Suddenly, a whirlwind attacked, and a muffled sound of powerful power piercing through the air. There was an agile figure attacking Melia. Seeing this, Maiyang instinctively wanted to make a move to stop it, but his careful sensing didn't reveal any malicious intent, so he sat down again. His bright eyes firmly focused on Melia and the person who attacked her. It was a little girl in a long black shirt, about the same size as Melia, and very close in strength. After the two of them tangled for a while, Melia finally got the better of her. Her palm slapped the void with a muffled sound like yellow bells, and with a fling, she threw the little girl over towards Maiyang. Dang! Maiyang stretched out his palm and subtly placed it on that little girl's back, removing the force from her. Thank you. The little girl whispered her thanks towards Maiyang. It's fine. After saying that, Maiyang saw the little girl's appearance clearly, and he was stunned. This little girl actually looked exactly the same as Melia, only her eyes were normal black. What was going on? How could there be two Melia? Uncle, she's my sister, Melis. She just got back from outer space. Melia's brittle voice sounded. Maiyang was startled. Do you have a sister? Melia was surprised. Yeah, didn't my brother tell you about you? Not at all. It was a bit chaotic for Maiyang. Both Melia and Melis looked exactly like the Melia that Mixia had transformed, except Melia's eyes were green, and Melis was normal black. Previously, he had confirmed that Melia was indeed carrying the god power left by Whis in her body. However, now, he had actually found Whis god power on Melia's body as well. What was going on? How could Whis god power be in both Melia and Melis? Which of them was the reincarnation of Mixia, or was it both? At this moment, Maiyang felt his skull began to hurt. Chapter 249. Looking at the energetic and lovely sisters, Maiyang looked left and right and couldn't tell the difference. Was there an error in Mixia's reincarnation too? Just when Maiyang's mind started to wonder, Wayne came over and saw Melia and Melis surrounding Maiyang. He then smiled. You've already met my other sister. Maiyang said in distress, I can't tell which one is the reincarnation of Mixia now. They both have traces of their pre-reincarnation. Maybe they both are. Wayne smiled. That's what I thought, Maiyang said. But how does one reincarnation become two? Wayne laughed. Didn't you say earlier that your wife had split her soul into two parts before she was reincarnated? I think that's the problem. Huh? Maiyang recalled how Mixia looked before she was reincarnated. Both Whis and Shinran seemed to think of them as two people, so was that really the problem? Planet Yardrat's divine divided soul tempering was very safe. The problem was later in Mixia's actions. Planet Ambra's spring of life strengthened both souls, and Whis and Shinran's god power indirectly contributed to this. What if they both really are? What should I do? Maiyang pondered the question. Then you'll have to take them both. Wayne's answer was even crisper. My brother-in-law, were you afraid that you couldn't send your sister out? Wayne looked at Maiyang seriously and said, I actually didn't want to give them to you, but they are both born from the same race. Their minds seemed to be connected. It was pretty troublesome that one's senses and feelings would appear in the other's body. Mainly, Wayne felt that the two sisters were usually very troublesome. It would be better to give them both away than to give up one of them anyway. Looks like I'll have to take them both. Maiyang immediately said righteously. It didn't matter which one was Mixia. The two of them had to follow one man since their hearts were connected, and that man could only be him. Maiyang couldn't let one of them be left out no matter what, or else wouldn't he be unresponsible for Mixia? Wayne envied. It was so unfair. Our Saiyans were already small in number, and now you've taken two of them. It's a good thing you're exactly like Saiyans in strength and looks. If it wasn't for the fact that the two sisters might indeed be his wives, there was no way Wayne would have let them leave the Saiyan race. Speaking of which, you really aren't a Saiyan? I'm sure. I'm from the Earth. Maiyang was very sure. While Maiyang and Wayne were talking, Melia and Melis were also communicating. The two sisters were sneaking glances at Maiyang from time to time. Sister, is that uncle really so powerful? Melis whispered. Yes. He's amazing. 2 blasts and the whole planet Sala would shake. Melia was thrilled. But he's taking us away. Don't you have it in your heart that you'd like that? Melia snorted. Melis blushed. It's because you've influenced me. I don't even know him. It doesn't matter whether I know him or not. I like that uncle, and the most important is that he's so powerful. I've never left planet Sala, so I'm going to go out and have fun this time. Melia curled her lips, her pink sculpted face flushed with excitement. But I feel like this is like packing up and giving myself away. Melis shook her head. This kind of feeling was uneasy for Melis. It was evident that they didn't even know each other. However, Being influenced by her sister, she couldn't even feel any resistance in her heart, making it seem like an accessory. This was the end of the twin sisters whispering as they saw Maayang and Wayne walking over. Maayang squatted down and touched the two little girls on their heads. I've already agreed with Wayne that from today onwards, you will follow me, and I will teach you how to practice. Melia opened her round eyes. You have to promise to teach us and make us very strong. I won't follow you if I'm not happy. Maayang smiled. Of course. Wayne said, I'll leave the two of them to you. Don't forget to bring them back from time to time. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. After saying that, Maayang nodded down towards Wayne. He then put his hand upon his brow and extended a hand to the sisters. You two take my hand. What for? Melia said so with her mouth, but her small hand still honestly reached over and grasped Maayang's hand. Maliz was affected by Melia's influence and also unknowingly reached over his hand. Let's go. We'll come back sometime. As soon as the clear voice had fallen, Maayang's instant transmission had been launched. In a moment, his shadow disappeared with the sisters from planet Sala. This sudden disappearance ability seems to be the instant transmission of the long-lost planet Beiyaduoda. Looking at Maayang and his sisters suddenly disappearing, Wayne's eyes lit up, and the name of planet Beiyaduoda appeared in his mind. 2 days ago, after hearing the terms legendary Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan from Maayang, he plunged headlong into the hide and looked through the books therein. From the old documents, he found information about the Super Saiyan. At the same time, he also found the term planet Beiyaduoda. According to the document, planet Beiyaduoda seemed to have helped them seal something amazing. If Maayang were here, he would be shocked because when he was in planet Yardration Sita also said that their ancestors had helped the ancient planet Sala people seal something. The two seemed to be talking about the same thing. That was interesting. Beiyan and Yardration might have been of the same race. On the other side, on a planet very far away from planet Sala, Maayang appeared with the sisters on a mountain full of strange peaks and rocks. Wow, what is this place, and how did we get here? Melia chattered like a lark and talked non-stop. Maayang smiled. I don't know where this place is, but it's just a random transfer based on instant transmission. Instant transmission? Melia opened her eyes wide. Her turquoise eyes filled with a desire to learn as if to say, hurry up and teach me. She then looked at her sister Maliz, which had the same expression. The two sisters were really soulmates. Maayang shook his head. I can't teach you the instant transmission. You need to go to planet Yardra to learn it yourself. However, I can teach you ways to increase your power. It's that the Keioken you used before? Melia was even happier. That's right. The Keioken can improve your power level and is most suitable for Saiyans to learn. The Keioken was Kai's favorite technique. Although Whis and Grand Kai derided it, it was still a very useful technique under the current stage. Since these twin sisters were both reincarnations of Mixia, of course, Maayang had to teach them the good stuff. Melia nodded her head without stopping. Maayang smiled at her. Melia was much more eccentric than the previous Mixia. Then with a casual wave of his hand, Maayang opened the accelerated world channel. A magical power projected down, quickly drawing them in. Where is this place again? For the sudden shift in the surroundings, Melia looked directly at Maayang. Maayang said, this is my accelerated world. This small planet has a diameter of 20 kilometers. From today onwards, you will be training here. Since the gravity of planet Sala was 50 times that of Earth, so to exert a little pressure on the sisters, Maayang directly mobilized the power of the world and added 60 times stronger gravity field to their bodies. The gravity that suddenly became stronger was applied to the two sisters' bodies, making Melia's and Mali's legs trembled, almost falling to the ground. Buzzing. Two powerful forces erupted from their bodies. 20,000 power level erupted. The two sisters were pale and fighting so hard against the powerful gravity. The glistening sweat was soon oozing from their foreheads. Chapter 250 Maayang gazed calmly at Melia and Maliz, silently nodding in his heart. Worthy of being a Saiyan of planet Sala. Either originating from their bloodline or being born knowing how to train Ki, their talent was much better than planet Vegeta's Saiyans. The strongest Saiyans in the entire planet Vegeta was not as good as them in combat. The Ki in you is perfectly formed. However, before you learn Keioken, you have to grasp the subtleties of Ki more seriously, or else the suddenly enhanced Ki will directly crush your bodies. Maayang was like a strict teacher and began to educate them strictly. The sisters would be his wives when they grew up, and for their good, they couldn't waste the talent in them. Fortunately, the Saiyans of planet Sala was just like the Earthlings, paying much attention to the training of Ki. Although the fine aspects were not as painstakingly researched as the Earthlings, the origin seemed to be the same. Maayang taught them without the trouble of starting all over again. First, You guys need to overcome 60 times gravity to bring out the potential of your body, then I will teach you how to control the ki in your body." The two girls nodded stubbornly and thoughtfully as their bodies continued to tremble. After about 10 minutes had passed, Maayang saw that both girls were almost exhausted. So, he withdrew the powerful gravity and stuffed one senzubin into each of them, allowing them to recover quickly. Chewing the senzubin and swallowing it, a surge of energy immediately flowed through her body. Melia got excited and jumped out of the central planet's range with a bounce but was quickly pulled back by a gravitational force. Remember this feeling of excitement. Don't let it go, and try to control it a little. Maayang said as his arm sliced across the void. A large mass of ki gathered under his control, condensing into a crystal. He was then inputting his perceptions into it, quickly producing a more basic martial crystal. Planet Sola's training experience was rich. However, the sisters were still very young and didn't have much essence. At this time, Maayang chose to let them comprehend their martial arts path. The sisters also seemed to see that Maayang was really serious about teaching them, so they happily sat around the purple martial crystal on either side. Soon, a profound and mysterious insight was intuitively displayed in front of their eyes. Their eyes were glowing with brilliance as they continuously absorbed the knowledge within. At this time, a piece of soft blue body leaped over from afar, directly lying on Maayang's head. "Gaia, stop it. Now, I'm training them." Maayang patted Gaia, and the creature quieted down. Squeak. Gaia jumped around the sisters, smelling their ki. Half a day later, Melia and Meliz awoke from the realization of the martial crystal. By this time, both seemed to have learned a lot, and their ki was a little more inward. "Oh my gosh, I'm so dirty." Melia yelped, smelling something strange on her body. "So dirty." Meliz flattened her mouth, also a little unhappy. Maayang laughed. "You guys were sweating from enduring 60 times gravity and sitting still for so long before, so you naturally carry some sweat smell on your body. It's so annoying, I want to take a shower. Is there any water here?" Melia jumped up, looking for the location of the pool. However, the central planet was just that big, and it was all flat green space at a glance, so how could there be a place for her to bathe? Maayang saw the situation and shook his head. The former soul state of Mixia would not care about this. He immediately waved his arm and reclaimed a hot spring not far away. The water in it was still steaming hot. "If you want to take a bath, go over there." "Wow, hot tub." Melia shouted with wow, taking off her pale blue short sleeves and pants as she ran, not even minding that Maayang would see her body. As she plopped down, Melia jumped into the hot spring, happily playing in the water. When Meliz saw it, she also stripped off her clothes and jumped down. The two sisters seemed to be defenseless against themselves. However, what could such little girls know? While picking up the clothes that Melia and Meliz threw on the grass, Maayang smiled lightly as he watched them play in the hot spring. Melia and Meliz weren't tall yet. Their skin was fair and pink, and their whole body was like a scrub board. 8-year-old girls, their body was nothing to look at. At this moment, Maayang somewhat misses Mixia's mature body. So, he took out the 2 bionic robots that Mixia had used before, tidying up their clothes. The tight black dresses outline an excellent curve. The figure was soft and voluptuous, or was it Mixia's body? There was a clatter, and Melia climbed up wetly from the sink, standing curiously next to Mixia's bionic robot. "Uncle, who are these two?" Maayang said, "She is your past life." Melia looked curiously. "Did my past life look this pretty?" Maayang glanced at Melia and saw that her wet hair was dripping with water droplets. Her body was naked, so he brought a dry towel to cover her body and wiped off the droplets for her. He then wrapped her up in a bath towel, just like Bulma took care of Goku in the original story. "Don't just walk around naked from now on." Hee hee. Melia squinted her eyes and spat her tongue, not caring at all. Maayang shook his head. It seemed like there was still a long way to go to educate them. Waving towards Meliz, Maayang also dried her off. By the way, the two of them were still the princesses of planet Sala, and being born that way, they couldn't enjoy the life of a big fish and meat. So he needed to treat them better. In the following days, Maayang taught them the training techniques of Ki in the accelerated world. Both sisters were brilliant Saiyans. With the help of Maayang's martial arts crystal, they could soon control the Ki in their bodies with precision. At this time, Maayang could start teaching them Keioken. By the way, when Mixia was in the North Kai's planet, she had also learned the Keioken. However, she didn't have that memory in this life, so she had to start from the beginning. Melia and Meliz were quick learners. In 3 months, they had mastered the basic technique of how to perform Keioken. Twice, Keioken. Twice, Keioken. 2 delicate voices rang out one after another, and dark red light shone as Melia and Meliz used twice Keioken. A wild wind swept up, 40,000 power levels swept out in a moment, and the entire world became windswept. Miang looked on with a shallow smile. Not bad. You have already mastered the technique of applying Keioken. Although Miang had taught them Keioken, it was equally forbidden for them to use more than twice Keioken. In his words, the two sisters' bodies had not yet grown, and forcing them to use high multiples of Keioken in their too tender state would affect their physical development. Since the sisters had seen their former appearance, they were envious of Mixia's figure body that was voluptuous in the way it should be bumpy and concave. However, they also refrained from using more than twice Keioken to avoid affecting their development. Uncle, look at us, we've learned Keioken. So, take us out for a walk. Melia freckled and pulled Miang's hand. These past few months, Miang had become much closer to them, and the sisters had become more pampered in front of him. Does Melis want to go out too? Yeah. Melis nodded. Good, I'll take you guys out. Miang waved a big hand and very readily agreed. This was an excellent opportunity to nurture a relationship with the sisters. Miang was going to raise them from a young age, just like April said, so that they would somehow become dependent on him. This way, when they awaken their memories of Mixia in the future, there won't be any conflicts. Their personalities will be integrated to the maximum extent. Chapter 251 Planet Sala was located on the east side of the galaxy. It was a light green middle-level planet. The planet was not very large, but because it was at the intersection of several shipping routes, it was the most prosperous trade planet in the nearby star fields and was one of the more critical planets in this galaxy. Today, there were 3 strangers on the pale green planet. Miang held a little lily in each of his left and right hands, leading them around the street. Perhaps because she had never left planet Sala, Melia showed strong curiosity and felt exceptionally rare in everything she looked at. Uncle, look at those aliens, they look so strange. Melia pointed with her finger at the aliens with 6 arms not far away. Miang smiled. Don't make a fuss. There are all sorts of strange races in this universe. Live forms with upright limbs like us are collectively called humans, and they just have a few extra arms. Melia smiled and looked around, happily grabbing the corner of Miang's coat. Seeing the calm face of Melis beside her, she asked, Melis, aren't you curious? Melis shook her head. What's too curious about? I go out on missions all the time with my older sister from the academy. I've seen even stranger aliens. Melia cried out, that's great. Wayne is so biased. He lets you go out on missions but never allows me to leave planet Sala. I wonder why. Melis licked her bottom lip. Miang smiled at Melia. The reason why Wayne didn't allow Melia to leave planet Sala was known to him. It was because he was afraid that she would lose control of her outburst out there. Thinking that Melia might be a legendary Super Saiyan or a mutant Saiyan, Miang's heart dropped. Melia's situation was precarious, she needed to be treated as soon as possible. Miang asked Melis in a low voice, Melis, you and Melia's mind are connected, so do you usually have any sudden emotional outbursts or uncontrollable situations? Melis tilted her head in thought and said in a lovely, clear voice, no. Nothing out of the ordinary at all? In the meantime, Miang knitted his brows. Nothing. Melis thought carefully, not knowing what Miang was going to ask. She then suddenly said, I remembered, strange things seem to have happened. I heard from a senior sister who was on a mission together said I've suddenly fainted several times while on a mission. Then after examination, nothing is the cause. Did you faint for no apparent reason? Miang jotted down this situation of Melis and looked at the twin sisters seriously. It seemed that both sisters had some problems with the state of their souls. Perhaps due to one soul splitting into 2, there was some residue on their souls. Gaia's spring of life has a strengthening effect on both soul and body, try to drink them later. Thinking this in his mind, Miang did not dwell on this aspect. Next, he brought the sisters to have a good time on this trade planet. On top of the trade planet, besides providing areas for the aliens of various planets to trade goods with each other, tourism was also the pillar industry of this planet. Miang took the 2 little girls to play in the playgrounds of the major cities. The sisters, who had never been exposed to these before, laughed happily and let out silver bell-like laughter from time to time. Uncle, look at those fish, they look good. In an undersea city, Melia's little face was glued to the glass window. Her eyes were glaring at the fish swimming around in the deep sea, continually shouting at Miang. It would be a big mistake to say that she liked those fish because judging from the saliva being secreted from the corner of Melia's mouth at this time, she was clearly hungry. Do you want to eat fish? Miang's palm over Melia's fluffy hair. Melia nodded busily, touching her belly. I'm hungry. Uncle, I'm hungry too, Melis called out as well. Miang laughed. Since you're all hungry, let's stop playing. I'll take you to a big meal. Uh-oh. Let's go eat a big meal. The 2 little girls danced around, The expression of their emotions was straightforward. Melia jumped straight onto Ma Yang's back and let him carry her on his back. Her sister's eyes flashed, and her body floated to follow Ma Yang. Ma Yang laughed softly, looking at the sisters. It was as if he saw the appearance of Mixia as a child. The meal was in full swing that only the dishes on the table kept piling high, and the two people who were eating like crazy had no intention of stopping. The surrounding waiters and aliens had been stunned. They had never seen a race that could eat so well. The crackling and clashing of chopsticks continued. Soon, the new food entered the twin sisters' stomachs again. The plates piled up again in a large stack. Ma Yang watched with interest, taking out paper towels to wipe down their grease-stained faces. He then shouted to the waiter, "Quickly bring up 2 more servings of the most delicious food." "Oh, yes." The waiter was stunned and slowed his response by a beat. "Eat slowly. No one's stealing from you." Melia took 1 bite of steamed bun, then grabbed another roasted chicken and tore it apart. Suddenly, she was choking and punching her chest hard. When Ma Yang saw her, he quickly stroked her back and handed her a cup of water. Melia hiccuped, "Oh, so refreshing. Uncle, do you not know that a big mouthful of meat is more delicious?" Melis nodded along, "Exactly." Ma Yang shrugged, "I really didn't know that." The Saiyans were a big eater and could consume 100 servings of food in one meal. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to afford to feed these 2 snackers. However, to Ma Yang, money and everything else was nothing, so it wasn't a problem as long as these 2 girls were happy. It could be seen that Ma Yang was really pampering them. It was said that a daughter was his father's lover in his previous life. She chased him from his previous life to this one, reluctantly. This was quite a wonderful thing to say and quite divine at first glance. Anyway, Ma Yang was already almost unable to tell whether he was raising a wife or a daughter. After gorging themselves, Melia and Melis touched their propped-up little bellies and lay down on the chairs very contentedly. They hadn't eaten so much for a long time. In the past, when they were on planet Sala, Wayne would control their food and wouldn't give them such a big meal at all. Ma Yang was a little suspicious that Wayne was just trying to get them off as quickly as possible because these 2 girls were so good at eating. After eating and playing, you guys should practice well next. There are still quite a few springs of life in my accelerated world. You guys should go in and take a sip when you have time. It will be good for your growth. Melia blinked, "Can it help us grow up quickly?" Ma Yang was startled and smiled, "Of course, that's impossible. You guys aren't even at the developmental stage yet." Melia was a little disappointed. She was envious of Mixia's 2 bionic human bodies. "Nah, uncle, what kind of person was I in my past life?" Melia was interested in her past life and had something to find out. Now even Melis was listening intently with her ears perked up. "Your past lives?" Ma Yang remembered Mixia's bright smile. Mixia is a very naive and straightforward person. Sometimes she still has a little bit of a heart, but it will be enjoyable to get along with her. He then told them in detail about his life with Mixia. Melia nodded her head in satisfaction after hearing it. "That's just like me, worthy of my former life." Suddenly looking up and down at Melia, Ma Yang added, "I don't know about the future, but there is one thing that is different about you guys now." "Which part is different?" Melia asked with interest. Ma Yang laughed, "Mixia is a very filthy girl. The reason why you have become 2 people may be that there is some ulterior motive existing in her heart." Of course, the latter sentence was a joke. "Filthy?" Melia tilted her head. "What do you mean?" Ma Yang said, "You don't need to know. When your memories awaken a little in the future, you'll naturally understand." "When will that be? Tell me quickly." Melia was itching, and under her influence, it was as if there were also many ants crawling in Melia's heart. Ma Yang laughed, "You guys are still young, I can't tell you. If you want to know this, at least wait until you grow up. When Mixia's memories awakened, there would be no need for him to tell them, they would understand." Chapter 252. In the following days, Ma Yang took them to play while heading to Earth in the North area. In general, his relationship with the twin sisters was pleasant. For the 2 young girls, Ma Yang gave them his utmost affection. Not only teaching them the training but also taking care of their lives. Fortunately, they were very obedient and obeyed Ma Yang's rules. In addition to guiding the twin sisters' training, Ma Yang also had to practice. They would enter the accelerated world and use the time flow to make up for the time lost on road trips. Taking them all the way to go from planet Sala to the North area, Ma Yang wasn't in a hurry. From time to time, they stayed on beautiful planets for a while. When they encountered beast planets, they would take them on hunting trips, making the ordinary days were full of fun. 2 months later, an imaginary shadow flashed in space. Ma Yang brought the sisters back to the galaxy where the Earth was. South area, a cold and snowy planet. "Uncle, what is this place? It's so cold." Melia humped out a breath of cold air. Soon, a white cloud of air condensed in the air. This planet's temperature was about 20 degrees below zero. The twin sisters with thin bodies couldn't endure the freezing environment. We have now arrived at the galaxy where the Earth is located. This should be a planet in the south area. Yang judged based on the astro chart in his brain because he was moving with instant transmission to find powerful key to teleport. The route deviated from the standard spaceship navigation route. The exact location was not very clear to Yang. Seeing the shivering appearance of the sisters, Yang waved his hand. Soft power was released and enveloped their bodies, making the shivering chill disappeared without a trace. No way. As a Saiyan warrior, you guys don't have enough resistance to the cold. Yang shook his head. So, to strengthen your resistance, I decided to stay on this planet for a while. Uncle, don't be so cruel. Melia immediately stared up with dissatisfaction. Yang eyed Melia. Can you not call me uncle? I'll be your husband later, so call me senior brother. No, it's still early. Melia was serious. Ugh, Melia, if you don't listen, you will be punished. Yang made a gesture for spanking Melia, but of course, he wouldn't actually do it. A pinch of his finger removed the protective layer around Melia and immediately put her in the middle of the snow and ice again. Whoa, it's so cold. Melia shivered and kept stomping her feet. Achoo. Melia was protected by Yang's ki but still sneezed uncontrollably. Be more obedient for me next time. Staring at Melia fiercely, Melia was much more obedient than Melia. Yang couldn't let her sister's body catch a cold because of the mistake she had made. However, just as Yang was about to add the protective layer back on Melia, he heard a popping sound. Melia fell to the ground as if she had lost consciousness. Yang, who saw Melia faint on the ground, went forward to hug her in his arms. Melia, what's wrong with you? It's hot. Melia's body seemed to burn, emitting searing heat all over her body. The ice and snow on the ground were affected by the heat and melt, rising into a hazy mist. What the hell is going on? Why did Melia suddenly faint? Yang hugged Melia in puzzlement. When his brain suddenly remembered that Melia had said she had fainted a few times before, did that mean this couldn't be a coincidence, right? The vision quickly swept over to Melia's side and saw that Melia's body was also burning with blazing heat. Her body's ki became extremely unstable, and she was puffing out. A golden and green light mixed with ki flames burning on Melia's body's surface, and terrifying ki rose. Melia's delicate body had floated unconsciously. The golden and green lights were continually shifting, and the energy was also rising. 50,000. 100,000. 150,000. Melia's energy quickly surpassed 750,000, and it was still rising. There was an invisible ripple spreading out with Melia as the center. It was so fast that it spread throughout the entire planet in the blink of an eye. Soon, the whole ice planet trembled violently. Mountains and rivers crumbled, ice and snow separated, and land plates began to fracture under the impact of the enormous energy. Is this situation of Melia's a violent storm? Yang wasn't sure. Wayne had said that Melia had stormed 3 times before, and each time she had almost demolished the palace. Now Melia's ki was increasing, so it should be the storming that Wayne had said. Yang quickly flew high into the air while holding Melia in his arms, observing Melia's changes. This was the 4th storming. A total of 4 stormings in 8 years, it would be a storming once in 2 years. Ah! Melia's mouth let out a low growl, and her eyes opened. Her original turquoise eyes tinged with a layer of golden light, and her eyes turned completely golden. Golden eyes. It's really the legendary Super Saiyan. After seeing Melia's golden eyes, Yang's face changed violently. He then felt a powerful force from Melia's body, which was far beyond imagination. 1.25 million power level. The strength of Melia in her storm state was exactly 50 times more than the original. It wasn't a Super Saiyan transformation, but it wasn't bad either. It was the power that made Melia lose control. No, Yang suddenly shook his head. If it was the legendary Super Saiyan, just like Broly, it shouldn't be that easy to lose control. Yang remembered that Broly's new version would only go berserk when he turned into grass-green hair and when his emotions were greatly stimulated. Melia's situation was different from Broly's but similar to Kale of Universe 6. However, regardless of what happened, Yang had to stop Melia first. He couldn't let her continue to run riot. Suddenly, a stream of air rose from his feet soles, and Yang instantly approached Melia's side. Melia felt someone approaching and shouted furiously, unconsciously launching a counterattack against Yang. However, the uncontrolled Melia was still no match for Yang. Yang quickly moved forward, a flash came behind Melia's body. With a snap, a hand knife struck Melia's neck. Yang's attack was like a bolt of lightning, immediately causing Melia to lose her ability to resist. The golden-green flames on her body were gradually destroyed. When all the energy disappeared, Melia's naked body appeared in front of Maiyang's eyes. The pale green clothes on her body had been burned away by the golden green flames. With a hint of worry in his eyes, Maiyang carried Melia on his shoulders. He then opened the accelerated world's passage and took the twin sisters into the accelerated world. Squeak! Gaia let out a low chirp and jumped around Maiyang. Maiyang looked at it. Go get some spring of life. With that said, Melia and Meliz were put inside the hot spring. Due to the fear that the violent state would damage the twin sisters' tender bodies, Maiyang instructed Gaia to fetch the spring of life and add it to the hot spring. Melia's situation is a bit bad. The transformation in the golden pupil state alone should be the same as an ordinary Super Saiyan, without losing her mind. Is it because of Melia's lack of innate state? Kale of Universe 6 and Brawly of Universe 7 lost control in their grass-green transformation state, and Maiyang could still understand. After all, it was a sudden increase in power by hundreds of times, and their physical state couldn't withstand it. However, Melia had just revealed the golden sunburst, so she should not have lost her mind. The only explanation was that Melia's soul lacked innate control. Looking at the two sisters soaking in the pool, Maiyang stroked his chin. Melia's problem is mostly in her soul, and Meliz is affected by her. It should have been one person, but they were hardwired to reincarnate into two. Although there is a part of Shinran's power, it still caused an innate deficiency. Inborn deficiency can only rely on the acquired to make up for it. I should send them to learn Planet Metamer's fusion technique or use Supreme Kai's Potara earrings to merge and strengthen their state of existence. Maiyang was secretly thinking about his next plan. Dragon Ball World's fusion technique and Potara earrings were both capable of producing more powerful warriors. The most famous warriors born from Planet Metamer fusion technique were none other than Vegeta and Gotenks. The Potara earrings also produced a high-powered Vegito. Both of these techniques might be able to improve Melia's condition. Chapter 253 Melia, who was soaking in the hot spring, let out a comforting whisper. Beside her, Gaia kept rolling over and sprinkling the accumulated spring of life into the pool. The only ones who were able to take a bath with the spring of life and enjoyed such treatment were the sisters and their former Mixia. Wow! Melia opened her eyes to look around and jumped right out of the pool after discovering that she was actually lying inside it. Uncle, why am I in the water? I clearly remember that it was cold around just now. Melia's naked body lay down on Maiyang's back. Her wet body leaving water stains on Maiyang's clothes all of a sudden. Maiyang pulled Melia off his body. With a little pressure, the tumbling airstream evaporated the water stains on her body. He then helped Melia dry the water droplets on her body. You really don't know what happened before? Melia shook her head. I don't know. Maiyang looked straight at Melia's delicate face, making sure that Melia really didn't know anything. He then waved his hand, and a screen appeared in the void. The picture of Melia's previous storming away was presented on the screen. In the image, Melia floated with her head down. Her hair was rising, her body was glowing gold and green, and her ki rising, looking imposing. Melia opened her turquoise eyes wide, frightened by the state of the picture. She pointed at herself in the picture and cried out strangely, "What's going on? How did I become like that?" Maiyang said, simply put, your power has gone violet, it's an out-of-control transformation state. If I'm not wrong, you should be one of the few legendary Super Saiyans among the Saiyans. This transformation is the same as the Super Saiyans, it's a legendary level transformation state. What's a Super Saiyan? Melia didn't quite understand that the legend of Super Saiyans was long gone above planet Sala. Maiyang patiently explained what Super Saiyans were and the difference between the legendary Super Saiyans and Super Saiyans. I wonder why there are no legends about Super Saiyans above planet Sala, but such legends have been circulating on planet Vegeta in the north area. To put it bluntly, once a Saiyan can break through a certain barrier, they can stimulate their internal bloodline to transform into a Super Saiyan, and their power will rise to 50 times their original power. Maiyang explained the meaning of Super Saiyan to Melia. As for the legendary Super Saiyan, it's a little different than Super Saiyan. Do you see the golden eyes state in the picture? That's your transformation and a 50 times increase in power. Melia was taken aback. If my power level has increased by 50 times, so wouldn't I just have 1.25 million power level? Melia wiggled her fingers, suddenly feeling so powerful. Seeing Melia's somewhat smug look, Maiyang clunked her on the head. What's there to be smug about? You can't control the power in your body at all, because of your violence. Even Meliz fainted. Maiyang pointed to Meliz, who was soaking in the pool. Look, Meliz isn't even awake yet. Melia covered the place where she was hit and blinked her eyes, but that's powerful. Maiyang sighed. That's why Ween won't let you leave planet Sala. If you keep losing control, Meliz's life will also be in danger. The Saiyans of planet Sala was full of masters and could take action to stop Melia at any time, so of course, There was no need to worry about what would happen if she lost control. However, if Melia was allowed to go out on a mission without supervision, there was a chance that she would remain out of control and eventually be overwhelmed by the surge of power. Wayne had agreed to let him take the twin sisters away only because he knew that Miang had the strength to stop Melia from storming out. Upon hearing that her state might affect her sister, Melia's face finally began to panic. Her eyes filled with tears, and she wailed, "Whoa, what should we do? I don't want to hurt Melis." Miang squeezed Melia's little face and wiped away her tears. "Don't worry, I've already thought of a way. We won't go to Earth, instead, we'll take you directly to a place that can heal you." "Really?" Melia sobbed. "Of course, I won't lie to you." Miang picked Melia up. He suddenly thinking that Melia still had nothing to wear as the clothes she had just worn had been incinerated by the hot flames, so he asked Gaia to go to the Dominion spaceship to get some of the old clothes that Mixia had used. Mixia's clothes were much wider for Melia, and the clothes were about to drag on the ground. But for now, she could wear them. "These clothes are good, but they're just too big." Melia rolled up her sleeves, her chest was empty. Miang said, "Wear them like this for now, and when we pass by the trading planet, I'll prepare some more supplies for you." Melia nodded and turned around, asking, "When will Melis wake up?" Her sister had been soaking in the water and couldn't wake up, making her depressed. Miang went up to check on Melis's condition and said, "There's nothing serious. Melis is just suffering from too much mental wear and tear. She's temporarily asleep, she'll wake up soon." After knowing that her sister was fine, Melia put her mind at ease. She then pestered Miang to ask him about Super Science and Planet Vegeta. Of course, Miang told her everything he knew, but Miang didn't know much about transforming into a Super Saiyan. The only thing sure was that before transforming into a Super Saiyan, Saiyan needed to reach a specific strength of basic power level and then rely on some opportunity to break the physical barrier. However, how exactly it was done was impossible to say since Miang was not a Saiyan. Relying on anger was fine, but there were more conventional ways to transform besides emotions. "Uncle, you're useless, you don't even know such a crucial thing. How can I try to become a Super Saiyan?" Melia said in a crisp child's voice as she shook her head. Miang listened and looked at Melia's expression like it was all entirely his fault. A few black lines popped out on his forehead. This girl was grinning greatly and a bit of a badass. A wall of air directly crushed over and Melia was bounced into the air with a wow. Melis soaked in the pool for about an hour or so before waking up under the spring of life's nourishment. Miang also told her about what had happened before and planning to go to planet Metamer next. Of course, the sisters listened to Miang. "Uncle, hurry up and take us there with instant transmission. I want to learn fusion." After understanding that the fusion technique on top of planet Metamer had the potential to solve their hidden problems, they couldn't wait to urge Miang to hurry up and take them there. Using instant transmission continuously is tiring. "So if you want me to speed up, you should all kiss me." Miang laughed and jokingly pointed to his cheek. "I'll take it. It's just a kiss, it's nothing." Melia looked at Miang with a scowl on her face. She then honestly leaned in front of him and kissed Miang on the cheek with a paw. Melis had some embarrassment and also stood on tiptoe to kiss on the cheek. Miang touched the place where the two sisters had kissed him and suddenly felt his body filled with power. He laughed and said, "Haha, the energy is all replenished. I'll take you to planet Metamer now." It was a pity. It would have been nice if the sisters grew up a bit more. Chapter 254 Planet Metamer was located in the gravitational field of a yellow dwarf planet in the east area. It was one of the 14 planets in the entire planetary system. It was the 7th largest rocky planet in the system. The sky was clarified with an azure, flawless and spotless sky as if it had just been washed by rain. It was transparent with an azure luster. Miang, Melia, and Melis came to planet Metamer together. The location was a western canyon covered with ravines. The strong bitter wind blew through the valley, hitting the stone wall and rebounding everywhere with a booming strong reverberating sound. This place was desolate and lonely, with few traces of life. "Is this the planet Metamer? The key up there is so weak. It's not at all comparable to planet Sala." Melia pulled on the corner of Miang's coat, her words were filled with disdain. Miang smiled, "The strength of planet Sala can only be considered an example. The universe is still generally dominated by low-level planet, and planet Metamer is high-level planet. It's not something that can be found easily." Melia wrinkled her nose. "Is this considered a high-level planet? That's weak. Let me see how many people on this planet have more than 10,000 power level." Melia sensed with her eyes closed. Everything in planet Metamer was soon floating in her mind. 1, 2, 3. There were only 12 people in the planet Metamer with a power level of over 10,000, and the best ones weren't even as good as her. It's so weak. I doubt there are any martial arts up there worth learning. Melia shook her head. right? Melis nodded in a heartbeat. In fact, the twin sisters didn't know that it was rare in the universe to find a planet like Metamer that could have 12 combat masters with more than 10,000 power levels. Even planet Vegeta, where the self-proclaimed fighting race of Saiyans lived, had the same number of top masters up there. However, to the twin sisters, who were used to seeing such masters, the fact that they were on Metamer was really nothing. Such arrogance wouldn't be good. Ma Yang looked at them and admonished, "Don't be complacent because of that power you have. You must know that weak planets are also capable of producing strong people. On the Earth where I live, the average power level used to be less than 5, but it also produced masters like me." Melia and Melis shook their heads together. "Uncle, you're different. You're much better than the others." After spending time with Ma Yang, they knew more about his wonders. A man with so many magical abilities and profound martial arts couldn't be an ordinary man. Moreover, they had seen Ma Yang's accelerated world with their own eyes, which was clearly beyond a mortal's realm. Ma Yang laughed. "You guys have quite a bit of faith in me." "Not bad, this was a good start." Ma Yang stroked his chin, pondering which part of planet Metamer he should go to next. "This time we've came to planet Metamer to learn the fusion technique. You two should be humble and quickly gather your ki, revealing 1000 power level will be enough." "Alright." Melia and Maris obediently regulated the ki in their bodies. Soon, the 25,000 power level dropped to less than 1,000. Honestly, having 1,000 power levels on two little girls under the age of 9 was quite terrifying. Many of the strongest people on low-level planets didn't have this kind of power level. Ma Yang nodded at the sight. Planet Metamer is famous for its martial arts. There should be many martial arts schools on the planet. Next, you will enter those schools as martial arts practitioners and make sure to learn the fusion technique. With Wiz martial arts perception, Ma Yang didn't necessarily look at the other martial arts, only the fusion technique was more of his concern. Melia asked, "Do we go as disciples?" "What about you, uncle?" Ma Yang smiled. "You all call me uncle, and of course, I'm your guardian. You can also call me Teacher Ma Yang." "By what right can you be our guardian and still want us to call you Teacher Ma Yang?" Although Melia was young, she also knew what guardians and teachers meant. Although she had always called Ma Yang uncle, it didn't mean that she was willing to be junior to him. "Just because I'm older and stronger than you guys now, so you have to listen to me." Teacher Ma Yang laughed and caught a breath in the air. He then flew straight towards there. Melia foolishly watched as Teacher Ma Yang flew far away. She stomped her feet a few times and followed. The three of them flew towards the area away from the western part. Their speed was like a bolt of lightning, and they soon flew several hundred kilometers away. Planet Metamer's gravity was 12 times that of Earth. However, to Ma Yang and the twin sisters, this gravity was like nothing. As the virtual shadow swept past, they flew through mountains and canyons. The terrain below began to flatten, and the surrounding vegetation took on a lush green appearance. They landed in the middle of an old city. From this city floated powerful ki with an energy of about close to 10,000. The owner of this ki was considered a master on this planet. Ma Yang nodded his head and brought Melia and Melis into the ancient city. The heritage of the planet Metamer was ancient, and judging from the mottled marks around the city, it had been built for an unknown number of years. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going, everyone was wearing a small jacket unique to the planet Metamer. A pair of trousers tied with a ribbon, this was their unique culture. Walking in a direction towards the ancient city based on the sense of ki, they soon arrived at the front of a martial arts dojo, with a Metameran guarding the entrance. "Remember what I just said, it's up to you to learn the fusion technique," Ma Yang instructed. Melia and Liz oddly nodded their heads, but to improve their physical condition, they still reluctantly said, "Got it, Teacher Ma Yang." Ma Yang laughed, then went up to negotiate with the Metamerans guarding the martial dojo. The process went very smoothly. Ma Yang took the initiative to release a little of his ki, making the door disciple ran into the dojo with a solemn face, looking for his teacher. Soon, the master of the martial dojo came out. "3 of you are not Metamerans. I wonder why do you come to our dojo?" An old man with a white beard came out. Ma Yang observed the other person's ki, and the intensity was close to 10,000. It was exactly the person he was looking for. He then began straight to the point. "We are from a planet called Earth in the distant north area. I am the head of the Earth's Kami school, and these 2 are my disciples. I heard that magical martial arts exist on planet Metamer, so I have come to exchange ideas." The old man intoned, "Earth, Kami school?" He had never heard of these 2 terms before. Still, from Ma Yang's words and his demeanor, he judged that Ma Yang was a remarkable martial arts practitioner, at least not beneath him in strength. He then immediately said, "Since this is a martial arts exchange, of course, we welcome you." Ma Yang smiled, "We definitely won't let you down." If it was a real exchange, the many martial arts that Ma Yang held in his hands, whether it was the Kami school martial art, the North Kai martial art, the Grand Kai martial art, or Wis martial art, all of them were the top and most profound martial arts. Taking out any one of them would be enough to exchange with the Metamarans. What followed went very smoothly. When Ma Yang truly revealed the mysteries of Kami school martial arts and deliberately revealed some of the mysteries he had learned from Grand K, the Metamarans martial arts practitioners were immediately amazed and spoke with Ma Yang without hesitation. The growth of martial arts depended on interaction. There was no difference between stubbornness and entrenchment, so both sides got what they needed. In the exchange, Ma Yang was also able to get his hands on the Metamarans fusion technique. Ma Yang also gave away a crystal with some martial arts insights. One day 2 weeks later, the sun was shining, and the weather was excellent. Near an uninhabited deserted mountain cliff, 2 little girls with identical looks danced in a funny dance step, approaching little by little, and then pointing fingers at each other. The 2 twin sisters dancing the fusion dance steps were precisely Melia and Melis. Initially, when Melia and Melis first found out that they had to dance such funny steps to learn fusion, they were dead reluctant to do so. However, Ma Yang had his way, and with a good meal, the 2 sisters were quickly bribed by him. The training of fusion wasn't easy. Melia and Melis had fused unbecoming characters like Gotenks several times when something went wrong in the middle. Until now. Wow, a brilliant flash of line appeared. After the thick smoke cleared, a girl with a slightly more mature figure appeared in place. Having experienced several failures, Melia and Melis finally succeeded in infusing. The girl had black hair, looked about 11 or 12 years old, and was slightly more mature than Melia and Melis. 60% of her appearance was similar to the twin sisters. The other 40% actually had vague traces of her former Mixia. Unlike Gotenks and Bigota, this girl was wearing a pale green jacket, but a white cloth wrapped around her chest, so she didn't bare her breasts. Her bottom was white trousers with a green ribbon, exposing a lot of white skin on her arms and neck, full of collagen and could be bounced off the skin like gelatin. The face was still young, but the entire figure already had the trend of a teenage girl. The name of this young girl, born from Melia and Melissa's fusion, was called Melissa. Chapter 255 My name is Melissa. I feel full of power now. The fused-out girl had one hand on her waist, tilting her head up and laughing very proudly. Perhaps because Melia and Melis were initially identical twins, even more so in her previous life, the fused-out girl did not have an accent, instead, had a clear and pleasant voice that was very nice to hear. Ma Yang looked at the fusion girl curiously. From her face, there were shadows of Melia and Mixia from her previous life. Melissa, release all the ki in you for me to see. If what was expected was right, Melissa's strength was definitely more powerful than the twin sisters. However, how much more powerful it was unknown. Of course I can, just watch. Melissa nodded her head very proudly. Her attitude towards Ma Yang was also different from the original, but at last, she was still obedient. Wow, the vast ki was released, and a whirlwind was blowing on the ground. The fine stones were blown in all directions by the wind, and the entire planet Metamer was enveloped in Melissa's ki. Melissa, who was releasing her ki to the fullest, laughed loudly and very proudly squinted her eyes. How about it? Are you scared by my power? Ma Yang frowned at it. Melissa's ki, although it was strong, it didn't seem to be as strong as he thought. How can there be only this little bit of ki? This doesn't seem right. In Ma Yang's senses, Melissa was stronger. However, her power level was only a mere 50,000, which was only about double the 25,000 power level of a single body. As a rule, it shouldn't be like this. The power of a warrior born from the fusion technique shouldn't be increased by only this much. In the original story, both Gogeta or Gotenks were boosted more than that in their normal state. Ma Yang couldn't tell how strong Gogeta was, but Gotenks showed signs of improvement. From the fact that Gogeta's Super 3 state after fusion wasn't worse than Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3, it was clear that Gogeta's normal state strength wasn't much worse than Son Goku's base form. After the fusion of the 2 little punks, their normal power level could even reach the normal power of the base form power of Son Goku in Buzz Saga, which was increased by dozens of times. Unlike Melissa's current power, which was only twice as much. If Ma Yang thought about it, the problem was still with Melissa. Carefully observing Melissa's state, Ma Yang suddenly discovered that Melissa's state at this time seemed to be that of a truly complete individual. Her soul was complete, and her bloodline was also pure. Even if it was decided that Melissa was the reincarnation of Mixia, there was nothing wrong with it, except that Melia and Melis would be more like remnants. Ma Yang thought whimsically. However, this thought became more and more real. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. The 2 sisters were usually said to be soul-synchronized rather than soul-synced. The twin sisters had equally divided Mixia's soul. However, By fusing out Melissa this time, Mixia's soul was considered complete. In a sense, it was indeed Melissa who was the reincarnation of Mixia at this time. If Melissa is the only one who is Mixia, then Melia and Melissa are equivalent to her split soul state in the accelerated world back then. Thinking of this, Miang had a rough outline in his mind. To cure the state of the twin sisters, they would need to appear in Melissa's form often. After some time, their souls would be replenished, and their state would stabilize. Just so, the relationship between Melissa, Melia, and Melissa became complicated. They were like the relationship between Mixia's main soul and her divided soul. After he cleared up the cause and effect, Miang's eyes glazed over as he looked at the not-so-mature girl in front of him. The corners of his mouth lifted. "Melissa, is this all of your strength?" "Huh?" Melissa harumphed. "Aren't you frightened by my power?" Miang shook his head. "With this little power you have now, you still can't scare me." Melissa was immediately unhappy. Her green eyes stared hard at Miang, and her face had an indescribable pride. "How dare you underestimate me? Even if you are Miang, you will not be spared." After saying that, Melissa stomped her foot forcefully, then squealed. Her turquoise pupils actually became a golden glow. The golden eyes state appeared on her body. In an instant, the ki on Melissa's body climbed 50 times from its original base, suddenly reaching 2.5 million power levels. "Ha ha ha, how about it? This state of me will definitely surprise you." Melissa unleashed her power to her heart's content, not caring at all if the ground of planet Midimmer could withstand the ki. The whole world suddenly descended like the apocalypse. Thick clouds covered the sky, and the color of the sky darkened. The electrical discharge phenomenon pulled the free electric charge in the air. Under the pressure of this powerful ki, the martial arts practitioners scattered all over planet Midimmer woke up. All their faces flashed with horror. What a terrifying ki! Who is it? How did this strange power came to be on planet Midimmer? Could it be the two martial gods are using the fusion technique? All the martial arts practitioners guessed up to the fact that the only thing that could produce such a powerful momentum on planet Midimmer was a fusion between two martial gods with over 10,000 power levels. It was just that there was no strong enemy above planet Midimmer right now, so why would such a powerful master appear? No, this ki is filled with tyranny. It's definitely not the ki of the planet Midimmer. For a time, all the masters of planet Midimmer were shaken and then flew towards the power source. While countless masters were speculating over the ki released by Melissa, Miang narrowed his eyes at the little girl in front of him. Melissa was overly arrogant. Was this arrogance the nature of science? Gently shaking his head, Miang swooshed forward, not caring if Melissa resisted or not. Miang grabbed Melissa's wrist with one hand and directly pulled her with instant transmission to take her away from the planet Midimmer. Only after the ki of Miang and Melissa disappeared did the blue planet finally regain its calmness. In a primitive planet 100 light-years away from Midimmer, the figures of Miang and Melissa suddenly appeared in the air. Bang! Melissa threw her arms down with an unhappy face, breaking free from Miang's hands. Phew! The pale green light and shadow shifted position in the high altitude, then suddenly attacked Miang. Melissa, who had converted to her golden eyes state, actually wanted to fight with Miang. It seems like it won't storm out anymore. However, to fight me, with your strength, you're not even close. Miang looked on with a faint smile. Facing Melissa's attack, he looked calm and unmoved. When Melissa was about to touch him, his body dodged her attack with a few flicks. Seeing that her attack didn't work, Melissa's face looked dainty. She then drank loudly, her golden eyes shone with a beautiful glow, and her whole body was wrapped in golden flames. "I don't believe I can't beat you." Melissa's clear and cold voice sounded, and her ki increased even more. To Miang, Melissa didn't dare to take it lightly. Miang looked on calmly, nodding slightly. Melissa's strength was strong enough. However, due to her inexperience, she raised hands were full of flaws. Swoosh! Miang approached quickly. He didn't use his full strength, but the gradually increasing ki had caused Melissa to feel tremendous pressure. Boom! Miang's figure appeared on Melissa's side. Melissa's face panicked, and the break became more apparent. With a light slap of the palm, Melissa was immediately knocked out. A series of streaks followed, and Miang kept up with Melissa's figure. Bang! 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 A few strands of electric light flashed, and Melissa was always in a passive state. Laughing leisurely, Miang fought with Melissa several times, intentionally guiding her opponent's movements. A steel-clamped palm was placed on the girl's shoulder, and then with force, a huge force pressed Melissa towards the ground. The ground crumbled, faults appeared, and the entire mountain collapsed. Heavy smoke spread out, and Melissa hid her ki as she slipped away. However, Miang's detection power was beyond her imagination. Another fierce attack came. Bang! The two figures made contact, and the sky shook violently, spreading out a circular shockwave in all directions. A beam of impact fell from the sky. Melissa was struck to the ground by Ma Yang's attack, smashing into a 100-meter diameter impact crater. The winds whistled, and the 1,000-meter radius became cluttered, with 10 spans of impact all around. Well? Ma Yang's blurred figure appeared in front of Melissa, pressing her chest with one hand and looking at her in the middle of the impact crater in a half-squatting position. Melissa fell dumbly and openly in the middle of the impact crater. Her small lips were pouting. You can't count this. I only have 2.5 million power level, while you have less than 8 million power level, which is that much higher than me. Ma Yang pulled Melissa up, patted the dust off her body, and said, even if I control my power level to the same level as you, you're no match for me. To be honest, your skills are too poor. Chapter 256. Are my skills really that bad? Melissa glared at him, wondering about life a bit. With Melia and Melissa's memories, she had always thought that she was mighty. With the Saiyan's personality, it made her look so arrogant. However, this pride and arrogance were shattered in front of Ma Yang's absolute strength. Ma Yang said, I can't say it's terrible. However, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Teacher Mew, please teach me. Melissa's eyes sparkled as she looked at Ma Yang, suddenly becoming very polite. Looking at the tender face of the young girl in front of him, Ma Yang nodded slightly. At this time, he suddenly frowned. He seemed to have seen this image somewhere. Ma Yang thoughtfully gazed at Melissa's cheek and felt déjà vu. He then suddenly remembered. When he was on top of Karin Tower, he had seen a few fragments of the future. One was Mixia disguised as Melee to participate in the 12th World Martial Arts Tournament, which had already happened. Another fragment was a fight between himself and an 11 or 12-year-old girl with golden pupils. Mixia. Melee. Melissa. It turned out that he had already seen this at the top of Karin Tower. Although there were countless possibilities in the future, and just looking at the future picture couldn't determine whether it would happen or not, it had a specific reference value. Melissa saw that Ma Yang was looking straight at her, and her high and cold face turned twisted up. What are you looking at? Melissa's heart was a little panicked. Ma Yang smiled leisurely. I was looking at you. I suddenly realized that I knew you a long time ago. Wasn't my previous life was your wife? Melissa bit her lower lip. Ma Yang shook his head and said, it's not a past life. It's another sense of understanding, like foreseeing the future. Forget it, you don't understand. Melissa raised her head, dissatisfied. I hate that you don't make it clear. Ma Yang coughed twice and changed the subject. I'm now a little convinced that you are the reincarnation of Mixia. Stay like this often, it's good for both Melia and Melissa's body. I also feel very comfortable in my current state. Too bad the fusion technique only works for half an hour. Melissa waved her arms. It was so unpleasant not to be able to be available at any time. Planet Metamer's fusion technique had a time limit, and each fusion could only last for half an hour. That's not necessarily true. Ma Yang shook his head. Planet Metamer's fusion technique may not work in your case. After all, your relationship with the twin sisters is extraordinary. This can be seen from your voice and fusion power. The warrior born from the fusion technique had an accented voice. Both Gogeta and Gotenks were dual voices. In Melissa's case, she was the complete soul of Mixia, but her body was a fusion of the twin sisters, so it was hard to say whether the fusion limitations of the planet Metamer would still be present in her. For example, in terms of strength, she was different from the average fusion warrior. Melissa's eyes lit up. You mean I can be around for a long time? Ma Yang said, I don't know. By the way, can you change your outfit? Ma Yang couldn't understand the nature of the clothes on the fusion warriors. Although Melissa's outfit was relatively cool, it was a bit unreasonable if there were only one clothes set. Melissa blinked her eyes. I'm not sure. I guess I can change. It seemed that Ma Yang needed to prepare some clothes for Melissa as well. The twin sisters' clothes were too small for her, and Mixia's clothes were too big. Ugh, I only had one wife, how could she come up with so many different versions? Time passed, and after half an hour, Melissa really didn't unmold. It wasn't until 3 hours later that Melissa split into Melia and Melis in bright light. Both Melia and Melis, who had split back into two people, retained Melissa's memories. Everything about the three of them was almost identical. Uncle, I can control the power in my body just now. Wow, I can become that powerful too. As soon as the fusion was unraveled, Melia chattered on and on. If I go back to planet Sala, bang, 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 I'll be able to knock down a whole lot of people. Melia was so happy that even Melis smiled. Ma Yang also smiled. It seems that we have found a solution to your hidden problems. In the future, as long as we keep Melissa's state more often, the violence will naturally decrease. With the nourishment of the acceleration world for you, one day you will be able to maintain your golden eyes state alone. Melia and Meliz nodded continuously. Here, Miang could basically guarantee that no accidents would happen to them. However, Melia and Meliz's combat experience and skills were still too far behind, so it seemed that he still had to take on the role of Teacher Mu and gave them strict guidance. In the days that followed, Miang instructed them in the acceleration world. Under the 16-fold time acceleration, the two sisters grew up rapidly. At the same time, Miang also brought them into the north area. Half a year later, in the outer world. Thanks to the effect of the acceleration world, Melia and Meliz were basically ready to go. Their power level had soared to 40,000 each. If fused, Meliz's strength would be equivalent to 80,000 power level. This hadn't counted with the power level state of the Kaioken and the Golden Eyes transformation. If she had used the Kaioken or the Golden Eyes transformation, she would have become even stronger. What makes Miang even happier was that during this period of training in the acceleration world, Melissa had awakened the superpowers of her previous life. She had also remembered the vacuum in her breath that she had learned from the planet Yardrat. Maybe in a few years, Mixia's memory and personality will be awakened. Boom. In the acceleration world, Melissa's length of time maintained her fusion state was extended 16 times. Melissa was covered in golden light, her golden eyes flashed with a stream of light. At this time, Miang shifted and arrived at Melissa's side. Melissa's neared, her body twisted slightly, and a force was channeled up from her waist. Boom boom. Snap. The two fists met in the air. Miang's strength was greater than Melissa's, making Melissa's delicate body was directly knocked out of the sky. Dang. As soon as it landed on the ground, the pale green silhouette quickly disappeared. Miang smiled in satisfaction while maintaining the same power level. Melissa's reaction ability had reached his requirements. He had to say that the Saiyans were really worthy of being born as a fighting race. That kind of intuition and reaction ability in battle was too good. You can stop now, Miang shouted. Melissa heard it and disarmed her fighting state, then transformed into two people. Your skills have been outstanding. You can say that you have reached the level of a master. However, training and fighting are still different. Are you going to let us join the Galaxy Mercenary you mentioned before? Melia was excited. We can really fight now. Melissa smiled with some bloodlust in her eyes. To be reasonable, Melia had never left planet Sala. Not to mention killing people, she had never been in a real battle. At this point, Melissa was a little bit better. She had participated in a few missions when she was studying at the academy. Miang smiled cheerfully. There are a few stronger forces in the north area, such as the Jinyu Force, Cooler Armored Squadron, King Cold's Strongest Squadron. Each of these forces has at least one master with a power level of over 100,000. Uh-oh. Melia's eyes lit up. Uncle, which force are we aiming for this time? Melissa asked seriously. Miang narrowed his eyes. Let's start with the weakest. Jinyu Force is good prey. Melia, Melissa, I don't care what method you use. Superpowers are fine, martial arts are fine, even if you merge into Melissa. Do everything you can to kill the Jinyu Force. However, I have one request. If you use Melissa's state, don't use the Golden Eyes transformation and Kaioken sparingly. Otherwise, it won't work as an exercise. If they fused into Melissa and used their Golden Eyes transformation or Kaioken, the Jinyu Force would have no resistance at all, so Miang limited this aspect. Miang would be watching over the side to prevent Jinyu from using his weird superpowers. No problem, we'll absolutely kill them for you, Melia assured with a pat on her chest. We won't let you down, Melissa licked her lips and smiled softly. Then let's go. I'll take you to the Jinyu Force. Miang laughed. He waved his arm and led Melia and Melissa toward the location of the Jinyu Force. Chapter 257. In the southern part of the north area, there was a high-level planet called Xiang. It was a mysterious and beautiful planet that had been hardly known for a long time. However, just a few days ago, a disaster struck the planet Xiang. A group of aliens calling themselves the Frieza Force came there and tried to invade the planet. However, the Frieza Force underestimated the power of planet Xiang's master. As a high-level planet, it would have at least one warrior with a power level of more than 10,000. The planet Xiang wasn't ordinary. There weren't just one, but 4 masters at this level. With the addition of another warrior who was strong but didn't reach the 10,000 power level, the result was obvious that the warriors of planet Xiang annihilated the entire group of aliens from Frieza Force. Of course, such a result attracted Frieza's attention, following in the arrival of the even more powerful Jinyu Force. In response to the horrifying and inhuman strength of the Jinyu Force, the masters of the planet Xiang lost their lives one by one. The killing frenzy began, and the beautiful planet was crumbling into pieces. There were craters everywhere, and the entire planet was in ruins. Boom. A cluster of light waves containing great energy swept over and punched a large hole in the stiff mountain range. The only thing that could be seen as the surrounding lava spewing out of the ground with a pungent smell of smoke. Ha ha ha. One of the members of the Jinyu force, Anr, laughed cruelly. A pair of eyes showed a cold, miserable light. The key wave in his hand was continuously released, destroying one Cyangan's residence after another. Anr, hurry up. Captain Jinyu is waiting for us to return. A red-skinned alien warned. Soon, Bonnie-oo. Anr licked his lower lip, looking like he hadn't had enough. Back then, Berter and Rikum of the Jinyu force, together with Dodoria, chased down the Cyans Bazda and Asike. Unfortunately, they ran into the sudden appearance of Maiyang on a planet in the north part of the north area. After being killed by Maiyang, the Jinyu force was suffering from attrition. This Anr and Bonnie-oo were the aliens who joined the Jinyu force later. They came from two different high-gravity planets, both were power-type aliens. Because of their cold and cruel nature, they had a good fighting power. Eventually, they were liked by Captain Jinyu and invited to join the Jinyu force. Hey, the natives of this planet still have some power. However, it's a pity they're not too obedient. Anr had killed all the life within the field of view. He then looked around at the scene full of debris, scat twice, and sighed ... but it's just the right thing to give us some practice. Yes, yes, yes. Anr repeatedly nodded, unable to resist complaining to his friend Bonnie-oo. But Captain Jinyu only arranged 2 days for us to clear the natives on planet Siang. To be honest, that's too much time. Bonnie-oo pressed the communication device next to her ear and said, Captain Jinyu has a very tight schedule. It is said that there are even more powerful planets that we need to conquer. Lately, the offensive on King Frieza's side has been getting increasingly sharper as well. Anr opened his mouth wide and said with his eyes wide open, haha, that's great. Next time I'm going to enjoy the fun of battle. It looks like I've added the right thing by joining the Jinyu force. Whatever. Bonnie-oo shrugged. Bonnie-oo shrugged her shoulders, feeling no psychological pressure to slaughter the lowly natives. As Frieza's attack on the surrounding area became more and more aggressive, the Jinyu force decided to continue to move through the universe. Thus, the two people soon joined the other Jinyu force members by spaceship, leaving a desolate ruin with black smoke. The other side of the planet. In a city some 20,000 kilometers away, Captain Jinyu sat straddling a large rock. He was holding a bloody arm in his hand and tearing at it. The two black horns reflected the dazzling light of the sun. Yuck, the blood of the Cyangan contains a lot of energy, but it just doesn't taste good. Captain Jinyu spat out a broken bone. Jice, Natania, would you like some too? Jice shook his head. Captain, you can enjoy it yourself. Natania twisted her voluptuous body, her voice timid. The Cyangan's bloody appearance is unappetizing. If you deal with it, you can barely swallow it. Captain Jinyu laughed. Ha 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 ha, you guys are demanding. If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. Throwing away the arm in his hand, Captain Jinyu looked up to the sky and said, dissatisfied. Anr and Bonnie are really slow. They haven't finished off the natives after so long. Jice said, we've wiped out the best of the best on this planet, so they should be quick to deal with. Natania said, I'm afraid they might play a cat-and-mouse trick and miss the time. Captain Jinyu snorted, these two guys, we have to warn them. King Frieza's schedule is very tight, so there's no time to delay here. At that moment, Natania's eyebrows quirked, and she covered her mouth with a soft smile. They're already here. There were 2 streaks of white light in the sky, and 2 black dots came from the far side of the sky, trailing behind them in a long stream. When they got closer, they could see that they were 2 spherical spaceships. The dust rose after a loud rumble as Anr and Bonnie emerged from the spaceships, leaving a desolate, smoky ruin in their wake. You too. If you miss the big event for King Frieza, even I won't be able to explain. Captain Jinyu snorted. I'm so sorry, it won't happen again. Bonnie saw that Captain Jinyu's face was displeased. She then hurriedly smiled and apologized. At this point, she must not anger Captain Jinyu, or else there would be dire consequences for the two of them. Captain Jinyu nodded and spoke a little better. Get ready. The next target is a planet 9 days away, and this planet is very powerful. King Frieza is anxious to call us back, so we need to deal with it as soon as possible. That means we can let go and fight. Anr stretched, finding it fascinating. However, after meeting Captain Jinyu's icy eyes, he quickly straightened his posture. The Jinyu force was ready to get into the ship, but at this point phew. A series of energy rays suddenly fell from the sky, hitting their spaceships with unerring accuracy. The sturdy outer shell of the spaceship was originally extremely resistant to attack, but it became fragile as tofu in front of those energy rays. It was obvious that they could no longer be used. The sudden change caused Captain Jinyu to be stunned for a moment. His chest swelled with rage, and his face became as dark as the bottom of a pot. Who on earth is it? How dare they destroy my spaceships? Is there still a remnant of the planet Yang? This thought passed by and quickly dissipated because a man dressed in a black leisure suit in their sight appeared. By his side, there was a girl in a light blue dress. Captain Jinyu, long time no see. A lazy voice came, and Yang appeared in front of the Jinyu force, holding Melissa's hand. By the way, the last time he saw Jinyu was 4 years ago when he fought with Frieza. At that time, Captain Jinyu and Zarbon, with the entire group, were hiding far away. So, Yang didn't have time to pay attention to them. However, Captain Jinyu didn't know this. He stared at Yang for a long time but couldn't remember his identity. Who was this person? He looks damn familiar. Captain Jinyu's face was gloomy as he stared at Yang. It was after Yang opened his mouth that he realized. Isn't his man in front of him the same human who humiliated his Jinyu force 15 years ago and finally escaped from his hands? A cold chill emanated from Captain Jinyu's body. The battle back then was a memorable one for Captain Jinyu. At that time, the Jinyu force was being formed, and it was the man in front of him who killed the first 2 members of their team, Gauze and Duasi. He also killed the time ability Guldo, whom they were about to recruit. Well, so it's you. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, and you still dare to come to my door. Captain Jinyu craned his neck, his eyes full of killing intent. Yeah, it's been more than 10 years, I haven't seen your strength rise much. Yang leisurely smiled as he said the words to make Captain Jinyu angry. He didn't pay any attention to Captain Jinyu's threat, then looked at the other 4 members of the Jinyu force with a bland gaze and read out the Jinyu force's information. Captain Jinyu, 108,000 power level. Jais, 44,000 power level. Demoness Natania, 50,000 power level. Anr, 47,000 power level. Banyu, 45,000 power level. These data came from the Galaxy Mercenary Organization. To find out the Jinyu force's whereabouts, Yang and Melissa had jumped around many planets. Chapter 258 Captain, who was this man? The demoness Natania sensed an unusual atmosphere in the air when Yang declared their information. So, she trotted up to Captain Jinyu and asked. Humphrey. Captain Jinyu grunted and didn't answer. At this time, Jais also recognized Yang's identity, and his face showed fear. Natania, we have to be careful. This guy is mighty, I'm afraid that only the captain himself can fight him off. No way, is this guy that strong? Natania was shocked, and her face became ugly. It must be known that Captain Jinyu's strength was far above theirs. If the captain himself had to take action to deal with it, they would surely be nothing more than food. Jais nodded with a solemn look on his face. He's powerful. He killed several members of our Jinyu force in the early days. He had never forgotten that when he was in the eastern part north area on the planet Aman. If Captain Jinyu hadn't appeared in time to repel this guy, he would have suffered the same fate as Gauzen and Duasi. So it was him. That was when Natania remembered. Back then, she, Berter, and Raikum had the chance to join the Jinyu force because of the attrition that occurred for some reason. It turned out that the culprit for all this was the man in black in front of her. That was really scary. Natania's heart had developed jealousy, causing the energy in her body raised. Of course, she didn't plan to fight but was ready to use her superpower to make a run for it at any time. Yang, you also had great achievements in the past. Melissa's pretty face smiled at Yang. She was not like the twin sisters who called Yang their uncle and had always called him by his first name. Her personality had become more independent since she had awakened a part of Melissa's ability. It's nothing. Yang laughed. It can't be nothing. Melissa nodded her head seriously. Her vision was also very high, with Yang's current strength of up to 8.6 million power levels. He was considered a great master in planet Sala. The best of the Jinyu force in front of him was only a little over 100,000 combat power, which was nothing. Although these old things don't seem like a big deal now, can't you just go along and give some recognition? At this moment, Yang had the urge to give Melissa a thrill. However, it was evident that Yang and Melissa's downplayed attitude had already angered the Jinyu force members. Anra and Banyu were both members who joined later and had no idea what had happened before. Be careful. Don't go over there. Jais shouted at the sight of the 2 idiots. Captain Jinyu cursed but stood there indifferently. On the surface, he was dismissive of Yang, but in fact, he was terrified, especially since the opponent had the transformation ability that could increase his power level several times. He wasn't sure whether the opponent had significantly improved in the past 10 years or not, so it was better to keep an eye on him. Captain Jinyu's gaze flickered, and a pair of fierce eyes sweeping over Yang's body. Hey, the little minions have brought the food. Facing the suddenly rushing Anra and Banyu, Yang gave a faint glance and paid no attention at all. With his strength, even if he stood still, the opponent couldn't break his defense. The purpose of coming out this time was to train Melissa, so Melissa made her move after he gave her a wink. Melissa stepped forward slightly. Her light body swooshed and flashed a few times, then, her arm swung out in one direction. With a bang, Unr was directly hit in the head by Melissa, and his eyes flew out of his body. At this time, Melissa's neared, her eyes glanced at Banyu on the other side. Her body appeared next to Banyu in a flash and then swung out with an iron fist of steel. Bang! Both Unr and Banyu were knocked back by Melissa in a brief moment. Giggle. Melissa let out a silvery bell-like laugh. Her eyes suddenly flashed with tyrannical light. Her body took another step forward, chasing after Banyu, a bright ball of energy already condensed in her hand. Oh no, Banyu is in danger. When Natania saw this, she said a bad word in her heart. She then hurriedly used her superpower to prepare to pull Banyu's body back. Just then, Melissa's eyes stared towards her, and an invisible wall of spiritual energy crashed over, overlapping with Natania's superpower. You have no business here, so get out of my way, Melissa yelled, very rudely. With her eyes wide open and a glittering glow in her turquoise eyes, her pale green superpower directly broke up Natania's superpower, then continued to crush towards Natania. After the fusion, Melissa now has up to 80,000 power levels. Both strength and superpowers were far superior to the demoness Natania. With that, Natania suffered a tragedy, as her face turned white from the devastation of her superpowers. This girl. She actually has a superpower. Natania's face was bloodless, unbelievably alarming. After skipping over Natania, Melissa targeted Banyu and Unr again. At this point, Captain Jinyu finally couldn't resist. His foot stomped on the ground, leaving a large cracked rock, and his body sprang up, intending to stop Melissa's attack. However, a black silhouette was in front of Captain Jinyu's face. Yang lightly fanned his hand. It was a casual movement that raised a wall of ki, which directly blocked Captain Jinyu from taking a step closer. What a terrifying strength. Captain Jinyu's eyes were straightened with a trace of horror. Immediately after that, his scalp went numb. The opponent had actually knocked him back with a casual wave of his hand, a force that was far beyond his ability to resist. In these 10 years, had he improved so much? Captain Jinyu's pupils had shrunk to pinpoints, and his heart was beating wildly. Stay quietly on the side, it's not your turn to make a move yet. Just like a referee ruling on the offending player, after stopping Captain Jinyu's action, Yang faintly glanced at Captain Jinyu. This glance made Captain Jinyu feel like he was in an ice cellar, and his body couldn't help but tremble. How could this be? How could the gap between them be so wide? Captain. Jice was holding up Natania, and his face already bloodless. It looks like there's more bad luck this time. Captain Jinyu gritted his teeth and quietly pressed his finger on the scouter at his ear. In addition to detecting energy, the scouter could also be used as a communication device to get in touch with the outside world. Captain Jinyu now thought that even if he couldn't escape, he had to send the message to King Frieza to take revenge for them. On the other hand, Melissa's attack was quite rude and fiery. With the power level was just over 40,000, Unr and Banyu were no match for her. A ki wave soon penetrated Banyu's heart, and then Melissa's figure flickered and chased after Unr again. Boom! Melissa smashed Unr's head out. The blood splattered all over her face, sticking to her face with an innocent smile, which was really bizarre. Melissa is actually still such a violent loli. Yang stammered a bit. Technically speaking, with Melissa's age, she could only be considered a little girl. However, because of the fusion, her figure was slightly more mature. Unr and Banyu are dead. Jice witnessed the tragedy of the team members. The images of the old days when Gauzen and Duasi died tragically overlapped with this moment, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. What should we do? Demoness Natania also began to grow restless. Hey, Yang, how was my performance? Melissa jumped to her side with blood on her face. Yang looked at her. Dry the blood on your face first. Giggle. Melissa's face changed as she said, next, it's your turn. The purpose of Yang bringing her to the Jinyu force was to let her experience the atmosphere of battle. Of course, these ordinary members of the Jinyu force didn't give her a chance to practice, so only Captain Jinyu was her target. Natania, get out of here. Captain Jinyu suddenly turned back and shouted. I got it. Demoness Natania nodded her head vigorously and forcefully launched her superpower regardless of the previous superpower reversal damage. A sudden illusory flash of light enveloped Jinyu and Jice. By the time the light dissipated, the three had disappeared from the spot without a trace. They escaped. Melissa lowered her head and suddenly laughed, but still on this planet. Yang said, then go after them, they are your prey. Okay. Melissa's young face was smiling. 1,000 kilometers away, Jinyu and the others appeared on a gravel beach in a mess. As soon as they landed on the ground, Demoness Natania spurted out a mouthful of blood. "Captain, I can't use my superpower," Natania managed to say with difficulty. Captain Jinyu's eyes were shifty. He was about to use his communicator to call Frieza headquarters to send a spaceship over. However, at that moment, across from him, a young man slowly came holding the hand of a small girl. "You are my prey, don't think of running away." Melissa had bright eyes and a bright smile on her face. However, this smile was like the devil's smile in the eyes of Jice and others, making their heads chill. "Captain Jinyu, let's run away. We're no match for that man." Jice looked panicked and retreated backward. Facing Maiyang and Melissa, he really couldn't muster the courage to fight. Chapter 259. The remaining 3 members of the Jinyu force were all in a grave mood at this point. Jinyu looked at his 2 team members, but he didn't know what to think. "Jice, calm down. How can you keep thinking about running away now?" Jinyu scolded Jice with a gloomy face. They should take out the courage to fight so that there might be a chance of survival. The idea of escaping was impossible. Moreover, the other party aimed at themselves and others early on, so how could they let them run? After Jinyu scolded Jice, he calmed down, subsequent hitting his senses. "Captain, I understand." "Good." Jinyu nodded faintly, calculating in his heart. "If I can seize the opportunity to snatch the opponent's body, there might be the hope of survival." His eyes aimed at Maiyang, whose body had been on his mind for more than 10 years. He wanted to seize his body, but when he thought of the power he had used to force him back then, he was afraid that it was no worse than King Frieza's usual power. That was why the risk of seizing the body of such a master was too high. The little girl's body. Jinyu hesitated. Melissa's body was undoubtedly excellent. Unfortunately, she was a woman. After a moment's hesitation, the greedy desire still prevailed, and Jinyu's eyes became malicious. "As long as I seize the girl's body at the right time and then quickly destroy her consciousness, that man shouldn't be able to detect it. When I get used to her body, my power will rise quickly, and I can then exchange that man's body without being noticed by anyone." Jinyu's plan dinged loudly. He then settled down after repeatedly considering it and found that it was really feasible. "Jice, Natania, let's fight them." Jinyu waved his hand and gave an order to the 2 team members. "Yes. This is the only way." Jice and Natalia nodded their heads vigorously. The wind swept up for a time, and the 3 of them attacked Melissa. This time, Maiyang didn't stop Jinyu but stood aside and watched Melissa's performance. In the face of Jinyu Force's trio's attack, Melissa shouted in excitement. The fighting gene in the Saiyan bloodline awakened, and her whole blood boiled. After-image technique. More than a dozen illusory shadows appear on the battlefield. The after-image technique was perfect for confusing people, especially alien beings who couldn't use key senses. Swoosh, swoosh. Melissa knew she was no match for Jinyu for the time being, so she first stared at Jice. Her figure was flashing like a ghost, and unknowingly, she had touched Jice's side. No. With a sudden warning of danger in his mind, Jice Red's body began to chill when an enlarged smile suddenly appeared in front of him. "Captain, she's so fast." Jice broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly called for help from Captain Jinyu. Captain Jinyu turned his head, knocked out an after-image. He found that the opponent's real body actually ran to Jice, so he cursed and hurried towards Jice. Unfortunately, Melissa's action was faster than Captain Jinyu's. She smiled coldly and directly pinched up a bright ball of energy in her hand, which had already hit Jice's body. With a loud bang, the pain of a broken body surged up to his heart, and Jice's eyes were filled with fear. Melissa had gotten away with it and was about to run up and make up for it. However, Captain Jinyu had already approached her at that moment. Even though Melissa had good fighting skills, the battle suddenly became a mess because of the strength between her and Captain Jinyu. Well, such excellent quality. If I can take it away, I can soon become strong. Jinyu's heart began to calculate with joy. Even if Melissa's body was a female, Jinyu thought that gender and all other things would be acceptable as long as he could become strong. So, he intentionally drained the water in the next battle to avoid harming such an amazing body. As he fought and looked for opportunities to seize the body, Jinyu's smile grew wider. Space lock. Demoness Natania seized the opportunity to display her superpower. Feeling the freezing sensation in the space around her, as if her body was wrapped in countless moist ribbons, Melissa shouted out in displeasure. With a wave of her arm, an even more powerful superpower struck back. With a sound, green light enveloped Natania's body. She flew away without resistance, like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Natania hit a ridge, and a human-shaped depression appeared in the hard stone wall. "I was going to save you for last, but why are you so uninteresting?" For Demoness Natania, A voluptuous woman, Melissa had no intention of letting her go. Her face was fierce, and the overwhelming spiritual power began to crush her like a torrential torrent, breaking through the watery space. Soon, it wrapped around Natania's side, making her unable to move. Then the superpower began to squeeze inward, trying to crush her. Die for me. Melissa widened her emerald green eyes and squeezed with her slender fingers. On the other side, Natania popped as if she squeezed in Melissa's hand. Dark Planet's Demon King, Demoness Natania, was actually pinned to death by Melissa's superpower. Ha ha ha, this is the time. The purple figure suddenly appeared beside Melissa, and Captain Jinyu laughed maniacally. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The moment Melissa killed Natania, he performed his body change superpower toward Melissa. He was desperate. Swap. A bright light shone up, and Captain Jinyu's spiritual body came out of its shell and lunged toward Melissa's body. Huh? Melissa bit down on her thin lips. Her body suddenly became rigid, and at this moment, a great sense of crisis came over her heart. At this time, she couldn't care less about what Mayang asked of her, and the golden light shone in her eyes. Seeing that Melissa suddenly used the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, Mayang, who was prepared to stop Captain Jinyu from using his powers, stopped. He observed. Once he found something wrong, he would immediately take action to block it. You're looking for death. Melissa snorted coldly. The golden light in her eyes was flashing away. Captain Jinyu's spiritual body came close to Melissa's body, flew halfway to it when the immense momentum suddenly hit it. The spiritual body paused and returned to its original body. Captain Jinyu's head went blank, and his whole body trembled. How could this happen? My superpower actually failed. Is the power in her body still above the limit of my superpower? There was only one possibility of the superpower failing, and that was that the opponent possessed a level of power that the master couldn't capture. At the moment just now, he felt the fear that he had only felt in Frieza. This girl, too, possessed a transformation ability that instantly increased her power level. At this moment, Captain Jinyu's eyes were filled with deep scruples when he looked at Melissa. In his heart, he mistook Melissa's power just now for Mayang's ability of Kaioken. You seem to have used some weird superpower just now. Is it the body exchange ability that Mayang told me about before? Melissa tilted her head, very angry. How dare you try to take my body, you deserve to die. Her body was actually being watched by such an ugly alien, making Melissa's heart swelled with rage at the thought. How could her body be taken away by someone else? At this moment, she didn't care what Mayang had told her before, that she couldn't use her golden eyes transformation and she should use the Kaioken. It had already been thrown out of her mind. Double Kaioken. Melissa shouted, and dark red energy rose. The whole earth suddenly cracked open with countless cracks, and after the ground sank a large section, the bursting stones bounced out with a swoosh. Your power has actually increased that much. Jinyu was dumbfounded. Damn, you and that human really are the same race. Jinyu wasn't happy about it. Such transformation ability was really desirable. Moreover, he couldn't even take such a body away. Chapter 260 Melissa, who had displayed twice Kaioken, had increased her power level to 160,000. That was why it was no problem to deal with the mere 100,000 power level of Captain Jinyu. Therefore, Captain Jinyu was miserable. Once Melissa launched into a frenzy, even Mayang's heart was terrified. Within 2 or 3 blows, Jinyu's body was battered and bruised. I'm not happy, King Frieza will not let you go. After the exchange of superpower failed, Captain Jinyu knew he was in danger and would threaten to use the name of Frieza even before he died. Frieza is nothing. Melissa was so arrogant that she didn't even care about Frieza. Even if she couldn't beat that Frieza, so what, Mayang would protect her. She was the one who had the backing. The thin, flapped-winged energy blade emitted a dizzying light, starlight flashed and scraped Captain Jinyu's body one by one. The hallowed Captain Jinyu was even scraped into pieces by her. I'm sorry, Mayang, I didn't keep my promise. After killing Captain Jinyu, Melissa honestly came to apologize in front of Mayang. He knocked her on the head with a slap, then said, next time, don't make an exception. Remember my arrangement in the future. If you use the Kaioken or the Golden Eye transformation at every turn, you won't achieve the purpose of exercise at all. Huh, I know. Melissa smiled as she put her hands over the beaten area. By the way, there's still a white-haired alien in the Jinyu force that hasn't been killed. Mayang pointed down to Jice, who had been knocked flying by Melissa earlier. I'm going to kill him. Melissa said. Her figure then appeared in a flash to where Jice had fallen. Looking at Melissa's back, Mayang shook his head. Melissa, this girl is too jumpy. I wonder who she resembles more. Planet Metamer's fusion technique could fuse the consciousness and body of 2 people. If it was anyone's personality, it should also be a fusion of the two. However, although Melissa was a fusion of Melia and Melis, she seemed to have a more independent mind. This might be caused by the fact that Melissa was a complete soul body. What happened next was simple. Melissa came and went in a matter of seconds, and she killed the last member of the Jinyu force. Thus, Jinyu force, under Frieza, had truly fallen. "Ma-Yang, where are we going next?" Melissa jumped to Ma-Yang's side and looked at him with her head cocked. The battle just now was not at all enjoyable for her. The Kaioken was cool to use but not very challenging. "Let's go find Cooler Armored Squadron. Their strength is about the same as when you used Kaioken. They don't have any weird superpowers, so don't use the Golden Eyes transformation this time." Ma-Yang had already planned everything out. As long as Melissa could be obedient, he guaranteed that she could grow her combat experience quickly. "As you wish." Melissa's bright eyes looked at Ma-Yang. Her body split into the twin sisters in a burst of white light, then hung on to Ma-Yang's body separately. More than 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Ma-Yang continued to bring the twin sisters to challenge powerful masters. After destroying the Jinyu force, they first approached the Cooler Armored Squadron. The newly formed squadron was the same as the original, with a 3-person squad, and its power level was up to 160,000 to 170,000. On that day, Ma-Yang brought Melissa to the Cooler Armored Squadron. With the Kaioken on, Melissa fought a good fight, finally destroying the Cooler Armored Squadron again. Next up was King Cold's strongest unit, considered the most powerful fighting force in the north area. The leader looked like an alien, and when Ma-Yang saw it, he discovered that this guy was actually the same family as the wild race of Whip was alien under King of Demon Realm Deborah. His power level was as high as 5 million. Even though Melissa had used her Golden Eyes transformation, she was still severely injured. In the end, if it weren't for Ma-Yang, Melissa would have lost her life. "Ouch, it hurts." Melissa wailed in pain. Her whole body was lying in the center of a huge circular pit, half of her body buried by the soil. "Won't you get up yet?" Ma-Yang crouched at the edge of the impact crater and threw a gravel head at her. "Ma-Yang, my bones are broken. It hurts when I move." Melissa looked dumbly at the clouds floating in the sky, just lying there without moving. Ma-Yang said, "You still have senzubans on you, just eat them." Melissa said, "I can't move. Come and feed me." He looked at Melissa, who was buried halfway in the soil a moment ago and was now wilting. Finally, seeing her in such a miserable state, he shook his head and walked over to her and stuffed the senzubans into her mouth. After one senzuban went down, the rich vitality immediately healed all the injuries on Melissa's body. She soon became lively again, and after coming out of the impact crater, she lay down on Ma-Yang's back. "Ma-Yang, I seem to remember some things from the past." "What have you remembered?" Ma-Yang looked at Melissa with surprise. Melissa didn't know what she was thinking of. Her face suddenly became flushed. "It's all some messed up things." Ma-Yang was thoughtful and cupped Melissa's chin. "Did you feel that you used to be dirty?" Melissa snorted, "Not at all. I think that's quite good." Ma-Yang laughed. "You and Mixia's personalities haven't even merged yet, and you already agree with her behavior? However, it's already good to be able to remember a little bit of stuff. In a few years, you'll be able to really wake up." Melissa was still too young now. Even if she looked a little more mature than her actual age because of the fusion technique, it couldn't hide the fact that she was still a Lily. "Ma-Yang, take me to Earth." Melissa suddenly said. "Yes, let's go see your friends from your past life. Maybe it will help you awaken faster." Ma-Yang nodded his head in agreement. Isaac and Alice would be delighted if they saw Melissa, as well as the brothers and sisters of Kami School. When he thought of this, Ma-Yang was determined to return to his hometown. He then grabbed Melissa's hand and started to perform instant transmission. The Earth was located in a star field far to the south of the North area. It was a very backward area in terms of force. The nearby planets had little useful things besides water, plants, and animals. Even if the Frieza force already knew this star field situation, they didn't send a large army to conquer it. Due to the frequent use of instant transmission between the Earth and the outer planets, Ma-Yang found the Earth's location very easily. With a flash of light, Ma-Yang brought Melissa to the Earth. The breeze washed the shore in fine waves, creating white waves. This place was around March or April when the warblers and willow floss were growing, and the warm sunlight was already a little hot. "Ma-Yang, where is this place?" Melissa wasn't very familiar with the Earth. Although she already had a partial memory of the planet in her mind, it was impossible to get her to remember the geographic location. "Not sure, but it's okay. I'll take you back directly." Ma-Yang shook his head. After his thoughts spread out, he quickly determined the location of the Great Azure Mountain. Then with another instant transmission, he returned to his own house with Melissa. The Great Azure Mountain was in September, and the air was vaguely hot. In the small building of the house halfway up the mountain, April was lying leisurely on a sun chair, wearing a pair of sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. She was wearing a cool-looking dress, showing a large piece of delicate white skin, with melons and fruits and drinks beside her. My brother has been out for over a year. I wonder if he has found senior sister Mixia. I think he should have found her. In the meantime, April's lips moved. Suddenly her eyebrows knitted together as if she were bothered. What are you thinking about so intensely? A clear voice sounded in her ears, making April thump and jumped up. What entered her eyes was the handsome figure of Ma Yang, who was accompanied by an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Brother, you're finally back. April looked agitated and looked over at Melissa. Is this the reincarnation of senior sister Mixia? Shouldn't she be just over 9 years old? How did she? If she were the reincarnation of Mixia, she would have been only 9 years old. However, the girl in front of her looked 11 or 12 years old. Her body was starting to develop, so were the scions that precocious of the race. Ma Yang smiled. She is the reincarnation of Mixia. You can call her Melissa. It was just that her situation is a bit special.